sacred one to you, my friend.
You know, I honestly can't top Flow State. He has said so much this panel that I'm in awe. I'm in awe of his ability to continuously talk over and over again. He even beat Nave, whatever. But Flow State has conquered all, and
I colonized it.
He's good. He is good.
He just did not shut his moneymaker for 2 full seconds. I just don't know what else to say.
I've never seen someone do 12-hour live streams like Flow.
Flow State, shut up. That's my internet crush, dude.
And when they're talking about coming with banter, why disrespect Flow State when you know he's the people's champ?
But Flo, you a small percentage of the white renegades, man. You a white renegade, bro. You a white Negro or nigga. Man, you, the white renegades.
Flow State's going to lose his ability to walk normal if he doesn't avoid me in life.
Welcome back to Flow State. I'm out of jail now. Some of you may have noticed I was gone. What's up, Cynthia? Caucasian Sasquatch is in the back, and the link is pinned. Anybody can join at any time. I have no agenda tonight. Just good to be out of jail.
What up, homie? How's it feel to make parole?
It's all right. I'm still, working on the monetization thing. So
Okay.
let me back up for people who may not be caught up to speed. About a week ago, so I've had no strikes on this channel, no strikes, no warnings, nothing for a year and a half. And then about a week ago, a little more than that, I got slammed with 3 of them. Boom, boom, boom. And the way that the process works is if your first TOS violation is a warning, and then you have 3 strikes after that. And if you get all 3 strikes, then they delete your channel. I got 3 TOS violations back to back, all of them for bullying and harassment. And so that took up my warning and 2 strikes. I appealed all of them. One of the appeals was granted. So now where I'm sitting at is with 1 warning and 1 strike. And that put me in YouTube jail for a week. I am dealing with YouTube on Twitter to try to get them to go back and review one of the videos. The very first video that got hit was an unlisted video. It had never been seen by anybody but me. I uploaded it unlisted 9 months ago, and it just sat there idle. So one of their bots or something must have found it, but I'm asking them to go back and review that because it wasn't listed and So I'm waiting to hear back from them on that one. Hopefully I can get that one taken off before I appeal monetization, because I got demonetized the day after the strikes were done. So that's where your memberships went. If anybody's like, what happened to my membership? So,
yeah, I did get a notification over the weekend that my membership had been paused, and then I looked and saw your membership button gone. But I'm sorry to hear of all this happening to you, Flow State, my man.
it's all right. It's part of the YouTube process. And when I first started going on panels, I actually thought that I thought people who made their living on YouTube were fucking stupid. And what an absurd business model to create something that can just disappear at the drop of a dime. Now I find myself basically one of the stupid people. So this is not entirely unexpected, and it's all right. It's all right. So I am going to appeal that after I'm done with Twitter. Appeal the monetization. So until then, the Cash Apps and the PayPal is still up, by the way.
Well, as what Trump said, fight, Flow State.
You're going to hit me with a inspirational Trump quote right now?
Well, he did say fight of the assassination attempt last month, didn't he?
I don't know what he said. I do watch him, I guess some, but You know, I'm not a fan of any of them.
Well, regardless if it's for him or not, just fight at the end of the day. Flow state.
Yeah, I will, and you know, it's moving forward. And I'm also kind of looking into Streamlabs, you know, because they can do the super chat sort of interface, but it's cheaper. But I think it's kind of a pain in the ass, so we'll see. Snaps is not responsible. Snaps cannot strike a video he doesn't have access to. Only YouTube can strike that. Snaps at first I thought Tommy was responsible, but Tommy's not responsible either. The whole thing kicked off with that unlisted video. And then the other one that the appeal was rejected on was the piss stream. So I think I'm just going to leave that one alone. I don't think that I can have that one reviewed by YouTube, and that's going to benefit me.
Yeah, I'm sure
Keep that loss.
Yeah, you got to take an L sometimes because
Right.
you knew it was stupid when you were doing it.
I know. But the dumb thing is they didn't even get that's not like sexual or it's bullying. All of them are for bullying.
Stop it.
Didn't know I was doing it.
I
did go on kind of a tear while I was in timeout, though, apparently.
Okay.
Right, Cynthia? That's what people are saying?
Yeah. Yeah, she was grouchy. But it made for good content for other people. And then I replayed that video of you and Trig, and somebody in the comments was like, oh, it's so good you're keeping Flo's name alive while he's locked up. I was like, yeah, sure.
Yes, it is. I appreciate that. And the you know,
yeah,
you streaming.
That's crazy. The other content creators. So if it wasn't Tommy or Snaps, it more than likely it was just somebody just sitting behind their screen wanting to be a hater.
AI. I guarantee you it was AI. They're trolling absolutely everything in the back end all the time. And they found that one which made them look closer at your channel to see if there was anything else strange there. You know.
It seems like it's picked up lately. Do you know? Has it?
Well, there has been a change in terms of service for Google and a change in terms of service for StreamYard, and I wouldn't be surprised if another one comes down the pipe for YouTube along the same lines, because them losing the lawsuit to what was it? It was Google versus all the ad people. I can't remember the name of it. GM. Anyway, they lost a lawsuit recently that is going to force them to stop publishing stuff. They are acting as editorial instead of publishers. So if you're going to be editorializing posts by literally curating only the ones you want people to see, then you're an editor. You're not just a publisher. And so the Section 230 protections might become a thing of the past. We will see. They've been declared a monopoly, and I don't know what it's going to look like when the chips fall. I don't know.
Was there some EU stuff? I heard that somebody said that there was some shit that passed in the EU.
So some stuff got passed in the EU. Google lost their lawsuit against the ad revenue people over there, and the terms of service of StreamYard basically clip and lift the EU guidelines directly into the terms of service of YouTube, and then have a caveat section where they state, but if you live in the US, they clip and carry the New York terms of legal terms of streaming and harassment and that kind of stuff, which apparently New York had the most stringent laws in the US as far as online security and whatnot.
Well,
so,
I'm glad I set up the Rumble last time I was hit. That was a good call there. Everything is still backed up on the Rumble.
Are you probably going to be streaming more so over there, Flow State, or
I
what do you think is going to...
I always stream to both places. Nobody watches over there, but it's a backup.
Well, at least Rumble is more free than YouTube is.
Doesn't matter if nobody sees it.
Right. Angel, how was your shit show with 111?
I actually had a really great debate with 111 theory or 111.
Did you guys see that? He had Angel and another young pudgy brown boy who uses the N-word occasionally. What was debating whether or not racism was real or something?
It was the topic was, does racism exist? And of course, he and I were on opposite sides. I said no because I see as though racism is just an emotion, and he says it does. 111 theory, that is. So we pretty much had a fun little debate. Wasn't really looking for no vindication or victory, but I did have a lot of people say that I win from their opinions and thoughts of the debate. But regardless, I just figured I'd do it for fun. But yeah, that stream is like on Team Fatty's memberships.
Lou says, "Oh, I assumed more censorship due to the election." It wasn't lost on me that this happened right after I did a 3-part series reviewing Donald Trump's Agenda 47. I don't know if it means anything. Maybe it doesn't.
A handful of covering rallies, both Harris and Trump rallies recently, and my views have completely plummeted on shorts. Like a totally unrelated algorithm has gone from 10 to 15,000 down to 600.
Wait, say that again.
My shorts, when I put up shorts, used to, 2-3 weeks ago, I was getting 10,000 views per short. Like that was just the norm. I'd throw out a couple of them, 20-30,000 views. Also on Shorts live stream, I covered one Trump rally and have yet to have that reoccur. And I've covered a few since then. Yeah.
Was it a Bro Logic restream?
Either Bro Logic or J Rillo, Juicy J.
He seems to be doing all right though, and he's doing a lot of Trump stuff, right?
No, but have you actually looked at how he does the Trump stuff?
J Rillo is doing a lot of like Trump stuff, and so is Midlife of Logic, aka Barnabas.
And so, what's happening with his numbers though because of that? Sasquatch?
Hold on. I don't really want to blow anybody's cover if they've got something good going for them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm willing to explain it, just not publicly on YouTube. What I think is going on, I can't tell you what's going through his head, but I can tell you what I told him to do, what he has done, and what seems to have worked. And let me just say, he is perfect for YouTube. Perfect.
He is?
Yes. His concept of what he's doing, the game he's running, is not intelligent. It's not brilliant, but it is highly freaking effective. See what he's done? He's got like 3,000 subscribers now.
I don't know. He had 2,000 last time I looked, like a week ago.
Right? Yeah. No, I mean he's swamping it, son.
If it's working for him, then I think you should just let it be.
That's not the concern. Go Team Purple.
Is that his color?
No, he hates that.
How is the Olympics? Everybody I'm seeing who's doing shorts on the Olympics, they're getting to 15 to 20K views.
I haven't heard shit about the Olympics except for the opening ceremony and the bull dykes fighting and the and there's some like Norwegian pole vaulter that everybody's in an uproar about because half of Twitter thinks she's hot and the other half says she thinks she's 17 and everybody is pedophiles? It was not. Ike. Fuck.
Well, did you visit any good panels, or were you part of any good shows or anything while you were on your vacation?
Yeah, is that a setup for the Trigger Man?
No, no, no. That's not for that at all. I was just wondering, like,
I thought I was, but I had a good time. People say I was mean. I suppose I have been mean because I've been doing real people work. And that's just tiring and agitating. It's fucking bullshit.
If anything, you would be a setup for the you and Paul, because y'all were actually, you, Paul, and Jack. I couldn't believe it. Dennison and Moose. I was like, holy heck.
Yeah, Moose actually thanked me for being all stoked. We could review that. Let's review that.
Let's see if my theory was I onto something with my theory, or was I not?
I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see.
So like you got 3 and you appeal one of the strikes and it got approved, and then the other one you appealed and they denied. Is the other one, the third one, still pending right now?
No, 2 of them were denied. One of them was approved.
Well,
yeah. So what I'm doing, like, because you can appeal it, and then. But then after that, I went to Twitter and I contacted YouTube directly through Twitter. So it's sort of a roundabout way of getting another review. So they're reviewing one of them again right now.
All right. Well, good luck, and hopefully getting the other ones approved in this appeal process, Flow State. But if it's denied again, then I guess you'll just have to watch what you do for the next 90 days. And I believe after 90 days, you would be able to reapply for monetization if I'm not mistaken. So
that is correct.
So as of right now, people that were a membership will just have to hold off for 3 months until then.
I'll cash app you $3, Flo, at the end of this all.
I appreciate that.
My membership, I'm not stopping you.
Look, ever since I met you, you've actually been a really great guy at Flow State.
You're embarrassing me.
Yeah. I was just fixing to say the same thing. He's been so soft and fluffy, not fussy at all, and direct, downright full of integrity.
I'm a bully, Angel. Stop it.
Right, Angel, you're ruining it.
That's what they want you to think for whoever.
And when they're talking about coming with banter, why disrespect Flow State when you know he's the people's champ?
The people's champ, the white renegade.
So I didn't know that Denizen and Jeff are fighting too.
Yeah.
Wait, you didn't think that an atheist and a Satanist would have, come together across?
I know. I'm trying to be like, did you think Dennison wouldn't have an issue with Jeff, or did you think Jeff wouldn't have an issue?
I just didn't know what was going on. Actually, let me back up because I want to hear that too. I was eating lunch when this shit happened, so that's probably part of the reason I was so like so mellow.
Oh shit! Of course, best producer in the world.
Alrighty. Well, I think I'm gonna go get my day started. Good hanging out, chatting.
Appreciate you, Joe.
I appreciate you coming out today.
Thanks a lot, Moose. Take care, Paul. Good talk.
You as well.
Let's see.
So wait, hold on before you leave. Are you going to walk away now and you're going to say you've agreed to the siren's call?
Well, there's that. Okay, here's the Mel. Flo's rated me before. Mel rated me the other night. It was a lot of fun. If y'all want to send raids my way,
for what? What are we
until I
rating?
say otherwise, because you can always disable that feature in YouTube anyway. So if I decide I had enough, I can always turn it off. So I'm willing. I'm open to being rated.
What are you talking about, Jeff? I'm asking you. What do you mean rated?
Where you send your audience to my channel once you're done. Like once you're wrapping up your stream, YouTube has a way where you can take your audience and insert them.
Oh,
into
rated, like raid. I get what
Yeah.
you're saying. Okay, I thought you meant like rating. Like, all right.
Oh no, rated.
Oh, like World of
So
Warcraft?
is that all I have to agree to be one of the channels that people can send their audience to?
No, you just have to show up to work every day. That's all you have to do for yourself, not
Just
for me.
keep showing up on my stream.
Just
and
do
then
your thing.
Event
And
occasionally some audience.
I'll
some mass audience
I'll send
might
you the
show up.
instructions when it becomes clear, and we'll go from there.
All
It's-
right,
it's no big-
I will. I'll
but-
play along until.
But I have
get
to ask
nervous and
also,
pull out.
last question before you go. It could be a yes or no, and you can bounce. Do you think that there's any resolution that could come between you and Denizen as he is part
Yeah,
of
yeah.
this
I've said it
program?
on stream. In fact, last time it came up on stream, I'm willing to have a one-on-one with Dennison, or he could just address what's in that video. The accountability, because I've made my end of the issue very clear in more than one video, and so really the ball's in his court. But I don't want to do it on stream. I don't want to do it live as content.
All right, fair enough.
So
thank you for coming
Thank-
out here.
Wait,
I
wait,
appreciate your
how's that
time
fair
and
enough?
attention.
The criticisms are live content, but the resolution is in secret.
You could do your resolution live as a video, a reaction video, response video, or a one-on-one. Either one of those.
I have no interest.
Okay. Well, Moose, there's the answer.
Okay, sorry,
Well,
fellas.
So
I have no interest in doing a reaction video. I'm more than willing to resolve whatever issue you have.
you want to do a one-on-one, me and you, off stream.
I don't see the necessity for it. What's the problem?
Okay, well,
And
like I
see,
said,
Jeff,
Moose,
this
there's
is
the
where
answer.
like, but see, Jeff, and I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna, because we've all been through the same things. This is where folks like me, and then you could give me the response to what you think the analysis is on this. Folks like me are never going to choose that because, like he just said, we're in this partially for the content, right? And I don't know what he's in it for completely,
Well-
but I could see the. Go ahead.
This is more what the breakdown of interpersonal relationships is separate from content for me. If they're real, if those relationships are real, or real friendships, or real panelverse friendships, whatever, that's not content to me. So if that's what Moose is asking about repairing, that's not content.
Yeah, but why
That's a
can't
real
that be
thing.
right? But what's the difference? Like, where does real? If we're doing reality show, right? Like, other than Hollywood,
the way I resolve conflict with people is man-to-man, one-on-one,
But that's not-
face-to-face. Just
but that's
just
not
me
true.
and you, adult to adult, and so
But that's not true because you made several videos about me. I haven't seen them, but I've been
right.
told
And you
about
can do that too. You can, but I'm talking about.
I'm gonna have to agree with Vegas Vips here, Paul. No, some constructive criticism. Shave that neck beard, bud.
Neckbeard is never a good choice under any circumstances, not
Right.
even for the Amish.
Oh my gosh, I wasn't even looking that hard. Now I am. What do y'all think so far about what Jeff and Dennison are having the issue with?
We don't know the backstory to what the issue might have been. I'm assuming it's slightly like spiritual, religious disagreement and then political disagreement across the board.
I was speaking of the issue of the Jeff wanting to take it behind the wall or behind the scenes, and Dennison wanting to keep it public for content. That's the issue I was speaking of.
Yeah, and preferably myself, I agree with Jeff. You have aught with your brother, you're supposed to get with him in private first. That's the true problem with this thing with GS. Everybody wants to get involved in his problem because he's making it public. If you got a problem with another man, you're supposed to do it private, folks.
But look, I actually disagree with it because you got to pay attention to what Jeff is doing. I disagree with Jeff. Jeff apparently made videos attacking Denizen, and then now says he doesn't want to address it publicly. So he's forcing Denizen either to address him and make content for him, basically by doing a review video and promoting him, or ignore it.
Right, and so he's expressing that he wants this to continue, and it's going to continue in public because he doesn't have any need or requirement to resolve it in private, which is his original issue. Because if that was his issue, he wouldn't be making those videos. He'd resolve it in private. That's what I agree with that part. But he's not
as far as
following
going
that part.
with it, hold on, no, all of this has been done publicly and above board up to this point, and suddenly Gen X Jeff wants to change from being a what would appear to be in this circumstance an aggressor, at least as far as making content, to being the ambivalent one trying to resolve the issue in private when you made the issue in public. This is my issue with that.
Yeah, that's the same thing. If he really wanted to, I believe in the concept of taking care of it in private. That's what I'm agreeing with. But he's not following that, and that's the fallacy of his preposition.
I see where there was an issue because Paul was like, come on, in essence, we have these to become content. And Jeff was like, well, in interpersonal relationships, they need to be spoken about in private. So I actually see where Gen X Jeff is
but
looking
Jeff
at
has already made it public. The whole thing has been made public by Jeff. So him trying to say it needs to be private now is disingenuous.
Right. That's what I'm saying. This cognitive dissonance is getting in the way of your logical fallacy.
So y'all know I had the same type of issue with Gen X Jeff, and he made the videos with me. And then when I made my reaction video, he actually had to stream with a full panel watching my live. So he's known to do this. So it was interesting to hear him say that he wants to have resolve behind the doors because he wanted the resolve between him and I all in the front. So, but I do agree he's disingenuous, but I also think he sees them as his friends.
What if he's really wanting to send them a script to be like, let's just ride this out a little further because we've already both gotten some good views off of it. If we can just hate a little harder, maybe we can make it pay. Maybe.
For some reason, I don't think so.
I don't see Denizen going with it.
I don't see Denizen going with it, and I don't like. I've seen Jeff be manipulative, and I don't think that Jeff would ever be so like direct about manipulate. Right? Like I think that he would never lose the plausible deniability.
I don't know. It's hard for me to see him as manipulative, but I do understand how you can see that. Sometimes I think his like when we were having our issues and he was talking about it later, he immediately went to, you were behaving the way my coworkers used to treat me. Like he made it personal about himself. And then that's when I realized you're not even really mad at what I'm doing. You're just mad because this puts you in a state of some trauma you were reminded of. So is he doing this type thing here again? Or is this his cope, as Base likes to say, or is this him being manipulative?
I believe it's him being manipulative because, like I said, if he honestly believed that the proper way to take care of it was in private, he would do so. He knows that. He admitted that. Yet here he is doing the exact opposite. That is manipulation.
Let us continue.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't because I actually do things one-on-one, mono.
Well, then we can have a one-on-one conversation.
If I had a problem with you, I would have approached you that way.
I was answering Moose's.
I haven't seen your video, so I don't know what your problem is with me.
He gets to do that if he wants to set boundaries for himself, inner world and outer world. He obviously gets to do that. I'm just saying to him,
for sure,
as a broadcaster. Right. And as a being, I would even argue as a being practicing enlightenment, if you will, which is just lightening the inner space and the load. I prefer to do all the things out in the open and practice radical authenticity because I just believe it leads to actualization and realization. Right? We don't have to.
Well, there's some things I prefer to not do out in the open.
I said.
Cynthia, I have a question.
Yes.
Am I calling Paul on points or am I being amicable tonight?
Well, I haven't seen you yet. I only saw you briefly, and I was like, "Is this an old stream? Is this a new stream?" And the reason I was having confusion is because you were so calm, and I was like, "There's no way this is current." So I only saw it for like 3 minutes because I was actually editing. So I was like, I'm not going to be distracted with, because I was about to call you and get to the bottom of it. I was like, no, I'm not coming off task right now. That's why I tried to bring it up tonight, because I want to see the full interaction so I can gauge it.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna be amicable right now.
I don't deny that. That's not for everybody, and it doesn't have to be, right?
If he's setting the boundaries, it makes no sense for him to physically cross them, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, he can set a boundary where he says, I'm going to put my fence up at my house, and when I choose, I'm going to cross the fence. You can respond however you please. Just don't come back over this side when I cross back over. He gets to say that, and then you get to respond and react how you wish. Even
For sure.
You could say it's hypocritical, but...
Well, I mean, we're all hypocritical, but would you respect that boundary?
I don't know. I'd have to be put in that position firsthand and see what the detriment is to me, right? Like me and Talcott have a perfect example of that. We will each set our own boundaries and then cross those boundaries and expect others not to cross back over. The difference is that when they do, I'm not surprised, and I don't act like it's the end of the world. I go, well, he's just doing what it is that I'm doing. Whether I want it or like it or not really doesn't come into the equation. Right. Ultimately, it's about the result for me. Right. And when you can't achieve result with somebody because they're dysfunctional and will not observe common sense or common ethic, that's when it usually develops. Right. I can't see why both of you, seeming to be fairly reasonable men and not motivated by vengeance or retribution, to be able to just say, this is what we did. This is why we don't like each other or agree. And this is what we're going to do from here on out. I don't see why
I don't have a problem with Jeff. There's nothing to resolve from my perspective.
Well, what's his problem with you as you understand it?
I do not understand
that would be a one-on-one. But if I would do it for mood. I'm
here's the
perfectly
thing.
okay
Jeff,
with Dennis and I keeping a comfortable distance from.
Here's my only problem, Paul. My only problem is that I've heard from other people that they know what his problem is with me, but I don't.
I made like 2 or 3 videos breaking it down, and I could not have done a more detailed analysis.
But now it can't be content now. All of a sudden.
But think about
this
it.
This is my problem.
No, it can't. If you want to do a reaction, you could do content.
I don't want to do a reaction, Jeff. I practice what you preach.
Just real quick. This is my issue with online communities, in quotes. This is not what community is. On the ground right here with my people, we're not all blood relatives, but we're family in a sense. And we will speak openly unless we have an agreement to not disrespect each other in public to show weakness. We will speak about each other and what's going on in truth openly. And that's just the way that it goes because we're community. We can't say we're community and then have to go hide in the corner to resolve disputes. It has to be authentic. It has to be out in the open at times. It has to be based on an understanding that we're all oneself and there's nothing Jeff's going to do or show that we all can't relate to. There's nothing to hide from. And again, I'm not telling you what your boundaries have to be and not be. It's very paradoxical because I'm telling you, you have a choice to do whatever you wish. I just believe that if you choose that, it will lead to alienation and it will lead to less content, right? I think you'll become a better human being and the content will get better.
I don't know what he's saying.
Well, he gives you a lot of information. Basically, he's saying we're in a community, whether we like each other or not. He said we don't have to like each other. We can come to agree that we don't like each other, but we need to figure out how to move forward and do this publicly because we are a community and we shouldn't be having public issues and then hiding behind closed doors fixing it. That's how I interpreted
it. When you just accept that we're all oneself, and at times we do the same shit.
It's not about content. It's not content.
Well, then why be on YouTube? It makes no sense to me.
But it was content on, when the shots were fired.
Anything on YouTube is content because you have an audience.
We're on the stream, but like I said, I've made enough videos about this. People that want to know the background or understand it can just go watch them. I'm gonna.
You can go watch one side of the story about a person who wasn't involved.
You can put out your story anytime you want. All I can do is put out my side. I can only put out one side of the story.
by engaging with your unfair content that you did and encouraging you to do it in the future.
I don't know what
right?
unfair content is. It's all us talking
Because
on stream.
because you're willing to
anyway,
do one.
This is not what I'm here
Guys.
for. I'm gonna say goodbye.
This
I
is-
want to thank
see,
Moose
this-
One second.
Because it's content when it's
I want to
Denison's
thank
fault,
Moose
but the
for having me.
resolution
I'm
is in
gonna
private.
go do other
That's
things
why.
with my day. I'll probably be streaming later. Flo, good to see you, and everyone take care.
All
Thanks
right.
again.
See this, and this is this.
All right. 1:17:12. I'm gonna do a little jumping around for a minute. Let's see. Going back to 58:55. So this is even earlier, and when I was listening to this, I was multitasking. I didn't hear it super well, but I want to hear what Jeff said about me, because Jeff really sort of spins narratives and then plays like he's innocent. It seems,
Even at the numbers I'm at now. So would I even be able to participate in this?
Fuck if I know. I don't have any of this. Nah, Jack does it. Mel does it. You know, a bunch of these guys do it. Flow State does it. Base Oracle does it. So I don't think you need.
All right, I'm willing to try. I'm willing to pilot.
We're
it
talking
to be
about
part of this
restreaming. Trying to get.
pilot.
Okay, I'm already going on record. I just realized I was way too free, right? I was way too open-minded, free, and loving. I was in my Talcottian swing. Now I got to throw a wall up. I will not be sending my audience to Slow State's channel. Everywhere else, I'm open to. Gen X Jeff wants to take him over there, fuck everyone in the ass, put everyone in horns and whatever. I'm open. I can't send my audience in good conscience and faith to Slow State's channel, knowing how
Wow,
manipulative,
Abhor, even-
deceptive, sociopathic, and just narcissistic he is. And it was covert until it became completely overt, right? And the fact that he won't own it overtly is why I disrespect him.
I've
even
heard
more.
him. I've heard him own that he's a shameless self-promoter, probably a narcissist, possibly a sociopath, and egoic. I've heard him.
Yeah, he's doing it to be cute, though. He's doing it to be cute, though.
Okay, I don't think that I think that Jeff actually said that, honestly. I probably have admitted to most of those things at one point or another.
What do you think about what Paul is saying?
Nothing.
Okay.
I mean, what I think about it? It's standard operating procedure, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I was going to say a lot of his chat members come over here anyway.
Oh, I know.
You know.
And it's a moot point. I almost said it, but I'm trying to be like less antagonistic right now.
I'll
right?
say it for you.
Okay, yeah. I already got that. All right. Well, that was sort of a nothing burger out of Jeff. I just wanted to jump back and see that. What was my timestamp to go back to?
117, I think it was.
Okay.
117, 118, something around there.
Would take care.
All right. See this, and this is the thing, right? Is like, again, from the school of Paulie Boy's Hard Knocks life and content creation, when you have an audience, it's content. When you have interactions with folks, it's creating content in a sense. You're building a story of the characters for the audience. When you run away or recede into yourself and don't give the actual authentic interaction, you're tricking yourself and the.
Who's he talking to?
He's speaking in general to the panel.
And
well, I know, but is this just me being narcissistic? I feel like it's
he's not wrong.
Kind
I
of
feel
at
like
me.
he's preaching. I don't feel like he's talking to anyone.
The audience.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not wrong in what he's saying.
No, I don't disagree with it.
Out of content and a level up as far as I perceive. I guess I can't prove it objectively, but that's not conflict resolution. That's not an ability to deal with life on life's terms. That's, to me, folding to your fear and claiming it to be about staying healthy, right? Because you just don't want conflict. You're just going to go on with your day. You're limiting the scope of the conversation to try to retain a power differential. You're never giving yourself and the other person in the audience the complete interaction, right? And if you're not a fan of doing that in public, then don't come on YouTube and call it community and be a content creator. I would think, no.
And make videos about me.
Right.
Without asking me or telling me or notifying me. And now I have to endorse that vampire-like behavior in order to have a conversation with you, to have conflict resolution. I mean, here's the thing. I suppose if I thought you were an accountable person, I might do that. I'd be inclined. I'm willing to do anything. Let that be clear and on the record.
Let that be clear. Denizen is willing to do anything that probably includes anal, oral, and any one of your fetishes.
Well, it's certainly not because sorry.
One of you go.
Go ahead, Zach. I'm sorry.
It's certainly not because he has religious problems with it.
True. Atheists give the best head, I hear. And fat chicks. Cynthia?
Fat chicks because they're hungry for it.
I have no comment. Classy ladies talk about classy things.
Why are you here? What are you? You're not explaining.
Because she's in the right spot then.
Yes, I'm here to be the lights.
Praise God. Old Joe, yeah, I mean, it appears so. I haven't seen him, but that's what they're saying here in the video. Well, I wasn't referring to me. I don't give head at all, Old Joe. Did you have an Cynthia?
Well, the conflict. He was talking about the conflict. I've always been a person who's always said conflict isn't always bad. A lot of times people see conflict as something horrible, or it triggers something in them that perhaps we don't understand. And I wonder, is that why Jeff is running?
I mean, we can only speculate. I think it's a maneuver. Personally, but it's just a theory. I don't think that,
or is I'm Rain Man maneuver.
I think it's a above reproach maneuver. I need to keep the appearance of the moral high ground maneuver.
Yep, calculated.
Yeah.
Okay.
But don't ask me what I want to do, because I'm already doing what I want to do. That's how I roll.
I can't necessarily disagree with that. And I guess he's claiming he's doing the same, right?
I believe. I mean, I don't know if he's claiming it. He's not. I don't know if he's repping it, but I believe he's doing it.
Yeah. So then the argument just becomes, and again, it's subjective, that him doing what he wants to do potentially is tricking him out of more conflict resolution skills and giving the audience the interaction that they're looking for, good, bad, or indifferent. If not, like I said, I can't see why you would continue to do whatever this is, especially in a panel form on YouTube. You could just go do Zoom calls. You could have complete control of it. You can establish your boundaries. You can have healthy conversation as you see it, and completely avoid all the things in life that are natural and potentially necessary that your constitution doesn't agree with. And this is what I mean about folks on here in the community and the whole thing. You can't call yourself a leader and say you're creating community and all the rest of it and not be able to handle disputes in public. That's like all day, everyday shit, man. Have you not noticed how life works in a tribe, in a community? It's all day, every day having to solve or resolve disputes in the public. You don't get to hide in the corner and keep everybody from the authentic interaction and gaining understanding. There's no point in that anyway, even if you could. I would think.
So, why are you free, Paul?
Why am I free? Because the God of creation, as hard as it is for our ego.
What'd you say?
Why didn't you jump in and just dominate the conversation?
I'm eating chicken strips right now. I'm sitting in my truck eating Popeyes.
Oh, wow. What did you have from Popeyes? I love Popeyes.
It was Church's. I had
don't even care. All right, that was a great ugh. Okay, please continue on.
Okay. But no, I was yeah. He did throw that one. And I was curious if it was
He alley-ooped you, and you're sitting on the sidelines tying your shoe, checking out Miss Flo up there in the audience.
No, watch. He may not have alley-ooped me. I may have alley-ooped him a long ass time ago and forgot about it because I don't catch it, but watch him run with it a little bit.
As he should have.
To conceive of that even existing or aligning with requires me to be free and to speak freely and live freely, to do what it is that's necessary to be done right now, to take the final approach on a loop within a loop from a dark age to a light age, as we've done so many times before, not without the appropriate pain and suffering in between. Right?
Well,
So
why
that's
would a
just
court throw out those charges?
Because a court is there, in God we trust. It says it right behind them.
So you just prayed for this outcome, and then it was that simple?
No. I have thousands of hours in understanding legal versus lawful, in understanding the law of the land, in understanding universal law, and understanding systems dynamics and communications. Because I'm able to present myself properly, and I'm able to adhere to etymology and the understandings of words and terms and symbols almost from the beginning of time, as well as archetypal philosophy, as Mr. Slow State has said in the past, which gives way to lore, which gives way to codified law. I'm able to, at times, secure my rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith from those systems and circumstances, which really only teach to test and challenge my faith and my understanding of the law. So I thank them. I appreciate them for what they're there for. And through interacting with them over time, I've gotten better at.
Wizard, you speak Paul said. Do you understand and or agree with the things that he just said? Brief answer.
In a sense, but again, the problems that come out in public, you still have a choice of how to resolve those. And I urge everybody to understand the importance of this, of resolving your issues in private. This is, again, GS trying to resolve an issue that he should be dealing with privately. Just because it came about in the public doesn't mean it has to be continued in public. Your best remedy is always taking shit private.
I agree.
Where do they teach you guys to speak? Such. Never mind. No, let me not. I'm done bullying. I'm done bullying. My bully vacation is over.
I'm glad.
Hi. How I was gonna say, hey Flo, can you make sure that you either speed this up and then maybe put some light music on under like in the background or something?
I'm not really concerned about Moose striking me.
Okay.
I appreciate the heads up though.
Okay.
Maybe if I'm gonna play it again, maybe if you would just lightly sing for us. Well,
sure.
I
sing like an angel.
Oh, I don't.
If it weren't for that speech impediment,
being who and what I am and doing what I do, I couldn't have become a man without those people.
Can you cite 1 to 3 legal principles that you use to convince?
When he was calling you slow state, like he's engaged, like he's wanting you to conflict with him. Like he's poking you. He's like, come on, like slap boxing you to engage, and you're just eating chicken.
I'm just eating chicken, Cynthia.
I know. I know.
Yeah, they hate that when they all try to get under his skin by calling him slow state and all that, and he just doesn't even move, doesn't even acknowledge it, doesn't bug him at all. And I think that drives them nuts, especially Paul.
I definitely agree, but he was trying to get Flo to engage with him because even the tone of his voice, he's even doing it nice. He's not with an attitude. He's doing it.
Paul does seem like, I mean, he's even got a side part and everything. He seems like he's trying to be kind to you, even. Like I've never even heard him speak in this kind of voice. He's usually yelling every time I see him. And I mean every single time. But I think that he likes.
I have a calming effect on people, Crispy.
Yeah, yeah. Usually, he's yelling at you though, but this he's got a new approach. He must have talked to Lindsay, tried a new approach.
You think Lindsay gave him the good
Maybe.
ideas?
Maybe.
All
She's
right.
good at that.
It's the judge to dismiss.
Oh,
the
I don't try to
charges.
convince
Oh,
anyone of
here it is.
anything. That's the thing. I'm not
No.
here to convince anyone of anything. I'm really only teach to test and challenge my faith and my understanding of the law. So I thank them. I appreciate them for what they're there for.
Can you cite 1 to 3 legal principles that you use to convince the judge to dismiss?
Oh,
the
I don't try to
charges?
convince anyone of anything. That's the thing. I'm not here to convince anyone of anything. I'm
That's a
convinced
lie.
and convicted that there is a truth or an
Well, you
understanding
won your
here.
case,
That was a good
right?
question, though.
They dismissed it. They'll say dismissal's
Yeah,
not a win. Lauren De Laguna and
I would
Artie say
not say
dismissals
fuck
aren't
no.
wins.
She's fuck that. You won. You got a dismissal. What
call
legal
it that.
principle did you use?
It's not about legal principle. It's about the archetypal understanding of law and even legal practice, right? It's very simple. You claim on that document that the charging instrument, there's a plaintiff. The plaintiff is the state of New Mexico.
Please.
Did he use Lauren as a lawyer?
Hold on. Anytime someone says it's very simple and then proceeds to weave waves of bullshit across your face, they are lying. Because if it's simple, they can explain it simply.
Yeah.
He's a
I agree
word
with that,
wizard.
Sasquatch.
He's a word wizard.
Yeah, you've said that before, and I'm not sure if he's a word
I think you
wizard
give
or
it
just
that
a
man far too much
bullshitter.
credit.
NPL. What is it, Flo? What is it, Flo? NPL? Neuro linguistics program.
Neuro-linguistic programming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with.
Word wizard. Like he's playing games, but that's the New York thing. Rant does that.
The thing is that you notice it, right? The real wizards, you don't notice.
Yeah, he's full of shit. Like he's just, yeah, it's just a bunch of word salad, and it's a lot of bullshit. And what Sasquatch just said about how he's dancing around, he's got like this complicated answer to a very simple question.
Oh, it's very simple, but it's
Right.
going to take me 45 minutes, 2 cups of coffee, and you to send me $25 for me to get around to not answering it.
Right, exactly. I mean, I could understand if it was me that was answering it, but it wasn't me. It's him. So
I'm sorry, Crispy. God damn, I'm sorry.
Does Dennison know that, and is he calling it out, or is he genuinely wanting to know this?
I think he's calling them out. I think the 1 to 3 legal principles, I think that's a call out question.
I thought that too, but I do think that he's being like very polite about it, and I think he's trying to engage with them, but just in a very sneaky little way, you know.
Yes.
Paul wouldn't have noticed.
Dennison's kind of a shady little girl too.
A shady little girl.
A shady little
Not
girl.
as shady as our Chuck, but you know,
Right.
still.
I don't know. I think that's
We
why.
all know it's 8th grade civics. You have a right to address your accusers and face your accusers. So all I simply did, other than put in a 1-page claim, about 4 lines, saying that I am in fact a man under God. I'm subject to God's law and not policy, statute, and code. I'm here today to bear witness and testimony. I'm willing to settle all debts with my fellow man and woman if they'd come forth with an adequate, valid, verified claim and or contract. If no man or woman is able to come forth, I wish to be let alone and set free because I'm not a wrongdoer at that point. Other than that, I just called attention to the fact that I'm here to bear witness and testimony. Where is the plaintiff? The plaintiff must appear. You and I both know that. And of course, it would seem, I mean, I don't know who Mr. and Mrs. State of New Mexico is, but seems that every time we have one of these cases, by the way, magistrate court, as they told me yesterday, is not a court of record, so they didn't even record the proceedings. These are not lawful courts of what we call United States of America. These are private jails and private courts doing private administrative hearings and not adhering to lawful or legal process. That's the reality of it. I hate to put myself on record exposing a complete fraud from top to bottom. That's just what it is, what it seems to be to me. I wouldn't want to believe that, but that's what it seems to be.
Yeah, I would agree.
let me ask you
So
guys.
yeah,
But
every time.
is this the language you use?
Go ahead.
I think that is nuts. Every time I am wondering about something that happens in the legal situation that he's involved in, he has a new excuse of why he wasn't able to stream it. So why is that? I'm just wondering, and I don't think that he was able to go into court and get all of that bullshit off that he just said. Like they would, you can't just go into court and do that. I mean, you just can't. You have
I'm
there's this.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm going to disagree there. I'm going to say yes, you can. I beat child support. I beat child custody twice. I
But this
beat
isn't family
failure to
court.
appear. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter as long as you know how it works and you catch them on that hook. They
Keith,
can't.
what you're saying is that you went to court and you won something, right? You're
Mhm.
not saying that you got everything dismissed because the state can't act as a plaintiff.
Yeah, he's
Well,
in
yeah,
there as
they
a
can't.
defendant.
They can't. Again, under Rule 17 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, you see clearly it says both plaintiff and defendant capacity, public officer.
I don't know.
Yeah, if you were going in there as a in a defensive mode, I'm telling you, in the courts that I have been in, there's no way you would just get up there and just rattle off with that entire list of bullshit that he just rattled off, because they ask you a question and you have to answer it, and there is absolutely a system that they have in place. And if you just start going off like that, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never seen anybody do
You
that.
get the turtle suit.
Yeah, right. That's exactly right, Flo. Yeah.
And somebody asked, is that the way he speaks when he goes to court? And that's the question. No. This is just the way he's trying to convey it to everybody else.
Right.
He doesn't have a record of it, so he can only try to convey it the best way he knows. And again, he's kind of right in that, because if you go into court, you know what you're saying. That's all you got to do. You don't have to go with paperwork. You don't have to follow those rules of order, as they say. You go in with logic responses.
Mm-hmm. But he's a YouTuber, and so you would think that he would have a record of this. Even if you're not allowed to stream in there, there are ways around that where you can have a cell phone and at least record it in some fashion.
Absolutely, I agree with you, Crispy.
Yeah, like
my companion went into court when I went to my last court case 8 years ago on that bullshit, and she recorded it.
Exactly. And I've been in court where they usually don't want a cell phone in there because they don't want it going off during the middle of proceedings. But I've certainly been in courtrooms where I've recorded things even though I wasn't supposed to have a cell phone in there. And with him being like this kind of a person, he should at least have like the secret camera pen or the pendant
He
or
did.
something.
He did at least his first court date over virtually.
Yeah.
There's also paperwork. Anytime I've gone to court and whatever the outcome was, I always requested the paperwork stating it for my legal record.
Yeah, you always get paperwork. That's right. That's a good point. I forgot about that.
Yep, and I've showed people many times all the cases on me here in Iowa, all 94 of them.
Are you
want
a
to review them?
troublemaker?
You want to review them? I'll go over each and every last detail with you.
Oh, that sounds like
all public.
Have you made videos of him?
Absolutely.
Like, the thing that's missing from Paul's narrative, and I don't know if it's missing from yours or not, but actually showing in a step-by-step, repeatable way how exactly you beat this shit.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I
think
said that to Joe too. That I would love to know what you're supposed to say and how to do it, like a step by step, and what you can do. Mm-hmm.
I showed them by their own record. There were no charges. There was no bond found. There was no long title. There was no citation. There was zero for finances. Yet they issued a bond for $350.
Yeah. They're probably scared of you a little bit.
Oh yeah, they know I do my research. They know I
But
do my research. I'm not going to let them do anything without me knowing. That's my
Right.
name you're using. I don't care what capacity. You're
Yeah.
using it
I
against
feel like
me.
maybe you just exhaust them into
Yes,
submission.
I think so
You
too.
might win by stamina.
Yeah, they're probably like, "Oh God, not this guy again. I've been here with him 94 times.
I
Throw
think
his
Get him
shit
out of
out.
here."
you just have to introduce doubt. You definitely have to do your research. And if you come correct and use their language, you can back them down from you.
Yeah, I don't do any such thing with the police or any kind of a
Mm.
court thing. I say, "Yes, sir. No, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. No." Yes, I'm
It's
polite.
not
I do what I'm
it's
supposed to
not
do.
a semantic thing, right? The
Yeah.
whole like there is some jargon in law,
Right.
but it's not like you hear people saying it's legalese, it's a different language entirely, and you need to just play the word games. That's not true. It is mostly standard English. There is some jargon, but Sasquatch, you're doing the hand thing. Are you doing the hand thing?
Well, also with the situations I had, there was always like some group I could get in contact with. So anytime I read a contract that I was having issues with, they could walk me through it. So it wasn't just so much I was learning the language and I learned it. I took the time to research everything and reach out to certain resources to help me with that. You have to be very proactive if you're going to ever represent yourself in a court case.
Yeah, Joe just showed me a video recently of somewhere he went in to support one of his auditor friends or whatever, and this guy came into court and he immediately walked up to the judge to like hand him paperwork or whatever, and they said, "Please get back. Stand back there. That's where you're supposed to stand." And an hour later, they were tasing him on the floor and handcuffing him. He had a spinal injury. It was a shit show, all because this man refused to step where he was supposed to stand. And I thought, oh my God, like how ridiculous. And Joe's like, well, he doesn't have to stand where the judge says he has to stand. That what kind of bullshit is that? I'm like, there's rules of engagement and there's a proper way to do things, and a judge has to be careful because people have, he's like, well, they just went through a metal detector. He doesn't have anything. I was like, there's been times where people have lunged at a judge. I've seen those things happen. All they asked is for him to take 2 steps backwards, and this guy just would not do it. I think that is nuts, in my opinion. I think that's just being impossible for no reason whatsoever.
Well, I don't know because I've gone into court and worn my hat, and of
Yeah.
course the court administrator sits there and tries to tell me, "Please take your hat off, sir." No, thanks. And then when the judge comes in, she addresses me and says, "Sir, please take your hat off." I say, "No, thanks." She goes to the bench, tells everybody to sit down, and again asks me to take my hat off. I say, "No, thanks." She starts calling people up to the stand. She gets around to my name and wants me to rise. "No, thanks, man. I'm just here to address the errors that you're."
Oh my God, yeah, you're super annoying.
Oh yeah, yeah. I give them all kinds of shit.
I bet you do. And
Steve,
like,
have you heard of a slow chase where
Yeah.
like if there's cherries and berries behind you,
Right.
you don't speed,
Yeah,
you just drive
yeah,
the
I
speed limit and don't pull over?
Yeah.
Is that
That's
something
me.
you use? That seems like something you would have used before.
Yeah,
that would be me if I thought it would do me any good, but no.
I saw a guy in court though one time, and he had a warrant for his arrest in Texas, but he led the cops on a 37-mile slow chase, and they're like, I mean, the judge was really cool with them though. He was like, I just wasn't going
Oh,
to.
they arrested him eventually.
Yeah, they arrested him, and then
Okay.
they did his like tire stops.
Because I
whatever.
got a buddy who's telling me that he did that. He's done that twice, and each time it took about 2 hours, but he didn't go to jail.
Right. Well, the judge was way cooler than I thought. I mean, they stopped and blocked traffic, and so it was a real shit show what they did on the expressway. But he was literally going like 5 miles an hour on the highway, but they finally flattened his tires, and then he kept going on the tire rims. but he was like, I was terrified. I didn't want to go back to jail. I just wanted to go home. And he was like, I didn't know what to do. And the judge was really cool. I thought I could never get away with something like that.
Bullshit fucking shit. If any you could get away with it, I guarantee.
I was surprised by it.
Okay, let me read this. Go ahead.
I've been in court again. My last court case 8 years ago, and I was standing there telling them, "Fuck you," fingering them, cussing, swearing up and down the river. Oh yeah, I was calling them communist bastards. The whole thing. Ask my companion.
I wouldn't finger anybody in court.
When you use the word companion the way you do, it makes it
Sounds like
seem
you're
like you've got a
gay.
dead body that you carry around with you or something.
It's his brother. The old maid dress.
I just thought it was his life partner.
Yeah,
that's all.
It's actually
I refer to it as my companion through common law marriage because we don't have a state marriage license.
Oh, it is your life. Oh, it is a
We
life
have-
partner.
We have a family register in a red letter Bible.
I was just observing the linguistic peculiarities.
Well, I wasn't being homophobic.
They're hetero life partners.
I really wasn't. I'm sorry.
Sasquatch, did you have something you want to jump in with, or should we address this comment?
Go for the comment.
Okay.
Bar.
So I don't know if I even understand the comment. That's why I need. Wait. Flow state. Did they request financial records and didn't? And at court because he made zero, they couldn't ask back pay.
Oh, yeah, because he didn't make any money. If he didn't make any money, then they couldn't get back pay from him if he didn't make any money.
Why would they need? What are you talking about? Where does the back pay come into anything?
I don't think it was about child support or anything like that.
No, it was not. It was he got arrested for trespassing, refusing to identify, and illegal possession of a deadly weapon or something.
Like a hose or something, I thought. Weren't they doing
use
something
a hose. It was he says he had a gun on him.
I got hose.
I got a hose.
Area code.
That wasn't that when they were down there supposedly inspecting the property, and she was using it as a firing range and claiming it was her property as she was the owner, but they had to call the owner.
That's How weird is that? That's so weird. You didn't even buy the house yet, and you go over there and start firing guns. I would have
Making
called
a
the police
false
on him too.
Making a false claim that his woman was the owner.
And also, who would lose that good faith money? Like, they put the good faith money on there, but then when the police called, then you automatically lose that money. Like, if these people are not going to sell to you because they realize that you're a Fruit Loop and that you're coming over there before the house is closed upon and you're shooting guns, come on now.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Earlier when Crispy was talking about the video she saw of Joe, and when the Wizard was talking about his interaction with the courts, there are some people that conflict gene, that whatever that is, it's just in them.
Yeah.
If I say, hey, the sky is blue, they're gonna be like, no, that's really a shade of purple. I mean, it's just in them. And
purple.
Is there anything around it? Are we supposed to perhaps understand it more? Like, how does this now?
I don't know. I don't know what that is, but it drives me a little nuts. I would be so embarrassed. I'd pretend I didn't know Wizard or Joe.
Crispy, you have it too, just in a weird, undermining sort of way. Your conflict gene comes with a heavy dose of gaslight.
No, it doesn't. I always follow the rules.
You go to resolve the issue. You show up as the mediator, but really, what you're showing up as, you're getting yourself involved in somebody else's fight and emerging the dominator. So
you know what I see her doing? She shows up to a mudslinging fest and brings a water hose and some bags so you can carry mud away from the place.
Yeah, I want people to get along.
I think that she wants. I think she sees a one-on-one and she wants to turn it into a battle royal without anybody noticing.
No, why would I do such a thing?
So the court systems, the police department, they're dealing with this combative issue all day, every day, regardless if it's every person, every other person, every third person. They deal with it more so than another. At some point, that is going to numb them.
Yeah, and you look absolutely batshit crazy in those situations where they are not going to end up listening to you. They just think that you're nuts because they deal with that all the time. All you got to do is throw
It's their
some religion
job.
on top of those rants, and they will automatically think you're crazy, and you
I mean-
would probably get off on it.
Lou says an entity cannot take a person to court. They make you admit to being an entity, so you're under their jurisdiction. That's just not true, straight up. And when the entity does take you to court, you can still face your accuser. That's why the arresting officer is always showing up at court dates.
Yeah, he said he couldn't. He wanted to, or he wasn't able to address the person that had a problem with him because it was the state that he lived in.
Right. I mean, if this statement were true, you could never be convicted for taken to court for stealing from Walmart, for instance.
Right. I mean, your crime was against society. Flow state.
Yeah, mine was
versus
against society, which is kind of wonky, but the fact
They
of the matter
announce it as on behalf of the people of whatever state or jurisdiction, right?
Right. And then they have the arresting officer come in and as the witness, right? If that's the case.
It's
But
like, how did
entities
you piss off-
absolutely can take individuals to court. Otherwise, no business could ever have any recourse for what individuals do.
But then remember he said that they put him in the suicide watch for
Bro,
because they didn't have
let's
a
not
place
derail
for him.
that far back. Yeah, like
But the rules of procedure lay out certain guidelines, and one can only hire an attorney through a board of directors. This is how I beat the child support. You can't charge me child support as a commercial entity of any court if I don't have the ability without a board of directors to hire an attorney to fend off the suit. I'm not subject to it because I'm not actually involved in the contract. I'm a third party to it through a paternity test. That's it.
I can't believe your baby mama would ever have
Right?
tried to do
I'm
that to
so
you.
offended right now.
Right.
Are we done watching the video, Flo?
You're offended because you think the concept that I don't pay child support is an error. I don't pay child support through the state. I paid it myself directly. I don't need a third party, another man, particularly a false patronymical man working for a government telling me how to do it or I have to do it. I am willing to do it myself, my own way, and it supersedes anything the state requires.
Wizard, and also they charge a little bit of a fee as well. I know that my sister was allowing my brother-in-law to pay her that just he was paying her and not going through the court, and the court were trying to arrest him for back child support. My sister wrote letters. She proved that he had paid the money, and they were ridiculous. And then my brother-in-law was so hard-headed, he refused to go through their system because I think it was like $5 a month or something, and he refused.
Yeah, and see that money doesn't go to the child. It goes to the state, and then the state sends a check to mom. Now, mom gets to choose in her own choice of how to spend that money, and many times it's not on the child. So when I paid my child support, I kept the receipts and the value of what I purchased, and the daughter got the things that I purchased directly for her. It did not go directly to mom.
Things, Rob. It's not always child support isn't always.
I'm glad I don't have your baby, Wizard.
Wizard, it goes for like the roof.
She damn well had nice clothes for school and everything she needed for school because mom didn't get the chance to spend that check on something for something else and then have to go through some old hand-me-downs or something.
So what you're saying is you bought her stuff out of spite because you're an asshole.
No, I bought her the things that kept her in the necessities of life. If she's going to go to school, she's going to need good, clean clothes. Her mama didn't provide those kind of things.
No, but her mother was taking that child support and putting a roof over her head and paying for the heat and paying for food.
She wasn't. No, she wasn't.
What do you mean?
She was moving every 3 months because by that time she hadn't paid the bills and they had to evict her. She never paid any rent or anything.
Hey, bro, much love, don't get me wrong. I just kind of feel like this conversation has digressed very far off of the topic we were covering.
Well,
nothing.
what I'm
personal.
saying, what I'm saying is somebody gets irked because I say I don't pay child support to the state because there were certain issues. There were many things I didn't do because it was mom that was trying to convince. It was mom trying to convince everybody I wasn't a good dad and saying that I was doing this when she's the one that wasn't paying any bills and keeping my daughter from me. I couldn't see my daughter for 4 years.
I'm sorry.
You're
you
a
had to
great
go
dad,
through that.
Wizard. We're
But I was being funny about our child support issue.
Yeah.
You haven't
Oh,
proved
okay.
it all, Wizard.
Okay, well,
What's up, Rachel? With a hot topic. My sincere apologies. It wasn't meant to be that. It was meant to be.
Yeah, well, I don't mean to take
the
that.
last couple days. Oh, we
Well,
are
I-
supposed to be hitting the peak of Mercury retrograde like tomorrow, I think.
Well, I'm having like the best month ever.
That's because your brain is retrograde.
It's
I don't know.
birthday
I have
month.
like the worst time
just
during these
pronounced retarded.
retrogrades.
I don't care.
Okay.
Finish.
With the judge in order
I
to
don't get into fraud and all the rest of that with them. I'm not there to challenge them and their position
Right.
and their career. That's not going to benefit me.
Right.
I have a belief about what that is based on what I've been shown, but I can't prove it, nor do I need to. There's a very simple bottom line, as I said. Could you please produce the plaintiff? I have a right to address my accusers, do I not? Yes, you do. Okay. The charging instrument says Mr. and Mrs. State of New Mexico. Could you please have them take the stand? Oh, well, that guy right there, that's the people. He represents State of New Mexico. The people? No. That's a person. That's a state actor. A person is defined in Latin as a mask wearer, a performer. That would be a state actor. That's not a people. That's a person. That's John Jones acting as a prosecutor. That's not Mr. and Mrs. State of New Mexico. Please sit down, John Jones. You have no firsthand knowledge. Will you bring in the plaintiff, please? Will someone bring in Mr. and Mrs. State of New Mexico? And that's when you all watch him go like this. You start going like this and looking and picking up papers and looking around. Right? They, well, we'll just carry this over, pretrial hearing and then they dismiss it as I suspected they would. So first
I'm gonna
time it
get the
show up, there's no officer, there's no one on the other side. Mr. and Mrs. State of New Mexico.
What did you say, Crispy?
I'm gonna get the transcript of this freaking court hearing because I want to see if any of this shit actually happened. I don't buy it.
Oh, can you FOIA that?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, there's a court reporter.
I've never done any of that FOIA shit. I don't know how it works.
Where your head's at, Crispy.
I don't know where all of his information. You know where his information is, where to send me, but I'll get it. It's easy to do.
Are we talking about where we're going to put Crispy's head? Is that what just came up?
Is that a cigar, Flo?
Yeah, it is. Well, Crispy's head is going to be Wizard's new companion.
Oh
He'll
God.
keep it in the freezer.
Yeah. Let me see what kind it is. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you allowed to smoke that like in the house? Do you have a little clipper? Little cigar clipper thing? Look at you. You're like a sophisticated mama.
What?
That's exactly how I think of myself.
I know. You
Dude,
should
the thing
too.
is, you don't win.
What?
Okay. Are you still eating your chicken, Flo?
No, that was in the show.
Yes,
maybe. I think I'm probably just
30
finishing
minutes
it.
talking about the show.
Mexico can't take the stand.
Sometimes when like the monologues start, I just sort of zone out as well.
And bear witness and testimony. The prosecutor won't even talk, turned his camera off and ran because he already knows from past cases and past history, I don't show up at these venues. And when I do, it's to do busyness. It's to do work. And my work is exposing the fraud by asking simple questions. So they've gotten to the point now they run like hell and turn their camera off because they don't want an interaction. Man on the land under God, sovereign by their definition, court of record, even though it's not a court of record. They know what I'm there to do. And they know that if they violate or interfere with my rights and my freedom and try to enforce code on me when I don't comply or consent, they do harm to me or loss, I'm going to sue the shit out of them. And I may just win.
Did the officer show up the second time?
No, he did not, sir, because they dismissed it. First, we did arraignment. She said, the court reviewed your history. I've never reported back 3 to 5 times. They put out warrants. They've all disappeared because they never got contract with me. They can't hold me to it. The woman said, The court reviewed your history, and she almost smiled, and she said, "We're going to let you out today. If you don't show up next time, you may be charged $1,000." Of course, maybe to me means, may or may not, right? So I don't go. That doesn't
Oh
affect
my
me.
god.
So I told.
I
Lies.
see what you mean by tuning out. I was like, wow.
I'm glad
Yeah.
that Sasquatch wasn't tuning out though, because that was a good cackle right there.
Bro, he's
Sasquatch,
trying to
that-
do the whole legal language thing, but then he gets to something that is blatantly a either or, and he's like, it either is or it is not. And I'm sorry.
There's no possibility that they don't have. First of all, there is a record of that situation that happened. They don't have these things without having a record. There's somebody that is recording this for the books. I don't believe any of this shit. Or else everybody would pull this sovereign citizen nonsense. This is all bullshit. I don't believe it, and I am going to find out.
Wow, Crispy, you were right.
God damn,
there.
Crispy got fired up.
You do want to argue with somebody tonight. It is.
Yeah.
Look at her. I'm telling you. She's
It's
the
that
fucking...
retrograde stuff.
No, it's your normal nature.
But I just think, what kind of nonsense is that? And then I come from true crime. So if you don't have the receipts, it didn't fucking happen. This has been over and over now where he doesn't have any receipts. I don't like it. I call bullshit.
All right.
I'm gonna have that record.
Should there
Don't
be a
fuck with
poll?
Crispy is the message.
Should there be a poll? Do we agree with Crispy? Not agree with Crispy?
Y'all better agree with me.
I'll word it better than you just did, but look, here's
Yeah.
what's going on.
Yeah.
That's
Told
why
her, I have faith that by this next meeting,
I'll make it sound nice. You just keep singing softly during this video.
Okay.
everything will be settled. Sure enough, what I meant by that is exactly what happened. That when we showed up, there was no officer in the state of New Mexico. Mr. and Mrs. has not presented, has not appeared. So we can't lawfully or legally move forward with this proceeding. It's not proper. It doesn't meet the proper process and procedure. Now, the difference between the ability to do that by standing as yourself, quote unquote, not representing yourself, but by not hiring the attorney. See, DeCastro had the same deal. I don't know if you're familiar with Chile DeCastro. He and others have had the same deal as many of us had in the past. I've had cases in the past where there's nobody on the other side. The difference is I was dumb enough to hire an attorney who would turn my rights over, who started arguing with the administrator or someone else in the court, right? Two of like and same kind corporate entities arguing at the court over the charges. You don't want to argue the charges. It's not about guilty or innocent, right? I may be guilty 10 times over in their world, in their system, but there's two systems, there's two jurisdictions. All you have to do is be sound in the one, right? When it comes to the common law and the law of the land, all you have to do is not enter into the contracts, not enter into the bondage, not fight and argue with nobody on the other side. Most of us don't know this. So soon as they charge us, we go in there. We don't even notice that the plaintiff is a state of New York, a state of New Mexico, a state of Missouri, a state of Kansas, whatever the fuck wherever we come from. And instead of us saying, I can't move forward until we address the plaintiff, I have a right to address my accuser, we start arguing the code with the magistrate. We start arguing with the code with the prosecutor. Right? Now you just got yourself in jurisdiction. Now they're going to carry it out. Now they're going to put papers in front of you and say, we'll see you next week. Just sign this. Bam, 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 deeper in the contract. They're going to drag you around the room. So this is why I believe, I can't prove it, what I do is so important, because you got a lot of intelligent folks out here who cannot accept what I'm putting forward to, because it just sounds so crazy to them that it could exist, that they could have so much power and word. Of course, it's going to have to come with study and experience and application. But nobody here that I've seen is lacking intelligence. Mr. Slow State, that I affectionately call Mr. Slow State, you know, DeCastro, others, they're not lacking in intelligence. And they obviously have balls for the things they want to do. Like all of us, do heroin, smoke meth, run around town on warrants and all the rest of it. They got balls for the shit they want to do. We could just use this intelligence and these balls to stand at court and not waver and not give our power away and not hire attorneys to turn our rights over. It turns out 9 out of 10 times, you may just get a dismissal. Which
No, you're not going to get a dismissal. First of all, if the cop doesn't show up, he has 3 times he's allowed to before they will dismiss the damn thing. So if he doesn't show up that one time, he's allowed to they will, push it back for another time. And it takes them 3 times, or if it's somebody else, if it's the victim, they will let them, they'll reschedule court and give them opportunities to keep coming. They don't just be like, oh yeah, the cop didn't show up for Paul, so it was just dismissed and he just got away with everything. He got away with all that shit with no receipts. It doesn't seem right.
You were muted, Flo.
I was gonna say, Miss Flo, I think that the growling was Crispy Monster.
Oh God.
then they tell me it's not a win, so just stop talking about it, Paulie boy. You can't fight City Hall. I don't have to fight them. I just not have to enter into their belief system about wrong and not wrong. Right? I just don't have to argue with them. Right? I just put what I am on record and stand on it, and then question them about the proper process and procedure to reveal they ain't got the goods. We can't move forward.
Well, they didn't have any PC without anybody to who was actually there who could testify to you doing something wrong.
But that's the thing. In all of these cases, we turn state's evidence on ourselves by giving statements, by answering questions, and interrogations, by arguing.
Well, turning state's evidence would enter in a contract, wouldn't it? You're on mute.
We can't
You're
hear
on-
you, Flo.
You're on mute, Flo.
We can't hear you.
Fucking A. Okay, I was just gonna pause it there for effect. Denizen caught what I caught. I don't have much more to say about that, and also admire the pose we caught Paul in. This is a good pause pose.
Let me get a quick screenshot.
Oh, it is a good
Super
pause.
quick.
Yeah, take
Wait,
your
what did you
screenshots.
catch
This
him
could be
in?
used for thumbnails and all sorts of things later.
Yeah. What did Denniston catch him in? I zoned out for a minute. What was it? Okay.
Flo would know.
I know he just
stand
didn't
on it, and
answer
then
me.
question them about the proper process and procedure to reveal they ain't got the goods. We can't move forward.
Well, they didn't have any PC without anybody to who was actually there who could testify to you doing something wrong.
But that's the thing. In all of these cases, we turn state's evidence on ourselves by giving statements, by answering questions, interrogations, by arguing at court what we believe are. As soon as you go to argue, the average person goes, yeah, the code is law, but I didn't do it. They got you. As soon as you admit that code is your law and that you believe that, regardless of what everyone else in the world believes, everyone else in the world could believe every code on there is their law. Soon as you say, yes, that code is my law, and here's why I'm not guilty, they already got you. Because it's not about guilt or innocence in that venue. It's not about wrongdoing. It's about applying the code to you and governing you. And once you submit that you're part of their society and their code governs you, they're going to do whatever they want with you. That's why Mr. Slow State will say, there's a difference between philosophy and the code, which is law that the men with guns will come and get you. And that's my version of his monotone effort.
Well, what would you say to that, Flo?
Well,
I hope
would say
this is
that.
good.
Sorry, I'm eating. Code is a collection of laws. I mean, that's the whole thing.
It's not, though. The Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights elucidates, and so does Cornell University, that statute, policy, and code is only given the force of law through the consent of the governed. The code is not a set of laws. It's given the force of law through the contract and the consent of the congressional citizens, which is part of the dual jurisdiction, body politic, unspoken contract.
How you doing, Crispy Monster?
11th to 14th Amendment.
Everybody let him get away with this shit.
We don't have to.
It's unbelievable. I
Well,
can't
Christy,
believe it.
we've
If I tried to
we've
pull
been at
this
this for
thing,
like 2 years.
if I tried to pull this kind of bullshit off on a panel, I would be attacked for weeks, and I wouldn't hear the end of it. You guys would be like, "Shut up, you stupid ass bitch! That doesn't work like that. You're a fucking idiot. You have wit." Like, I'm telling you, it's amazing
They've
that
tried
people
that with
let this.
him. He just
Oh
didn't
my
care.
god.
Crispy, did you ever see the video where Brian O'Shea was going to jail and Paul was yelling at the police on YouTube?
I don't think so.
Oh,
No.
You would have lost your mind.
I am losing my mind right now that Flo is more interested in his lunch than calling the bullshit artist out on his bullshit.
Why did he even hit the panel?
Crispy, I really like chicken.
Apparently, I've never liked anything that much to allow some kind of
But have
bullshit
you
like
had
that.
spicy chicken strips with honey mustard? It's really fucking good.
I it's not that damn good. I would have had to have just started to get drunk on that panel if you guys are just gonna let all that shit go. Everyone's being so polite, like, oh yeah.
I'm really enjoying
understand.
Crispy Monster. All right, back on the leash, Crispy Monster.
All right.
Agree to each and every law. Otherwise, there'd be no point in law enforcement. There'd be no point in law enforcement, I suppose.
That's the thing. There's upholding the law, and then there's code enforcement, policy enforcement, police. So there is no point in enforcing code because we already live in a realm where everyone has a code. It's called karma. When you do certain things, certain other things happen in your life. That's the inherent law of the universe. So for those of us who observe God and observe the order of creation and the code, moral, logical, faithful, ethical code, we don't need policy enforcement. So law is inherent in creation. It's inherent hierarchical power and value systems based in conscience. For those who haven't activated that or lived in alignment with that, they're given a codification of law where it's then delineated down each line. Don't cheat, don't lie, don't steal, don't misuse your position, don't, brandish a weapon. This is all within the logical, ethical, moral, faithful code of man and his conscience. I didn't need a bunch of folks to write down 11.4 million things to know not to take a piss on the fucking sidewalk in front of children and women because it's unethical. Right? Now, if I absolutely have to, out of emergency, whatever, I'm a man. But on some level, it's just good sense. Go around back to where nobody is, make it a little bit more of a private interaction, not only because you don't want to startle these children, I don't want anyone else knowing I have a small penis. What do you think about that? There's 2 reasons to go around back and be private. Okay? So, of course, I'm being a bit flippant there. But the reality of it is you don't have to make 10,000 or 10 million. There's 11.4 million codes on record right now to codify the law of common sense, logic, moral, and ethic, private versus public. You would think that with an evolved, advanced race that we could just know that and be that and live that. I guess easier said than done.
We're not that advanced, I don't think. And just because something is a law is unjust doesn't mean it's not enforced.
I'm not denying that it's enforced. Again, that's called illegitimacy. All throughout life, there's folks with worldly power and control who attempt to enforce their will. That doesn't make it true and correct. It doesn't make it righteous, and it doesn't make it the only game in town. So the only difference between adhering to one and adhering to the other is one's fear over faith dynamic, one's ability to choose. I never denied that folks were going to attempt to enforce code on me. They've done it over and over again. Put me in a box for 3 days at least, taken my car, stuck me with a bill, and then we go to court. There's a difference between folks doing their own will and enforcing code with no understanding of law on the ground versus courting, an actual courting process. They're 2 very different things. When you get to court faithfully, hopefully, the administrator and the rest of the court understands the law, unlike the average pig on the side of the road who's mistrained and misunderstood and has a very low IQ, by the way. They actually screen for that. They don't want anyone pretty much too much over that 100-point mark. Once you get 10, 20 points over the 100-point mark, you start to be able to deduce how things work more effectively and efficiently. They don't want that.
What a
They want
detractor.
order following slaves.
Unbelievable.
Is this y'all's whole interaction him just talking and you eating
Yeah.
chicken?
I don't remember. I've probably been a little bit more Jack, but
What was that
yeah,
4th
it
of
wasn't.
July speech that he just gave? That what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? I don't understand. And you are still eating that chicken.
Crispy, I've been around here. I've seen this.
It's
This
so
is a
frustrating.
normal
Even
ass day right here.
Dennison yells at me for saying I start a sentence with I feel, and Dennison yells at me, and he's letting this guy get off on all this shit. Well, then I can't pee, and then I shouldn't let any of the small children see my dick. Like, what are you talking about? Like, he's just attracting these big 4th of July speeches, and none of it has anything to do with this code bullshit. It's crazy. And I don't believe that they just let him get off. I believe that Wizard is probably the biggest pain in the ass ever, and they've seen a lot of him where they probably are like, okay, we're just gonna let it go through. But I don't
Yeah.
believe all this stuff.
Yeah, I'm the only one I know of that they put a protection order on and renewed it 5 years in a row. They do not want me in those courts. He keeps wanting to go into those courts and get these dismissals. I don't do it that way. I do it through the private communication. Absolutely.
He wouldn't take his damn hat off in the courtroom, which is so disrespectful. But okay,
Well,
I get it. Like, there's a method to your madness, but there's
I got
no
no
method
qualms
to
with
this.
that. I say more power to you. If you're gonna make a big deal out of that, then for sure, I don't mind the disrespect. I approve of it.
That's what I'm saying. Is like, I wouldn't do it, but obviously it's worked for him. This Paul stuff is not. There's no method. This is just all a bunch of
Crispy,
nonsense.
what do you think he is selling?
He's selling a bunch of bullshit. He's trying to tell people that, oh, you can do this, and people are going to believe that they can do this. And I guarantee you that they try this one time and they'll get a contempt of court, or they'll just get arrested immediately. There's no possibility. It's not like they're going to be like, oh God, like, oh, you said so, like, oh, you're not going to sign that, or you're not going to
Somebody's
engage.
really breathing on the mic.
Sorry.
Oh,
Crispy's. I just want to pop up and say Crispy's right. There is a community of the 1A community that are all frauditors, just like this person here. And you've got the watchdog community that break down these videos and pretty much call them assholes, call them everything, and actually feel the way Crispy feels. So, Crispy, if you want some channels about how people react to this guy on a different matter,
they're probably not eating chicken.
No, I don't mean Flo.
I've been doing battle for 2 years. Let me eat my fucking chicken.
I don't mean
She's trying to chicken shame you, Flo.
I know she is.
Yeah, I don't mean Flo. I meant the poor guy. But if you want some channels, I'll send you some channels through Discord about the watchdog community where I come from. That's how I found about Glenn Serio and all that.
Well, I know about the
if you want to
A1
leave some
community.
backstage, you can too, and as long as you don't flood them, I'll be happy to share some in the chat, main chat.
Yeah, thank you. I would appreciate it as well.
So, Crispy, you forgot to ask me.
Oh yeah, what is it that I forgot to ask? Oh yeah, what would you like? Why would it? What do you think, Based?
Good question. I'm glad you asked.
You're welcome.
So, look, I'm no Paul expert by any means.
But you are Cynthia's sex symbol.
Right. I'm a sex object.
But if you caught me in the stream, I'm blacker than you are.
False.
Yes, that is true. It is official.
Go ahead and give your thoughts, and then we'll replay the clip.
It's true. All right. So, from what I can tell so far in this interaction, as well as having dealt with Paul a little bit, is you're not completely off the mark, at least from what I'm thinking, but I think you're more off the mark than you think in terms of, I believe what he's selling in the big picture is a hope based on the idea that there's ways to subvert around law as it's commonly practiced. And the thing is, he's actually right. The problem is it is extremely difficult to do. Resources will likely be necessary. As you just heard Wizard talking about, I don't think this is any easy ordeal for somebody who's, you know, a little bit faint of heart, let's say. You're going to have to really stand 10 toes down. And so anyways, the point is, Paul is maybe exaggerating this hopeful idea that most people or all people can do what he's describing, which no, they're not going to.
And they're not going to just dismiss it or let it go because he's being impossible. I watch these soft citizens do this shit all the time, and they always get hit with like a contempt of court. So it just doesn't work the way he's saying it. And then if you don't show up for a court thing, they are going to put a warrant on you, and you are going to get put in jail. Whether you sign that contract or not, that's going to happen. So it's ridiculous. And it's dangerous to just advertise like this shit is going to work. These people are going to try this and see how they're going to fuck around and find out really quickly.
Flo and I have always come from the stance that this is going to start getting a bunch of people killed, the soft Sid movement.
Well, they've been around forever. They've been doing this nonsense for the longest time, and it really doesn't work. I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to y'all's like bullshit that you try and pull, but they'll just drive in front of the cops without a license plate, and then bitch about like, no, I don't have to give you an ID, and no, I don't have to have a license plate. It's like, oh my God, like
Absolutely.
It's wild.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been firearms pulled. There've been
like right.
There is going to be a murder happen.
Well, I'm going to go in Paul's neighborhood tomorrow and just start firing a weapon and see if that will work.
We just got off of for bullying. That was the point that I was.
The TOS lady's going to get me put right back in jail. With
sorry,
that was the issue. I was bringing it back around to this type of content, as Paul calls it earlier, does have the potential to get people in trouble. However, is this content? I mean, is he making content? Are we holding him responsible for this information?
I was just trying to review like the interaction. Like I didn't even because I think I interacted more than this, but you know.
Yeah, it doesn't appear so.
Apparently not. Yeah, you interacted with the honey mother.
No, I think they eventually forced me to interact and stop having sex with my chicken.
This is content now. Like we have now made content out of this. Let's call it second level content. So does it make a difference? Is he a bad person if he sells false hope? If I understood Base earlier correctly.
Yeah.
Only Base is
not a good thing to do.
Designate a good and bad person.
So, or
Base is the moral
creator, and this is his content.
It's not good content. There's no receipts.
I don't know if it's in bad faith or anything, but the context that Base mentioned was it does not and cannot apply across the board as he presents it.
And Wizard, don't you have receipts for all your bullshit?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Not for his stamps.
Oh yes, I do. Remember again, that is not my stamp. That is a stamp I received from somebody else that also did the same thing.
Right, so no receipts for your stamp.
Content at the end
Not
of the day
my
is content.
stamp. It's out. My stamps are out there with other people that were doing the same thing back and forth.
Wizard, he's just trying to annoy you.
I know. Since I moved back to Iowa, it hasn't worked on my end. I can't get the postal master down here to understand how it works. Out there in New Hampshire, when I was doing it, he understood it perfectly well. That's why it worked. It was that one-on-one conversation I had with him, showing him the laws, and he understood it. This guy refuses.
Yeah, he's refused to listen to it. I can't imagine why. What were you saying, Amanda?
She said
Content is content at the end of the day.
Mm.
Bad, good.
Would you say that
ugly,
about
it's
snuff films?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Based. That was
Depends on
good.
who's getting snuffed.
I ain't going there. I'm not going.
Hey,
Oh
all
my
right,
God, you just got out for bullying.
hold on, I'm just giving an opinion. I'm not saying I'm going to do anything. Here's
He
the poll
didn't
result.
bully, by the way. It wasn't him that bullied. It was someone
Crispy
else that
Treat
came
is
up.
on the warpath. 37% said L
But
L O O O L. 29% said she's doing the Lord's work. 22% said it's Mercury retrograde BS, and 11% said she's confused and in the wrong.
However, this guy's content is content. You can't help it, but doesn't
No,
mean
but
we've got to
Grace
listen to
brought
it.
up a good
That
question.
doesn't mean anything. Content is content. Air is air. So can I put you in a city where it's ultra polluted and you'll be happy?
You know what?
No, I'm saying that do we have to agree to his content? No. Do we have to listen to his content? No. Do we
Well,
have
I'm
to
asking what the point of that statement was. What is the point of content is content?
I'm not
It
saying
sounds
it's
dismissive of
No.
the previous points made.
I'm not saying
To interrupt this this nitpicking, let's review. Let's play this short clip to see how I am now blacker than Base Oracle.
Grid 1 to you, my friend.
You know, I honestly can't top Flow State. He has said so much this panel that I'm in awe. I'm in awe of his ability to continuously talk over and over again. He even beat Nave, whatever. But Flow State has conquered all, and
I colonized it.
He's good. He is good.
He just did not shut his moneymaker for 2 full seconds. I just don't know what else to say.
I've never seen someone do 12-hour live streams like Flo.
Flow State. Shut up. That's my internet crush, dude.
And when they're talking about coming with banter, why disrespect Flow State when you know he's the people's champ?
But Flo, you a small percentage of the white renegades, man. You a white renegade, bro. You a white negro or nigga. Man, you, the white renegades.
Flow State's gonna lose his ability to walk normal if he doesn't avoid me in life.
Oh wow.
Nice.
Oh wow.
Whatever it is, it's bigger than 4.4.
People's champ and white renegade.
Centimeters.
It's official.
Don't make fun of my black friend. Like, I mean, that's not nice.
No,
Listen, I've been calling it a long time
making
ago.
fun of my tiny wiener.
Oh no, that's against TOS.
Well,
Paul likes
don't-
tiny wieners.
Don't strike him for it, Miss Flo.
What did you just say, Base?
I said Paul likes talking about tiny wieners.
Oh, okay.
Levers and do what they're told and do at their own life what they think that they're told that they have to do. That's what most of the cops say to me on the ground. What makes you think you're not going to follow these codes when we all have to do it when we're out of uniform and in uniform? I go, there's your problem. Right? That's just low emotional and spiritual intelligence. Tends to go with low intellectual intelligence at times. I guess there's exceptions to that rule. I mean, you would think the more intelligent someone becomes intellectually, like in the mind, the more they would start to see there's inherent order in creation. Everywhere you wonder and observe and look, you find an order within the seeming chaos. The more that you apprehend the order within the seeming chaos, the more you develop emotional and spiritual intelligence and connection.
Get to the part where you say something back.
Yeah, can we speed it?
Hold
The
on.
big picture order that
Crispy, you're gonna be disappointed. Look, I've been fine with Paul for a year and a half at least, and this is a fantastic. What would you call it?
Yeah, well,
I dissociated very well into my
A
chicken.
pussy
Serenade?
response.
Disassociated?
Take it up with Cynthia. She's the one who's like, why can't you just be nice?
I mean, I really
You
want
shouldn't
you
have
to be
listened to
nice
her.
all the time. But I
This is
never
what happens
want
when you listen to women.
Babe, I want you
It's
to do
true
it.
and funny. What?
Yeah.
Go on.
Base, I want you to know I'm going to try so so hard not to tone police you, but I cannot make that promise for anybody else on this panel.
I
So
like
I
it.
don't
Favoritism.
I don't want you to judge me, okay?
Cynthia, I promise I judge everyone.
I know, but before I continue, let me cook. Okay, Flo.
That's what you should be doing.
You just laid down. You're not even interested in the debate with him. You're not even trying.
You lost your edge.
Him. You're
I'm
like,
not
how
interested.
good was this chicken? Like, would you put hot sauce on it or what?
It was already spicy.
I think it's an AI.
You didn't even try.
That's in the hot sauce.
That's the point.
Yeah.
What does it? What does Paul have any against anything about Flo? If Flo drops it and disassociates, and Paul keeps on it about it,
That's
then
not
Paul
what I
looks
want
like,
for my people's champion.
The white renegade.
Listen,
This is that white renegade.
Listen, the art of war, Sun Tzu says, to defeat one's opponent without fighting is of supreme excellence. I
That's
think,
true.
again, and that correlates with the biggest man is the one that walks away. If there's really no harm or damage, why would he want to continue on into a venue that might harm and damage him?
How could you just sit there and just let this flow of bullshit go on and on and on?
Are you not recognizing the flow of bullshit yourself without Flo
Yeah.
interjecting?
I mean, I want to observe. I want to just take a moment and recognize Cynthia's flow of bullshit. Just like one day ago, you were like, "Why didn't you just let him change your name to Slave State?"
Yeah.
And now you're like,
I thought
"Why
that
you just let him-"
you should have done that too.
That was different. He was more like, "Y'all were ready for combat."
That was fucking worse.
This is you showed up, had a box of chicken, sat down.
Yeah.
He slap boxed you a couple of times. He saw you weren't interested because the chicken was good, and now he's just been running around doing a whole song and dance around you. And
This is the song and dance he always does.
Flo's like the guard dog at the house where they just throw a T-bone at the guard dog and then the burglars go in and steal everything in the house.
Exactly, Chris.
I'm about to join the manosphere and start talking shit on you bitches.
All right.
Exactly.
That, at least you would get your edge back. There's something that I think it's an AI.
Shit.
It's an AI. I expected more out of you.
I don't know how you expect me to give more fucks than
You have given more attitude to women on the
You
last
called
couple
me
of
every
days
name in the
than
book
what
for-
you've given him.
Oh, he did not call me
or,
every name in the book.
or a difference of opinion about child predators. You called me a half brain and a like. Why was I so retarded? You
Oh,
just
yeah.
let Paul just go through this bullshit. Just
Well,
perfect.
Crispy, there's some days I do care and some days I don't care about
I know. And some days I care and some days I don't. But now I feel like we need to make it you a doctor.
We're on opposite. Our time we're out of sync, Crispy.
Yeah. You have too much time off. Clearly.
And I got a lot of the bullying out of my system while I was in jail.
Well, I don't know. I'm going to start bullying then because this is ridiculous. If y'all are just going to let this.
Gary,
kind
can
of
you
shit-
believe it? This is why we need to pay Turkey back.
Yeah. I don't like to
Angry
be
Snowman, you're not coming up with
unkind.
that.
Uh-oh. What? I don't know.
Oh, I think it's Bigums. What's the Dave Chappelle skit?
Oh,
Where he's
yeah.
Yeah.
I called
don't know.
somebody
I'm
a
not-
retard and
because I
based
just
that
got
shit.
off of strikes for bullying, and I know that you're fucking clever with the race shit, but you cannot be clever
yeah.
here right now.
You cannot be clever when I'm here. That's for sure.
Yeah, why would
because-
you even risk it with Crispy
Yeah,
here
don't
right
risk
now?
it with me here.
Involves
I'm gonna risk continuing to play this.
Go ahead.
macro order involves micro
How do you
chaos,
say something?
and I would say that our experience of unjust law.
Because it doesn't matter to me. This doesn't matter. He's doing his wheeling and dealing and spinning and
I think you're in another chat, is what I think, and you're probably participating on another panel.
Crispy just
Why are you why are you allowing these women to come up here and dog
Will
walk?
you take? I don't know. Apparently, I've lost my edge. Will you handle them for me?
Jesus fucking Christ, man. Go make a sandwich.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I'm on it.
Oh, I can feel
I'm
my edge
sorry.
returning. Tell him again.
Thank you for putting me in
You
line.
want a ham and cheese on rye, stat, toast.
I don't want no mustard on mine.
Okay, and I'm gonna give the fancy little toothpicks to hold it together.
And I want Grey Poupon on that shit, not
Oh,
just regular
for sure.
yellow mustard.
And cut it diagonally, not horizontally. Don't be
Of
lazy.
course, duh.
Baby mama, I just got hungry.
You better serve that shit up with your tits out too.
Oh
Baby
my God, I
mama.
wouting think of anything else. Of course.
You're not
Baby
getting
mama.
nothing but a taco.
Yeah, I just got hungry too, baby mama. Get
You're
on it.
getting a taco. You're getting a taco. Ooh, taco.
Who's taco?
That's all my baby daddy's getting.
Oh.
Over here.
You guys quit talking so dirty on panel.
You know you like it.
Mm. Oh.
Did she just go? Mm.
Somebody told me one time I don't have to preach it all at the
What's going on here?
Somebody told me one time I don't have to preach it all at the same time. I could cut it like Subway and give you a 6-inch in the morning and a 6-inch at night. That's not my style. I'm going to shove this entire foot long down your throat.
So wrong. It's so wrong.
I like his
so
style.
wrong for that.
Amen.
I like that man's style, man. If
Yeah.
you can't take it all, choke on it.
Right.
Oh my gosh. I'm not even going to entertain this.
Do you
but
think that
it's
he
so wrong.
understood the double entendre or not?
Yes.
Well, I would agree with that. I think the micro chaos is there as a result of our inability to comport to a macro order. So because we have not conducted ourselves or comported ourselves to a macro order, we experience micro chaos. That micro chaos is there to reveal to us, again, macro order. It's a beautiful system in its paradoxical nature or existence, formality, function.
Did this guy go to the Umar Johnson School of
The more that we
3-syllable
experience
words?
micro chaos, the more we step back and say, we don't know. And that's when we observe macro order and start to align ourselves with what God wants rather than what we want or what the universe wants, what creation wants, life wants. We don't like the term God. Some man in the sky is what people call their mind to.
None of it means anything.
What is he like? What is like? Just get down at this point, Flo. You look compliant with
Cynthia,
it.
why are you acting like you just showed up?
Yeah, you would have
Like,
never.
what is that? Like, I'm starting to get irritated. Like that time I watched that video of Joe Cool.
Well, maybe you should remember this next time you start feeling like you want to give advice to somebody.
Well, geez, you had a more fight.
Next
way back
time you're
then.
like, I have a suggestion.
I witnessed
Why don't you
more
remember last time I
fighting
gave
with
Flo a
women than
suggestion?
I did here.
What does
Last
the
time-
agent of what did he say? The macro of chaos. What does that even mean? I don't know what any of this shit means. Do you guys know what it means? And I'm just not smart enough to figure it out to understand it. I don't
Yes.
get it.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys all
so
do know what
he's
it means?
well. Hold on.
It's a real complicated way for him to say he's gay.
Yeah.
He's overcomplicating indeed, but what he's saying is the small problems, the problems very close to your life versus the big picture, the system, the intangible.
No, I don't.
Do the women understand now? Can we continue?
No, it's okay. Just keep it.
3-syllable words. Bring them down to 2.
Yeah.
Hi, Kaizo.
Hey, Flo, can you check the back chat, please?
Not this guy.
Yeah, is that our friend?
Oh, you came up on the right night, homie. You sure did.
Oh God.
He's gonna help you get right tonight.
Oh my God. He was on Sarah's last night too.
You guys
I was
still
hoping-
alive or what?
I was hoping Iberian Princess would tell us, give us a new topic after Paul finished with his answer. But because she bailed out.
What's the IS law?
I think she means U.S. law. Because she's a foreigner.
Well, the thing that
Right,
bothers me
she's
the most
also
about all
ignorant and arrogant, needy and codependent. We didn't ask you what you were doing, yet you seem to feel the need to tell us all, as if we're going to change what we're doing to appeal to you. I'm not. And
Yeah.
furthermore, I've just now developed a belief about you that you're a dunce. Because if you think U.S. law, as if law is not inherent in creation, doesn't apply to you, you have a very limited scope of your conscious and awareness, which probably needs to be broadened.
Hold up.
And that's what I'm here for.
Hold
I'm
up,
here to
hold up, hold
widen holes, lady. Okay? I'm here to like.
Didn't this motherfucker just get done saying that these laws don't apply to him?
Yeah, he did.
I
That's
know.
what he said. He said that yes, he said that those laws do not apply to him. And
He
then
said
just
they were
said that
jurisdictions and they were
Yes.
ordinances and they were codes, which meant they were not law and they did not apply.
And then what did he just say about Dutchie? What did he just say? He said that if this was her broad, if her idea of jurisdiction, what did she just say? Something like that. Y'all heard him. Yes. I can't even repeat what he just said, but
Yeah.
it was something like that. It's true.
Is he giving us the Illuminati eye?
He is. And now I'm uncomfortable.
My biggest problem with all this shit, man, is what, like several of you guys have already said up here, nobody can ever give a concise answer as to how to make this shit work.
Right. Right.
If it's so fucking easy, it wouldn't be so fucking difficult to explain to people how you make it work.
Right. And people
Cynthia,
wouldn't get arrested.
Yeah, I'm
every time
reading
they
it.
try it.
Would you please read it aloud to the class?
Yes, Cynthia, you did suggest that Flo roll with it. That maybe Paul was sincere. That's what you get when you go with Flo. When you go with the flow with Paul. Flo, you're not even engaged in it. You're just up there.
I know. I'm intentionally not engaged in it.
I know you are, just for this moment. So
will you just let this man eat his feed his tapeworm respectfully? God damn.
Yeah.
And who are you?
Bitches be wilding out tonight.
I don't even know. You went up here.
Bitches be wild.
For this moment, which is fine, whatever, but you missed an opportunity. But hey, at the end of the day, I can't want it more than you.
Yeah. I can't fight City Hall, Cynthia.
I know.
Maybe Flo's just getting tired of punching down.
No,
he's
I mean,
never
Cynthia,
tired of that.
I would do it for
Hey,
Cynthia.
man,
Okay, good. Get her undressed and then.
Shut up, nerd.
That
Like
was a
so
big
many
move.
men, they don't like to be told what to do. We were just talking about that.
So if you know that, why are you doing it?
Because it's a
Well, I
suggestion.
thought maybe you had a different perspective on things. Well, you do have a different perspective on things. For some reason, I thought that maybe a perspective that's not mine is valid. I'm reminded that I was
Sometimes,
wrong.
I thought that you shouldn't have raised so much hell about the name change, considering that you change my name all the time in here.
I know.
And
because
so,
it's one of the ways I grift. I sell name changes. Everybody's name is for
Right.
sale.
but
That
you
was
should have
not
just let
that's
that
not
shit
what
go.
Paul does. That's not what Paul does. Paul was trying to do a specific dominance move at me.
He
That's
was trying
different.
to establish dominance when
Right.
you came in. Right.
Correct. And
yeah.
you both are sitting there going, well, you should have just let him put his dick in your ass. But
Well-
how dare you let him say
We didn't say that. Stop it. All right, whatever.
You should
Okay.
pick your battle.
I'll never suggest it again. I just thought it was a good.
Thank you, Cynthia. From now on, just always assume that I'm right and your opinion is the wrong one.
All right, whatevs.
That's all I ever wanted.
Just
Wizard,
just
do you have
pick
anything
your
to add to
battles,
this
Flo.
show?
That's not the battle you should have picked. You should have, at least been allowed to engage in there for a while and not.
He didn't want to, just so he can
like not die on the
I
name
tried.
change hill.
Jeez.
Well,
You'll blow up like what is it? Like don't cut out your nose
Yeah.
to spite your face. Like
Don't cut your nose to spite your face. That's
Yeah.
a good one. Yeah. He cut
Yeah.
his nose to spite his face.
I don't even
all
know
the
what
time.
that's. I've never even heard that
What
figure.
is that
speech.
even supposed to mean?
It's some
means that-
southern shit, probably.
It is, but like it
sounds
just
to me
means
like
like
they're
don't
against
cut
getting
off your
stuff in your
nose.
Look, bless your fucking hearts.
Bless
And-
your
and to-
heart. Don't bless
and to-
your heart with me.
And to
Bless
support,
I'm
your
going to
heart.
put a controlled substance up my nose. That's my business.
Can you guys let Wizard talk since I asked him a question, then we'll play the video some more?
Wizard, tell
Oh,
him.
no, I think we're done. Your point has been made. I can see. Never again. All right.
No,
Never
we're not done with this. We're not done with this.
All
Or
right.
never will I suggest anything to Flo.
to support Flo's point,
I will
in
never
his-
support Flo's point. I'll just be quiet.
Yes, be
then
quiet. 'cause
please
Wizard's
be
gone.
quiet
now.
and let me speak.
I don't believe that. I call cap.
I don't even know who you
Oh.
are.
So to support Flo's point, and his lack of speaking on this, ladies, to defeat a narcissist, one of the best tactics is
let
the
him talk.
the silent treatment. Let him twist his words and run his word salad so he trips himself up.
Who told you that?
Hold on.
Oh, now you're going to take credit for that tactic while you're sitting up here fucking just going in on Flo for using
I'm
your
gonna
tactic.
need your source.
Do you
You know how
disagree with
everybody talks about Paulie's daddy studying psychology
You're
in
not my
that
real
class?
dad.
I study it daily as much as I can.
I have different tactics to defeat a narcissist. I've never just
Yes,
fought just to be
you just
silent.
talk and talk and talk and talk. You use Wizard's approach in a lot of ways. You just beat them through stamina.
She does that to people she likes.
It's how she establishes dominance. All right, we're playing the video.
Open up those. Yeah. See, slow state. Me and slow state. We could do this. It's there. The potential's there. Right. We have a very morbid,
those chakras,
crude
bust open
sense of
that understanding.
right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm here to like broaden, the conception and perspective, right? The loophole, if you
Gate
will.
that third eye.
We're going
Right.
deep today.
That was that brown eye.
So let's just get really real with ourselves and each other. Law is part of creation. It's part of a human experience. It applies to all of us. Failure to apprehend the law and adhere to it causes, as Mr. Slow State said, a micro chaos, which is supposed to lead us back to macro order if you're not selfish and self-centered, big if. When you are, you do things like say, I'm leaving now because U.S. law doesn't apply to me, in hopes that we're going to focus on you and give you what you want. No, you're going to get what you need here or you're going to fuck off, is what I've learned. And that's in the universe or on the broadcast that I happen to be a part of, if I have anything to say or do about it. What a pleasant surprise, Mr. Talcott. We're breaking ground here today. We were doing so well. Why not throw a little bit more kindling on the fire, see if we can light this place up, right?
We're stretching open.
We're really testing our faith today, gentlemen.
Right.
I was thinking, look at this. Flow State, Fallen Slave, Jack, Dennis, and Moose. There's sparks.
But no, Jeff.
It's proof that when we're in a venue when there's nobody else there, because this is a horrible channel, when no one else is watching, we can actually get along. Oh, that's all that is. Proof that we all have an ego, right? When we got a couple hundred people watching, or 40, that's when we start the changing happens, right?
Oh. No.
There's no one watching this right now, right? What do we have, like 3-4 live viewers?
Crispy, did I hear you making your noises?
I'm taking note of that with Paul. That's what he's doing. He is performing for an audience. So, and I don't think
isn't everybody to a certain degree?
Flo doesn't perform for an audience. He talks to me exactly the same way privately that he does on a public thing. If I'm irritating him privately, he will yell at me just the same.
But he's still performing for his audience.
No, he's just performing. Yeah, he's by
to
himself.
a very. I mean, I present. I would say I present to the audience, I suppose, or I host the. But man, I'm just like this in real life.
And I'm not saying that you aren't, Flo, but to a certain level, you're still giving a presentation to an audience.
Sure, I suppose that you win the point. Even though it's on a technicality and you lose the concept.
Whatever, dude.
Welcome, Bricked for GS.
Oh, not this Bricked guy.
Hey! I'm taking Bricked under my wing because you guys were bullying him just like you're trying to bully me now.
Kindling. I love kindling.
Big bullies.
Yeah.
Make bullying great again.
No, Brick said I'm a U.S.
Yeah,
citizen.
something like that.
Hey, what I heard you saying, you are so right. I had a different perspective of what happened. And actually, let me not go there. It's the truth. It's the truth that really matters. And what I was imagining, I want these conversations with the people in Congress.
Here we go. I'm checking out. Let's do the buzzer like we do on American Idol. I want everyone to come on camera, and then when you check out, just do this, and then that's it. That's how we know. It's like Simon and Paul and Randy, right? Like the X Factor. Right? So I'm checked out now, and then when you'll hear me mute, they'll probably hear something. I'm hitting the mute button.
It happens so often. I see it.
Oh.
Insane Jack is hilarious.
This is supposed
I
to be
missed
a
the
place
joke.
where you and Paul can have conversations, and the whole Congress conversation. That's like, I mean, you almost wanted to throw him out of here, didn't you?
He's doing it purposely. You're not going to convince me he's not. He's dying to get this place lit up right now. He's like a suicide bomber. He just came in and self-immolated. Just lit himself on fire.
I literally just did the thought that I thought, because I was thinking about that. You know, you guys were having great conversations, and I didn't want to interrupt it.
But you had to get back to you. Overwhelming desire to get back to you. I get it.
Well, then the thought is there. How much can we press? You know, where's that line? I'm always looking for the line, man.
The line is obviously a restraining order. You've seen that theme over and over again in your life.
You need a bigger line than that, probably.
I'm going to
feel like this is my punishment.
And let's
This guy's going to turn me back into a meth head.
Now we're all circles.
Did
We're all
Jack and
equals.
Fatty ever talk?
Just hang out, Talcott. Just hang out, and we'll talk about Congress after Paul has drifted off to sleep tonight.
Somebody ask Jeff if he wants to act like a grown up and come up on the panel and bask in this resolution.
He is missing some good resolution, isn't he?
You know, there has been a disagreement in the perceptions of the law. Many people disagree with Paul and what he's saying, and I hear the reasons. Flo, you're one of those. Chuck is another one.
That's because they're wrong.
They are wrong.
Jack can't stand peace.
Why is he
Paul is
doing
actually
that?
right. The common law has been here. Back to something you guys were saying earlier about the.
Are you trying to fuck up the peace that we have here, Jack?
No, I'm actually trying to help you both see that you're both right, but there's solutions.
So you're going to mediate something that's not broken
Where there's
right
no
now.
problems.
Something that's not wanted. Yeah, that's usually what I'm seeing.
Break it to mediate it. Hold on a second. I'm going to step on this and then fix it.
If anything, I usually do a good job of changing the target to me. The two can ally together again.
You're really good at that. Yeah,
I am.
Can you fuck the life coaching off and just do classes on how to bring everything back to oneself? Because you're really good at that. You got to work for that.
We could send Talcott to Russia, and he can end the war in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes it all about him, and suddenly the war ends. Putin, step aside. This is about me and ending secrets. Next thing you know, everyone stops fighting because they're completely distracted by Jack Talcott's idiocy. It works.
What the fuck is this guy doing? What?
They all attack him, and then he runs back to Spokane, and the war's over. That's how it went. It happened in Libya, like recently, where they all just focused on him and attacked him, and he ended the war with Hamas and Israel and everyone else.
It's beautiful. Whoops.
Oh no.
He's dangerous for me because
the
I
reason
could
we
really
have these
fall
laws,
right
the
into his
pretend
cult
laws
leading.
that everyone's enforcing on each other.
Paul or Jack?
Jack, not Paul. No. But Jack, I loved
He
him on
probably
Basic
just heard
Channel.
that, and he's like making notes.
Yeah, I might corrupt him too. He said he gave up gambling, porn, smoke. I mean, all kinds of stuff. And then I'm gonna see if I can get him back on or off the wagon, something.
God damn,
And see if
Crispy
I
is
can
a
introduce
wild
him
one
to
tonight.
something. Yeah, he needs to live a little, for God's sake.
I feel like I'm being punished.
No.
This is torture.
Oh no, I haven't even begun to punish you yet.
This is the most horrible thing ever.
Well, my phone dies in just a minute, so you're in luck.
Thank goodness.
It's because we have society. It's the society that defies nature. And as a result, we've got these illusions of laws trying to bring people back into what's natural. Don't kill, don't steal. You know.
Yo, this is our time.
Ah, that's good.
Wait, who's Joe?
Oh, no.
What happened?
Even they were
Way to
bored.
go, Moose.
Panel.
You made it weird.
Yeah, I made it totally weird. I'm sorry, Jack. Continue.
No, I realized I need to step back and do what I said.
No, what I'm thinking is you got your working boots on right now. Like you're coming to work early. It's 2:00 Eastern time. You don't go to work until 6:00 Eastern time usually.
I know, dude. This schedule fucking rocks. When I was a postal clerk, I thought I had it good because I didn't have to start work until 10:45.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'd stay up drinking till about 3:30 in the morning, sleep till 9, and go through the day. But now, dude, I don't have to go to work till like 2 in the afternoon.
Dude,
And the only problem is your work's not paying you anything. It's a
Wait, you got a job? Oh.
That problem. That's not
only we can figure out to get you paid for your work. This is really going to take off. It's going to take on new dimensions of completion.
Honestly, this is where Moose saw it. Moose saw it, pointed it out. That guy next to me and you, but that guy next to me.
Speaking of work and not paying anything,
right?
As of last week, this is no longer my primary source of income, but I would still like it to be. So support now is more important than ever. If you would like to be one of the few that helped Flow State through the darkest of days, hit the Cash App or PayPal in the ticker below.
Yes.
Yeah, that must have been, you were just having such a dark time. You just didn't even want to have this conversation with Paul.
His monetization is on pause right now.
Correct.
And so please help out the people's champion. You know, let's get him back in shape. I mean, he's dark.
Otherwise, I'm going to have to let Crispy go.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Shit. I
think that would be a fair sacrifice.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, she was probably on her way out anyways.
Mm.
It's not a money thing, but
that's messed up.
Got a mind for
Yeah,
marketing,
it
got a
is.
mind for marketing.
oh
Budget
shit!
cuts.
Hold on a second, Jack. What are you about to say? Jack's about to say something.
Something real hippie-ish. Some hippie bullshit. I bet him and Uncle Fatty just sit
Crispy,
there.
can you take a breath for a second
Yeah.
so we can? Thank you.
Honestly, this is where Moose saw it. Moose saw it, pointed it out. That guy next to me and you, but that guy next to me's got a mind for money, got a mind for marketing, and
He's a pope and he makes money.
I know.
I don't know how to market you, Jack.
Problem too. I don't know how to market me.
I can market him.
You got to fix the branding, man. It's all in the branding.
Something.
I
That's
think
the
he's
thing, though.
hot.
Slow State's not a master of marketing. He's just a master at apathy and not giving a fuck. So it markets itself to people like him. Nihilistic, apathetic, worldly people who have a history of addiction. I mean, I could somewhat relate. I guess we all have that aspect of us. But you care too much and do too little. It's just Talcott. This is where I'm going to give advice here, right? Either become more like me if you're going to care so much, or become more like Slow State if you're not going to actually do something that resolves that care, right?
You know what's hilarious?
And maybe go the other way with it. Stop caring altogether. Stop giving a fuck. Just,
You know what's
be whatever
hilarious?
you would be if you stop pretending to be a life coach.
Is
I
there
wonder
a
how many
show
times a
that
day this guy gets his ass beat.
Chuck hasn't been thrown the out?
Is he calling this a clown show?
Yeah, go ahead and ban him.
Chuck, why are you such a bitter little girl? Come up on the panel.
Shady.
Because he thinks God wants him to never fuck that woman who's quadriplegic that he's married to ever again. That might do
We're
it.
having good resolution. 2% left on my phone. Come on up on the
Sorry.
panel, Chuck. Jack is in a happy mood.
I am.
Paul knows somebody
Day
that
for
really likes
healing,
nuggets.
Chuck. You know what Chuck needs is
Jack's
a
in a
Jack
happy
hug.
mood, but I want to see if you can ruin it before my phone dies.
It's always 50-50, man. That's all life is. It's always 50-50. We're either right or
Chuck's
wrong.
got a way better batting average than that.
Yeah, he does. With me. Hey, back to what Paul was saying. I get what you're saying. If I lean more like you or more like Flo, I got more opportunities. But the irony is, I want you both to be more like me.
And that's where we both check out.
Right or wrong.
Oddly enough.
I know.
Like what I'm doing is working better than what he's doing. What he's doing is somehow working better than what you're doing. So you have no audience with either of us.
Paul,
Yeah, Paul, does that sound like what do you think about that? Should we consider becoming more like Jack or no?
No, I'd almost rather you continue to be the person I completely dislike than become someone. I don't even know. How does that work? Like I have a love for Jack Talcott, but I can't stand
can't wait to tell you.
I can't stand Flow State, but I agree with him at times. It's odd.
I know. This is what happens around me.
It's almost like we're the same.
Right. It's very, as much as I don't want to admit it, we are oneself on the highest level. And then there's the lowest level, right? That's where my ego kicks back into gear. And I have myself quite convinced I'm doing better than everyone. It works till it doesn't.
It always does. That's the way life works. It works till it doesn't. And Paul, I admit it. What you just said, what you admitted, or what you said is I admitted on your stream yesterday. I'm in this position where I've learned from and met some amazing people who are doing things more than me. And I want to encourage them to do more.
I've done the same. The only problem is you're not one of them. Right? I've also learned from people who are doing and being more than me at times.
He's talking about me.
You're just not one of them. And that's why I refuse to learn from you. I hope you don't take that personal.
Oh, I don't. I did take it personally in the past, but I don't anymore. I get it.
Well, no, the way, again, we occupy the same position of quote unquote guru, non-guru, life coach for the lowly masses who have very low self-esteem, self-worth, and conditions for success. But we have to learn, right, at some point that if folks don't learn from us, they learn with us through their experience, if that makes sense, right?
Wow, they've really lowered the bar.
I may learn a lot from our experience. It doesn't have to be from you. It's with you, if that makes sense. And I'm sure the same applies back the other way. And I'm okay with that.
That's how it works.
Good Lord, die already, phone. When does
I've learned a lot about you and me over the past couple of years. And not just with you, but with everybody. There's some cool people in these panels. And what you said, Paul, I was picturing it, who I am. Yeah, dude, I was sent to the bottom because everyone can help somebody. So I'm down at the bottom to help those like me. And then, in my crazy ideas of the past,
I just want to say, Jack Talcott, I think you make an amazing bottom since you brought it up.
Wow.
I've literally heard that before, and it's not the way.
Oh my gosh.
There it goes, Cynthia.
Oh, yay. Finally.
I felt
and here's the fucked up thing. I absolutely thought that I was going to pull this up and play it, and I was going to get praise, and everybody's going to be like, great job, Flow State. You really did good at managing yourself. And
I think you did a great job controlling your fucking anger flow.
Thank you.
I don't even think he was listening or
even
there.
Tried.
I don't know. You didn't say anything.
Hey, you know what? That means the parenting classes he's been taking are paying off.
Well, I mean, I do. Okay, listen. That is good because last time you did go up there with that bullshit, that name change, and you just took issue with that, and you needed to have let that go.
Oh no, absolutely not. This is where you're just straight fucked up.
It just wasn't. You could have stayed longer.
I will kamikaze and just self-destruct my entire YouTube presence before I will be subjugated like that.
Right.
But somebody yapping their nonsense, I don't give a fuck.
I know.
Well,
So you did do better.
I've been in jail and rehab and under the bridge with the bums. I've heard a lot of people just rambling and ranting, and it just doesn't even. It's not even.
My apologies. I did. My apologies. I did think. Oh, I did think.
I'm glad that you learned your lesson.
I did think this was going to be a good interaction, a combative interaction. I see that it wasn't.
I think he was making shorts or doing something. He was doing
No.
something else.
Well, there's a
But
couple things going on.
I
There's
will
a few
never
things
make
going on.
another suggestion. I wasn't
Look.
even done apologizing.
Well, hurry up.
Okay, well that was it. Then now I'm done.
Oh.
Okay. Several things. One, chicken. Okay.
Yeah.
Two,
Church's chicken, though. It was Church's chicken.
just self mastery, right? Conquering self.
Mhm.
And then what was the third one? There's a third one. Oh yeah. Like if we're gonna get to the point where we can have the back and forth without it blowing the fuck up, there's got to be a little bit of a groundwork established of.
Very good. You're playing the long game. I got it. All right. Now I understand. Okay. I'm on board.
But are you going to remember it come tomorrow?
Yes, I'll remember it. For sure.
Like, do you need to see? Do I need to send you? Do I need to play like a short or something where I make fun of Paul to balance out the energy? Are you okay?
I mean, I would love one just to cheer me
Okay.
up a little.
All right, well, talk amongst yourselves. I'll find something for you.
Okay. Thank you. But based, I do think that he was talking about you.
You
Go
really
ahead.
want to suggest we have to be tortured with Paul again? That's fucked up.
Well, it's Paul. It'll be making fun of Paul in some capacity.
What led you to that conclusion, Christy?
Because he just came up on panel the other day and he was just delightful, but he was super impressed with all of the things that you said. He gave you like 10 thumbs up.
Who?
Jack. With all of based life coaching advice, I think, and then Jack was like, I've noticed that people are doing so the things that I advised, but they're doing so much more of it and they're doing it better than I did. And I'm thinking, yeah, I bet he probably felt that way at Based. He was probably like, oh, if only I could be that influential. But he was lovely. He gave you all these thumbs up and told you how wonderful you were. Yeah. He liked everything you said.
Wonderful. Congratulations, Jack loves you.
Yeah.
Today.
You lucky dog.
Today.
How's that feel, Oracle? How's that feel to know that you get Jack's panties wet too?
Will you call her son?
I mean, you know, I'm a sex object. I don't discriminate.
All right, Crispy, you'll get a kick out of this one. This
Okay,
is a
good.
little. So what's going on here is Jack and I are on Anton's on Fight Club, and what this is a screen recording of Paul watching us on Fight Club.
Okay, good.
Just because somebody say that there's something does not mean that it's a reflection of the teachings. Doesn't mean
Right,
they follow. It doesn't even mean they've read the word. It doesn't mean that they
I love when they do the orange name. I still don't quite know how they do that. I think it's the @ but I love when they do the orange name and then you just see my name come up big on the screen. Then they have to read it. And you know how these slaves are. Once they see it, it's like in them. And they already know me on there because I've been on there and I made quite an impression.
Oh my God. When was this?
You're the only one that can see it, Paul.
They can't see the orange?
No, when someone highlights your name, it comes up in orange for you only, so that you don't miss it.
He
in the
really
chat.
is that dumb.
Oh, man.
We should take that term back from dirty hat Missouri blue collar workers that have
Yes. Absolute. Tom up the ball again today, because now every time I use the term flow state, I think of this cretin. I want to vomit.
So this guy doesn't even know how YouTube works, and he's trying to get people
And teaching us how to do law. Yeah, like how to get over on a judge.
Wow, he's a special kind of special.
Wow.
You guys. Now, Crispy, do you feel a little bit better? Or do you need another?
Yeah,
I had to go back. These are pretty old.
And I don't recall, dude. I don't recall anybody ever mentioning his name on Fight Club ever once.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He was clearly confused. I mean, again, if that was something that I did, people would understand it. But
Oh, stop
they
whining.
would understand it if I did it, because I sometimes, miss stuff. But Paul giving that kind of advice about how to be in a courtroom is going to get people in trouble and arrested. And I'm going to FOIA that transcript of that court. I promise. I need to get his information though, Flo, so that I can get the documents. I'm
Well,
gonna prove
I can tell you already, it probably won't say what he was describing in the documents.
If there's one
yes,
at
it
all
is.
with
There's
it,
a Freedom of Information Act, so it
No,
has
no,
to
you're
tell us.
missing what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm talking about the substance, what you're describing as, let's say, impossible, just to make it binary.
Yeah.
And I'm saying it is very low chance. But if that did happen in reality, it probably won't say all that in the court documents. They don't want that shit getting out.
Well, the court reporter, that's her job. She must write every single word that is reported or that is said in that courtroom. So if all that shit was said, it'll be in that document.
well, if it's just an administration hearing, there may not be court records.
There's always a court reporter.
Not in administrative hearings.
I don't know what kind of a hearing that was. He was arrested. So that has to be a damn courtroom. I don't know what he's even talking about with these hearings. Isn't this just like a follow-up after he was arrested?
No, the one thing that he did say that I do know he's correct on is the difference between a court of records and an administrative hearing. There is a big difference there.
Yeah.
And they do exist.
Right. But he got arrested for doing some bullshit at that new property of his where he didn't own
Okay,
it.
Crispy, let me back up. Let me just give you an example I've already talked to you about. I mean,
Yes.
I've talked about this. When I was younger, I got arrested. It ended up being a disorderly conduct, whatever.
Mhm.
And I ended up getting like $1,000 of parking tickets. They put a gun in my trunk and then we're like, oh, we're just kidding. There was a bunch of bullshit that happened. So
Right.
anyways, I wrote a letter down to the court after everything was said and done. And they sent me a check for like $500. It said nothing. They just sent me a check. The point is, when I went into the Marine Corps many years later, well, not many, it was maybe 2 or 3 years later, they were like, you know, you got to tell us about all the things that have happened, even a parking ticket, all this shit. So I told them about it, right? I told them the truth. This is what happened. And they sent fucking everyone. They could not find it. It is gone. It disappeared like fucking magic.
Yeah, I remember
I don't
the
remember. I don't remember the top head, like how high it went, but they really dug into it, and that shit fucking vanished. So I know this is anecdotal, but I'm just making a point. I've heard of other situations similar to any of these, and my point is, if that did happen for Paul, whatever the case, you probably won't find it in the transcript. That's all I was trying to tell you.
Well, how are you trying to tell us that you're a snitch without telling us that you're a snitch, base?
Wow,
also-
she just went there.
That was
Also,
it.
like, could that have been a
Oh my
juvenile record?
goodness.
Could that have been a juvenile record and then it was sealed?
No, I was
You were young.
above 18.
Crispy, can I give you
and,
one?
and your juvenile records are never really sealed.
And can I give you a personal experience of my own as well?
Okay.
Traveled to Detroit, and on my way back, they pulled me over. I'm not a resident in Illinois, so when I got back home, I just put the ticket in a box and never went back. 10 years later, I found it in that box, and I just called them up out of curiosity to find out what happened with it, see if they had a warrant out on me. They didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. They couldn't find it either.
So you just didn't pay the ticket, that you forgot about it and then just didn't go back to Detroit?
I didn't forget about it. I knew I wasn't going back. Yeah. What the fuck sense would it make for me to go back for a $120 traffic ticket to appear in court when it's going to cost twice as much gas?
You've got oppositional defiance disorder, and that's
No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay, listen and understand. People need to know
it's all right. Crispy's got flapping of the gums disorder.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Keith, you got an authority. You got a problem with authority. No, I don't. The problem I have that you think I have with authority is that I don't accept somebody else's delusional authority that they have some magical jurisdiction over me.
I was just playing. I was just playing with you,
Wizard. So when Joe was here, we ended up getting into a debate, and we watched a Dick Gregory short, and it talked about the magic glasses. Like once you take them off, you can never put them back on. And
I
think
want that. I want that magical thinking so badly, and I just don't.
and
have
then
it.
You have it. Don't worry.
I don't. I promise. I
You
want
got it in
to.
a different way, Crispy.
Yeah.
She did too much acid back in the day. She lost that power.
I don't. I didn't even. I just don't believe all that shit. But well, yeah, Cynthia, talk about those magical glasses.
Okay, well, and so once you take them off, you can't put them back on, but you can't force someone to take them off. And sometimes when we get into these conversations, I look at it from some people have these glasses on and others don't, and I can't force them to see it my way if they don't.
Right. I am not ever going to be like be this wild in a courtroom, but it works for Wizard. It works for certain people. It would I don't feel like it would work for me. It would give me anxiety, and I would probably get like bubble guts, and I would feel
If you don't believe it would work for you, then you're right.
No. Yeah, it wouldn't work for me. I would just end up getting arrested, and I don't know. It would never work for me. I don't even know how to do it. But I also don't have that in me either. Like, so I don't have that I just like that would give me such anxiety not to pay a damn ticket. Like I would just be thinking about it all the time until I
That's
paid
why
it.
you're a sheeple. Hear me out. Yes, I did. I go into the whole thing at the beginning of the stream. Thank you for the prompt, though, to remind people about my demonetization, falling on hard times and poverty here. My main source of income has turned into no income. The Cash App and PayPal are still available. Tickers at the bottom of the screen. And Nightbot drops a link periodically. Support is appreciated while we battle the tyrannical censorship.
And I'm about to get laid off.
Well, and if you really want
I thought you were about to say laid.
Well, I was just going to add, if you really want to see your comment pop up on the screen, you can go over to my channel and hit my super chat button, and I'll split it half 50-50 with Flo.
Damn, and I had my finger right on the remove button.
I was gonna say, like, that was
Hey, no,
risky.
I'm look, I pay attention to your marketing, Flo.
Mm.
I know how to be
I don't
fair.
know.
If
you know
you
what?
paid attention, you would know that you can't say that kind of shit.
I still think that I'm gonna say like let's do the Cash App or the PayPal. Yes, I'm going to appeal. So right now what I'm doing is I'm dealing with YouTube on Twitter. Before I appeal, I'm having the YouTube team or whatever on Twitter. Team YouTube review one of the TOS strikes I got and see if I can get it pulled off that way before I apply to appeal the demonetization decision.
Well, isn't like Team YouTube on Twitter like the Supreme Court of YouTube?
No, it's they'll answer you right away. It's a human person that will answer you immediately.
Oh, I didn't have nobody answer me immediately. It still took 3 days.
What, on Twitter?
Yeah, it did.
No.
They got back to me within like half an hour.
Yeah, they get back to you right away. You might have missed it or something.
No, I didn't.
Huh. I've not ever seen that happen. That's unusual.
Maybe they're like
back
supposed
right
to.
away.
That could be,
Yeah. But ask for a human review.
I mean, I don't even like me, so I can understand why they wouldn't.
Aw, don't say that. They probably love
He's
you.
fishing for compliments. Nobody likes him.
I like you
Fuck him
just
up,
fine.
Crispy. Crispy, you are in mean mode tonight. Crispy Monster, attack him.
Oh, sorry. Don't say that kind
Don't
of shit.
apologize to me, Crispy Monster. God fucking damn it.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, wow.
God damn it.
I messed up. I forgot.
Whoops.
Damn it! I thought I was going to be the one that got kicked.
I know. Maybe Crispy can have some time and time out to think about if she's gonna keep apologizing. There we go.
I can still talk.
Brick, what are you
I bet
doing
you were
up here?
still
You haven't
talking,
said a
weren't you?
word, Brick.
Yeah.
Rick, what's going on? How's America? How's the Constitution and shit?
What's up, man? No, I'm enjoying. I'm trying to improve my etiquette.
Look at you.
Great
Improvement.
so
improvement.
nice.
Great improvement. And no hard feelings from earlier, brother.
Right.
Not at all.
No hard feelings at all. I'm sure you got enough of that.
No Diddy on that. No hard feeling.
Right.
Just hear me out. Thank you for the Cash App. You are the man, sticking by the channel in the time of darkness and despair.
For
And
sure.
for some reason, StreamYard's not working on my laptop right now, which is why you got the phone angle. I'll give you the old Chuck blowjob angle.
Oh,
What? No.
Nice.
nice.
I went out the car.
This is what you would see if you were giving me a head right now.
I went out the fucking car, dude.
Now you've gone too far.
For sure. Way too far. And I wanted to start saying stuff, see now my trolley side, but I refrained.
How am I supposed to show this show to my kids?
Oh. Yeah.
On
We only
mute.
do 18 and over.
Oh, Joe,
said
what's
on
the-
mute.
On mute with the screen off.
Edit and redact.
No, but YouTube has been on one lately.
Well, it's
They've
because
been
it's getting
terrible.
closer to the election.
Well,
You got
I'm not
somebody in
sure.
backflow.
Okay.
I bawled so hard they thought I was a fucking nutsack. I got so much cheese in my pocket, they thought I was a fucking calzone.
That's so weird.
Okay, wait. I know he joined late, but I caught a glimpse. Why is it ever a good idea not to have an attorney?
It's
Did I
never
hear
a
that-
good
did I
idea
hear
not
that
to have
correct?
an attorney.
Hiring an attorney proves you're incompetent.
I can
No, it
give
does
several
not.
reasons to
See,
push back on that.
Mrs. Flo can tell you. You guys were looking at exactly the angle that it would look when you suck my dick.
Oh,
right, well,
Mrs. Flo, that's so romantic.
Let me just give you an A and B. Let me give you an A and B, right? I get a speeding ticket, which I was speeding, right? I pay
Right.
the lawyer. I can pay the lawyer $300 and it goes away because he does his magic shit, right? That is why I
Maybe.
pay the lawyer,
Why wouldn't you just pay the damn ticket because that costs
because I don't want it
$300?
on my insurance.
I bet you his magic shit is that he's literally paying the ticket for you.
No.
Under his
No, it's
name.
not on my
No, he
record.
keeps it off
no,
your
goes away.
record.
No, this is very clear, easy to prove. It goes away. It's
Yeah.
not on
Yeah.
my record.
Yeah, my lawyer. I can give my lawyer tickets too, and then he just like turns them all in at the end, and then they go away.
No. This has been done for years. It is not a scam that is coming up at the year end with the audit, right? The ticket
No,
is
it's not
gone.
a
The lawyer
scam.
does his job.
Yeah, but the thing is there are charges that you can get to go away as well.
Sure. So let's say I was
Mr. Baxter, thank you for the support in our time of darkness and need.
Thank you for your support. I didn't think I was going to be able to eat tonight. I appreciate it.
It just
Didn't you get it from the angle? You know, remember that?
Okay.
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, sometimes it's efficient to hire a
to me,
lawyer.
it
That's
sounds
true.
like the people that do it, they say, "Oh, nobody's going to fight my case more than me because nobody cares about it more than me." You know who else? Like, let's just say your car breaks down. Nobody cares about your fucking piece of shit car more than you, right? But that doesn't mean you're going to be able to fix it better than a mechanic. You pay the mechanic because you don't know
Right.
what the fuck you're doing.
Right. Never talk to the police without an attorney.
Salute to Lady Navoa.
Agreed.
And that makes my point that if you hire an attorney, it proves yourself incompetent.
No, it does not.
No.
Are you a lawyer? Hear me out?
Slight correction.
No, I'm
on
not a
that.
lawyer, but here's what I know. If I'm on the side of the road and the cop is asking me something and I say, do I have to do that? Which I wouldn't. I would just
Never
do
talk
it,
to the police
right?
at
Hold
all.
on, hold on.
Ever.
Let me just finish
We
my
don't
point.
talk to 5-0.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, here's a driver's license and ID, right? And if they ask me to do something else and I say, do I have to? And they say yes, and then I do it, I know that it's on body camera. And if I didn't have to do it, my lawyer gets it tossed because I didn't have to do it. Right?
This is true. If you were sucking my dick, I would be actually watching.
Yeah.
The only real benefit that you have today for like your little minor infractions on hiring a lawyer is
look at you talking.
the ability to be able to file for a mistrial.
No, what are you talking about? What do you mean hiring it? I hired the attorney for the speeding ticket. The speeding ticket as
Because
if
a
it
lot
never existed. There's no mistrial.
What?
It's called a
Look,
green shake.
I love lawyers. I've hired lawyers. It's been great for me. Fuck court appointed attorneys. That's always trash.
Lawyers are generally scumbags.
Yeah, I've got a dirty lawyer.
Mine, yeah. You got to know your lawyer, right? Mine was
I know
mine.
everything
I got
about
to be
him.
friends. I got to see. That's why he's good for you.
Right.
I got to be friends with my divorce lawyer after my divorce, and so I could trust that.
I have.
I will.
So much
I will
shit
say
on
that.
my
I will
lawyer.
say a lawyer based on a referral is always best, right? You get the name of the guy. Like, hey, this guy takes care of tickets. Give me his number. I'm going to send him $300, right? Because he does that, right? Oh, this guy got you out of this DUI or whatever. Send me his number, right? This guy
I just
helped
don't
you with
understand,
your divorce or
the
did
need to
bankruptcy,
hire a
right?
lawyer for a fucking speeding ticket, dude, that falls off
Right.
your fucking license in 2 years.
Well, some of us speed a lot, and so there might be scenarios where you cannot get another ticket because you will lose your license. As I
I've
found out.
had one speeding
I
ticket.
don't think
and
you
one
don't
ticket
normally
my
need a
whole life.
lawyer for a speeding ticket. You can take them to court, and they normally have a thing there where you can get a change to a parking ticket for like
A diversion
$100 more.
program.
Right, and you don't need a lawyer to get put on a
All
diversion
right.
program.
Okay, yes, that can happen, but what I'm saying is, let's say hypothetically, a friend I know, I don't know his name, but if he was doing outside sales for a couple of years and he had like 5 speeding tickets and then he got a 6.
Well, if you're a habitual, maybe you need to be
Hold
punished.
on. And
He's
then
a
you go
drug
in front of the
dealer?
judge, you're gonna just mitigate it again. The judge goes, if you get this ticket, you're gonna lose your license. So maybe talk to an attorney. And then you go, hey, okay, who do I know that got attorneys? And then the ticket gets tossed out so you don't lose your license. And then you just keep hiring that person again because you don't want to lose your license.
Why don't you just obey the damn quit with the driving infractions? It's so stupid. It's a waste of money, a waste of time.
I know. Wait.
Hear me out. What are you waiting for?
I'm driving.
Oh, that was earlier.
I was driving my friend was driving 60,000 miles a year. You're on the road that much, you're gonna get tagged at some point if you're just doing the 70 and a 60, right?
I'm on the road that much, and I literally don't ever get driving infractions like that because it's not worth it.
That's because you're a bubbly chick.
I'm a normie. I
Yeah,
don't, but I don't go over.
You are exactly the profile I would think could get away with anything with cops. And
She's got that white woman privilege, man. All she gotta do is cry and get away with it. Cry, show a little
she
bit of
can't
nip.
cry because her eyeball will fall out.
I'm not saying I wasn't wrong. I'm just saying, like, in that scenario when you're young in your 20s and you're driving someplace that's like 2 hours away, 70 to 60 makes a big difference on the time. It's not like it's 5 minutes away, so I'm going to cut off 10 seconds.
Who's pulling you over for going 10 miles over the speed limit? Like, that's never happened.
Highway Patrol?
Yeah.
City?
You've been a
it
pain in
happens
the
all the
ass in
time.
your state, and they've got it out for you.
Hey, this is pretty smart, actually. Call the prosecutor and ask for an attorney suggestion, and they'll give you their buddy. I never thought about that, but you're probably right.
Well, yeah, and then
Well,
also
nowadays
they have
most-
a list.
Well, nowadays most public defenders there's like a lottery system that most of the local lawyers have to go through, and they have to do a little bit of pro bono work. Most lawyers have to do some kind of public defender work in the county.
Yeah, they do. They have to do that. But then you can also get one for like pro bono lawyer, and then that it like I don't know how you can just go up and ask them, and they will do it. But like I don't know how else you get a pro bono lawyer.
It's usually based on income, I believe.
No,
a lot of it is.
Pro
Well,
bono
get a
lawyers
pro bono
want-
lawyer for a
if they think you're going to win a case and get some money out of it, then they'll help you. It's like an investment of time.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
You have to
I mean,
face jail
I've heard of it in cases where somebody didn't have money, so somebody does it pro bono in a firm or whatever. But yeah, also
they have to do it.
Well,
It's like
no,
a
hold
thing.
up.
Well, no, because if
Jail
it's
time.
in some states, if it's not a jailable offense, they won't give you a
Right,
public
right.
defender.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They
lot of
all
pro
have to
bonos.
take a turn doing it in my state.
They tend to be biased too.
They tend to suck.
Well, you
I
got to
agree.
remember, most lawyers are still working, even private ones, for the same system you're fighting against.
Sure.
Okay.
My lawyer.
Conflict of interest.
Fine.
My lawyer.
I don't care if I got somebody playing for the other side. Fine.
Because
Here's
the
fucking money.
Until
Lou,
you
the
get pegged.
prosecutor will make a better deal for his friend's client than for some random lawyer he doesn't know.
That's a fact.
My
That is
lawyer
true.
used to be the DA. He was the prosecutor for a number of years. And I noticed that he was like really good friends with all of the judges.
What kind of fucking weird Charlie Manson hippie life did you live in the past?
No, I'm not living any kind of hippie life, but he's just he was the prosecutor, and so I noticed that he was like that. And then when I saw him again, he was a defense attorney. So, but I know him from his real life. So, but I noticed that he was like really good friends. I saw him on his Facebook where he was always in like on the golf course with a bunch of judges and stuff. Those are the people you want to get. Are the ones that have relationships with the judges. That's who you want to get.
Okay, hold on a sec. In the chat, fans group, I'm calling bullshit. You probably
What do you
didn't
mean?
identify. No, in the chat, fans group, you
Oh.
did not get arrested for not wearing your seatbelt. You probably got
No.
arrested because you wouldn't identify. And you
Well,
obstructed.
if
That's why
they
you got
charged her
arrested.
with not wearing a seatbelt and didn't charge her with not identifying, then she got arrested for not wearing a seatbelt, right?
You have to get pulled over for something else other. They don't pull you over
Yeah.
for not
I
wearing
mean,
a
they're
seatbelt.
not supposed to,
saying
but they
she
do.
said she got arrested. Wait, is fans group on the chat here? You're saying I know. No, fans group in the chat says I got arrested for not wearing a seatbelt. I guarantee you, you refused to provide your identity when the cops asked for it, and that's
No.
why you got arrested.
Why
That's
did
not
you
what
get
she was
pulled over?
charged with. Why?
And
I
it
mean, haven't
doesn't
you
really
seen
matter.
people who get charged
It
with
doesn't matter
resisting
what she was
arrest
charged with.
alone?
That's
Yeah.
And it
that's
and
why
it
you
doesn't
got
really
arrested.
matter. And it doesn't really matter as a passenger in the passenger seat. They have to pull the driver over for a traffic infraction first. They can't just go willy nilly. That's even beyond the
That's
Terry
right,
stop.
Wizard.
Right.
You're right.
Sure, she doesn't say that the driver didn't get pulled over for a reason.
It still doesn't matter. Even if the driver got pulled over, they have no reason to question the passenger. They have
If
no
they
reasonable
see you're not wearing a
suspicion.
seatbelt,
If
you are
they
committing
have
an
no
infraction
reasonable,
because you
if they have,
identify. How is this fucking
if,
complicated
if
for
they
you?
have,
You have to
I'm gonna put my
identify.
email in the chat. If you want to send over your mugshot or whatever to shut these motherfuckers up because they think that cops follow laws or like do what they're supposed to, go ahead. Like, were you?
I was going to say, I'm with her. I was
Happy
with her.
birthday! Y'all must have been born this morning.
No.
Like, they
I
can't
don't
do
care
that.
about the mugshot and the charges. I want to see the body cam where she's just
They're not
lightly handing her
allowed.
ID and
No.
saying,
My
yes,
birthday
sir,
suit.
and
I had
arrest her.
somebody
Hear
charge
me
me.
out. It
Don't
doesn't
fucking
matter what's
believe
on the body cam. She's saying what she got arrested for. It's when you get arrested, you get arrested for what they charged you with.
It's my birthday month.
You can get
They
it
can change their
dismissed,
minds on the
though, I
arresting
bet.
documents. They can still arrest you and then change
Okay,
their
so
minds.
you're gonna so
Then that would be
okay.
falsifying documents
All
because you
what you're
signed a
doing
ticket
is you're
with charges
speculating
on it.
as to underlying incentives. What she's saying is she got arrested for seatbelt, charged with seatbelt. Therefore, no matter what they think or why they were being buttholes, she got arrested for a seatbelt.
That could be the
Well,
charge. Yep.
Okay,
Pennsylvania
yep. And
versus
show me the
Mims.
mugshot and the thing where it says arrested for seatbelt. I guess
So
that would prove me wrong.
Penn v. Mims will allow
I'm
the
sure she doesn't
officer.
want to dox herself.
Penn v. Mims will allow the officer.
I didn't request it until she offered.
Yep.
He
Go
did.
ahead, Brick. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Brick. Penn v. Mims.
Penn v. Mims is a case also that will give its court backing, just like Terry v. Ohio, that will allow the officer to ask or demand the passenger out and then give a pat down. And there's actually more court cases that will actually the officers can actually arrest you at any time. There's cases that allow the court will allow the officer to back or the courts will back the officers.
Well,
in
they're allowed
many
to
different cases.
They're allowed to arrest and detain you for up to 24 hours without a charge.
I was detained for 36. No, it was 2 days or 3 days.
Kentucky-
I was detained for 3 days while they raided my house without charges.
Kentucky, it's actually 7 years, by the way.
Really?
Yes.
And you have to
Florida,
be a
it's
judge.
2 years.
Remind me to stay away
be a
from
judge.
Kentucky. Jesus.
Well,
Kentucky's
Kentucky
crazy.
sucks anyhow. They got dry
Commonwealth.
counties.
Nobody
it's
wants to. You never want to get in trouble in Kentucky. It's a bunch of
right.
bullshit.
It's called detainment, but in reality, it's arrested.
It is arrest. It's actually kidnapping.
It's
I
like
agree.
they're horrible.
And Penn versus Mims does not have to do with the passenger. Again, it has to do with the driver.
Yeah.
No, Pennsylvania versus Mims covers passengers.
Yep.
No, it does not.
Yes,
You better
it
read that
does.
case. You better read that case again.
It does cover
It
passengers.
never mentions
Oh
passengers.
my God. Occupants of the vehicle is what it covers. Are you an occupant if you're a passenger?
The driver is the
I'm an
occupant.
occupant of your mom.
No, when I listen, I used to get pulled over all the time when I had this one particular passenger in my car.
Who was
Right
it?
here, it says, here, hold on, right here, I got it. It says Pennsylvania v. Mims does apply to passengers. The Court of Special Appeals of Maryland ruled that while orders to passengers may intrude their personal liberty, the additional intrusion upon them is minimal, and the principle of Mims extends to including passengers as well as drivers.
Now, can you look up Atwater versus Lagavisto?
Again, under reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime, and you're using the term passenger, which is commercial. So
Dude, I'm telling you what the law states, bro.
You guys.
No, you're not stating law. You're stating a judge's opinion. Let's get it right first.
And the Court of Special Appeals kind of has precedent over that shit.
God damn it, Flow State. Why do you have these soft sits up here? Fuck them.
No, but okay, they're
so fucking stupid.
okay.
Oh.
The judge's opinion is explaining why the law is the way it is. So they're right on that fact. What they're wrong about is the traveling versus driving or commerce. Like that's just confusion about what law applies to what activity.
Hey, and it was backed up by the Supreme Court.
If you're a traveler or you're a driver,
It doesn't matter because the
you
Uniform Commercial Code does. The driver's license laws are state shit. So the UCC doesn't come into play at all. That's not what you ever get arrested for when you're driving without a license.
Listen, I didn't know, but like I used to get pulled over all the time with this one passenger.
What was the other law or the other case you want me to look up?
Atwater versus Lagavisto.
My dick versus your asshole.
Crispy, was he black? Is that what you're going to tell us?
No, he's not. Not as black as you, but
Okay,
he was,
not as much as me.
Dave, but did you hear that I'm blacker than him?
I mean,
I got the N card.
well. I
When
mean,
you got
that-
pulled
you got
over,
an
did they
empath.
pull out?
Oh, did I hear Traveling Fools?
You did. Be careful, traveling fools. Crispy Tree is Crispy Monster tonight. She's on tear.
I like
It's something going on with what's going on outside again.
Retrograde. Hi, traveling fools.
Her brain is in retrograde.
That's right. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. But anyway, they used to separate us and then question us both. They separated us. And but they were just interested in like what he was doing or
Wait,
whatever.
Crispy, I thought you were white.
I am white.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought we were talking about cigarette.
Based is black, but like don't be so racist. I mean, he's black. He's 4.4 African American, and he's my
Are
friend.
you talking about Flow State or me?
No, based Oracle. Yeah, yeah. You know
What's
who
up,
he is.
Flo? Had a question for you, Flo. Sorry, I'm just coming in here like a wrecking ball. Just making jokes.
Okay,
right
hold on.
now.
Hold the question for 9 seconds while I demonstrate my superior blackness.
But Flo, you a small percentage of the white renegades, man. You a white renegade, bro. You a white negro or nigga. Man, you the white renegades.
There you go. Please help support the white renegade, the people's champ, while we're on this.
Okay, that was your.
So can I ask Flo? What the fuck happened? So all of a sudden I get this email saying your membership, blah blah blah. What the fuck happened?
Times. I got demonetized.
No,
Why?
well, it's paused right now, and it's because there was somebody that came up on the stream and like was really harsh on the girl that peed on her feet, and so we got
we don't know if that's. I explained the whole thing at the beginning of this stream. I'd go straight into it and I described the whole thing in detail. But basically, I got some TO strikes for harassment and bullying.
I promise that.
So you got some dumbasses on there getting their feelings hurt and fucking. Okay.
Well, actually, a bot, one of the bots found me. The first thing that it hit was a video that was unlisted and had never been listed. So
Well, I've dealt with that. I dealt with that demonetization shit for a year. So if you need any help figuring it out, just let me know, brother.
So the
Okay,
Atwater
bet.
versus log
Oh my god!
it actually
traveling fools is an idiot. You just
No.
got like the
I am an
read
idiot.
that.
I
Look at
know
that
I'm
shit.
a big idiot. So
No,
yeah,
he's
please.
not.
Yeah, I am. Done.
Yes, he is.
Trust me.
If you listen to him talk long enough, he will reveal himself.
What's up, podcast?
I've
The link
listened
is
to him talk
pinned.
plenty.
There's
Wait.
one spot left, little podcast.
I have to ask, how long have you been listening to me, waiting for me to
Once was
reveal
enough.
myself to
Once
you?
was enough.
So,
Can you reveal yourself, please?
Hey, wait, if you listen to me long enough, I'll reveal my dick slapping you in the face a couple
I'll
times.
probably self-delete if I listen to you that long. Jesus.
My. That just got racy.
All right, let's
Okay,
have.
I'm a smoker. A lot of people are smokers. Real quick, he's sticking the finger in the face, cigarette in the eye. Boom, automatic response. He snapped his head back. His entire body is open. Any strike you want.
Sorry, Flo.
I love that.
I'm just joking around. So.
With what?
Those are some self-defense
You're fine.
moves.
You don't need to apologize for things you don't need to apologize for.
But you don't have to tell me I'm fine. I mean, you're a good-looking guy too, but you know, I wouldn't go as far as to call you fine.
You're fine.
Thanks. I'll take that from you.
You're welcome.
He was talking to me, obviously.
I'm sorry. I did read that book, Girl, Quit Apologizing. And then it turned out like the girl that wrote that book was a fraud.
Wait, what book? Your audio cut out. What
It
book?
was called Girl, Quit Apologizing.
Sounds like a terrible book.
Well,
sounds like the path to divorce.
It sounds like a fucking non-fiction or a fictional book because I've never saw a girl apologize for shit.
No, I apologized like a lot, and I didn't want to apologize. Like, I forget, she had like a whole series of books, but I stopped at the Girl, Quit Apologizing. But then it turned out that she was a complete fraud. She was like I don't know. She just was this lady that pretended to get everything done. She was doing all this stuff, like just being like
So
a
female?
super mom, a
She was
super
a life
wife.
coach.
Like just turned her business from nothing to like millions of dollars, and she was doing it all and loving life.
She
and it
probably
was all
did the dishes
bullshit.
every night too, right?
She married a millionaire. That's how she got to be rich. So, yeah. And I mean, and she of course made money on me because I believed her book that said, Girl, Quit Apologizing. And I still apologize. It didn't work. I can't buy into the magical stuff. I really want to believe in like aromatherapy, let's say. And I want that to work for me, but I just know that's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Aromatherapy.
Yeah.
Come on, crispy treat.
Do you keep a GIMP in the box at the end of your bed?
She absolutely does. I'm convinced.
Oh my god.
Creepy ass laugh right there.
But you know, like when somebody's like recommending something for me and they're like, oh, it changed my life, you know, and I'm just thinking like,
I think her first husband was Bootstrap Bill.
I wish I didn't think that way though. I just always in the back of my head, I'm thinking this is all bullshit. Like I think that all the time. That's the little inner voice that's going on in my head. And how do I get rid of that voice?
What voice?
Alcohol.
In her head.
It's alcohol.
Oh,
Alcohol
your
does
inner
it.
monologue? Man, that's just things. I'm convinced that people who like inner monologue constantly just have anxiety.
I have anxiety, but I just don't like, for instance, like I just don't believe stuff, you know, like when somebody
Well, does that voice sound more like Christopher Walken or Johnny Depp?
I can make my
like
monologue
which way
sound
we
like
going with
whoever
that?
I want it to.
Aversion therapy will do it.
I don't know, man. What will?
Aversion
if you
therapy.
tell me, like, wait, are you about to tell me some bullshit with
No.
getting hypnotized?
No.
Because I can't be hypnotized
it's very
either.
simple. It's very simple.
What?
I mean, I'll give you an example, right? The simplest example is if you have a persistent thought, since you always have your inner monologue, right? You wear like a rubber band on your wrist, right? And every time your brain starts
Mhm.
thinking and going off on some random
Snap the
tangent,
fuck out of yourself.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
snap the fuck out of yourself and you say the word, but you combine it with an audible stop where you say it right, and then
Like
you
bad
graduate to
Crispy.
just
Bad
you-
Crispy, I'm such a bitch.
right. Well, you don't have to go into like
yeah,
a
make it loud and
diatribe, but-
mean. Abuse the fuck out of yourself.
This is
loudly
like
in public.
a this is
but
like
then,
a
but
cock.
then you,
This is
but
like
then
a
you
cock
replace it
ring
eventually
for
with
real
just
life.
just the
Yeah.
thought stop,
Yeah.
and then you keep snapping, because if you don't stop, you keep snapping yourself
Did you
harder
call
and
her
harder.
a thought?
Eventually, it fucking works.
I know, how rude.
Not me.
I'm not a thought.
She's obviously a flow hoe.
I am.
No,
a
I said
flow.
no. I said so. This is like a cock ring for male thoughts.
I mean,
what
like
we're
I
telling
didn't
everybody.
commit a
You
war
just let it
crime. I
all
just have
burst
got.
out right there. Dan. Okay.
This is
I
starting
do
to
know
feel more
that
and
if
more
you
like
take
a
a
bukkake
negative
I was
thought,
in.
if you
that
have
I-
a negative thought and you can make it a positive thought,
Who's
that
snapping
can
a cock
actually
ring on themselves?
rewire your brain. Yeah, there's
It's a
there's
rubber band.
science to back
I
that
would snap
up.
a cock ring.
But the whole
Oh
time
my
I was
God.
reading all about it, and like I watched a whole thing on it. I read this whole thing about how you can rewire your brain and how it like and there was all this evidence where it just like positivity will make different little streams in your brain.
Yeah.
The whole
No.
time I was thinking this is total bullshit.
Negative reinforcement tends to work better.
Oh,
Look at
God.
this comment. Lou has layers of monologue. You, ma'am, you need therapy, and I
I
can help
love
you for a
Lou.
discounted price.
Dude, my monologue never stops.
Really?
Like every thought that I have, I hear in my head.
Oh, that's God talking to you.
That's not God.
No, it's not.
Or multiple personalities. Maybe there's that. Or the devil. There's that.
Or
too.
it could just be myself.
Probably the devil.
Yeah. But I say to the devil, like, devil, get out of there. Like, I say, like, devil, go away. And I
He
do. My
could
mom
be
told me
the
to do
devil
that.
and yourself.
No, but I will. Like when I start thinking something bad, I say, devil, go away. I'm like,
Well, then you need the
like,
rubber. Wait, you need the rubber band in conjunction with that, and then
No, I
snap it
just
on your
need
wrist.
No, you just have to put a
my
cock ring
crucifix.
on the devil and send them on their way.
No, I'm not going to play with the devil. Like I say, like, get out of my head. Like I'm like, I
Crispy, look
rebuke
what I
you.
got. Look what Miss Flo got me.
Oh, you needed that.
Uh-huh.
So how bad are the burns?
I mean, pretty bad. They're pretty
Yeah,
bad.
I figured.
Just a question, Flow Station.
Yes.
How many children does a priest have to abuse before they're allowed to like create holy water?
Oh my God, inappropriate.
All of them.
Is it like a baker's dozen? Is it?
It's all of them.
Was this a joke?
I rebuke
Yeah,
you
it's
in
a
the
joke.
name of Jesus Christ. That's not very polite because it really is it's bashing on Catholics. And all of these
I'm kind of bashing on
organizations have had
Catholics. I don't
abusers.
understand.
Catholics are fun to bash on.
They
Well,
really are.
I know, but like I take enough shit without you guys.
I
Okay,
mean,
but
on my
you
Catholic.
believe
it's
you
time
believe
for
the
you to leave the
sacraments.
faith.
You believe the sacraments literally turn into blood and flesh when you take them.
Yeah.
What could not be loving about a human
a symbol.
sacrifice cannibal cult?
I was going to
not
say
cannibal.
the Catholic religion is
Are you
nothing
sure?
more than paganism rebranded.
Okay.
It is more than paganism. It's
You're a child of God.
Crispy
You
treat.
were,
I'm not
you
trying
were
to beat up on
baptized and
Catholics.
confirmed
I'm
and
saying
made your
if
first communion flow.
I wasn't confirmed.
I wasn't confirmed either.
Crispy
I'm
treat.
not Catholic. I just went to a Catholic high school because the Kansas City school system sucks.
I went to a Catholic school too.
Crispy treat. Just come over to the evangelical side. You know.
Oh no,
Make it
those
legit.
Evangelicals ain't much better.
yeah, y'all are crazy
Yeah, we don't
over
believe
there.
a bunch of crazy shit.
Yeah.
Look,
That's
dude, I
like
went to
some
a Catholic
wild
school and was raised Southern Baptist, so I know the
you're
difference
nuts.
between the two.
Southern
Don't get me
Baptists are
started on the
freaky
Baptist.
too.
Don't get me started on the Baptist.
Southern Baptists are nuts.
I'm kidding.
Mhm. I like a formal church. I like my traditional Catholic church.
You like your church in a language you don't understand.
Right.
Plenty of standing and sitting, and you want those wafers to taste like straight microplastics.
Well, and you get like a little shot of wine too, which is
And
always a bonus.
do you drink out of the community cup?
Wait.
I will
do.
die
You
and
understand?
go to
Wait.
hell before I will drink out of the community fucking wine cup.
It's
That's
got
disgusting.
alcohol.
Hold on,
in,
Flo.
and
Hold on,
it's
Flo.
I don't
delish.
care. The alcohol doesn't get rid of the backwash.
What do you?
Wait, hold on,
what?
hold on, Flo.
Okay.
Crispy treat. You understand that Catholicism says that you're drinking that wine and it's turning into blood as soon as it's in your mouth, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's,
Okay, just making
it
sure.
says, take this in the name. Yes, I understand the whole thing.
Wait.
Evangelicals have it.
It's
Now,
not saying it's turning into blood.
as another Catholic, I have to jump in here
Thank you.
and stand up for Catholicism a little bit. So I
Got the
just
hill to
now
die
walk
on.
back into this conversation. So if you want to actually talk Catholic doctrine, then
So is that not what Catholics believe?
No, it's a symbolism. It's
No,
from
that's what
with
evangelicals believe, not
no,
Catholics.
we believe that we don't believe it turns into blood. We believe that it's
Yes,
in the
you
name.
believe it's
Yes.
the literal body of Christ, the literal blood of Christ. You
Right.
believe it's the blood and body.
The evangelicals believe the same thing.
A representation.
I don't know.
I believe
don't
y'all
think
need
so.
Jesus.
I rebuke
No,
you.
I'm saying it's very simple though. Just Google it.
No,
And
hold
if
on.
if you don't agree with it, then move over to the evangelical
This
side.
is
because
for
the Catholic shit is
Angry
crazy.
Snowman.
You're breaking my heart, baby. You make a mess of me.
I know it's not the
That's
normal
not
clip.
nice.
It's not the normal song I play when I have donations come in, but it came
What
with
the
such
fuck was that?
that
That's
is.
LTW.
I felt like your heartfelt message deserved a heartfelt song.
A heartfelt reply
performed by OTW. Thank you for your support during our time of need.
Yes. Yeah.
Does that guy have an album?
Yes. Like he's very talented.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I could hear the smile on your face when you.
He's talented.
I was pretty mean to poor OTW this morning.
You were? Why?
Because obviously it was necessary.
Well,
because he totally bitched out.
Sounds like it was necessary.
It was.
I mean, he's such a nice person. I don't know. I wish y'all would not argue. I hate when you guys argue.
And this is why there are so many bitches on the planet that are men, because there's women saying, I wish you wouldn't fight and argue.
Yeah. That makes me a total bitch, right?
I wasn't talking about you.
Men like arguing, and
Yeah.
I'll be the first to say that.
I mean,
So do women, though. The funny thing about men, though, is men can argue and laugh at the end of a conversation, just like, oh, let's have a beer together. Women will hold a grudge for the rest of their goddamn lives.
No, I don't hold the grudge.
Women will do that. No, men, the kind of men I know will be like, ha,
No,
let's
you guys
make fun of
punch
each
each
other and
other.
have a good time.
Men need
And
to challenge each other. They need to be in competition all the
No,
time
but
with
you
each
guys
other.
punch
Healthy.
each other
well, see, I've
out.
never met a man that could actually challenge me. So
Okay. Here we
here
go.
we are.
This bullshit from Traveling Fools.
I love this guy.
His
He
stupid
hates me.
monologue bullshit.
Gotta lead them by the nose.
Look, when you were, unfortunately, I've always been the most. I've always been. Wait. Excuse me, sir. I was speaking.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I didn't mean
You're
to.
monologuing. You're not. Really
Unfortunately, I've always been.
bullshit.
Okay, hey, when you win the top, you know.
Okay.
Are you done speaking, sir?
No, I was thinking for the guy who was going to interrupt you. Go ahead. Guy who
Go
was
ahead.
interrupting him. Go ahead.
Okay. So,
Not
when
you, the guy that was interrupting you. Go ahead.
I forgot
All
my
right.
thought, dude, to be honest with
I'll
you.
let you all talk your gibberish, and I'll chime in when something intelligent needs to be said. So,
We'll be waiting on bated breath.
yeah,
Dear God.
go ahead.
For your
Proceed.
nuggets
sir.
of wisdom.
Proceed on the rocks.
Proceed.
Where
Well,
your
take
bullshit-
control of this panel.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Oh,
Traveling
I wasn't
Fool.
paying
Wait.
attention.
Let me
Hold
just
on.
say
I
one
love it.
time.
I love
Traveling
it.
Fools will tell endless stories where he is, nobody ever beat me, but then, hey, look, I do all this kind of stuff, and everything about what he says is positive, and he will
I mean,
agree
I've
with everything that
heard
people
nobody
say
ever
unless
has
they
beat him.
attack you, and then he will turn against them.
Here,
Because
we're
it's
gonna
bullshit.
bust up the
I think
Sandy
Tokyo
vaginas
beat him.
and Chris, and we're gonna keep Crispy happy with another
Yes.
joke at Paul's expense. How about
Thank
that?
you. Yeah, thank you.
Can I say one thing, Flo?
No.
Go fast.
can you wait 45 seconds, or do you want to go first?
Whatever. It's your show, brother.
Yeah, we
I'm
just
just
need
living in it.
45 seconds and then you can go.
He's
What could you
actually
do?
just like, this is his hurt, and he's just projecting it. So I kind of just always feel
Great
sorry
stuff,
for him.
Cynthia. You're a regular
He
psychologist.
is.
You
It-
just-
he's
Maybe
a
we
wounded child.
can be his
He
mama.
feels abandoned and doesn't like women
You're
because of
your health and safety. You're a regular
You're being
genius.
hugged by all of us right now, Paul. This is your warm mama
I
energy.
love you,
hug.
Paul.
You're being accepted despite your bitterness. You're being loved. You don't.
I don't want to be touched by you, and I don't want to be accepted by you. Stay away from me. Every time
I
use the
love
term
that.
flow state,
That's
I
so
think of this
cute.
cretin. I want to bomb.
Look, Flo, I've come to the conclusion that this guy wouldn't have
Hold
an
on,
identity
Traveling
without
Fool's
you.
turn. Traveling Fool's turn.
No, I want to
Traveling
hear
Fool.
what he has to say first.
Oh.
Please go ahead. Ladies first, darling.
I loved that. I loved that hug thing. I wish you guys would all hug me. I would feel valued.
I'll give you a big hug right
Thank
now.
you.
All right, so let's let the
No,
next
he was trying
lady
to
who
insult the
wanted
other
to go
person with his
first. So
stupid, lame jokes of ladies first. These are all low-hanging fruit, stupid jokes.
I know, but you get so triggered over such
Guys,
dumb shit.
guys,
It's so
even
funny,
though
man.
I've been demonetized, the Cash App and PayPal is still up. If you guys want to kick panelists, that is still an option. I will
Okay,
honor
well,
all
can
money.
I use
God
the,
damn
can I
it,
use the
kick me.
$25?
No, that
It'll
was already
cost you
donated.
$25
fuck.
to kick me off this panel there,
And I'm
lady man.
starving, so
Let's go.
please donate.
You have one. Wait.
set the
All right. So
prices?
who's? Wait. Crispy, I love you. You know I love you, Crispy.
I know.
But all right. Who's this whiny fucking bitch that won't shut the fuck up? Let's
The
hear
same
from
guy
him.
that told
Let's hear
you what
from this
what the
fucking
fucking
guy.
deal was last time I was on a panel with you. You're a fucking idiot.
You're a
liar.
goddamn
You're
whine.
fake.
Okay.
Your
All
whole
right. Cool.
act
I'm
is
fake.
lame.
Why? Why am I lame? Why am I fake? What do I do that's fake, man? I have my
Every
own
fucking story
YouTube
you
channel.
tell is bullshit.
Wait.
Oh, God.
I have my own. Wait, everybody, hey, give me 1 second. Let's have some
Okay.
fun here. Let's have some fun. All
Okay.
right. So I have my own YouTube channel, Twitter channels. My wife and I do. There's all like
Great.
we have showed our lives all over the goddamn internet.
Why
I
does that
want to
matter?
know what is
What does,
fake
what does
about
that have
us.
to do with you being full of shit?
Well, I would like to know that. So please explain
What
that.
makes him
There,
full of
Genie.
shit?
Wait,
Every- no, just-
Crispy.
no,
Hang
I'm
on.
saying,
Okay.
watch him over time. Every single story he says.
So you watch
is
me a
full
lot.
of
That means
shit.
you like
Every
me.
side
So you
comment he
watch me
makes
all the
is
time.
full of
I
shit.
love it.
Oh, I never met a guy who could beat me up though. But I got all my buddies down here. And
What do you mean I've never
met
met a guy? I've talked about getting my ass kicked. I've talked about getting my ass kicked. I've told stories about getting my ass kicked. Jesus Christ, what are you talking about?
And remember that one time you told us about when you got graped?
No, I've never been graped. There is
Did you
that.
get grape?
Thank God I haven't.
Yeah, no, you did. You got.
Oh wait, I did get graped,
be
but it was by a
you
woman.
can't be
It
great
was
if
by
you're
a
a
woman.
willing participant.
It
No,
was
all
by
I'm
a
saying
woman.
is
I did get raped by a woman when I
Traveling
was
Fool
young.
is like the guy who's sitting there with 3x5 cards and he's looking up jokes the entire fucking time. The lamest jokes. Oh, let's let the ladies go first when a guy interrupts him because his jokes are so fucking
No.
stupid and he thinks he's
Let
smarter than
me
everyone
ask
else.
you
He
one
thinks
question,
he's
sir.
slick.
Let me ask you one question. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it's all the salad dressing. I'm exactly that guy. You really want to
Yeah,
deal
you're not
with this?
funny.
Let's go. I know I'm not funny. I'm not trying to be
Then why
funny,
don't you
but
tell
you're
jokes?
still listening to me.
I'm listening to you because I'm forced to be on a panel with you.
This is like watching two tadpoles try to fight each other or something.
I don't
shit.
want to interact with them. You put me up here with them.
All right, I'll be quiet.
The other guy was
I'll be quiet.
The other guy was going to
You
comment.
take it away there, you fucking.
No, I wasn't even
Fred Astaire.
commenting. The other
Let's hear
thing
it.
was put up the other guy that was going to respond.
Do
to
a
him,
little
bro.
dance. Make a little noise.
Make a little love.
Fang
damn
Soup,
right.
lose your
Get down
career.
tonight.
Get fired. You will not regret it. Get fired and fuck that shit right
Dude,
up.
you're boring, brother. That's your fucking problem. Is you're goddamn boring. I'm just here to have fun. If
Oh
you
my
don't
God.
like it, if you don't like to have
Oh
fun,
my God. How did I
that's
know
your
that was his
problem,
background?
not mine.
Oh,
So,
shit.
you know,
God.
have at it.
What's up, Puck Elf? Long time no see.
Oh no.
How you doing, dude?
I'm doing great. I'm back out of YouTube jail. I am still demonetized. We're trying to get Fang Soup to get fired from her career and fuck it all up because it is one of the best things that can happen to you, and I am not even lying.
Puck Elf,
Dude, I just had to report the fucking counselor, the health commission as well.
You probably need
Fucking down the
counselors.
toilet too. Fuck that cunt. Anyway.
Counseling not going well.
Yeah, I assumed you died, Puck Elf.
Tell us how you really feel.
Good to see you.
I don't think that you can. I don't think Puck Elf can be killed,
Oh, you think
except
you
for
don't
probably
think
by holy water. But
he looked like he was like on his last days to be
Don't you
scared.
dare show me that again.
I'm sorry, I won't do it again.
Oh shit!
I just wanted you to know who's in charge.
He does kind of look like one of the
Already down on
vampires.
the other screen.
Right?
Oh, flashbacks to the holy water. Jesus Christ, man.
He's got 3rd-degree burns from the water. It's gonna heal. Don't get worried.
Don't touch your wiener with it.
Right.
No, I have elf blessing fluids in here.
What is in that? Don't
Wait,
open
Sapphire,
that.
what are you in?
I like that
What is
bag. Wait, I
What's
like
that
that
bag?
bag.
Fluids.
I think it's like a. I
You
don't
mean
know. What that
Jack?
Shake it to booze upon ye.
That's called a man
Maker's
purse,
Mark.
sir.
I think
I
it's
shake
Maker's
it to
Mark.
booze
No,
upon
no,
ye.
Puck. Let me see that bag, man. I like that bag.
It's a prune.
That's a man purse.
No, I'm being serious. Like,
Traveling fools, you
No,
have
true.
been removed from the panel for 1 hour and 5 minutes.
wait, before I do, can I show my bag?
No, not before you do.
Before
Shut
I
the
do,
fuck
can
up.
I show?
Bye.
Can I?
Shut the fuck up.
I gotta honor it. I gotta honor the money.
Hmm.
But you
The
can buy
guy is
yourself
so
back.
dumb, I can't stand it.
$25 will buy you back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there you go. You can fundraise for Flow State, just like I did. Pay your way back on. Just say whatever the
So I have
fucking
knives and
bullshit you want to
shit
say
and
again
pens
is.
in this pocket.
It's
but then in
very
this
nice,
pocket,
Puck Elf. I like
I've
it.
got like first aid kits
Why
and
do you-
hand sanitizer and tissues in case
case you
anyone
die?
starts dying. I'm like, here, have that. So I'm not the bad guy. I've got my knife pocket and I've got my first aid
Is Sapphire in
pocket.
a dorm? Are you in a dorm,
I've also
Sapphire?
got wait,
Or
hold
an
on.
RV?
My bundle of Indiana Jones rope in case I got to get down inside your temple.
Could
to
somebody
steal
just
your
tell me in the
crystal
You always
shell.
need you always need a rope. That's what I learned from Boondock Saints.
A paracord comes in handy in so many ways.
Everyone needs to carry around a bundle of fucking rope.
You have a murder kit or
No, you
an
don't. No,
assault
you
kit.
you don't want to be pulled over with rope.
Right. He's literally got a murder
better
kit.
than being pulled over with the body.
You
Look,
gotta have a flashlight in there.
Wait,
Flashlight.
hold on. You
He's
got
got
the
a
rope.
flashlight,
You need the
knife,
duct tape to
rope.
repair the rope. If it gets
I've
cut,
got
you
I've
need
got
the
a
knife for it in case you need to get
compass.
loose from the rope. So you
A
need the duct
compass.
tape, the knife, the rope.
He's gone for 1 hour and 5 minutes because it's $20 for an hour, and then the other 5 I did $5 for 5 minutes with it.
That should be 15, but whatever.
But I've got the one.
What is that? What is that, Elf?
I think we can negotiate here between 5 and 15.
I mean, the prices are listed in the description box of the video or of the
1 hour 5 is fine.
Oh yeah.
Where is Sapphire at? I just got to know what. Are
He's
you
in
in a
this like really tiny little cubby hole. where he's
Narnia?
got, like
no, like a
food.
tiny? Is it a
He's
tiny
underneath
house?
the
Is it a
steps
dorm? Is it
somewhere.
an RV? Is it a camp?
We
trailer?
don't know. But he's next to a
trailer?
microwave and some like gross food and
It
stuff.
looks like the back of a PF Chang's.
I don't know. I always assumed it was underneath the steps somewhere. But he's got a murder kit going on.
I think that it's an RV.
I don't think it is.
No, here we go. Here's the cartographer compass.
It's
I
got
think he
RV
lives-
setup.
What
And
is
there's
that?
a
Why
little
do you
spirit
have
level
all
in
of
there as
these?
well.
Are those handcuffs?
No, it's a cartographer.
Because he wants to know what direction north is when GPS goes
a
down.
compass. No, that's because after he buries the body, he wants to be able to get back to the body.
You're doing an awful lot of assuming. You're sounding like a cop now.
Gary,
Right.
Gary, look at the description box. 20 it scales. So he bought an hour, and then I put the other $5 towards
What's that?
right, because $5 for 5 minutes, and then 15 for half an hour or something.
Gary, it works. I get it, Gary.
And I've also got a fancy coffee and a tea.
Fancy coffee.
It looks like a
Fuck
camper
off.
to me.
I have a
Flow
question.
Yeah.
Why did you feel like we wanted to see this shit?
I do. I want to see
Someone
it.
just told
this looks
me
like
they
a
wanted
camper
to look
setup.
at my bag.
I'm not
So
saying I don't want to see it.
my
I'm just
bag.
wondering what made you think we do.
This is a camper
Someone
setup.
just asked
This
me
isn't
to.
a trailer.
Yeah.
This is a camper.
Well, I think he lives in a cubicle.
No, it's a camper. You got the camper in the back of the bed of the truck. So you got the classic lane, right? So you need small appliances on the
Don't
side.
make me start pulling the Lego out as well. Fuck you.
Yeah. Well, I will just want to
I've
see
got
what else is
phantom
in that
comics and
backpack.
all this shit, bro. Fuck you.
That's more like a 2-person pop-up tent on a utility trailer.
It's got the height though. I think it's a camper because a 10 trailer wouldn't have the bed on the side.
What is that, Elf?
It's too high to be a table.
They're just batteries, some AAAs and double A's.
You're too high to be a table.
Yeah. Yeah.
I am really high right now, by the way.
Puck Elf, do you have bottle openers?
Yes.
Look at that.
It's called my face.
And then this one's even better.
But look,
Oh,
I
they're
want one of those, Flo, but I was
they're
told that
the
they
mini
were like
rings because you're not
fiddlers.
allowed to have brass knuckles anymore.
Are
and
you
so
trying to
can
get your
like-
house raided again, Flo?
No, actually, these got given back to me after the raid.
Are those
Really?
brass knuckles?
Really?
They're bottle openers. And
Oh.
I asked, I know, that's what I said. And I asked the sheriff who was handing me the stuff, I said, is this a trap? Are you going to pull me over when I leave here with these? He's like, I don't think so.
Dude, the sheriffs will never. I will never understand them. When I got arrested, and when they let me back out after the weekend was up, they took my pack of cigarettes, which is a full pack of cigarettes, threw them in the trash, but handed me a lighter and some rolling papers that I had.
When I got raided the first time I was in bed, and they like handcuffed me and carried me out the front door in my boxers, and the guy in charge goes, before they're taking me to the station, because I lawyered up, so they're taking me to jail. He goes, I said, can I have some pants? He turns to the deputy. He goes, go inside and get him his flip-flops. Okay.
Go inside and get him
have some pants. Get him some shoes.
They wanted to make sure your third leg had proper footwear on it. That way you didn't bruise it.
So then when I got bonded out, right, when I made bond the first time, and they were like, okay, let's change out of your jumpsuit and back in your street clothes. I was like, well, how? And they said, oh yeah, I had to get swimming trunks out of the lost and found at the jail. But at that point, yeah.
Your jail
I didn't really
the
give a
most
shit.
whack jail I've ever heard of, that they just sent you home in swimming trunks.
Sounds like the shit they do in Ohio.
So weird.
Cops aren't there to help you out when they interact with you.
Our jailers
They're just there to
a
fuck you up.
Yeah, they give them
that's
the
their job,
sweatsuit.
is fucking you up. They're not there to be your fucking friend.
Oh, no. Well, that's because you've got a murder kit.
Well, they were
so
not
they're
being
mad
my
at you.
friend, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have skeletons in my closet. I am the skeleton.
Right. I know.
No,
but how many dead bodies do you have in your closet is the
How many
question.
heads are in your freezer?
Yeah.
None in mine.
All of them.
None in mine, but those who own my blades.
I have a
Does
hard time
vacuum
believing
seal
that.
preserve them, or you really need to
The
keep them
lives
cool?
that they take still belong to me.
Oh,
And
see how
I have
angry
many
you get?
souls. I've got like 6 already stacked up.
You know what?
Someone
I've
needs
got-
a new dagger because they lost their old one.
Yeah.
No questions asked. I'm gonna
What's
make
the
them into one.
longitude and latitude to the dead body out in the woods where you've got that compass?
You probably have to go near Araluen to the old gold mines, and there's like old shafts down there that are like bottomless, that are full of water and shit. And there's probably like melted corpses in there or something somewhere.
Very
I'm not the one
interesting.
doing it. It's not my job.
Well, very interesting. You know, based
Speed
is
date,
a,
go.
is
You two are on a
niche.
speed date.
You be quiet. Like I hate you.
I throw the magical elf booze upon you.
Yeah.
Oh my God, she's crispy. Is your leg shaking yet?
Oh yeah, my leg was shaking. I'm terrified right now of going on a speed date with Puck Elf. See,
Well, if you had a GPS locator, I'm sure you'd be fine.
No, I'm undateable. Sorry. We're
Can
not
we
cancel
tip you?
this right now. Undateable.
undateable. What does that mean? What'd you say? Undateable? What happened?
Elf is undateable. I'm a
Oh.
psychopath. I'm
Oh.
not fucking having that. No way. No fucking
Right.
way.
Oh, you swore
I'm
off
not buying.
women.
I'll cook your dinner, but I'm not fucking buying it for you.
Okay. All right. Deal.
What are you buying?
I don't know. Like he said he'll cook it for me, but he's not buying it for me.
I heard what sounded like cocaine, and I'll buy it for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you. I
I'll
appreciate it.
cook your dinner.
Don't tell Bates.
But I'm not
He's a
fucking
snitch.
buying it for you.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well,
First line is always free.
I mean, he doesn't want to buy it for me, so like, okay, we got to move on then.
That's what you think, though.
You buy it.
First
Get
line
your
is
hand
never
out of
free.
my fucking wallet. Get your hand out of it.
What?
That means no knocking boots either.
Yeah, it smells so good. But Puck Elf, where have you been? I really did assume that you like.
If he's been up your ass, you might know.
No, he's was around like nonstop and real obnoxious for the longest time, and then he disappeared.
Maybe he disappeared for a reason because he didn't want people to know where the fuck he was.
No, it was because he was blocked, I think. But what happened? What's going on? Where have you been? And now your name is Sapphire, which is kind of a feminine name.
Kind
honestly.
of sissy.
No.
Yeah, it is pretty moist, I'm going to say.
Sapphire is my old World of Warcraft paladin. That
Well,
I've had for like 20
Chose a real
need to man
masculine
up.
name there, huh?
That's still
Yeah.
a moist name.
It's a very feminine name.
It's moister than the oyster, bro.
Oh,
Everyone
no.
loves Sapphire.
Did you just say it's moister than an oyster?
He did. He
Yeah,
did.
he did.
I
Don't
like
say
that.
anymore.
That's a bar, dude.
No, it's not. No, don't.
It's moister than an oyster. That's
Don't.
fantastic.
Don't.
Moist.
Moist. Fucking moist, mate.
But yeah,
Fucking moist,
Sapphire
mate.
sounds like. Are you trying to pretend that you're a lady, and then
I'm not
then
trying
we
to
get you
pretend
on
I'm
a
a
panel,
lady. I
and we're
just
like,
told you the Sapphire Elf name is my World of Warcraft paladin.
okay,
That's
you
a
didn't
blood
troll
elf that
us.
I've had for like 20 fucking years. And it's just the name I'm fucking stuck with.
Yeah.
And so you're going to have to fucking put up with it or deal with it. I don't give a shit.
I don't want to deal with it because
Well,
like
you're going to fucking have to.
I'm not going to. You
Well,
can't make
well,
me.
fuck off with it. then.
Crispy's trying to get her top spot back, but it's not going to work.
I think she's just flirting with people and seeing which one will bite.
Out and tie you up, babe.
Oh,
You'll
shit.
enjoy it when I do.
Rearrange those guts, Puck Elf.
Oh, yeah, I'm good with knots.
He's saying that he trolled us, and that's how he got on here, pretending to be Sapphire, like that girly name. And then you didn't troll us.
I
We
didn't
knew.
say I trolled anyone. I just told you it's my fucking Warcraft paladin.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You
I've had the
said you
name
acted like
20
you were
fucking
stuck
years.
with it forever, like you can't.
I'm not
change it.
asking to buy your fucking dinner with it. What are you talking about? I'll cook your dinner, but I'm not buying it for you. That's
it's
right.
the,
We discussed this.
Yeah. It's no, really, like you were just kind of acting like you couldn't change it right now. And actually I could go in and change it right now. You're not stuck with that girly name. You just want it. For some weird reason.
Well, that's why I fucking changed it.
You gotta man up.
I fucking changed the name.
This is the man
What
of
do you
it.
want?
And you're coming
Hey,
in
Flo,
here
she
like a
took
lady.
all the attention she had
Now
for you
I am
and focused it on him now.
Fairy,
Right.
It's okay.
and it means pissed off angry elf because that's like my second account when YouTube fucking.
It should be gay nerd elf.
Right.
I'm
Right.
glad Susan Wojcicki died of cancer. and
Murder
so my
kit
spell
elf.
worked. Yeah, I'm glad Susan Wojcicki died of cancer. My
Oh,
spell worked.
Jesus.
that?
That seems a little extreme. Did you just wish somebody would die of cancer? I don't think that's very
Yeah,
nice.
she's the witch of YouTube.
Who?
It's Susan Wojcicki.
Me?
The witch of YouTube. The
Well, it's
great
better than
censorship
being the
overlord of all the internet.
effeminate
And the Googles,
of
the
YouTube.
Witchickies, the Jabberwockies, I wish cancer upon them in my mind so they would die, and they did. And so I win. I win.
Yeah,
What are you talking about?
That's why. Yeah, now I remember why.
Y'all need lithium.
Y'all need Jesus. That's what you need. Fucking
Yes,
Jesus.
yeah. He's like he's putting spells on me. He was telling me to die of cancer and stuff
I
just
think they're
because
love
he's got
spells. Are
like
you
a
in love
gay
with him?
name.
I retract all doom and all spells on all people.
Okay. Well, I don't believe in your spells,
Done.
so you don't even have to retract them.
Shoot,
I
Crispy,
think
you
your
got
spells
lucky
are
right
bullshit.
there.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Well-
don't make me wave my magic rock at you. I'll don't make me swipe it.
I rebuke
No,
you in the name
I
of
will not
Jesus
swipe the
Christ.
rock. I will not swipe the rock upon you.
Well, you got lucky.
What happened?
That's how I curse
But
people.
remember when somebody
It's like throwing
did
ninja
put a
stars.
spell on us, Flo, and we both got sick? Remember?
Yeah, Pizza Hut put it on me.
I shall not swipe the rock upon you.
I did. Somebody did put a
Ooh,
witchcraft
you're that
on me,
close.
some spell. It wasn't you, Elf. So wishful thinking that I'm gonna die of cancer. But thanks.
That was harsh.
I know, right? Super rude. I
Well,
would never be that
super harsh.
rude.
I feel extremely offended.
maybe you should step up your rudeness.
Right, little tiny little effeminate elf.
You ain't got better jokes than dick jokes. Come on.
I
Flo's
mean,
taught you better
I
than that.
wasn't doing that.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you the best joke that's ever been
Oh
joked
no,
about.
I don't think
Right?
it's gonna be
What
good.
did the fish say when it swam into the concrete block?
I don't know. What? What?
It said, "Damn, you overplayed your character, your role."
Damn.
Yeah,
the
I knew
fish
that would
swam into a
suck.
concrete block and said, "Damn."
Do you have kids, Puck Elf?
Oh, let's hope not.
No, I got 1,000 kids. I got like spawn everywhere. I'm like
I mean, I was gonna say with a joke like that, you must be someone's dad.
Dad joke, yeah.
No, I don't. No, I've got none. I've got none, and I don't have to pay for fucking nothing.
What does a 16-year-old pregnant girl and a fetus have in common?
I don't know.
Both are delicious when sautéed.
Yeah, some kind of an
That's
abortion
pretty
joke.
close, but the answer is that they're both thinking, "Man, my mom's going to kill me."
I don't even want to know the answer to that, but I can tell it's going to be hilarious.
Even though I'm pretty sure that's not a TOS violation, it feels like it could be.
Yeah.
It isn't. I heard it on YouTube.
No, it's really stupid. So, like,
It's not stupid. You just don't have a sense of fucking humor.
We're gonna go. I'm gonna put
I
this in
know
my
the
file
answer.
as a
You're not a real
TOS violation.
person unless you have mental consciousness.
Don't make me bust out the holy water on you guys.
16-year-old girl and a
Throw it over
fetus
there on Elf.
don't have a fucking brain. That's the answer.
Wow.
The gargle gagger.
This is why you have to live in a cubicle, because you're so mean.
Yeah, but it's behind a PF Chang's, so it's free food.
I don't know where it is.
Bacon sandwich.
What
You're-
you steal Chinese food?
I don't know. Like, you
Wait,
can't really.
quick
like,
question,
even
You
quick
go
can't
question.
down.
steal it if it's coming out of the dumpster, dummy.
Oh, yeah.
Everything is
Quick
tiny.
question.
Right now.
Can I just clarify it? 1 second.
You need to bring me a
Is the
bacon sandwich.
Is the camper on
That's what needs to happen.
Wait, is the
Wait.
camper mounted to a vehicle that doesn't run, or is it independent, just on
He
stilts?
lives in the middle of the Aussie woods or something. I don't know.
Yeah, because
Did
it's
somebody
a
got that
vehicle.
thing
It's
parked in the
mounted
middle of
to
a Walmart
fucking
parking lot?
bingo.
Somebody
I
said
don't
they
know.
were stealing cats.
Yeah.
Puck Elf. He's probably
Chinese
murdered
restaurant.
them.
Okay.
And he's got a whole
You got a
murder
problem
kit
with
over
that?
there. I've
No,
never met anybody
dude,
that
I
had-
love teriyaki alley cat.
Yeah, look how strange he is. He just does that weird stuff like that all the time, and I don't know what to say.
Say you consent.
No, I don't. No.
That's okay. There's loopholes.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna find one for sure. Oh God, Flo, I've got the best.
Wizard, are you still fighting with people backstage?
Is he?
Yes, he is.
Who the hell is backstage? See, look at him doing a bunch of
Well,
weird shit.
Wizard is for one.
Well, at least we ain't got to hear that weird ass fucking sovereign citizen shit on the panel.
Yeah.
Fuck you, you punk ass bitch. You ain't nothing but a no good dick sucking, taking the ass punk bitch ass slave. Still doing paperwork. You're fucked.
I don't suck dick. I get my dick sucked.
I love that. That's so good. One time
They'll
I made
say it with a long southern
one
drawl.
time I made a
You'd be like,
mistake about
traveling
Iowa.
fool.
No.
I don't suck dick. I get my dick sucked, and I'd never met somebody that doesn't suck my dick. That's what
I
traveling
doubt
fool
that.
does.
I doubt it. I highly doubt that.
No, that's what traveling fool does every time.
No, he doesn't, but I
Yes,
don't
he
believe
does.
you get your
Crispy
dick
Creek,
sucked
come on.
ever.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's okay.
Does anyone want to pick a scratchy, and we can do some scratchies or something if we get
And
bored?
you neither, nor you. Mhm.
Use scratch cards. What do those go for?
What are those?
I got
Like
a bunch of $1 ones. There's the big one I'm doing at the end. That's me $5 one. But then we got a bunch of $1 ones, and I got 5 of each.
Okay, we're gonna need you to scratch those
folded
off
them
right
up
now.
so that they fit in the envelope.
Let's
But if
see
you want
what
to
you
pick
want.
one, we got new one, which I don't know.
I got to tell you guys something about me. If you don't
What
already
is
know,
it?
No,
I hate
please
lottery ticket
interrupt
people.
my
I
So
hate
do I, dude.
lottery
They
ticket
fucking
people.
annoy me.
Yeah,
They
mute
think
him.
that the gas station is the casino, and they want you to stand in line behind them while they play the fucking cards.
Oh my god,
Dude, not
Yes,
just play their
Flo.
cards, but then they
Yes.
have you run
Flo.
every fucking
Yes.
card that they scratched off to
Right.
make sure they
They
didn't
want to
miss
scratch them
something.
all, and
They'll
then they
have
want you to
fucking a
double
month's
check
worth
them.
of fucking the
Yeah.
goddamn, pick 4s and pick 5s that they got running
I'm
through the
sorry,
fucking
we won't
machine.
do scratchies ever again. I'm sorry.
It's white trash. It's white trash
Yes.
gambling.
Yeah, you
Gambling
may
is
as
an
well
addiction.
just buy.
You're standing behind the dude, and you just want your pack of 20 Parliament longs, Parliament 100s.
Parliament longs.
No, wait.
What are
Dude,
you?
I'm just
Wait,
going
wait,
in
wait,
trying to
wait,
pay
wait,
for
wait,
my
wait,
fucking
wait,
gas.
Flow State. It's been like
Parliament
10 years since I bought
longs.
6.
You're going
Parliament
inside to
100s,
pay for your
right?
gas?
I
Okay.
won't do any scratchies
Yeah,
ever again.
some of us still
I'm
use cash.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Puck, you have to scratch those off right now. I'm insisting. I want to see
But
if
you're
you
running
want
late,
anything.
and the dude is doing all the scratch tickets. And then not only that, once he gets his amount, then he's got to pick out new scratch cards. That's what fucking kills me.
He's gonna donate into Flow Street.
Well,
So you're
if
gonna
you're
do
No,
talking
he's like,
about people
okay,
that
give me
stand
3 of this
around
one.
Depending on how
around
much
Give
you
me
win.
4 of this
counter all
one.
fucking day, they
Give me
can get
7 of
fucked.
this one.
I get
Okay,
my
what do I owe you?
scratchies, and I know exactly what
Like,
I want.
why
I
is
stand
it?
there.
Why are we the only culture that
Gotta
gets
fight.
so heated in an online conversation where it
Mm.
translates into people feeling like they have to actually fight in person?
So do you watch the channels with like the white folks and such? Because I don't watch it enough
do.
to. And they I know they fuss for sure. I've seen
They
a little
fuss.
bit, but they
They
never
fuss
get
and
to
then they hate each other,
fisticuffs.
and they come back and they like each other the next day.
Mm.
But they never, ever pull up on each other in real life. That's wild. That's only
Mm.
something that I've witnessed happen within our
For
culture.
us,
Wait, what does pull up mean?
Pull
it
into your
means
house.
pull up and get
Pull
into
up
a
so you
fight.
can
Are we a
fight.
fussy people?
Yeah, I mean, pull up.
Dude,
pull up,
I
nigga.
think we're very bitchy.
Wasn't it a
I think
guy?
the whole internet is-
Wasn't it a couple white guys that started YouTube street beefs?
Yeah.
My best friend is ex-Queensland bodybuilding
Okay.
champion.
But even though there was a couple
And
white
me
dudes that
and him
started
get drunk
YouTube,
That's
and fight
fascinating.
each other all the time. And all I can do is dive on him like a spider monkey because I'm fucked up. And
Yeah,
he just
and you're
moves
so
his
tiny.
arm up and down the ground and whacks me. And I'm like, I'm not letting go.
So that sounds like a nice gay game for you and
I
your
was gonna say that
friends.
sounded really gay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's fun. Look,
Tell
we're
us
not
more
trying to
about your
hurt
gay
I'm
each
sure
other.
it's
antics.
fun, but it's still
We're
gay.
not.
Hey, I'm
That's
dropping
not
off.
fun. We're not trying to hurt
But I
each
better
other.
not see
Thanks
that
for
fool
thanks
up
for
here
You
the
for the next.
support. Take it easy.
Sometimes
Take it
man
easy
How much
now.
longer
just
does he
go
have?
fuck
Flow
Puck,
State?
you're
you and
making
have
our
a go
guests
at each
leave
other.
with your gay
But we're
antics.
not
How
actually
much longer
trying
does
to
he have?
kill
Flow
each
State?
other.
Oh,
Not
you
every
know what? Puck
time
is
we
half
need
price.
to pull the knives out and
No,
start
not
stabbing
Puck.
motherfuckers.
Traveling
he
Instead
fool.
just
of
How much
talks.
Puck
longer?
doesn't know how to
No,
shut up, does
no,
he?
he
He just gets his
doesn't. Like,
motor running and
Flo
keeps on
just turns
going.
his mic
Hold
off.
on.
He'll
Hear me
talk.
out. Ask me your question again.
How long does traveling fool have left?
He already
I
left.
will have to look.
I think he already left.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he
already
would
left.
never sit back there.
Let's see.
No, I don't either. When
Carry
I
the
get off
one.
the panel, I go
40,
terrorize another one.
Yeah.
1:45. So he's still got about 33 minutes. 33
All right, so I
Illuminati
come
confirmed.
back at 11:35. 25 and he's on the goddamn panel.
Look, hear me out. He'll be
Keep
hate
posting.
watching your stream to make sure
Keep
you
panel.
keep him off.
All right, so yeah, so at 1:45 Central Time, he can come back.
Oh, 1:45. Okay, I'm coming back at 11:44. He better not goddamn be up there.
All right.
Oh, I will never let it happen.
Me out. Me out. Later.
Look, Puck, you chased all of our guests away with your gay antics.
Crispy, why are you being so mean to everybody today?
I don't like anybody.
I think she needs to get
What
laid.
What the fuck did you smoke?
You're lesbian.
I'm mad. I'm not a
Bath
lesbian.
salts, probably.
Yeah.
If you don't think Elf is gorgeous and you don't want to fuck me, you must be a lesbian.
Yep.
I'm
Like-
a narcissist and I'm better than you.
I am definitely a lesbian all day long.
Yeah, right?
100%. 100% organic binary lesbian.
Right. Like, Puck, come on. You're such a pain in the ass. Like, I can't imagine.
Stop
Plus, I'm
being a
way
lesbian,
taller
then.
than you.
Just stop being
Stop
a
it.
lesbian.
All right.
And just admit.
I wouldn't
You
be
want
able to
fuck
fit
me.
in that cubicle.
Just admit you want to fuck me.
I don't. Stop.
Admit it. Admit
No.
it.
I don't know. Do you think Puck would fit in her cubicle, Flo?
No.
Well, then you're a lesbian if you can't admit you want to fuck me then.
Crispy,
No.
what do you want to do?
Not ever.
You must
No,
be a
I'm not.
lesbian.
Puck, I'm not ever. I don't. I'm
Crispy,
not
what
ever.
are you? You're a
I'm
lesbian?
a lesbian. I will absolutely be a lesbian before.
Well, good job, Puck. You turned a straight woman gay.
Right. Thanks a lot.
It's not hard to do these days.
I mean, I was one of the
I don't think I've ever done it. In fact, I've turned a lesbian straight at least for a night.
Oh wow, yeah. Well, that's an achievement all in itself. I think. Like, don't be down on yourself.
Now you're just trying to be like Trump, dude, and say you did shit that never happened.
No.
Me?
I'm not
No.
buying you dinner, but I'll cook it for you. Fuck off.
You don't think it? Okay, I mean, I'll post. When you hear the whole story, you'll probably
If it isn't Facebook official, it never happened, sir.
Okay.
Well,
that's
for
right.
a
If
night,
you
you
didn't
don't.
record it, doesn't exist. Get fucked.
Only lames are on Facebook, so like I don't. Or boring.
You think
people
I give a
can't-
fuck what you think?
Yeah. Well, I don't care what you think. You're on Facebook. That's apparently like out of style.
So he's a nerd, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, that's what I
Anyway,
hear.
I was trying to back you up.
Okay, I'll be a
earlier.
nerd.
Just comments there.
Wizard, where have you been? I've got like an elf up here, just like getting on my nerves. I mean, defend my honor.
Shut up.
No, I've been trying to figure out if
I'd
if
be
I
a
should-
lesbian somewhere else.
I'm trying to figure out if Flow State should retitle this. The bully is back. Let me introduce you to Crispy.
Oh,
That's a good.
oh
All
my
right.
God.
It's Crispy's Barbie
Loud-
lesbian
Loud
band camp
people.
day.
That definitely
That's
includes
what
you,
we got
Puck.
going on here.
We're just gonna have to do a whole ass mute. This Snowman. This is the longer version of the story. Tell me if you still think I'm lying afterwards.
I'm so confused. Wait a second. Let me make sure this is like okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, lipstick lesbian night before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Next morning, I hear her voice. I turn around, and what I'm looking at looks like a man because it's got short hair and a beard because she had cut her long hair off and glued stubble on her face. And she was there to invite me to her drag show she was performing in that night. And it took me like a solid 5 seconds for my brain to make these two things come together into one reality. And then I just turned around and walked away. I didn't even respond.
Wow.
It still
So
bothers
you
me.
slept with this person that night.
I slept with her before she had a beard.
Yeah.
I'm so confused. Wait.
How high were you?
I
Very
have
drunk.
so many questions that I don't want the answers to.
Oh, I want all the answers to these questions. So wait, well, how did she have glue? Did she just have it in her purse with her? She had the
She might have it. She might have had it shoved up her snatch.
Well, I mean, she was in her dorm room, right? Like so the next day. So I don't know. Like it's not like we were out on the town and she just
Maybe
whipped
she
out
was
some-
carrying that shit around like contraband.
What college did you go to for you guys to just be having drag shows and stuff?
Any
I don't
college.
Yeah, any college.
Huh.
How old
But-
are you? Jesus.
Well, I mean, I go to drag shows, but I don't think that I didn't have like drag shows
Oh, I
in
did
the
not go to it.
dorms. Huh?
No, it wasn't in the dorms. We
Oh.
lived in the dorms.
Oh,
The drag
okay.
show was off some another bar or something.
Okay, okay.
I don't like where this road trip is going.
I love where it's going. So after when you got up and you got out of bed, you turned around and she just was laying there with hair
No, so
clippings on her face.
I didn't stay the night. The next
Oh.
day, I was in like the common area of the dorms, and I was talking to some people. I don't remember what I was doing. I was doing something on the dry erase board, right? Like, kind of clowning around and drawing something and whatever, I heard her voice say my name, and I turned around, and what I saw was a dude, right?
Yeah.
Because he had, yeah. And so my
Flo's gay.
but she wasn't a dude the night before. So
Sure.
What, did she got a fucking go-go gadget penis that she can just take off at will?
She was in drag. You understand that concept.
he understands it. He's just being
I
funny.
have a fan theory about Inspector Gadget.
So-
and did you know that Dr. Claw is actually Penny's real father?
We
No
don't
one
care.
Tell us more about that.
No, I want to hear more about you being fooled by a trans woman.
I turned my one guy friend down,
What's
and
a
he
pertinent
went to the
question?
seminary. He went and became a priest after he asked me out.
Oh yeah,
I
you
went,
fucked him
yeah.
up.
I felt terrible. I didn't want him to ask me out because I just knew that I knew it was coming too. I knew he was going to, and I was thinking, please don't, please don't, please don't. And he did. And then the next thing I know, I was like, where is he? And I was asking where he was. He went to seminary school.
You like
right
friend
after.
zoned that dude to death.
I know. I didn't even know he liked me, to be fair. So I didn't have any clue.
Yes, you
we were
did.
friends.
Shut the fuck up.
No, I really
She
didn't
did
know.
that with it. She was intentional about that shit.
No,
Yep.
I did not know. And then I ran into him again, like after high school, and
I bet you did.
No, I was bartending, and he was coming in all the time, and so he would help me close. And then one time he was like walking me in my car, and I thought, oh God, please don't, And then of course he invited or like asked me out, and I said, oh, I was like, that is so sweet, and I'm so flattered, but that I just don't think it would be a good idea because we've been
you'd have
friends
been
for
better
years.
off just saying
It's
no.
a pussy. You don't ask girls out if you're standing there walking them to a car. You say, let's fuck. And
No.
you either get slapped or you
Or I was
walk
gonna
away.
get slapped.
That's it.
No, you just do like Trump does and grab him by the pussy and see what happens.
I would smack him by the pussy
Dude,
if
that's
you did that.
That's a pickup line. You just
You're
look
like,
them
you
straight in
can't
the
possibly
eyeballs,
get away with that
and
shit.
you go all the way down and all the way
You
back
didn't
up.
go clubbing in the fucking early 2000s, did you? Because you could get away with a lot of shit.
So, hey,
Puck
before you
can't get
keep
away with
talking,
that.
I am about to apply for remonetization.
Okay.
Angry snowman.
What?
Okay, well,
You're consistently the one that's making me nervous.
Pickup line.
About what? I mean, seriously, what the fuck have I said that's any worse than what anybody else has said?
Yeah, also nice shoes. Do you want to fuck? Like
No.
when you're looking all the way down and then
Yeah,
all the way
you've
back up.
never said
and
that
you
to
just say
anybody.
nice shoes, let's fuck. That's
Right.
hilarious. That always gets a fucking root.
And that always
That's
works,
fun.
does it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it always fucking works.
You
No,
can
it
you
doesn't.
demonstrate that working in like out on the streets?
Yeah, it
Go
doesn't
find a
work.
kangaroo or something.
In real time
He
at the
can't even
pub,
fit a
we're
girl
like
in that
sense the
cubicle.
vibes and the G's, bro.
He's pretty
and like
small.
Well, that chick's fucking
Yeah,
G'd up
tiny.
right over there.
He's like
and I
an
sort
elf
of
on the
over and go,
shelf.
there you go, and nice tits. And
Okay.
she's like, who the fuck are you? And
Right.
I just look her in the face and all the way down and all the way back up and go, nice shoes. Do you want to fuck?
Yeah.
And she's like, yup.
And you're worried about what I'm saying.
Yeah,
You're
that
either going to
didn't,
get slapped or
yeah, that
fucking
didn't
no.
happen.
No, you're
Not
going to get
ever.
yes, no,
Yeah,
or slap.
because
Whatever.
his is consensual.
Yeah. No, he says that if she says no, he just slaps her.
Oh,
So-
okay. Well, that.
No, I
God damn
said
it.
I'll get slapped if she's saying no.
Okay, yeah.
And so
Crispy
there's two
stuff. That's what I
options.
heard.
You either get a yes, she will fuck, or you get no, and she'll slap the fuck out
Oh,
of you,
yeah.
and you just walk away.
I would take
I'm
the
not there
second
to be a
option
cunt.
for
I'm
sure.
just being cheeky, you know.
And slap you, yeah. hmm You've got to make your
walking around
environment.
giving I'm not walking around giving women the Sean Connery hand, trying to put sense into you. And it's
You
like
don't
that,
have
if
a
I had
Sean
a
Connery hand.
superpower, it would be the ability to slap sense into fucking women.
Like,
What
why
part?
is it? Why are we the only culture that
Gotta
gets
fight.
so heated in an online conversation where it
Mm.
translates into people feeling like they have to actually fight in person?
So do you watch the
Don't
channels
be
with like the white
hysterical.
folks and such? 'Cause I don't watch it
I
enough
do.
to. And they I know they fuss for sure. I've seen
They
a little
fuss.
bit, but they
They
never
fuss
get
and
the
then they hate each other.
fisticuffs.
And they come back and they like each other the next day.
Mm.
They never, ever pull up on each other in real life. That's wild. That's only something that I've witnessed happen within our
For
culture.
us,
If I ever see Flow State in this life, that he will get the time to notice we see each other and depart. And if not, I promise him I will have those kneecaps. And I pointed the thing at the camera. And next day,
How do you reconcile that as a Christian, that you're willing to do preemptive violence on somebody in the real world? Like, how do you reconcile
I struggle
that?
with it. I do. I mean,
struggle with it.
I mean, in my life, I'm not like that, but Flow State and a couple people not necessarily in the same team, they've got me there. They got me there. And
Yeah,
I know
Slow
this,
State
and I
at
know
times
this
can.
surprisingly, I leave revenge to my God. That's why every time Snafu strikes me and talks shit is the times he ends up in the hospital. But with Flow State, I'm saying this isn't revenge, it's the reckoning.
I feel like you're being hostile. I feel like you're threatening.
Beta.
The law doesn't give a fuck about your feelings, buddy.
Bullshitting. I've sat here and said, oh, at my age right now, yeah, I'm sure fucking Flow State can take my ass. Flow State's always had the size and the reach and the distance on me. I'm a striker. Flow State's probably, since he was a drunk fighter, he probably knows, and he's gay, like Paul says. He's probably done a fair amount of rolling around on the ground with dudes, both hostile and voluntary. So I admit I'm not my gym rat self. I haven't been active in the fisticuffs lately. I have no doubt that somebody like Flow State, and I will make him on live put me in the emergency room. You get it? He doesn't. None of them do. Flow State's faggot ass. I mean, I'd watch Flow State bare knuckle Paul. It would be a thing to watch. It's not what my game was. I'll make Flow State come here and put me in the emergency room and see how big they are. Told you guys. Even once the mark and the season is called on the fucking Saints, I will put my guns down and just start running and hiding. I will only shoot you and fight you for certain.
Right. Like real
Just
shit,
like if I went to Kansas City with Full State or went down to Spokane or all the rest of them and showed up in their face, we'd understand pretty quickly who has the power, who has the self-control.
Oh my God. The amount of bullshit that is just seeping all the way through those channels. Listen, what is with Tom? Now, we need to go over to Tommy's and take that picture because he talks a ton of shit for a little tiny guy.
I agree. Do you understand that's narcissism? And again, just like I said earlier, that's the whole point of Flow State ignoring him earlier in the video with Paul.
Right. I wanted a source for that though.
Yeah, the best way to treat a narcissist, just ignore him.
I don't think that's the best way to be.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think there's another method.
What's
because
that?
they're not going to go away if you just ignore them. They just ramp up.
Listen, if Paul comes to my door
Yeah.
and I just simply don't answer it, what's his option?
I mean, why wouldn't you answer it and then just whip his ass?
Because he's a narcissist and whooping his ass ain't the solution.
Well,
I
because you
think it
couldn't
is.
respectfully, but you couldn't.
Oh, he could.
Excuse me?
He's in shape.
Excuse me?
And
No, I
he's
didn't come up
angry.
here to have drama. Actually, when I first clicked the link, I heard Anton talking. He's talking about people pulling up on people as he has a face cream. So the only face getting creamed is Anton's.
I mean,
I mean, I am correct there, so there's that.
When she rocks up to my door, I'll have dinner ready to go because I'm not buying it for her. Everything's going to be all fine.
Yeah.
It'll be okay.
But nobody with a spot of T accent thinks anything of that.
I would never go out in the woods and try and fit in that cubicle in there. I wouldn't fit, Puck Elf. And why would I even go there if you're not buying me the dinner? You're just gonna cook it for me, and I've seen what you cook, and it looks like it looks so gross.
Who are we talking about?
Puck Elf.
Yes,
He's got a bunch of nasty food that he
I will
microwaves.
cook you.
She's being mean to our
I will
Australian
cook you a
Casanova.
Australian tree lizard for dinner.
He
Yes.
is being mean. He's always mean.
He has the reverse of an Indian haircut. He's got the rat tail on the front of his face.
I know, and he's got little toddler hands. But could you
We
not
call that
smoke
the
on
master
stream, by
splinter.
the way? Please, we're applying for monetization, and I'm
Cool.
about to get laid off.
Did you know I'm a blacksmith by trade, bitch? And these aren't fucking toddler hands, you motherfucker.
Yeah, it's a blacksmith because black lives don't matter. They want to murder all their babies.
Oh my God, bro!
I'm the whitest fucking abo you've ever met, cunt.
See ya, Smith. Go fuck yourself.
Are we not men? / Smith.
Oh yeah. I don't think
This
we're
is
not men, Smith.
my thinking beard, like Pyame from Kill Bill, and I'm just pondering new methods of bombs to make now.
Okay.
Are we not men is too consistent of a personality, and Smith is too
In
interesting.
Minecraft, on the internet.
Yeah, good one.
Yes.
Yeah, they won't. Well, they'll never figure that out.
Absolutely not.
You know what, Smith? Why don't you just go fuck yourself permanently?
Smith was
Hidden on
nice.
the channel. You're hidden on the channel because you're a piece of shit, not because you're real. Everybody hates your little numbers thing. People just humor you, so you shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he does have like a bunch of like everything's for a reason. And
He's like schizophrenic with it, and it doesn't
Yeah,
even
he
make
is.
sense. Because
I
he
think it
doesn't
happens.
explain the causal connection. He's just like, here's an 11, here's an 11. Okay, you found 2 places with an 11.
Yeah.
So what, bro?
And my dog died on the 11th, so it all makes sense, you know,
Right.
that kind of thing.
Like, oh, cool, you found
Did
2
you
places.
know ancient aliens also used the number 11? Therefore, 11 is correct, and all things are 11, and 1 plus 1
I
equals
can't.
11.
It's mental illness, and apparently
Yeah.
it's contagious. I don't know, but like, listen, I think that only happens to him when he's drinking, when he gets like all weirded out with the numbers and stuff. He says he can make it all make sense, but then we've asked him, and he has never.
Yeah,
really
Dr.
said-
D. Head Smith is gone.
What do they call it? Fucking gematria. Right?
What?
Gematria. It's like the
Uh,
sacred.
Smith is
numbers
sitting
of
in back now because he
numbers
thinks that
and
he's going to come
fucking
up.
Bullshit. And that's
Um,
the crap they're fucking on about.
Smith, you're
That's
welcome to kick it in back all you want. Turn on your camera, freak out, flash your camera.
Show us how those numbers all work
Yeah, yeah.
together. That would be good.
This book has a page 47, and this book has a page 47. All these books have a 47th page. That's fucking amazing.
There's a
Did you know that
47th
the number
street.
42 is the
There's
only
47th
number that is
street.
the answer to all the questions in existence? 42 is the
Right.
answer.
We've
Yeah.
seen
And
it.
there's a 74 in the phone number. See, it's all backwards.
Oh, good. Yeah,
And
that
it's-
works.
President Trump is the 47th president,
Oh my
and there's
God.
an AK-47. Oh my God, Smith.
Oh my
Smith,
God,
you
Donald
cracked the
Trump
code.
invented the AK-47 back in time.
Have
Mind
you
it
told
was play.
Monograph about this code cracking situation you got going on, Smith? It's wild.
I don't even know if Monograph is on the level to be able to help Smith with this.
I mean, I don't know. There,
I think the only
none
thing
of
that
us.
can help Smith with this level of brilliance is lithium.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
I
a
think
good
I'm down for
psychiatrist
some
will help.
Baron von Trump
I
fucking
think-
time traveling shit going down. I'm down for some Baron Trump time traveling.
Can
There's
you
something
not
weird about
smoke
that.
on stream, Puck Elf? Thank you.
No,
Or
he can-
except that.
I
Oh,
think
you're allowing
Christy
that?
can help him.
I smoke all the time on stream.
I know we're not supposed to.
Yes,
Shut
it's
up,
fine.
woman.
It says not. It says not to promote tobacco. We're not promoting. We're smoking.
Okay. All
Don't smoke. There you go. I've not promoted it. Done.
Look at all you look at all you
Shut up,
smart
woman.
asses.
Make me a
Well, I
fucking
know you've
sandwich.
got Mel all freaked out so that we can't smoke on Mel's.
She's the one that does that. I'm not. I literally I said you realize that we're the only ones that follow that.
Bro, when you got my wrench taken away at Mel's.
No, I didn't. You still have a wrench. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Health doesn't have rules. I'm
Nope,
just
you
a
got
good
it taken away.
motherfucker, and
No,
I believe that all things that I am doing are true and correct, and you are wrong.
Like mute him.
Who?
I'm
Fuck
allowed
Elf.
to smoke. My body is a temple, and it's my religion of this volcano god, and I must sacrifice smoke to it.
Oh my god.
So fuck you.
Quit being a bully before I bully you.
Quit trying to tell me not to smoke for my religion and my volcano temple.
So I'm not a smoker, and so this stream is not about smoking.
That was like a sick burn. Oh, were you trying to say? Oh, maybe you were just saying it was not about smoking. I thought you were trying to say it wasn't like a.
No,
it
it's
wasn't
absolutely all about
Yeah.
smoke because my
You got Gary's wrench taken away too, Chris.
I did not, Gary.
Smoke to it.
I don't have any of that.
I must
Gary, I
continue
did
to
not.
smoke at all
Yeah, see, I think you need to rename it, Flo. The bully is back. Let me introduce Crispy.
Yeah, you're right.
All of you always say that I'm so nice all the time, and look, I've got like one day where I'm just aggravated, and now
It
you're
must be
accusing me
that
of
time
taking
of month.
wrenches and stuff. I don't do any of that.
You know who else is aggravated? Smith.
Oh, Smith, bless your little heart.
You know who's not aggravated? Me.
You.
Because I have calmed myself through passive smoking at
And
all
because
times.
you're shit-faced all the time.
You know what? It sounded awfully close to promotion, so you can hang out with Smith.
Thank you. Thank you.
Flow State, you there?
Yes, sir. Hey, welcome.
No, I
You
mean
just
like
pop out of nowhere, man.
Man, I apologize. You got to jump in and talk over these motherfuckers.
Hey,
Ah,
yeah,
no,
and as Varun, don't take Crispy shit. Don't let her bully you.
Really, all you got to do is talk over Crispy.
Oh
no,
my
I
god.
just wanted to ask, Flow State, are you a black belt in karate or hapkido karate, like some like or in MMA? Like you've done martial arts, right?
No.
Where'd you get that?
Why did you ask that?
You said that you were an expert in self-defense, so I thought maybe. Like,
Oh no, I'm not. I never said that.
Okay.
Not even close. I used to like get in street fights a lot, but I've never had any martial arts or any. I took 2 years of wrestling in middle school, right? So
I
that's
think
about.
you did tell him. I bet you any amount of money you said you were like a master.
You think I said that?
Yeah.
I mean, I could see me saying that. If I did say that, then I was definitely lying.
I believe him. I don't think he would just make that up.
no, but like you just look like as if though you've got a lot of experience in fighting and martial arts. So I just asked that question.
Yeah. No, I've got more experience in fighting. None of it's formal though. It was all just like me being a douchebag when I was younger.
Yeah.
Getting in fist fights.
I was a yellow belt once when I was a kid. Does that count? Karate.
In karate,
Jaundice.
I've noticed one thing in karate. They'll teach you the forms, the katas, but when I see karate guys fighting, they fight like kickboxers. Many things that they would have learned in their katas, like upper block, middle block, lower block, or outer middle block, they don't use that, or that knife hand block. They just punch, kick, and they avoid. So like I've seen black belts fight, and even I'm surprised how come they're not using anything in their katas. Like a lot of
if
the
you
stuff
can't punch, you better know how to duck and weave or bob and weave. Yeah. There's some good
Yeah.
fundamentals in that, I suppose. And I can flip you over my shoulder too, by the way.
Well, I've got a black belt in my dresser, but I've never used it to fight.
Oh.
That's good.
Oh my god.
Peace and love. That's what this stream is about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you
Purple
know what? I
belt
bet you.
in
I was wondering if Uncle Fatty and Jack have ever been on stream together. I bet that conversation would be just fascinating.
I have a
you ever
leather
Some
belt.
frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. And he wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
He's got those effeminate gestures, like but also if you were gonna talk about like a douche, that like a college douche, wouldn't you think that Paul would be more of a college douche than Flo? Like he reminds me of these some of those meatheads.
I'll have to abstain from answering that.
Yeah, right. What do you
I
think,
don't-
Wizard?
Well, I don't see Paul getting along well at college.
Yeah, right. Me neither.
It's work.
He's disagreeable. Where me, I'm very agreeable. I try and get along with people.
Tonight you haven't been. Fuck.
Oh my god.
The hardest thing to do, actually, I've noticed, is to observe silence. When you talk continuously, after some time, when you give yourself a break, you would have exhausted your energy. It's like really the hardest thing to do, to be silent.
Yeah, it would be super.
Crispy, could you be silent for a second so I can hear what he's saying? Nope, apparently not.
It's too hard.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
She
Here,
said that.
I'll help you out since it is hard.
It helps you preserve energy, but when you're silent, but otherwise, like not being able to talk for a consistently long period of time is hard. But you can preserve a lot of energy when you keep quiet.
Well, what the fuck is that?
Oh, sorry, that someone just called me. I just
Oh,
shut
okay.
the phone.
It's funny how
was
angry
Willy
Smith
Wonka.
is at impotence. If anybody in the audience is wondering, yes, Smith is still backstage, raging out, typing mean things in the chat, being quite racist. But he's quarantined. He's neutralized. You're powerless here, buddy.
And you don't even have to have a rule for that here, do you?
For what?
What a wonderful world.
That's true. Wait, am I not American now? Because I'm.
No, you're American.
Okay, cool.
So, Flow State, you learned freestyle wrestling or folk wrestling or Greco-Roman wrestling, like a little bit like of experience.
I mean,
I'm
I don't
trying-
even know what kind. It was just like middle school wrestling team. I don't even know.
Oh,
Clearly, he's a coward, says Smith.
Oh, I know. But no, mostly I just grew up fighting people, and I was kind of good at it, and I just kind of kept doing it until my daughter was born.
He played
And then
rugby.
I played rugby.
Oh,
I did more fighting than rugby playing. It was okay. Gary says it was Greco-Roman wrestling.
okay.
Okay, Gary.
But it was useful. Like, you learn some things in just 2 years. Like, I still, if I get in a fight, and I don't land the first punch, I'm probably going to take you to the ground.
That's what you should do. You immediately go for the knees, and then then as soon as you go for the knees, you automatically have the dominance, because then you will be on top of them and you win.
I go for the asshole. That gives me dominance.
You should go for the knees.
In most cases that I've seen a lot of these videos. The grappler has an edge over the striker. The striker, like when the grappler immediately shoots for a double leg takedown, the striker actually will be pretty powerless. Like I've noticed that happening almost all the time.
Yeah,
Well, all you really
did.
have to do is just bring a really big stick.
Oh, well, that you shouldn't do that, because that wouldn't be a fair fight.
I don't fight fair.
Okay.
Yeah, and like that, my whole approach or my orientation towards these things changed when my daughter was born, because you know, the older you get, the more fist fights turn into weapon fights, turn into
White
and then
trash.
Well, I mean, just dangerous, you know.
Yeah, you never know.
People
like, what-
start dying and shit and getting
Yeah.
pistol whipped or whatever. And so when my daughter was born, I decided that I have a right to risk my own life being a douchebag, but I don't have a right to risk her dad's life.
That is
And,
very responsible of you.
yeah, and so I
because
have
a lot
some
of
pretty
people are
strict
not think-
rules for myself around violence now.
Yeah, that's very responsible of you. A lot of men don't think about that, and they'll have these dangerous hobbies, and you had a right to have those dangerous hobbies before you had the family. But now that you have the family, don't you think that those dangerous hobbies are maybe just a little selfish?
I feel like you're trying to sell me on something I've already bought.
No, you did it yourself.
Okay.
Yeah,
You lift weights, right? Flow state, like every day you do the exercises so that you can still stay in shape, and you still do some wrestling on the bag or something like that, or it's all stopped.
Show him
No,
your
I don't.
glistening muscles, Flo.
My glistening muscles are all natural. No, I don't go to the gym. I haven't been to the gym in years. I do do when I work. I do like, you know, like I'm carrying shit sometimes. But
And he gets a
no,
spray tan.
that's how I get my orangey sheen. and every minute that I'm not here, basically, if I'm not here or asleep, I'm like out doing shit. I don't.
You are always out.
Yeah, and I have trouble sitting still.
Yeah.
Even this long, right? Like streams, that's why I cam down sometimes. I gotta like fidget around and move around and stuff. But yeah, if I'm off stream, I'm moving around. I'm outside. I like busted out the chainsaw this afternoon and just chainsawed some shit that needed to be cut down. You know, it's just back burner
Every
thing.
time I'm on the phone with you, you go into that little store. You always go
Oh yeah.
into a little
Oh
store.
yeah, that's my cigarette. That's the closest place to get smokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I make my muscles glisten with baby oil.
Yeah.
What happened?
No, nothing.
Something happened.
No, nothing. Mm. Mm.
Oil,
Oil. Ooh.
moist.
Mhm. I just heard somebody like just make a noise when you said that, when you said you used baby oil. So
I have two Smiths backstage now.
oh my god.
I know they can take turns raging the fuck out.
He multiplied with his number thing. Like that was neat. Trick Smith. Show us how you did that.
Yep. It's amazing that he's still back there.
It is. I'm always amazed at the people that sit back there.
Do you think it's my magnetic personality?
Maybe. But I mean, obviously he had to like take a break and go get his twin to come back up.
Oh, now we're down to one. Now we're down to one.
Yeah. Well, I hope it's the better Smith.
Is there one of those? Is there a better one?
There's got to be, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's like the good kind of cancer, you know?
Oh my god. Oh, I'm ashamed of myself now. I'm so mean.
Is he like the neighbor that like comes to borrow your lawnmower, but you won't even answer the door anymore?
Yeah. Ew, Smith.
He's the one that you'll just like find hanging out in your driveway. Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, I was
he's in your driveway with
he's like sitting on a
sidewalk
long chair in your driveway behind your truck though, where you can't see him, so that you walk out the door anyways, and he just like stands up like, "What's up, bro? I don't have anything bad to say about you. I never have, man. Look, Michael Jordan sucked 32 dicks, and I'm obsessed with black men."
Oh, he has a sidewalk chalk and has a bunch of numbers all written down
Right.
there. Mhm.
Oh God, keep the sidewalk chalk away from this one.
Why?
Could you imagine the sort of schizo shit that your driveway would look like?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, I bet it would be a bunch
Your
of
driveway
hate
would
speech.
probably be
hate speech.
diagnostic criteria, right? Like somebody could look at your driveway and go, "Oh yeah, put him in a straitjacket, turtle suit."
Oh my god. He did. He came up serious as hell last time, and he had a whole speech about how all those numbers worked out. But you know who I guarantee you would love that shit would be Snow. She loves that stuff too. She's got.
I don't even think Snow.
She
is in
does.
it.
She's a
Well, I know
numbers
that she's
girl.
into weird shit, but like I think that like Snow is smart enough to recognize that all he's doing is finding the same number different places. He's not actually correlating it any further than look, here's this thing, look, here's that thing.
No, he's got some science to it.
No, he doesn't.
So. He said so.
I know he said so.
He just never proved it yet. But like maybe he just didn't have it finished yet. Who's snorting on like that wasn't me either.
Crispy, you're not one to fuck with people.
Somebody's snorting something.
She has been tonight. Jesus. Never stops.
Oh god. Oh god.
I think Varun got lucky though.
Oh, you guys are awful. Look at all your meanness rubbed off on me.
About time.
Yeah. Well, I'm back to normal now. See, I can't stay angry for very long, even when I should stay angry.
But boy, you just don't shut up when you do.
Oh my.
Nope.
That's okay.
Never happened.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, I gotta get guys. Be blessed. Thanks for having me up, Flo. We'll see you next time.
Thanks for
Good to
coming.
see you, Wizard.
Bye. Thank you. Nothing like a silent panel.
I'm making a poll.
Oh, good.
You're on, Crispy.
No, I'm conserving my energy. You guys take over. I can't always be the one that fills in the awkward silence. It makes me uncomfortable when it's awkward, so please talk. Okay.
And we're special.
I feel energetic now.
There's a new poll up.
Clap along.
Mm-hmm.
Fang Soup. It's such a funny name. Fang Soup. Give us a real question.
I'm here for the real questions. What kind of real questions? You have to ask us. Ask a real question, and Flo will answer it.
What's the secret to the universe?
The Bible, duh.
I thought it was 42.
I mean,
yeah,
Smith
we
will
already
know.
heard that joke.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was
But thoughts aren't real though.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, some things you're not supposed to know. But what about our one friend? Did he drop down? And like he knows a bunch of stuff that I don't know about. Our Indian friend, he knows all kinds of like.
Do y'all bone? No, we don't. I have not boned anyone from here. I have received nudes from a handful. My inbox is open to nudes from women, but no, we don't bone.
Just him.
Who us? No,
I don't know. I don't know who the y'all is aimed at, but I answered broadly for myself.
Yeah.
I don't know who Crispy is boned. I don't know who Brick is boned.
I don't
and
bone
I don't
anybody.
know who else is boned, but I myself have not boned anyone off here. I'm in a relationship.
Yeah.
Although, let me modify my statement. I'm kind of fucking Smith right now.
Oh, yeah. Maybe you are.
Yeah, he's still down there.
Wow, Smith, you're determined. I'll give you that. I would never waste all my energy on.
Thanks. Are you here looking for someone to bone? Is that why you asked?
Oh yeah, maybe.
And
Is that it? Good.
Is it? Are you looking for a guy or a girl or both?
I was wondering if it was Agent Smith or is it just
It's Smith like 4701 or whatever.
47.
Yeah, or whatever his number is. It looks like an address.
Yeah. 6079 Smith.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Well, I have sexual chemistry with everybody. And I'm pretty sure she does too, actually. But no.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'll probably just be alone forever at this point. I don't even know.
Welcome back, Flo.
People ask me out, I
From
guess,
where?
but I haven't gone out with anybody.
From the dungeon, I guess.
Flo was in the dungeon?
Well, he said he was in the jail, the dungeon, whatever.
Oh, the jail, yeah.
What about Lindsay? I've never met Lindsay. I would never meet Lindsay. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
You see how she acts without ever having met. You think
Right?
I'd
Yeah, but that's like some bullshit she was spreading around that like and it was not true.
I gotta protect myself and stay safe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hear it.
I don't need to wind up her lampshade or something.
Yeah, she's a full-on Lifetime movie.
So, Asvarum.
Yeah. What is it? Brick Jonesy. Yeah.
What's up, brother man?
Nothing.
Whereabouts are you from? What part of the
No, I'm
world?
from India. I stay in India.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I saw you on Tomato last night.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good time last
Yeah.
East,
You
west.
were the most traditional one on there, Flo. Believe it or
Was
not.
I? I was.
Yeah, you were.
I South India Brick Jonesy. I stay in South India.
South. Gotcha. So you get to see the ocean then.
Yeah. Close
Nice.
to the ocean by at least 150 miles.
Oh yeah, that's cool. That's pretty close.
That's interesting. I hadn't noticed I was the most conservative one on there.
No, I realized it because here's the thing. You were the most. Listen, you were pro-marriage basically, even though you're not in a marriage, but you're in a committed relationship. But you're not like one that just shits on marriage. But also, like sometimes the listen, I'm a Christian, but I think that a lot of the Christians on YouTube go overboard and they do the complete opposite of what they're trying to do. They chase people away by
Like Smith, the
by
607
pushing
demon
God on
backstage.
everybody. Yeah. That's the quickest way to like not have anybody be interested in God is by like trying to push it on them. Your relationship with God is a personal one, and you should keep that a personal one. You don't need to push it on everybody. I don't know what that is, but it like unless somebody is asking for it, then you shouldn't like try and push that on people unless they
Don't
want
try
it.
to push it in them unless they
Yeah.
request
I
it.
mean, I like Flo is going to be Flo. You'll come back to God. You're just a little lost a little.
Ooh, Gary, film that. That'd be cool. A bear.
What did Gary say?
I think we have raccoons, and that seems bad enough.
But the thing is, at least for the society's protection from degeneracy and crime, it's good that the fear of God should be there. Otherwise, like if that fear of God is not there, people will think that they can commit any crimes. There's no one to judge them. They can do anything, and it will become very dangerous. Actually, at least from a moral standpoint of view, from that case, at least it's good to have a fear of God.
Well, I fear God, but I'm just saying that if you don't believe in God, you're not going to just suddenly start believing in God because somebody gets on panel and preaches to you. In fact, I think it turns them away from it. It like they don't want to hear about all of that. It bothers them, but it bothers people. It's kind of disrespectful to talk about religion to other people when they have committed to a different religion than mine. I would never try and be like, oh, well, mine's better than yours. I'm more, like mine's more superior. I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea.
It's got sports fan dynamics, right? It's like my team is better than your team.
Right.
Chiefs, no Raiders, no Chiefs.
That one chick last night, that Josie chick, man. Oh,
she's obnoxious as hell.
I told you that. Remember, I was telling you.
Who is she trying to impress?
She's like with Easy and Glenn and stuff, I guess, but she's just she is full of misinformation, and you're not going to ever be able to correct her on that misinformation. That most of the United States is made up of atheists. That's I don't know. She just has all kinds of things that she'll say, but I don't know. And maybe it's just because it's a cultural thing, or maybe because English is her second language. I'm not sure what it is, but she doesn't. She yelled at Sarah, which was so rude. I don't know, but yeah, you were the more conservative.
It might not be a long wait.
Yeah. I would have liked to have seen somebody go up with nobody hit on the fact that it's good public policy to be married when you have children, right? I think that's a good, when you have a family, you should.
I think it was acknowledged, and
it really,
understood to be like, yeah.
By you, you're the only one that advocated for it, basically.
No, I don't think so.
There was a few people, but like, listen, the married men came up there.
It didn't get a lot of attention because I think everybody agreed on it.
Yeah, I didn't agree on it. I thought that, and then the married men.
Sorry.
That's okay. The married men, if you listen to them, they would come up and say that they were married, but they would correct themselves and say, "I'm kind of married." Well, you're not kind of married.
I am not bringing Smith up. That was a false option. I put it there just to get his hopes up so I could dash them.
Oh, Flo, that was kind of mean.
Well, that's me.
Yeah, it's not very nice. But
well, in all respect, people do have the right to change their minds.
No, it was a lie from the get-go.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could have told you that. Did you get into a fight with Smith?
Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I banned him.
Oh.
And I just banned his alt account.
He was like
just now when he came up, and you said I was appealing monetization, and then he dropped whatever the fucking thing he said right after that was obviously
oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's drunk then, that's why.
He's always drunk.
Just sometimes at nighttime he is, yeah.
No, like always. He never goes anywhere not drunk.
So, well, when he's nice and like in a nice mood, he's not drunk. But most of the time
when
at nighttime, I don't know. Sometimes every now and again you'll see it. Yeah. Like a falling star or like a double rainbow.
No, but one thing actually, like the thing is that being pro-marriage, in a sense, it's good actually, Because I've seen in many cases in our country, they treat the woman who comes into your life as Lakshmi or the goddess of fortune. So many times when the man marries the right woman, his fortune rises up, or let's say he has a daughter or a son according to his horoscope, they bring in more fortune into his life. It's actually like a healthy balance of yin and yang. So it is good to be pro marriage than just play around with different
Playhouse.
partners all the time. Yeah.
Right. I agree with you. But then, yeah, I like that. I like that whole, I like what you just said, that you bring, that it's good fortune. But I also agreed with somebody that said that when you're married, that a lot of jobs will look at you and think that you're stable because you're, yeah. But then somebody disagreed with that. But then, yeah, that that
I mean,
Josie,
I disagree that stable employment is an ideal.
well, that's for you. You get bored so easily that's nothing you want. But for most people, that's like what they are looking for. That's just not what you're looking for. But yeah, that Josie was saying, you could just you don't have to get married, and that you can just and now you can get insurance without being married. You can get your spouse or your partner's insurance without getting,
She didn't seem to really have a point except to be like
just be obnoxious.
cause a ruckus.
But I'm like, no, your job doesn't. She's like, your employer. It's up to the
Actually,
employer.
she's right about most of that stuff.
No, that she's wrong about that. You cannot just get your spouse's insurance and it's up to the employer. It's up to the insurance company that the employer
I was
has.
able to put my ex-wife on my insurance before we were married.
Well, because you lied about it.
No, because we had a kid together.
I don't know how that worked, because that just, yeah, I would never be able to have gotten on anybody's insurance unless I was married
Okay,
to
well
them.
then it could never happen.
It might just be well, just like everything else, it probably varies from state to state. I've never heard of that though in my entire life. So, but Flo, you always have something that you've done that I'm always just surprised by that happening. How did that work?
I don't know.
Were you friends with the employer?
Not particularly.
Oh.
I mean, I just asked HR, and she said she'd look into it, and so my insurance cover. The plans were. It's like you can insure yourself, you can insure yourself and a spouse, or you can insure family, right? Like there's different options, and so I was able to do the family thing and put my daughter and my girlfriend at the time, I guess, on it.
I cannot believe that. That's wild. I really did not know that.
I mean, you think that's cool? I got my probation officer to recommend we fake community service.
Oh.
Ta-da.
Wow. Huh.
I was pretty pleased with that one.
What was your fake community service?
Well, because she recommended me for early completion halfway through, which is the earliest that you can be recommended.
You were aggravating the shit out of her.
Well, no, because I did everything perfectly. I never missed any appointments. I stayed employed. I passed all my UAs.
Yeah.
And so it's like a good job. And I told her that they would deny me because the prosecutor and judge from your county have to sign off on it. And she was like, no. And they did. She had never had one of her requests denied for early completion denied.
But she had no idea what a pain in the ass you have been to the justice system. That they were not. So that's
she liked me. She was cool.
I bet she did.
But
she probably thought you were
when they turned me down, she called the prosecutor and asked if there was anything that could be done to sway the judge's opinion, right? Like how so the prosecutor said he could do extra community service to show that he's really remorseful, right?
Yeah.
And then the prosecutor said, but he won't. And I said, well, she's right. I won't. And I don't remember how I got basically, but we kind of just talked about the issue and sort of walked it into the, I don't remember
the
the specifics.
prosecutor hadn't said that, you would have probably done it, but because she said that,
No, I would not have done it. Not a
No?
chance. Not a chance.
Did you work at the Goodwill and put price stickers?
No, no, that was for a minor possession of alcohol in college.
Ah.
Did I have? I don't think I did have community service for this. I don't remember what I
You
even did.
You told me that. Yeah, you told me that story.
No, I mean I don't remember what I did for community service for
You worked at the
drug.
I think didn't you?
No,
clean out
I know
fountains?
there's different.
The
I've been
fountains?
arrested different times. I know you're going to tell me about the Goodwill.
No, the
that
fountains.
was not.
Didn't you
The
have to clean
fountain?
out fountains or something? No.
No,
Okay, that's somebody else, I guess.
I don't know.
I thought it was you. I'll have to get my file out.
Just ask Cynthia. She got it.
Yeah, she probably does.
But yeah. Anyways, when we were talking, at some point she said, "Well, you could fake it, or something like I could fake the paperwork and bring it back." And I said, "Say no more." And she tried to put it back in her mouth, right? But I was like, "No. Give me this. I'll bring it back tomorrow. I'll have it filled." I said, "I'll have it filled out. I'll have contact information on there, and I'll even have a good number that goes to somebody's cell phone. And if, say, the prosecutor wants to call and check in on it, somebody will be able to answer and confirm it, right?" So
yeah. That's amazing that you had a cool probation officer that allowed you to do that. I don't think that's usually the case for most people.
That's a rare thing, finding
Yeah.
a decent probation officer. There's a lot of mean ones, a lot of ones who will violate.
Yeah,
come right
that's
up
what
in.
I've heard. And
Well-
I heard that they show up for their appointment and they'll get arrested. Which
I made all my I made all my
Yep.
appointments. I made all my UAs. I passed all my UAs. Like I was the perfect probationee or whatever.
Yep.
Probate.
Good boy. Yeah, I don't know.
Good boy.
It's a
I could.
tough
Yeah, I
gig.
did my
Tough gig,
inpatient,
man.
did my outpatient, stayed employed, never got arrested again. I did tell her I was mad at somebody and that I was going to beat him up, and she said just leave
Don't.
before the cops get there.
Oh.
So I got a question for you then. What's the most amount of time that you would accept over 1 year of probation?
Oh, I would do those time. I
I mean,
don't think I'm paper.
How much?
None. Very little. Very little. Especially if you can, like, the jail I was at was awful. It was like
yeah.
Right.
24/7 lockdown, no windows, right? So you didn't see the sky at all ever. No commissary, no TV.
You just said something weird about it tonight too that I'd never heard. And I said, I go, your jails are terrible.
Yeah,
forget what it
24/7
was.
fluorescent lighting.
So I'll give a number. Would 90 days be too much for 1 year?
In the jail I was at, yes.
Wow.
I've never been
That's
there,
bad.
but I'm thinking I would do that rather than be on a year's probation.
Well, probation wasn't that bad for me.
Yeah.
I mean, if you didn't have the money or income,
Yeah, and I did. I had, and I had a vehicle, and I was able to keep myself together. But I was actually on community corrections. It's not normal probation. It's through the
community
DOC.
control.
Yeah, it's through the DOC, not the county.
It's like diet probation.
No, it's like super probation.
Oh yeah, you talking about you had DOC.
I had DOC. Yeah, this is like,
Yeah,
so
I got you.
technically I'm serving a prison sentence on the outside, right? That's how they consider it internally. So
Isn't
it's through
that
the
parole?
DOC. It's through the DOC, and I have a DOC number. But
What's the difference between that and parole?
parole is
Not
after
much.
you get out of prison.
No, somebody told me that you can have parole in the county jail. You can get off and you can get out
I
on
don't-
parole.
Parole.
You still have to. You still have to have
Parole's not a
felony.
sentence. Parole's like a release. Post release. Making
Yeah,
sure.
you will do. You will do what's considered state time, but you could serve even like the majority or even all of it in the county. It just kind of depends on what they do with you. Because once you're state property, and you go wherever they tell you to go.
I thought that, like, I had thought that probation wasn't you when you were in the county jail. Then when you got out, you were on probation. But if you went to prison, that's when you would go
Probation
on
is an actual
parole.
sentence. You get sentenced to probation. Parole is
Yeah.
what happens after you are released from prison.
But
And
still, that's
it's-
a sentence as well.
Well, they have other programs too when you're going out on your out. Like, so they have like what's called community control, and they have different versions of that, which is technically a probation, but it's not called probation.
And that's the diet probation that I'm talking about. That the community control where you
Yep.
don't have to report as much or something. It's not that hard.
And sometimes it's braceleted. You know, it all depends on what they, they do what they want to do. Once you're
But
property.
I know that, like, in our county jail, it's locked down 24 or 23 hours a day, like as if you're on death row. Just the female.
And death row gets an hour yard time.
Yeah.
Actually, and I talked to Harmon about it. Harmon doesn't understand how the jail I was at was legal when I told him about it.
Yeah,
But
ours is like
I went for over a month at a time without ever seeing a sky. You know, just the 24/7, and they don't even dim the lights at night. It's just like you're just in windowless cinder block rooms with stainless steel furniture and tons of fluorescent lights that are on full blast 24/7.
Could you put paper over the lights or toothpaste? Or
No, you
something?
cannot do that shit. We would tie socks into a sleep mask and cover our eyes with them.
Well, that would work.
So one of the jails that I was in, they for the first month that you're in there, they do the 23-hour lockdown in the room. Like, so you're held in the room for 23 hours. You get 1 hour out. They feed you in the room, that whole thing for like a whole month. And it's like some kind of like decontamination thing that they pretend like it's, a thing, but in reality, it's just completely inhumane, illegal.
Yeah, it's against people's rights to have that. Listen, our female jail is like that. I mean, I guess like our female jail is in the male jail, but it's just like one floor or whatever. But there's not enough workers, and so they're locked down 23 hours a day, like in the cell.
Yeah.
And then they can go out in the day room for 1 hour if there's enough workers.
Well, that's because they don't have the capacity, the room for it, and so they just do what they want to do because technically they have the money to build the facility.
And they have the room. There's enough spaces for
Right.
it. It's just they don't have enough female officers to work it. So they've been like that for like 2 or 3 years. I did a whole video on jail. Listen, I didn't know there was a difference between jail and prison. Or like, yeah, I didn't. I didn't know anything, but I did a whole video on it, and I was surprised. I did a bunch of research, and I couldn't believe a lot of the men. But look, almost all of the jails and prisons are very similar. They're built very similar. Flo's prison was completely different than any of the ones that I had seen. I looked at like tons and tons of them, and they all looked very similar. Where there's what do they call that? A Sally port or something on the outside, but then but Flo's didn't have anything, like no windows. That goes against those are human right violations.
Yep.
Yeah.
9th Amendment.
It's and I didn't realize this until after I got out. But there's soft torture techniques, right? It's because they want you to take plea deals, and so some of this shit is the same stuff that they were using on Guantanamo detainees.
Guantanamo Bay, yeah. Well, they the fluorescent lighting, that's having lights on 24/7 and sleep deprivation is
And not just a little bit of them, like a fuckload. Everything,
a ton, yeah.
Everything was painted white or stainless steel, and then
And
just
that's
tons of blasting
weird
lights.
too.
Huh?
Yeah, that's weird that it was all painted white. I've never seen that on any prison, I never saw any of them that were
Yeah.
just solid
The
white.
ceiling, the floor, the walls, everything was painted white.
Is it old or a new prison?
It's old, but not like ancient.
Wow.
But you're right though, because a lot of these facilities they're really not staffed. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
That's they don't have, and the staff that they do have tend to be some of the pretty horrible type people too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Well, and they say that, like, I guess the women are allowed to work on the men's floor, but the men are not allowed to work on the ladies' floors because they can. Apparently it's. I guess like some of the ladies have manipulated some of the male officers.
Oh yeah.
And it does
I
seem like they get in
manipulated
trouble
one of the
all the
lady
time.
male or one of the female officers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Happens on both ends all the
It
time.
does.
There was
But I
a
guess like the men, they say that the men are just that they are really high maintenance, where they are like they want toilet paper and they're like, we want toilet paper, and they'll just hit the button a million times or whatever, where the women are a little bit easier to. And I don't think that there's as many that, like, the women don't get as many fist fights and stuff like that. So I think the men get into more arguments and stuff, or more fist fights, or more physical fights. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've understood it to be. But then I also hear that the women's dorm or facility, whatever, wherever they're housed, tend to be a lot dirtier.
Dirtier.
The men keep it clean.
Yeah.
Like it's spotless. If you don't keep your area clean, you'll get punked
Your
on
ass
out.
kicked. That's
Yep.
like the number one rule. It's set on all of the prison walls or whatever. Almost
And
every
courtesy
one of them.
flush.
Courtesy flush. Yeah.
All of that, yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
but if you had to take a shower or whatever, that would say that on all the prison walls or jail walls or whatever. But that's what but our jail, it's a huge jail and it's connected to the courthouse, but it's like eight or nine floors, I think, of all men, and then just one floor of ladies. So that's I mean, that's a big difference, I don't necessarily know if all states are like that, if there's that big of a difference in
I mean,
as far as
jails are
prisoners.
county.
Jails, not prison. I don't think we have a prison in my area. I think the prisons are out of town.
Well, and then some of the guys that come in there, man, it's just you get all walks, all different types of peoples,
Yeah.
and when you see some of the characters that come through there, man, you're just like,
Oh,
where did this guy come from? Oh
I
my
know.
god!
I would
And
think
you
it would
don't
be
you
people
don't want to be
watching great.
oh
Good
my
people
goodness,
watching.
yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to be a nasty person to them, but then you'll see some things where people are like punk somebody for real.
Right, right. I watch this one channel. I love it too. It's this guy, he did like 10 years in prison. I like his channel. But he's been doing he used to just talk all about his experience in prison. He did 10 years, and he had video and stuff of various, and I think it was South Carolina is where he was. But now what he's turned his channel into is where he now covers famous people that have gone into these prisons, and he's got, I don't know, it's good how he's done it, but like he did a whole thing on the guy from the 70s show that went in. He was on Suicide Watch the other day. And
Wow.
yeah, and he was just trying to explain how that, that they had, I guess, like they had rioted, and he said something about if one prison goes as rioting, the whole state has to go on lockdown, like all of them do. And so he said that, like, I guess, like, there was a hit. So, Danny Masterson, that was his name. There was a hit supposed to be taken on this Danny Masterson, and I guess he must have been scared or whatever. So he,
Wait, is that the guy with the beard?
yeah,
Oh,
he just
okay.
went to prison. So for the next 30 years. But so that now
Wow.
he's on the watch, and
Yep.
the guy said that's so stupid because now he's going to get out, and he's, that's going to be in the same problem. That he said that they can only stay on those units for like 10 days. And he said they know they know when you're faking. So he said that, and then he said that there's really not protective custody anywhere, because you can always get to somebody can always get to these prisoners. They either have to drop their tray off or whatever it is.
Oh yeah.
But he
Oh, yeah.
really goes through a lot of different scenarios. It's pretty interesting.
Well, so that's why, one of the things that I really like, you mentioned that the guy's doing, a story on it, and that's really good, man. I appreciate all the exposure that anybody can get,
Yeah.
anybody putting out videos, going into these facilities, whether, some of the stuff on the street, it doesn't matter whether it's there or in the facilities themselves.
Sure.
I like seeing the government, what they're doing.
Yeah, I'll link it in the chat so you can go to it. It's pretty good. Like I was thinking to myself, I wondered how he was going to just continue to talk about his experiences. But every time, and I mean, his channel blew up. Tonight he was on Duty Ron's, which that's been like a good collab for him, and it's cool that Duty Ron is cool with somebody that did 10 years in prison, but they've been collaborating. I'm going to have Flo look at this video. It's good. Hold on a second.
Cool.
Let's see. And Flo, I've got something that I want to do. Oh yeah, it's the most viral prison. I think these were, I don't know. We'll look at it real quick.
Well, while she's looking that up, I would like to say it is interesting to hear the testimonies of people that have been in these different jails and or prisons.
Yeah.
Sounds to me what Flo experienced was cruel and unusual punishment. And I'm not sure what checks and balances would remedy that, if there are any. And the fact that these places are so understaffed, which would lead to people falling through cracks. It almost kind of reminds me of during Reagan times, where they had asylums and people just forgot about the people that were in the asylums, and there was all kinds of crazy abuses going on, and they finally had to shut them all down.
Yep.
Yep.
Those remember Geraldo did that one on Geraldo did a story on that one mental place, and it was so disgusting and terrible. It was like, I forget the name of it. It was really it was crazy, but that was shut down. I nearly died when I saw that. It was one for children, and he did a story on it, and he walked in, and all the kids were naked.
Yeah.
And
didn't they have like black kids that had parts of their skulls were missing, and they had like electrodes sticking, and they were studying their brains?
I don't
It was
remember.
like they were
Yeah, it was like
orphan black
really
kids.
weird. Wasn't all black kids, but it was just horrible. It was like the worst thing I'd ever seen.
Was it the
Was
Boys
it called
Ranch?
Greystone or something like that? What was it?
I remember one. Well, so in Florida there was the Boys Ranch,
Yeah.
and it was the sheriff's Boys Ranch, right? And this is where they'd send the youths to. And
Weren't there like a
was
bunch of unmarked graves there or something like that?
Yeah, there were. You're right. There
some
were.
horrible things.
Are you talking about the wilderness ranch or the wilderness camps and stuff? A lot of those shut down as well, because there was a lot of abuse in those wilderness camps.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I do know about Florida Boys Ranch, and that one, yes, they definitely found out of some pretty nasty things. And the kids, some of them grew up and started telling the stories eventually, but they shut that place down long before that they even found out about these things. But then they looked back at the records and started finding out, oh yeah, these things really did happen.
And there was these ones that a lot of people were sending their children to, and they weren't it wasn't the United States, and those were torture camps. And like they would be forced, like when their parents would come to visit, they were forced to, pretend to be like perfect and everything was great. And if they didn't, they would just get beat or whatever. It was awful. And like they would have to eat whatever it was that they were serving, and they had to eat with their hands or whatever. And if they got sick, They had they would make them eat their, what they threw up. It was just awful.
That's
It was
gross.
awful. But it was for like teenagers that were, just messing up. And so they had these wild teenagers that they didn't really know what to do with. And so this, it came highly recommended. And apparently it was just, oh my God, like the things that were reported. But these kids said that they literally had to pretend with their parents. But if you would hear the testimonies of these children that were saying they were work camps, they were hard work camps, and they were
Yep.
just torture
I could see that.
camps. Yeah. And it was absolutely terrible. I mean, it was sad. I cried watching it.
So,
Well, I texted you that thing because I don't know if I can put it in the back or not. But it's
okay,
yeah.
So we know what neglect and turning a blind eye to the plight of the people that need to be championed looks like, and if left unchecked for too long, atrocities start to happen, right?
Yeah.
It seems like most of the asylums have been shut down. Some of the hospitals are being overwhelmed to treat people that they're not really equipped to treat, that are now all over the streets,
Yes.
pooping and needling up. And it's not that I don't have sympathy or empathy for people that are on the streets that need mental help. I don't know that necessarily closing down all the mental hospitals and facilities, in one giant failing sweep was the right thing to do. And I think someone was saying that the fango soup or fang soup,
Well,
it's
now
kind of
all
a
the
double-edged sword,
Yeah. Now all the mentally ill people are being arrested and put in a jail facility where they shouldn't be in a jail because they are just mentally ill. So they will, be in jails, and that's not an appropriate place for them at all. But there's no other place for them at this point.
I do not want mental health. I don't want mental health anywhere near the criminal justice system.
Yeah.
Actually, I
Right.
don't want it anywhere really at all. Mental health is all about control. That's
Yep.
that's what it is all about.
Oh yeah, because everybody I did notice that too. Like years ago, all of the prisoners were on the same freaking medication, like all of them. Like they literally took the same medication, all of them. And I thought that can't possibly be right.
Pharmaceuticals.
Yeah. But
Is
I'm
it-
saying like they were all taking lithium, and I
Yeah.
thought that's not right. But I remember my mom saying that they would always try and say that people that got arrested were bipolar or whatever. And she told me that was just like some bullshit that they would like always tell people that were arrested that they had a mental illness and that they were bipolar and put them on this lithium.
So you know what Seroquel is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's an oldie but goodie, but it's an antipsychotic.
Right. So there's one that they have in there. It's called Trazodone.
Yeah,
and
the
they give
Transdol.
Transdol or Don or whatever that's the thing that they give to anyone and everyone who has any psychological issues,
Well,
and
it's a
that puts
sleep
them to
pill. It's a
sleep.
sleep medicine. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I
Yeah.
was just gonna ask my doctor for that. Is there something wrong with it? I
Well-
remember I liked that.
Well, it's basically Seroquel. And
Oh.
Seroquel, all it does is it's a trank.
Really? I thought it was a damn sleep pill.
That's what a trank
Well, I
is.
mean, you could take Benadryl and it'll knock you out for a couple,
I
3
can't
hours.
take the Benadryl because it
No,
gives
but
me
what I'm
restless
saying
legs.
is,
yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, most of these things will kind of have that effect on you, and you got to be careful because I think sometimes people they need it, and it becomes a crutch.
Yeah. I
And
need some help
that's
with
where the
my
danger.
Yeah. I used to take that Ambien and that worked good, but then I would
Fuck that shit.
But then I would wake up and I had ordered all this stuff. I used to order stuff when I would be high on Ambien, and I wouldn't remember it, but it would I would order things.
Yeah, that's what I
constantly.
keep hearing about. That is that what it
Yeah.
does?
Yeah,
It like freaks
I mean,
you out and
people
makes
would
you
do
like order a bunch of stuff
I would
online.
order things, and then I would wake up and I'd have like food laying next to me, and I would have no idea where that came from because I never would bring food into my bed, and I would be like, I always thought someone was fucking around with me and like putting a pizza in my bed or something. And really it was me that was doing it. I don't
woke
know.
up at an ex-girlfriend's house the one time I took it. She was an ex at the time. I wasn't with her. I woke up in her bed. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here? She's like, you drove over last night.
Oh,
I parked in the fire lane. My car was still parked there. And I don't know. I guess I walked up, sat down Indian style on the kitchen floor, and she put me to bed. But before leaving the house, my roommate owed me some money, and apparently I decided it was time for him to pay. He and his girlfriend were in their bedroom watching a movie with the door locked, luckily. And so I'd go and bang on the door and rage the fuck out for a while, and then give up. And I guess I did that. But then I'd forget that I'd already tried to get money out of him. So I did that like 3 times before driving. I don't remember any of this shit. Yeah.
That you would get in a car and drive like that. That's scary. But yeah,
Flow
you would have
State,
no memory of it.
Flow State, can I join you back after half an hour? Like I need to go and have a bath. My mom is calling me, so I'll come back within half an hour. Is it okay?
Yeah, should be good.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I just like your story, Flo, because it sounds like you've been lucky to have some keeper women in your life. I mean,
right.
If you just show up randomly, kind of out of sorts, and she watches you sit on the kitchen floor and then puts you to bed, I think that shows you the nurture nature of a woman, man. That's a dude
That
would
was
be like, "What the hell are you
his
doing?"
roommate's girlfriend, right?
No,
No, it was his.
It was
yeah, good.
It was a girl I had dated the year before. At the time, and she was very cool. Shout out, Chrissy.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Chrissy, you're a solid girl.
Oh, and I just wanted to say I appreciate Brick's words. Was it last night or tonight? It was last night, I guess, right? Because it's a new morning. On
last
based. This is what I would like to say officially. I don't mind people kind of standing side by side with me when the trolls are at the door and stuff. But the last thing I want is for people to have mental health issues due to trying to be supportive of me.
Yeah.
I expect stuff like that from trolls. The thing that I was kind of concerned about is the fact that I didn't expect it from people that called me a friend, and that was to me that should have been offline. That was my only concern about that situation. But I do appreciate your effort there, Brick. But I'll be honest with you, when I heard you on Based, man, I kind of regretted that you stuck up for me because it felt like you were really under a lot of duress in that situation. I appreciate it, but that's not where I want you to ever be. Not for me, not for anyone. But
well, he was really supportive of you. That was
yeah. But what I want to say is, listen, no one should be suffering to try to help me in that situation. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't. And, I've had people had to walk away from the channel from all the way that the trolls have been kind of coming at them, because they do care about me, and they, it's just hard for them to sit back because I try to tell them, hey, don't delete everyone. Just people unless they're doing TOS stuff, you gotta kind of let them talk. I mean, and it's just hard for some people that care about me. And I get it. Go ahead, Flo.
I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I just did the right thing.
No, I mean, it's just, again, I appreciate it. I really do.
So in response to that, and I appreciate you as well. I'm not trying to turn his stream into a gay stream.
Too late.
Too late for that.
Too late. But no, bro, one thing I'm gonna let you know, first and foremost, I'm not gonna walk away from my brother. That's a fact of the matter, and I don't care what they say or who say or blah blah blah. Number two is, really, it's like I told Based when I went up there. I went up there because he put my emblem up there. I was on that screen. I'm going up there for me, and I know you know that, but I want to make sure that everybody does understand that, and I want to make that clear is that I went up to speak on my behalf, and it happened to be that they're going to try to bring, funny thing, they bring you into the matter, sure, it was your stream, but I was
Yeah.
on your stream. And
I mean, I don't
then,
know if you noticed your name at the time.
Yeah, it's bricked for
yeah, and I
GS.
left.
He
I
knew
left it.
he was changing it. He just those
And
new
I came in
left
at
it
the
there.
end. I don't know what any of the lead up was.
Yeah, well, I had left it up there because Based was here, and so because he was here, I'm like, you know what? If I'm gonna go up, I'm gonna go ahead and let people know that this is what's occurring. Because it's going to be a question, right? So there'll be a question in somebody's mind. Why did that happen? Why was that there? And I have no problem with telling you that that's something that Based did. Based did that, which
Changed your name?
He changed it for
my name.
bricked. Being bricked means you got a hard on for someone. So he's basically saying, which is interesting because I remember he was asking you a question, Brick, and you
Mhm.
responded by asking him a question. This is something I've seen and experienced with Izzy over and over and over again. But Captain Savaho doesn't have the same standard for Izzy as he does for Ashley. Even that's kind of interesting. He'll call Ashley a stupid bitch, but he's going to handle other people with the kid gloves, and he expects other men to handle other women with the kid gloves. Why he gets to do what he wants to do. I'm not trying to smash the dude. He's not here to defend himself, but I think it's funny how he expects a man to answer the question, but when it comes to a woman can do whatever she wants. Well, that's why we have this dumpster fire called the West right now, because we've been letting women do whatever they want to do for way too long, with respect.
The dumpster fire because men are
Exactly
more assertive
Exactly.
with men than with women.
No, I think men fell asleep at the wheel. It's men's fault at the end of the day.
There's a lot of people in the community that are I'm a traditional person, but there are so many panels that you can go on, and the men are just really disrespectful and mean for no reason at all.
Yep. I find that to be disgusting.
Yeah, it's rude.
Well, they're angry. They're mad
they're
at you
mad.
for not
Yeah.
delivering vagina to their mom's basement.
Right. No, that's exactly what it is. You're exactly right.
Yeah, but I would never emasculate anybody, like, or be rude or anything, and but I'll get shit for no reason whatsoever, even though I've got traditional values and the whole bit, but they're so mad and angry, and I think, well, this might be the problem why you are all single, because you've got these like bizarre just these bizarre standards about, how dare she question my authority, and it's like, oh my god.
Bingo.
Like, yeah, if you don't respect the man, it's never going to work out well. I would absolutely want my partner to lead in the relationship. However, if he, said shit like she should never question my authority, like, that seems so weird to me. Like, I don't understand.
So and I've heard that domineering is a bad word. It's not the proper word for it, and I do agree with it. Where it's more like that the woman is a compliment and that you are a steward in your relationship. So and adopting that understanding, it's still, I still slip up myself and say the wrong word. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure that people understand what I'm saying. It's not to be demonstrative,
Yeah.
but it's a natural hierarchy. It's what it is.
Right. Yeah.
And if you go against that, then you're going against nature. It's just not going to benefit you. Unfortunately, that's what some people believe is, and they could believe what they want to believe.
Sure. But I think if you're in a relationship, that you would respect your husband, but also your husband should respect you enough that he's
Mm-hmm.
not
And honor.
and honor you, right? And not
So, Crispy, I
yeah,
got a question for you.
sure.
So, when you talk about respect, do you think telling a woman the truth, even if it might seem hurtful, do you think that's showing her respect, or should you lie to a woman to spear her failings?
I think the nature of this question is sort of dishonest, right? Because you're
I'm
talking about
framing it.
such fine nuance that there's not going to be an answer to the question.
There's both. Yeah, there's. I would say that there's. It depends on what it is, you know.
What's more
So
loving, to lie to a woman or to tell her the truth?
it depends on what it is. I've got a strange. Yeah, like.
With respect.
Yeah.
With respect. With honor. How about that?
Can you
don't
honor a
lie.
woman by lying to her?
No. No, you cannot. You have to tell her the truth, but you do it in a
It's how you tell her.
kind. Yes.
I don't necessarily know
I
because
don't necessarily.
yeah,
Of course,
I
some
think
women
that like
like it.
listen, if you let's say you cheated on your wife, let's say you cheated on your wife. Now this is just me I'm talking about, but not let's say you cheated on your wife and you it's nothing that you're pursuing, you got away with it and I don't want to know. I would never want to know that. I don't want to even know it. I'd rather just I would not want to know that. I think that like alleviates your guilt and then it just makes her feel like shit. And so that's just me though. Like I think that's a selfish thing. Like you shouldn't have done that at all. And
So the
then
only thing I came up to say was, Crispy Treat, you said you go on several peniles instead of panels.
yeah. Did I say penile?
Yeah.
Did I?
Which was an interesting Freudian slip.
Was it
I go
my
on all these
accent?
peniles.
Peniles?
Where are you
Wow.
from, Crispy?
Am I the only person that
Nashville.
heard it? That's why it came up. I heard it. She said
Did you?
peniles.
Oh, well.
You
Oh, well.
opportunistic cat, you.
I know, right?
She's a country girl.
Meow.
That's right.
I got family
God
close to
damn!
Nashville.
Don't ever do that.
Do you?
Oh yeah, I love it's a
Meow.
Tennessee's beautiful. It's a
Yeah,
beautiful
it
state.
is. It is a beautiful place. I love
Hear me
it.
out. Even though I appreciate the cash apps you sent, just know that if we were in person, I would probably whoop the fuck out of you for meowing like that. Just
I would never do it. Wait. Flow state. Obviously, I would never do it in front of a human being.
okay. That's good.
I do it at
thought I
distance. I do it at an annoying distance, right?
I thought I was
Teams
going to
work
hear it.
calls.
Wait, we are at a
YouTube
distance.
panels.
There we go.
That cat head is something else.
Can you give us a quiet?
That's Dexter.
meow?
Is it?
So who's somebody famously said something I thought was very interesting. It's one of these manosphere red pill types, I think. I could be wrong. But they said that women fall in love with what they hear. That's why men lie, and men fall in love with what they see. That's why women will never stop wearing makeup.
No,
Oh, that's so
there's
weird.
another saying.
That's deep.
The other saying is, let me say this one before you respond, Crispy Treat. Men get married thinking things will never change. Women get married thinking they can change the man.
Everything. Yeah, I see the
or change
potential.
everything.
The whole world.
Yeah, that's a good point. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another good one.
But also women don't realize that they don't need to be as picky as they are. They can certainly
Exactly.
change some small things that are not that they shouldn't be deal breakers. Like, where somebody will toss a guy away over, that he doesn't know how to dress or something like that. Those are things that you can manage and you can fix together, just little things like that shouldn't be deal breakers.
Can I just give the panel and the chat here the best marriage or relationship advice I've read? And I haven't said this on a panel recently, right? But I've read a lot of books, right? Okay, so you've got your partner, and let's say you've been together a while. I mean, this isn't new couple shit, but eventually you get to the point where stuff isn't working out for each of you, right? And what you do is you take out a piece of paper, fold it in half, And on the left side, you write down what your partner does that annoys you, right? Just write it out. Write everything out. And then you go through the exercise of writing on the right-hand side what you do when that person does
Hey,
that.
will you ass clowns stop talking about rape in the chat?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Well,
it's pretty disgusting.
Okay, well,
I mean, I'm
those-
trying to get remonetized, and you
Yeah, what's the story on that? After hearing me out,
Don't worry about
Ashley?
it. I
Wait,
said
hold
at the
on,
beginning of
hold
the stream, just don't rape at each other in the chat.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So that
I'm gonna have to tell the story 500 times for each member.
I'll just watch it from the beginning.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So on the right-hand side, you write down what your reaction is to what your partner's doing, right? For everything that they do that you think is just annoying as fucking shit, right? And then what you do is you tear the list in half and you look at the right-hand side and you just read off what you do, right? And then you look at it and you go, what do I want to be with this person? So for instance, just to give like anecdotal examples, right? For instance,
Leaving the toilet seat up.
Yeah,
Man,
no, he leaves the toilet.
those gears are grinding.
He leaves the toilet seat up. He leaves. Sure. Let's go with something simple.
Man,
right?
examples are hard.
No. Wait, one. No, I'm just coming up with hypotheticals, right? He leaves the
Big
toilet
bush.
seat up, right? So
a big bush.
I slammed the door. I slammed the door till he asked me about it, right? So you go to the right hand side. I slam doors, right? And all this shit. So he picks out a movie I don't like, and then I pout and go towards the corner or something, right? I pout and towards it. You look at all the shit that you do, and this doesn't have to do with right or wrong. It just is examining your own behavior, because you can easily, if you like move the left hand side down one slot, right? It's like I pout you could flip it, right? So I pout in the corner on the couch, and then he does this, right? So it's like all interactions. So what you can do is you look at your list and say, I'm gonna do the opposite of all this shit, and then you know what? If it doesn't work, then it's fucking broken. It's over. The person's self-centered and terrible, but
You should maybe
it's really
do that in
eye-opening.
front of it. It seems like you're trying to engage in an argument with that exercise.
No,
I'm not sure.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm giving advice here. Like this is like next level, like being beyond yourself, right? It has nothing to do with like who's right or wrong. It's just all the stuff we do, like passively, I guess you would say, or directly, that causes arguments to build and continue and relationship to fall apart. You address what you do and you correct it, and then a lot of the times, like, this stuff just kind of settles itself out.
Well,
right?
yeah, you should always look at or when you're in an argument, you need to not look at the other person's behavior, but look at your behavior and how you can, because you're not going to be able to make them do anything, but you can make yourself do or react differently, or something
Right, but
like that.
this is a very practical application.
I see.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, it could be as simple as he's working late. He wasn't in time for dinner, so I let his dinner sit on the fucking table and get cold. Right.
Yeah.
And then he views it as, I got home, my dinner was cold after I worked a long day. Right. Like it's both sides are feeling wronged in that sense. Right. Versus discussion of
doesn't like communication just kind of solve that problem? Like, hey, honey, I'm going to be a little late.
Yes, obviously, but I'm talking about normal couples that don't have the communication
so
skills. 'Cause
incoherent that it's barely
communication skills-
comprehensible.
It's not incoherent. Communication couples don't have the problems. That's why they're together, right?
So
That's what I'm saying.
Can I do
I've got
this?
a simple piece of advice, and I swear that if you get up every morning and just try and make the other person's day easier, that's it. That's
it?
all you need to do.
That's really it.
Can I do this with my car?
No, you have to just.
No, I'm
yeah, you
talking
could-
about the list.
I mean,
Oh.
it wasn't a very complicated concept. It's very simple, but it's very powerful.
Write it down.
I remember that. I remember that exercise. It was in a book. I do remember it, that exercise in something. Yeah.
Well,
I don't remember the book.
Well, really,
but
what you're doing by writing it down, and this is kind of the concept that I've kind of come to understand. The more things that you write down, the easier it is to remember it. And then once you've written it down, then you can actually go over it and really kind of come to a better understanding of
Exactly.
whatever it is, right?
and just be aware of your behavior.
and then you
probably.
can and then you can figure out what you want to do with that. So it's
Versus
it's
in the
what-
moment, right?
yeah, exactly. And then you can actually go back to your list, at times, oh, this is what I was supposed to do, then you can't do that.
I don't give a fuck. I can already tell you that now, but go ahead. Man, I don't give a fuck about shit tonight. Like, let that be known. But go ahead and say it.
Shit. Also, though, before you get married, you should seek some kind of premarital counseling where you discuss division of labor, and you discuss how you're going to raise your children, and discuss how all of those things, all of the things that that when you run a household, instead of just people focus on the wedding and not the marriage. And you need to worry. You need to.
I can't wait to get my dick wet.
Oh God.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
no, but crispy treat. What I'm saying is, even when you can, and I had that mindset. Or I'm not relating to myself personally, in specifically, but I'm saying pre-marriage counseling. And I was big on, like, when we first got married, like the division of labor and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then found out, like, even though we on paper agreed with stuff, right, it didn't work out, like, in real world, right? So I was just going by the terms of the agreement.
And she changed the agreement,
for lack of
on
a
you?
better word, right? But I mean, then it turned into, like, resentment for some like little things that I wouldn't even mind doing differently, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so I'm just saying.
I don't know if it was Steve Harvey that said when you get married, you should form a two-handed circle. You don't put anyone else, not a therapist, not anyone else, not even a pastor in between all that. That's my thoughts on
I
it.
think therapy is good.
I don't, man. I've met so many therapists that are more effed up than the average.
Yeah, they are. It's hard to find one that you can
That's why
mesh
people
with.
get into that
Yeah.
career, because they're trying to figure out what's wrong with them.
Well, and it's a
And look,
never
I'm not-
ending. Like you're never better. You're never cured. It's like going to the chiropractor. But I will say though that, like, well, I'm Catholic, so therefore you have to go through premarital counseling before you get married. It's like you have to. That's part of getting married in the Catholic Church.
So do evangelists, but
is it?
Yeah.
It's a good idea though, because
I went to Lamaze classes.
Did you? That's good, Flo.
And do you know what? Do you know when I learned about afterbirth?
What about
When
it?
I was looking at it. Can you believe I made it all the fucking way through Lamaze class and I didn't know that about afterbirth until I was looking at it?
It's super gross,
Oh my
isn't it?
goodness.
You're like,
Wow.
oh my God, our intestines are falling out.
Yeah. I mean, I would have preferred you to be on the,
That's
the
awesome.
business or the coach, not business section, and
My
been
wife
up
had-
by the head.
I mean, I
My
was
wife had
all head and
C-sections.
shoulders. I just did a progress check at one point because I was losing track of time.
Mm-hmm. You had somewhere
My-
else to be?
Yeah, anywhere else, honestly, besides, like, childbirth is terrible.
It is. It is terrible. It
Like,
sucks.
having kids is awesome. The process of, like, them entering the world is disgusting.
It is.
So-
I didn't like it.
My wife had C-sections, and I just
did
like
I.
asked her about it. Like, is it like the practice of, like, the Italian chef just like pulling the sausages out? like what is?
No.
What is it? You cut open your stomach.
These
and you
sections
just
is
start
how they
taking stuff out?
put the chips in you.
I just never could get past like 7 centimeters, and I
Oh.
guess like my hips are too small, or I don't know
Pussy
what
too
was going
tight.
on. Something was going on. I could never
She's
get
too
it.
tight.
But I
Miss
would-
Charlotte,
Too tight.
that's. I would rather starve to death than eat that. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah,
You're talking about people that cook their placenta and eat it?
Yeah, they do. It's good
Yeah,
for
it's fucking weird.
postpartum and
That's
menopause,
disgusting.
all kinds of things. But it's just gross. Like, why?
Well, I
it's
mean,
full
the
of
cows
nutrients.
do it,
It's full
right?
of
Cows do
nutrients.
it. Deer do it.
I don't
You
know.
Oh,
I'm
what?
not doing that.
A lot of those
So
animals eat their own
fuck
shit
what?
too, and constantly have
Yeah.
parasites.
And lick their ass.
yeah.
Yeah.
Cows and
I'm not.
deers eat grass. We don't eat
Well,
grass.
that's why I'm saying that they probably are getting that mentality or that idea from that
For
point of
all the
view.
afterbirth thing.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they're like, because I mean, it wouldn't occur to me to eat some slimy crap that
They're
came
good
out.
to
Yeah,
Do they
no.
did they lick the scabs? Did they lick the
Ew,
scabs after
gross.
the like?
Flies,
No,
well,
but
flies
they.
eat shit.
this is platelets.
I think
It's
that's been going
platelets.
on for a good, like, probably 15, 20 years now, like, where that was
Yeah, it's
tested and then people swear by it. They make smoothies out of it. It's
it's
gross.
fucking gross.
Yeah, it is
It's
gross.
just it's
Well, I
some
mean,
kind of like
it's
narcissism level. Like, oh my god, my body is so
No, it's
amazing. I
like
gotta
some women
no,
have
I gotta
really
make a
struggle.
smoothie out of my fucking
You're
placenta and
probably
drink
right.
it.
It probably is something narcissistic.
No, it's like some women really have bad postpartum, and
What the
I
fuck
also
would eating your placenta do for you?
it's I guess
nutrients.
it's
I
got like
think.
a bunch
Like
of hormones in it.
have a we're in a first world country. We have access to food.
Right.
Wait, hold on.
I think
Wait, flow
it's
state.
a hormonal thing, Flo, is why.
Flow state.
There's literally
If
nothing
there's a study,
there's
if
no
there's a study,
except
flow state.
scenario in which it's acceptable to eat placenta.
Surely
wait.
tuna
But
in
wait,
the
wait.
can
I
would
will
be
go
better
with.
than
I will
that.
go with. If there's a study that shows like eating your placenta or drinking it 90% of the reduces postpartum 95%, then I believe it.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah,
okay,
there's a ton of
but there's
studies.
none of that shit.
Yeah.
They just
I
do it.
don't care about those studies. Fuck those studies. Science
I
is
No,
agree.
they don't exist. Flow state. That's what
Oh,
I'm saying. They don't
hear me out.
exist.
Believes that placenta increases your health. Clip it.
See?
No, that's not what I said.
I'm just
Jesus.
kidding.
I don't believe eating
That's what I
placenta.
heard you
here,
say.
let me rephrase. I don't care if eating placenta improves your health. I don't care if it prevents cancer permanently. Not
Yeah.
doing
Okay.
it.
Flo, that you and I are both grossed out. Like we get like we would
Like I
never
won't
drink after
share
our
a
own
drink with
children.
Katie,
I don't
right?
like it. Yeah.
Because I've got a weird thing about backwash. How the fuck you think I'm gonna even ever like consider looking at placenta again? I won't even look at it again.
I can't believe when women will take bites of, like, they'll feed their baby a bite of food and then eat that backwash of the baby spoon.
Yeah, don't do that to
Wait.
me, dude. I have a bad experience of my my brother-in-law doing that with my nephew. Man, it was just
Ugh.
drooling back in his cereal, and
I
then the kid
can't
was
even
like,
look at that.
and my nephew
What?
didn't want to have it anymore, so the dude fucking sat there and ate it all, and I watched just
Ugh.
nonstop drool going back
What?
into that
Oh
freaking
my
milk.
god!
Oh,
It
I-
was
I've seen
freaking
that.
nasty.
Yeah.
That
I've
shit
seen that too.
scarred
It
me for
grosses me
fucking
out.
life.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember too, I did feel like the biggest failure though, because I was really trying to have my baby the typical way, and I had a 40-hour labor, and I had 2 epidurals, and I couldn't, and then I literally just could not have the baby. So, and I felt like, why can't I even like, I felt they had me on like a
Probably because you
trapeze
had 2
bar.
epidurals, right?
Well, no, like I was in there for I mean, I was there 40 hours is a long time, but the second epidural didn't even work. But I also, then in the C-section, they went to go give me like that little spinal thing, like where they numb you so you can be awake for it. And that thing didn't work. So they had to knock me out.
Did he
I
come up
thought,
with
like,
a
I
deformed
really
head?
suck. I failed.
No,
I failed.
This isn't a troll question. Did he come up with a deformed head?
No, when
No,
when you have
because my
C-sections.
nephew, my sister-in-law, she was in labor for like 30 hours, right? Bunch of
Yeah.
pushing. She ended up giving birth naturally, right? But when he came out, he had like
A cone head.
yeah, cone head. But
Well,
I mean,
yeah, they're all kind of.
it was a very distinct 90-degree angle of the set. And so I'm in there, and I mean, I don't know anything about babies, right? I'm in there, I'm like, oh
from you
yeah, this is
fuckers
great.
squishing his head.
Oh wait. I'm in there and I'm trying to be like all celebratory and stuff, and I'm like touching the baby, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with its head? And I'm just like, my immediate thought is like, this kid has a dome head for the next 18 years. Oh my god. And I'm just trying to like hide it. I'm trying to hide it at the same time because I don't understand that babies' heads will reform into circular. Right. And I'm just like, oh, that's so great. Yeah.
You just take a rubber mallet and smash it back down.
What kind of cosmetic placenta purposes are there?
I wonder if it would help with burn victims. I noticed what Scotto wrote. I
I
wonder if
don't
that
know.
would help with like burn victims or something, like a skin rejuvenation kind of thing.
Some things just aren't meant to be used.
My daughter just came in recently and it was asking me like or wanted to I was supposed to feel the back of her head. I guess it was something on TikTok or whatever, and everybody was doing it to see if their mothers neglected them, to see if their heads had like a flat spot in the back, like to see if they were just I don't know, something about the flat back of their head. Her head was completely round, so she was not neglected. But I always
why are you
had her
letting
with
your
me.
fifth grader watch TikTok?
She's not in the 5th grade. She's an adult.
I just felt my head. I think I might have been
Gotcha.
neglected a little
Were you
bit.
neglected? Yeah.
Well, I mean, they used to. I used to be like 3.5, 4 years old, hanging out near a freaking river, playing in the water, no adult in
Right.
sight for like almost my entire. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
You remember getting
But
on
you
a
were-
Huffy, going 3.5 miles to your buddy's house, having to remember numbers, and coming back before the lights went out.
The lights,
Or-
yeah, you
Yeah,
had
you
to come
grew up
back
at a
when the
different
lights
time.
came back
Yeah,
on.
I lived in the suburbs, so it wasn't 3.5 miles.
Well,
But I
lived
mean,
in
it's
the-
just
in
like
suburbs
I was
too.
on the
pedophile was next
outskirts
door.
of my
I
town.
could just go visit the pedophile next door.
Oh.
Bro, I was in the woods. I was literally living in the woods, man.
Yeah, I was
For
on
real.
the outskirts of my town that I was in. It was kind of
I'm
bordering the
talking
next town.
miles before you get to town. Miles.
I used to wear like a little I would wear those like a dance, like a unitard or whatever. I don't know why I was always in that one of those like dance unitards. I was unstoppable in that thing. I'd get on my bike, I'd have it on, I'd get on my bike, I'd go swimming in it. I ran the neighborhood. I was always in this dance unitard, and
I gotta ask, Flow State, are you like, do you have a magnet for like lunatics?
Was it awkward at your 25-year high school reunion wearing the unitard, though?
I mean, I was unstoppable. So
I just have this image of you being like 3 or 4 years old, fiercely independent with a unitard on, just
Yeah.
ready to conquer the world with
Yeah,
your
but
fist
then I have
raised in
this
the air.
image of her being 45, still with the same independence, fiercely wearing the unitard on the tricycle, going to the high school, being like, "Fuck y'all."
it was in the it was always made out of like that like rough polyester, and it was maroon, not
Oh,
burgundy,
goodness.
but maroon. I don't think we use that word maroon anymore, but I always had that thing on.
Maroon 5.
Yeah, that's true. I wasn't that independent.
Marooned.
I always, yeah. I don't think I was super independent, but I always
We
wanted
don't
to
use
hang
the
out
word
with the older
burgundy
kids,
besides Ron Burgundy.
the older kids, and they would try all the time just to ditch me.
Crispy Truth is burning you.
Is he? Why? Because let me see.
Yeah, I mean that was low hanging fruit. I wasn't gonna do it, but
Says she unitard for faux show.
Shots fired.
Shots fired for sure. Man, this chat was so I was trying to mod the chat last night, and the chat was so mean last night. I was like,
What?
oh God.
Oh, over here?
Yeah. Over here. And
Oh,
I'm trying not
yeah.
to censor anybody, but they were on fire last night.
What were they mean about? Or,
Neve, I think mostly Neve.
it's
So
interesting to me when dudes who are like, who can't get past themselves and are just super hung up on Neve.
yeah.
being-
Well, Neve is
I've had good conversations with Neve actually.
yeah, Neve is really smart, but she is and she's a friend of mine, but she's a brat on other people's panels. But on her stream, she's always really chill. But I mean, people say terrible things to her on her channel. She doesn't even remove them or block them or
Which
anything.
makes me wonder, like, what's going on, right? Because, like, I don't know, like, the whole movement ain't my thing, but it doesn't bother me
Yeah,
to be
she's
around
not
someone.
bothered
But
by
some
it
of these
either.
people are, like, really
Militant.
just tied up in themselves about it,
I
which
know
makes me
you saw
wonder.
it last night, didn't you?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
I
like,
knew
okay,
you were even kind of trying to defend her a little bit because I knew
right.
you,
Some of
you
these people
saw
are just,
how horrible that was for her.
yeah.
Yeah.
But like the attacks seem like not just opportunistic, but like legitimately bothered by it. So it makes me wonder, like, does who was it? Fuck, who's the clown?
Oh
Is,
yeah.
is the clown mad at Neve because he thinks Neve is hot? Right? Is that what's going on with?
I don't know, but she had a lot of male attention, for and I mean she handles herself really well. I mean, I don't know. I would probably start crying at some point. She doesn't care about any of that stuff. She's really good about it. But I imagine like that, I mean, she's just like, why she wants to argue the topic, and people just want to argue about her being trans, and she's got really traditional values herself. If anybody would listen to her rather than just try and like insult her all the time. So I don't know, it's uncomfortable when you're I was trying to mod the chat, and I was like, be respectful, please be respectful in the chat. But yeah, there were people that were just, very upset about her life decisions. And it's not, I don't even know why it affects anybody, any of them. But they are really, that panel last night was hung up on it for sure. I'm surprised Rocky is so nasty about it.
Rocky gets like nasty and then chill. Like he kind of hots and colds real quick.
He does.
Yeah,
He does.
he does.
Mm-hmm.
So, speaking of hot and cold, and correct me if I'm wrong. I've been racking my brain. Although I did have a negative interaction with Machine Lies as a Muslim. I made that comment. You said that I was spitting and cursing at a Muslim.
Yeah, you've been.
So hold on. So I've been trying to wrap my head around what you're talking about, Flo. And
Well,
I think you have me mixed up with Rant, because I was listening to him talk, and he does like a weird cough thing.
No, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he does. He's weird. I don't have you mixed up with Rant.
Okay. Do you have a clip of it so I can see
No.
it? So
I don't remember where it is, and I'm not going to go search for it.
All right. Well, like I said, been racking my head trying to. I've never
I mean, you
spat
can
and
look
sputtered at a
for it.
Muslim.
Yeah.
I'm looking in my brain.
I don't suspect that you are. I suspect that you're just trying to gaslight me a little bit. And
No. Matter of fact, I was gonna make a little. I had a video clip of him spitting and sputtering in a religious conversation with somebody. I'm like, he thinks.
Well, why don't you go find the videos where instead of showing me that Rant makes weird noises, why don't you go find the interactions where I get mad at you for being a douche to Muslims, and then find that clip, because that'll tell you.
Well, it's interesting. Other than stating someone is a Muslim, and that's why they reject my ideology, and I basically leave it alone after that. That happened once with Machine Lies, as far as I'm understanding,
and once with Tarek.
I didn't know that Tarek was a Muslim.
Yeah, you did.
See, I mean, now you're calling me a liar, Flo. I mean, that's a little bad.
I am calling you a liar.
Okay, well, I'm calling you a grifter.
You're demanding that I believe you when you're telling me something different from what I remember.
No, I'm not. I'm not demanding anything. I'm just positing something.
You didn't just tell me something else that's contrary to my memory, and then get mad when I rejected it.
No, I've got thousands of hours of video, and it seems like people have a really good habit of telling me I did things that I never did, yet they can never seem to produce a video clip.
Because I don't owe you shit. I don't need to. This is on you.
It's on me to prove a negative?
I don't need to prove shit. It's been proven to me. I remember it.
Okay, I'll leave it alone. You seem like you're getting a little. You seem like you're getting a little emotional about it, so I'll leave it alone.
You're about to leave the whole panel alone.
Sure. I mean, I'll leave. Have a good night. Have a good night, Flo.
You don't. Oh well.
Is it Tarek or is it Teriak?
It's Tarek, but he goes by
Okay.
T. What's it? What is his, or what's his?
T Reigns.
Yeah, T-Rain.
which he's also banned permanently, right? Like, I
Yeah.
don't like Tarek at all either. I'm not taking up for him, but GS's inability to interact consistently with anybody who has different beliefs from him without devolving into a zealot douchebag is absurd.
Well, I don't understand why anybody would want to push their beliefs on somebody else that's already chosen a whole
He
different
doesn't
belief
so
system.
much push his beliefs at them as much as he does like end up just sort of condemning and dismissing them.
Oh. Well, nobody should do that. Everybody has their own different belief system, and that's okay.
He's here because he showed up in the backstage and mostly my own curiosity.
Yeah. No, I think he wanted to say something to his friend up here.
Right. But I was yeah, no, it was just my own curiosity. That's why I left him up.
He's always been very nice to me.
Well, I mean, we didn't end on a great note last time. I'm not particularly a fan of him for obvious reasons, but I thought it was interesting that he was in my backstage, and so I figured I'd let it play out.
Sure. Why not? Why not? Why not?
And I could find one of those clips really easy. I know which video it's into, but
I also was thinking to myself, like, I mean, people clip me all the time, and like I just and I look crazy or say something stupid, and I just laugh it off. You can't get like, torn up about somebody that clipped you or whatever it is. Is that what he's complaining about? A clip? Or no, it wasn't a clip.
He was challenging my memory.
Oh.
He brought up the things that he did that pissed me off, and then tried to act like I was misremembering them, tried to gaslight me, and then tried to act like I was insulting him because I wasn't buying his bullshit.
Huh.
I don't know why. Where's Brick at? Is Brick still up here? There he is. I don't know why you're so loyal to that dude, because he is a snaky piece of shit. But
Well, that's his friend, so
I
I'm
know it's his
loyal to
friend.
my friends,
I'm not suggesting he shouldn't be. I'm legitimately confused by why he would be.
Mm.
And it's a rhetorical question, right? Like, I'm not looking at you to answer that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, and you
I mean,
did
if
take
you are,
you took a bunch
can-
of shit today for like we were all giving you shit,
Mhm.
But I think it was just a lot of people were just teasing. I was just teasing.
Yeah, well, the funny and interesting thing is, as GS likes to say, the interesting thing about that is, I'm not going to give you a hard time, Flo, because you have been generous. You were generous to GS just now, and I believe it was a decent conversation that was going on, and kind of the way I see the interaction right there is, he was, asking a question, and whether he liked the answer or not, he saw that the conversation wasn't going to a good place. So the smart thing to do at that time is to bow out, which he did. But the more interesting thing than that to me is those in the chat. I'm looking back through, and these unscrupulous people, man, they never come up on panels. They just sit there in the chat with all of these troll channels, and they continue and continue and continue, and it's just disgusting, man.
What, in our
Do you
chat?
ever wonder why
They're in
he
here
gets
now.
Why does he get so much more hate than everybody else?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because these people are trolls. It's simple.
You don't think it has
this
anything
chat
to do
isn't
with
a troll. These people are regular.
you don't think
They're
it
not
has anything to
trolls.
do with him?
Well, Todd is Todd. And then Vegas Vips is Vegas Vips. Mirror Z420 is Mirror Z420. Jody D is Jody D. So on
I
and so
don't have
forth.
nearly the swarm of trolls that follow me. Actually, I don't really hardly know almost anybody who does. There's something
Right.
special about his behavior that attracts
trolls. So
What
can
do
I
you
tell
think
you
it
where
is?
they come? Can I tell you where they come from?
You're gonna do the whole like stolen valor crowd thing, right? The 3F crew or whatever you call it.
That's where they're coming from.
Why don't you guys? Why don't you guys get together and go take care of Ernie Shell that is stealing is got stolen valor and is in the middle of a cancer scam right now. Like, I mean, why don't you go focus on somebody that's really doing shitty things in the community instead of
So who's that person?
Ernie Shell.
Yeah, who's that person? So are they someone who has been said that he has claimed stolen valor?
Yeah, he's claimed stolen valor.
So for me, this is why, because I believe, unlike the people in the chat, that asking someone to produce a service record to prove that they are this person or that person is bordering on fascism.
Yeah, but he's a fraud.
So hold that thought, right? If you don't, then how do you feel about GS asking me to produce something to validate what happened?
So that right there, like the prove it, and I mean, I'm not gonna say it's a good thing.
It's one of Flo's rules. If you want him to look at something, you need to come up with your own the video yourself. He's not going to go look for it.
It wasn't even a topic. It was just like, hey, you remember how that thing, that you remember it wrong. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. I don't remember that shit wrong. You've done it more than once.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna say that it was a good thing. I mean, it is what it is, and if you asked your question, and like I said, he recognized that it wasn't going to a good place, and he bowed out.
Well, it's a shame that he's having so many issues, and I'm not sure. I haven't been over there in a long time, so I don't know exactly what is happening on his streams where he's having so many problems.
Like, literally nobody except for Brick likes him for very long.
Well, I had heard Joe say earlier that when you disagree with them, he gets really upset if you disagree with him. I don't know that. I don't know him well enough to know his habits.
In all honesty, I've seen his temperament, and it's very patient.
Oh,
in
that's
my
not
opinion,
what I would have described him as. But
this is my opinion. He's very patient. That's just my opinion. He is very
Sure.
patient. That's just.
He's really got you duped.
I mean, if you say so. If you say so. I mean,
no, he's always been really nice to me, but I've seen examples where he seems to lose his temper. I was scared to go on his panel. I remember.
I'm pretty patient too, and you saw what happened over at Base Channel, right? So I'm a pretty patient guy.
It turned out okay though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, people were nice.
Yeah, and Wizard and I even had a little bit of back and forth. Now, that's the first time that I've seen Wizard on panel, but I know that I've seen the clips a few times, and then I've also seen him on a couple of other panels, and I can see that he's got a little bit of a temperament, right?
Oh, he's been chill lately. He used to be like really, really. I don't know. He used to he would blow up really quickly. He seems to have chilled out a lot lately. I think he looks better. I think he's feeling better.
So,
he's battling cancer. So he's.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I think he looks so much better, and his attitude seems to be a lot better. He seems to be a little more chill.
Well, and that's one of them things, pain will do some numbers to you.
Sure, absolutely.
When you consider physical pain, and then especially if you're finding yourself alone in that, it can be very painful.
Well, I
You
think
know?
he has a wife or a partner or whatever he's had for years and years. I think or he's got somebody.
Well, yeah. I mean, ultimately, you know, that is the the final here on the earth, which I'm a
Mhm.
believer. But you know, we got the trifold cord, which is really awesome. Um, but you know, as we are men, um,
Oh,
we do
God.
we seek out, you know, brotherhood, you know, and that's just what it is, and that's, you know, that's a natural thing. So when I say alone, that's kind of what I mean. You know, it's not so much that, you know, you can find yourself a partner, which is, you know, definitely a possibility, but then, you know, still we do seek out companionship,
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah. I try to like listen if I'm arguing with somebody, I really do. I think this too. I really think that you're not supposed to try and change someone's opinion about something, but you're just supposed to listen and then make sure that they know that they've been heard, but not necessarily change somebody's opinion about the topic.
Right, you can't force a
You
belief.
can't do that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Flo wants to change my opinion about something and wants me to like change that opinion.
Mhm.
And I don't think I could ever change his opinion about something.
Yep.
I'm not trying to, but he'll
Well,
try to change mine.
well, yeah, because one person will change their own opinion, and you can only be an example for what, if you feel that's the way a thing should be, you can only be an example for what that should be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know,
Sure.
and these are the things, right? But with men, the interesting thing about men is we we see a degree of violence that, in my opinion, women don't see, and you guys do, but like we butt heads, we go at it like stinking billy goats, you know.
Yeah, you
um,
guys can punch each other out, and then after that, you are friends again. That wouldn't
yeah,
work with females. We wouldn't be able to get into a fist fight and then hang
yeah,
out like right after that.
yeah. And then what happens too is that if you're just one on one, it's fine, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can get back up, but then sometimes it'll be like 3 and 4 against one guy, and it'll be like, look, you know, that's a problem, because
Yeah,
it's
you
called
got
jumping.
jumped.
Yeah,
No, that's called
exactly.
gang rape.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's called
Getting
what?
jumped.
Gang rape.
No, don't say that
Jeez,
out
man,
loud.
people. But yeah, so and so
Salute to
when I
one.
when I see that somebody, you know, finds himself in a, I kind of, you know, call me an old softy,
Are you?
you know,
Hey, old softy.
soft. But you know, it's called compassion. I can't help it, you know.
Yeah.
And if I see, you know, Wizard has a very tough time, man, I'm gonna back off. I'm just like, look, I'm sorry, you know, I can't help it. That's just who I am. I'm an old softy, you
Oh,
know.
he loves to. He likes the debate, so you don't need to back off on him. He
Yeah,
likes to argue points. So
he seems like a pretty smart dude, and I
he
was
is smart.
chatting with him in the back a little bit, and
Mm-hmm.
he brought up some very good points. You know,
Yeah,
he's not wrong. That's my
yeah.
opinion.
He's like one of Flo's cast of characters that I only see over here. It seems like, but Flo has like a good. I mean, it's just like it's hilarious. It's like I don't know. Everybody is so unique.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, very unique. No two are this are even similar.
Well, you know, and that's a really good point. You know that, you know, we all have our different beliefs. There's not ever going to be a single belief that everybody's gonna know. Like, this is my belief, and that's what you believe. We have
Hey, sorry,
we all
man. I
have
hope
our
you weren't back there long. I just looked down. I was on a different tab.
we all have our own lived experiences. We see what we see, we hear what we hear, and we develop our
Hi,
own beliefs.
I got demonetized and I'm appealing it. So how about hold on, let me switch over to the right tab and then I'll just put you in timeout. Actually, can a mod put Pi in timeout for 24 hours? Thanks. See you,
Yeah.
Pi.
I've
When
been
did you
like a
get?
terrible mod. His monetization is on pause right now, and so he has to appeal it.
Damn, that sucks.
Well,
Yeah.
YouTube has been hitting a whole bunch of channels. They've I don't know what's going on. I don't know if there's been people are reporting them or if it's YouTube's just come down on everybody. There's a ton of accounts that have been hit. So, and that they do the dumbest thing. They tell you that what you've done wrong, but they remove the video, so you don't really know. You can't even go back through it until, yeah, I don't know. Like it,
It's just sort of a scatter shot. I don't think that they actually have identified anything specific either. I think that they just send the bot out to look for patterns.
Yeah. Well, that's why you always have to ask for a human review.
Hey, can I drop an F-bomb?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mirror Z420, fuck you.
Oh. Well.
Hey, Brick, do you think that GS should take a break from online after his
I don't give
recent
a fuck.
explosion?
I don't give a fuck. Fuck you, too.
Why? What did I do?
You talking shit about me, too, bro. Fuck you. Straight up. Fuck you to your face.
To my face? You're not to my face though. I'm behind a computer screen.
That's what
probably
the
miles
panel's
away.
for. That's what the panel's for. And you're not that far away from me, bro.
You'd have to come to Las Vegas to say something to my
Oh,
face.
you're not that far anymore.
Scary,
But
scary stuff.
anyways, that
It is
anyways
terrifying.
that was a serious question though, Brick. I think GS
No,
should
fuck
take.
you. No, fuck you. I don't like you.
Why?
Because you're a pussy.
Oh,
You were going to talk
pussy.
shit about me without me on panel, weren't you?
When?
I just had a few questions for you.
You went on your panel intent to talk shit about me without me on the panel. Then I came into your chat and you took a wrench and then complained about the fact that GS took your wrench. You're a bitch.
So taking someone's wrench makes me a bitch.
You're a bitch because you're complaining about the same thing that you did to me. You're a bitch.
Flo, who did you say I needed to be timed out?
Oh, I assume Firm or someone got was it Mr. Pi.
Oh, Mr. Pi, yeah.
Yep.
So, Flow State, you saw the recent explosion from GS, right? How he popped
Not
off
re-
on.
No, I haven't
Not
seen
really.
it. I kind
You
of
haven't?
thought, no. Is it
Oh,
worthwhile? Is it interesting?
it is totally worthwhile. He basically had a full-blown panic attack. He was talking with a guy named Benghazi Rabbit. He totally just like went off the cuff,
Yeah, I didn't
and
know
I'm
what
just.
happened.
Oh yeah, he totally
Oh no,
blew
I
up.
saw it. I just didn't know what the fight was about. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, and I'm just telling Brick that maybe he should tell his boy to take a break, just take a step back, and
Well,
maybe take a couple weeks
I don't
off.
give a fuck what you say I should or shouldn't do. Because I don't tell you what you should and shouldn't do.
I
Fake
mean,
Christian.
you you have a direct connection with GS, and I think GS would
I
listen
have
to
a
you.
direct connection with you right now.
Oh.
Really strong response here.
All the testosterone.
Yep.
My
As men.
God.
As men. You want to have a conversation with me, Vegas Vips? We can have a conversation.
I'm sensing some contention in your voice, Brick.
Absolutely. You're a coward. You want to
I'm
bring
not a
GS
coward.
into the conversation about me and you.
Thank you very
That
much,
sounds like a
Scotto.
you problem.
There might be a couple different conversations, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Brick. If I were you, I would tell GS to take a break from online.
But that's not his job.
How long do you think it'll be before GS turns on Brick?
2 weeks.
You think it'll be that fast? I mean, is there anybody else he has not turned on?
Brick is an old softie, though, he says. So maybe, like, I don't know. Brick really went hard for him today, and it was, yeah, that was nice that he did that. You know, he really stood in that whole. I mean, he was a panel full of people firing at him.
Yeah, he did all right, but I think you're holding too much water for him, Brick, and I think it's gonna hurt your emotional health
Bro, you
long
keep
term.
saying that. You keep saying that I'm holding water for this guy. What are you talking about? What am I holding? Tell me.
So you're saying you're not holding water for the dude going on Base Oracle's panel today?
No. I made it very clear why I went on. Maybe you need to watch the stream again.
I don't know. It seemed to me like Based and a lot of
That's
other
right. You
people
have
were
your
telling
beliefs.
you to,
You believe something.
you know.
It's them thoughts. Get them thoughts out of your head, bro.
I
You're stuck in
believe
your
I
thoughts.
can fly.
I believe I can touch the sky.
And you're a troll, which I really don't like.
Well, a troll with 4,000 subs is, I don't know.
Oh,
Is
I
it
can
really
go live too,
I don't,
bro. Just like I told Base, I can go live too.
do you think that GS really has the best intentions for you, Brick?
Bro, why do you keep talking about this man?
Well, he's been the topic for a minute now. There's no reason to change it.
So I don't
He's the man
understand why
of
he keeps asking me about it.
He's the
Though.
man of the hour.
Why don't you go ask him?
He ran away. I was about to. In all
I mean,
fairness, I was about to bounce him.
Yeah. But GS, I'm sure we'll probably do a live at some point. You know. Oh, that's right. Oh, I know
But
why.
I mean, he's not banned right now. Like he can come
Vegas
back
is.
and address something, but
But Vegas is kicked, right? Ain't Vegas? Aren't
why
you
would
kicked?
Vegas be kicked?
Probably because he's a troll.
Flo very, very seldom.
No, I have
anybody.
I have a lot of I have a lot of respect for Flow State because I've actually called out Flow State on his own channel like a couple weeks ago, I believe, and Flow State took it as constructive criticism. He didn't lash out like GS. So I do have a lot of respect for Flow here. He runs a good panel, honestly.
Appreciate you.
And it's yeah.
Yeah, he does. And he he really doesn't censor a whole lot, and he lets almost everybody come in, even if they've been problematic. So as a moderator, I've never blocked anybody in here, and very seldom have ever timed anybody out.
God damn it, Pie.
Pie.
What Pie?
Yeah,
Hi, Mr. Pie.
Why are you gonna block me, bro?
Because did you not hear me? I explained it already.
Come again, because I got kicked out of stream.
Because I've been demonetized and I'm about to appeal for monetization. So having a bunch of people like I didn't realize how many people like grape jokes until now.
They really don't put those in anybody else's chat. They seem to just go buck wild in this chat.
I just never noticed them before.
Yeah.
All right, my bad. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, you're good. I overreacted on you. You kind of got the ass end of it because I'd already had to just dealt with some other people about the same thing.
Yeah,
so
it's really my fault because I wasn't.
It probably is mostly her fault. It's always women's fault.
It's my fault.
And I came up as a character trying to be funny.
I'm a stupid woman.
You guys wouldn't influence me with my lame cowboy hat, gay shit.
Yeah. Sometimes you are like lame, and
I get it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think I'm funny and no one else does. I get it.
No, sometimes I adore you, and other times I'm like, what? But that's okay. You're okay.
Okay.
Sometimes you're very nice.
Yeah, my bad. I wasn't trying to
No, it's okay.
Flow state. I wouldn't
It's
try to
okay. We're just gonna try and like be a little more TOS friendly in the chat, and kind of watch
Oh
our P's
God.
and Q's a little bit.
Oh God. Here we go. Hey, Flow State. Why are you a
What?
married man? Yeah, you.
Good job.
Okay, I'm kind of curious to
Yeah.
hear where this.
Yeah. Proud Boy Flow State. Why do you collect, since you're a married man, why do you collect some of your subscribers like Lindsay's photographs, and you collect all these
You
women's
got something you want
photographs?
to add?
Are you doing dark web shit with it? What's going on here? No, I'm
No.
calling you out for what's been exposed on your channel. And yeah, I'm calling you out.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
Are you
you
here
Barbie
because
are a nasty hoe, a broken
I'm not
hoe. Shut your
Calm
fucking mouth.
down.
I'm not Barbie, but
Oh, she ran. God damn it.
I know.
Mad Mystic, my email is in the description box of my YouTube channel. If you would like to submit your own photos, please feel free to send them to that email address.
Nudes are always welcomed.
But your opinions are not.
Yeah, we mostly always put them on the dark web, though.
Boy, that was the shortest call out I ever seen.
I know.
I know.
I mean,
I was just so a lot of times when you give these people space to like
Mhm.
stretch out, they're like, "Oh fuck, what do I do now?"
yeah, like she
Too
lost
much
her,
room.
lost her mind.
Yeah.
I know. How could you put me in that box, Flow State? I feel offended right now.
Well, I'm currently on the dark web right now, looking for all of Flo's nudes in here.
Nice to see you, Mad Mystic.
I
But
kind of
also,
feel
like, that's some more Lindsay bullshit that where she's,
I knew it would be. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
surprised.
Right.
That chick's nuts.
I feel really grateful that the internet was before, like when I
Our-
was like
the-
a stripper.
our-
Yeah, because there was no digital cameras and all the shit that I used to do.
Mhm.
I remember I did this one party in Dallas for like some huge car show for all these. I was the only stripper for like, I don't know, 5,000 guests, the richest
Mhm.
people in Dallas. And I went on this stage and all I had was a cowboy hat around my wiener. And then I just walked around and got tips. But
Howdy,
thank
partner.
God, but thank God there was no fucking cameras back then, because I would be fucking destroyed.
Mm.
Right.
You don't think there was cameras back then?
Well, no, there was like not iPhones and like stuff you could just upload straight to YouTube. So,
Guaranteed that people had 110 film and
Good
went
call,
to the photo
Permar.
hut.
You.
yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's there. So I used to think about that. I'm like, oh, but I'm never gonna run for public office, and I really don't give a fuck, I guess.
Mirrors, I
Yeah.
can't do that. I never, even when bitches go crazy and start accusing me of things, I never share the nudes because I don't want to discourage more from coming in. I always want to reward people for doing good things for me.
Right. We don't want your nudes, though. You seem crazy.
Me or Mirrors?
Mirrors.
I don't know Mirrors. I don't think.
Is that who just came up and yelled at us?
No, that was no. That was Mad Mystic 007.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mirrors. Mad Mystic 007. Oh,
She's
so mysterious.
I met her through Snafu, and I've talked to her one time before, and on her panel, and she started what was it? I don't know. She accused me of being an agent or something.
A double agent?
She's one of those kind of paranoid, crazy chicks.
Right. Well,
So what did you get like striked for?
Harassment and
Was it,
cyberbullying.
for being a
that
bully.
was-
For being
was
a
that
bully.
Snafu and the strike team?
No, it was a YouTube bot trolling around because the first strike that got me was on a video that had never been public. I'm the only one who'd ever seen it. It was unlisted.
Mm-hmm.
Stop bullying people, Flow State. Why are you so mean? Jesus.
I got a lot of it out of my system while I was in YouTube jail.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't have
I was
it
about
out
to
of my
cry.
system yet. I want
was about to
Mirrors to
cry
come back up. Or not Mirrors, but whatever her name is.
Mad Mystic, don't insult Mirrors by
I know.
confusing. We apologize, Mirrors. She doesn't mean to keep confusing you with Mad Psycho.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mad Mystic she thought I was Barbie.
Did she?
Yeah, didn't you hear?
No. I mean,
Like, you shut up, Barbie. It's like,
oh.
yeah.
Yeah, she's off her shit.
Mm-hmm. You can't. Mm-hmm.
Damn, I should have
So how's
showed her the
everybody-
holy water.
Mm-hmm. You should have.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing? How's it going, Flow State? It's been a long time.
He's baptizing himself with holy water, and maybe you should baptize the stream after we've had such dark forces on here.
Yeah, I've used some terrible language. I'm sure it could be needed.
Curse words are not
You
an
think
issue.
we need a quick cleansing?
I'm not gonna say no.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
You know what? I think I have just the thing to cleanse the demons right out of me. Hold on a second.
I rebuke you. Like, I hope you click
I can't
that.
wait till Mad Mystic emails me.
Oh, I cannot wait too, because make sure you put that email on the dark web though.
I don't even know where the dark web is. Is that even a thing, or is that
It
just
is a
like an
thing.
umbrella?
No,
I think it's made
Is there
up.
like a place?
I think it's made up.
No, it's not.
I've never been there. I've never been there.
I've not been
I
there
think it's
either.
like the underground marketplace, right? Like it's
Railway?
not actually like there's no actual like you don't get the dark web app from the fucking app store. You know what I mean?
No, but listen, Apple though.
I'm scared of the dark.
The Apple has like a thing now where it says like check to see if you have been if your information is on the dark web. So I always check. I press this little button and then it'll take me to like just run
Oh my
through.
god, you're a sucker.
Yeah. And I'm no
Well-
longer I've not been on the dark web. So
I gotta imagine if they're gonna make a dark web, it's probably gonna need spray paint.
but fingers crossed I get there.
Probably that sounds reasonable to me. I see no reason why it would be anything else. All right, guys, let's do a little quick exorcism here.
You know, if I ask him to, he will put you backstage. I'm trying not to.
Ooh.
Nice.
I will.
We'll start with the ad homs.
Very good.
And I feel you need a blessing of Jesus.
On a Christian town, backstage.
Father, Son, Spiritus Sancte. Where's my holy water? Pretend I'm shaking this on you. Jesus, in the name of your son, whoever. Cast the demons out of Jill so stop filibustering, and I don't have to send them into purgatory.
That's the devil.
The devil's juice is Mountain Dew, code red.
You know, if I ask him to, he will.
Amen.
That was before I got my holy water container, obviously.
I've got holy water container.
Man, you
Nancy.
can already feel the air clear up in here. Like
I
all
know.
those
Smell it.
demons.
It's just like all fresh and amazing
Yeah.
up here now.
I'm
gonna light
walking
some-
on holy water.
I'm gonna light some chili up in this bitch.
Kyrie eleison. What was that?
Feels like
What was it?
I'm walking on holy water. That's
Oh.
Bad Company.
Oh. That was
That's why they
good.
call me Bad Company. I can't deny it.
Oh, there you go.
I'm a straight
Bad
rider.
Company.
You don't
But-
want to fuck with me.
Oh, that's a good one too. Yeah.
I don't deny it. I'm a rider. You don't want
Mr. Pie, don't like we just cleaned this stream.
I know. I'm stuck.
Yeah.
I'm
What are
so
you doing?
white. I'm so white right now. Stop it.
I know. Well, your milkshake brings all the boys to the yard though.
No, the girls. Stop with
Oh.
the boys.
Oh.
Feel like making. Dun 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 dun.
Those aren't holy songs, though.
No, that's Bad Company.
Mm-hmm.
You guys want to know what I did today?
Do we?
Depends.
I don't know.
Let me think about it.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
No, let's not.
Mm. All right.
Did
Thanks
you
for
make
offering,
pies?
though.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
maybe tomorrow. If you
What
do
did you do
something
today?
exciting. What was it, Mr. Pie?
So I hung out with one of my most amazing friends I haven't seen in fucking forever. He just showed up at my place,
Yeah.
and then we went to the. I decided to discard all plans and then just go to show them this awesome river spot. And I haven't been to the fucking river. I've been so stressed out all year, and I've been putting it off. And I went, and I felt amazing. So that's the short story. Because I know I always do like long stories, but I went
Did
to
you go skinny dipping in the river water?
Of course I did. Yeah. I
Right.
did.
Yeah.
Dirty boy.
Dirty
He's
pie.
a country kid.
Yeah. But it was sometimes you just go and like everything,
Oh yeah.
like nothing else really, like, all this bullshit that we argue about. All this,
And nothing else matters.
yeah, nothing matter. Yeah, it was one of those days where I just thought, holy fuck, I needed this
Well,
so
that's
bad.
good. All right, is your friend
So,
in another area? Is that why you don't see your friend very often, or just
it's my homie that's well, he lives like an hour away, but he's going through like a divorce with his lady.
oh?
I
Well,
never
you
thought
guys will
that.
be like, you guys will be single and hitting the clubs here soon.
No, I don't do that shit. I'm just too old for it. But it was
You're
good
not.
to see.
You've got to be a good wingman for your sad divorced friend. Quit
Yeah, I
being
think
so
we're
selfish,
like,
Mr. Pie.
I know. I mean, if he needs me to, I would. But I think we're just old. And we don't really care about that shit as much anymore.
You don't
As much.
sound like you're going to be very positive for your divorced friend. That's not very good.
No, I'm just saying, like, do most girls think that like every guy is just always out to get pussy 24/7?
That's not my first thought, but
Well, I'm just
I don't.
asking.
Yeah, it's not my first thought. It depends on where I'm talking to them at. I mean, I don't think that about like where I am right now. That never crossed my mind. But maybe like in other places, maybe I think like, oh, maybe yeah, that's that person's goal. Probably in bars and trap houses.
Where do you live? Do you live in like the city or something?
At a trap house. No, I do live in the city. Yeah.
That's
I
funny.
do.
I'm
in
from
the
Dallas.
Midwest.
I'm from Dallas, but my mom was trying to get me to come home, and maybe I will.
Yeah, where is your hometown? I remember you lived in, or you were like a country kid, right? Grew up in the country?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dallas is a big city, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But
I
that's
mean,
not where he grew up.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
I grew up in like East Texas, like way out on the outskirts, like on. But
Oh,
then
okay.
yeah, like but yeah, my family lives in DFW now, so it's just like a huge city. So that's why I've been fighting going home because
There's a ton of YouTubers that live in Dallas for some reason.
Oh yeah, that's
A ton.
yeah, it's a fact. Actually, a
Yeah.
friend of mine, I just seen him. He was in Dallas. He's a YouTuber.
Well, Joe Cool just did it's done his tour, and he came and saw me first, and then went to Flo's, and then went to Texas and saw like a whole bunch of people.
Man, there's a lot of them in Texas.
Yeah, there's a ton. And I know, like, I come from the true crime community, so I know a ton from the true crime community, and then I know a ton from here. Oh, and listen, I don't think, like, this isn't considered, Flo, is this considered the manosphere? I don't think this is the manosphere. This stream. What is
I don't think so.
Yeah.
So earlier or yesterday, last time I was on Glenn Lawrence's channel, he and Grid, everyone, like somebody who I'd never met before, asked me something and assumed I was red pill in the question, and the whole rest of the panel got like kind of laughed and went, "He's not red pill." So the manosphere doesn't consider me manosphere, and I'm cool with it.
I was in a Ghost Rach over in the vinyl community the other day.
Rachel's Ghost.
What'd I say? Oh, I dyslexic.
Who's about to get hit by a car?
Wait, do you believe in ghosts? Is that what we're talking about?
No,
Ghosts are real.
It's the vinyl community, Rachel's Ghost.
Oh.
Yeah. But I think someone said it. They were saying that I was from the manosphere. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not from the manosphere.
Flo's channel will probably be closer to like the debate bro panel, right?
I don't,
because he has like the payment options for certain things.
Yeah, but why does everyone like want to label anything? Like, what's a manosphere? Like
it wasn't. I don't think it was her. It was somebody else on the panel. I think I can't remember because people hit.
It's just easier to remember.
1 minute. Welcome back, Sugar Tits. Mad Mystic, babe. You there?
There's Barbie.
Mad Mystic.
Barbie, welcome back from the dark web.
Mad Mystic, we just exorcised the place and got all the demons out of here. So, do you have anything that you'd like to discuss? You're mad the banner's up, aren't you? It's fucking things up, isn't it?
Yeah. She was so nervous about.
She muted herself.
Yeah.
Mad Mystic.
Like,
I'm not going to
you
take
really
the banner
got to get
down.
better at this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can teach you.
Am I tripping? Like,
but I have to charge.
You have that thing up still?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we've
it's a
got
banner.
like a.
Because remember the crazy chick from a minute ago? She's back.
Yeah. She's back and she's like she took another shot of whiskey and decided to come back up.
No, wait,
try it again.
Watch out for those Jewish bullets.
Wait, that's
She's walking on holy water.
We just exercised her.
Okay, bitch, Barbie, you talk about you're from the true crime community, but you talk about trap houses. Oh, we're gonna fucking spread this wide open. You fucking dirty dark bitch.
Oh, I'm terrified.
She just ran away again. All right, thanks for coming up. This is like.
Thanks for spreading it wide open.
She is. I hope she's talking about the pictures too. This has been a devastating night for Mad Mystic's attacks.
I mean,
right.
For real, they're really pretty adorable.
So what happened to Trolls? Didn't Trolls used to be better than this?
I mean,
they used to be.
That's one of the worst ones. Like she's pissed off because I said I was from the true crime community. She's like, oh my god.
YouTube's given a lot of control to their creators with this.
Well,
it's StreamYard, right?
Now.
I mean, Streamlink, all these things. It's nice.
Do we have to do another exorcism?
I mean, well, obviously, but maybe we should wait until she has another shot of courage or whatever. I mean, we can cleanse
we'll lay in the mire for a little while, I guess.
Once again, like the first time I let her open up, she had no plan. She froze and ran away. This time, covered up. Oh, thank God you're back, Mad Mystic. We were worried. Hold on. Let me get the
Oh, Mad
You get your
Mystic,
turn
come
here
on,
in a
honey.
minute, Vern.
There we go. You're back on.
Oh, Mad Mystic,
Welcome
what
back to
now?
Flow State, Mad Mystic.
Oh, so are you hanging out with Molly Golightly lately? Yeah, in the true crime
No.
community, spreading lies and spreading your legs, you broken hoe.
Why does she keep
Good
like dipping in
one.
and out?
Sick burn.
Mad Mystic, will you stop dipping in and out? Will you stay here and be entertaining for longer?
Right. Like you're really
These
we're
little
just
hit
getting
and
you in
runs
these
are.
these little increments. Molly Golightly. I don't think she realizes how huge the true crime community is. And
Who's
no,
Molly?
I don't
know
hang
who
out.
Molly Golightly
She's
is.
like not even on YouTube anymore, or maybe she is, but she's one of those like same as like Betty and all them, like some of the
This is from Mad
yeah,
Mystic.
like the
And they're talking about coming with banter. Why disrespect Flow State when you know he's the people's champ?
Why are you gonna do it, Mad Mystic? You're getting triangulated. You're getting sent over here to do someone else's bidding. Lindsay, why don't you just hit the panel? I mean,
Yeah.
you haven't been banned. The link's right there.
Yeah. Come on, Linz.
The crew ain't gonna work.
Yeah, this like your
You
team
gotta
is letting you
send
down
better talent in the crew.
for sure. Yeah. I mean, she's
It's
just
like
giving us sound bites.
it's like sending a homeless camp to try to pull off a bank heist.
Yeah.
You're just gonna get drunk and pass out in the lobby.
You fucking hoe.
I would pay to see that though.
I mean, it'd be interesting.
It'd be a good movie, like I said.
Crispy treat.
We're doing just fine. 43 minutes with Jamie. 43 minutes.
43 minutes with Jamie Rose.
Interesting.
She's very pretty.
Think she'll be back? She is value added. Yeah, but not a lot, honestly. Like she's pretty fucking.
She's really nuts.
She's really Mad Mystic. She really has not added any value. I did enjoy, sharing my email address with her. I hope that you know what, you would be surprised what you get if you just ask. I mean, it's
right.
She's a spitter.
I mean, I'm glad that she shared with us what she has shared because it's been nice looking her up.
Crispy treat.
Yes.
Look at Hornet's question. Hold on. I want to acknowledge how this is phrased. I know Hornet. She's always fighting with somebody.
Who is Crispy fighting with? Oh gosh, Hornet. I know. I don't know. There's somebody that is mad at us.
Do you watch a lot of true crime? That documentary, I watch a lot of it on YouTube. It's pretty interesting.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
So, do you know who Mr. Ballin is?
Mr. Who?
Ballin.
No, I don't.
Oh my gosh, I love his content. He's down to uploading only once a week now. He used to be doing it 3 times a week, and then
he's true crime.
Well, he does not just true crime, but he'll also do like all kinds of stories. Some of it's paranormal stuff, but yeah, he's been pumping out content for a long time, and he's one of the bigger channels, Mr. Ballin. Amazing.
I don't do
content.
a whole bunch of like
he's a
paranormal
storyteller.
stuff. Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, you can pick through, and I don't like the paranormal stuff myself. I'll try to, but he's got plenty of it. Such a great channel, Mr. Ballin.
Yeah, there's a lot of let's see. I think I like hidden gems. I think I like that. That's like a husband and wife team. I like them a lot.
Simple.
I love to watch the interrogations. I love those.
So
I love those.
Oh, I do too. That, and then because other people watching it, different people will give their takes on what they're watching. as far as these interrogations go, so you'll literally see the same interrogation, but from like 2, 3, 4 people's different points of view. It's just hearing the different perspectives is, you see it, you hear it, and you listen to the, things that they're talking about, the body language, the words that the person is saying,
Right.
and you're picking this stuff up. It's the psychology of it, right?
Yeah, but again, see, I watch that and I think to myself, this is all bullshit because I think I do a lot of those things just normally. So
Right.
when I sit down, I always look like I'm, because I'm a cold person. I'm always kind of cold. So like
The
I would
fidgety.
be sitting like that in it, and then it would look like that I'm trying to conceal something because I'm
Right.
not sitting in an open position or something, or I'm cradling myself with my
Well,
arms crossed.
because I have watched a lot of that stuff, and so usually those detectives are trained pretty well, so they'll actually start looking at your mannerisms right away to figure out if your mannerisms will change. So if you're a fidgety person by nature, but then you start straightening up, that's the change that they look for. When you get uncomfortable, your mannerism changes. It's not about that you're
Yeah,
getting
they take
fidgety.
a baseline of how
Right.
your behavior is normally.
Yeah. And there are some basic body language like crossed arms or, looking away, looking down, those sorts of things. But if your mannerisms start to change like from what you've been doing, then that's like a huge tell, that you're not being entirely truthful.
But does it though? Like, I don't know.
Not
Like if you're,
always.
yeah, because I've seen it go both ways. And I think like, so you can't really use it as a complete rule. Cause I used to think that, then they always said that if you were like looked up to the left, that meant you're lying. But I always like look
Yes.
up
That
to
actually,
see. Yeah, I look up when I'm trying to think of something. Like when,
well,
that's just my
the,
expressions that I make.
right. Well, so that's where it comes in because you are trying to think of something, right? And a honest answer should come natural, right? And so you shouldn't need to look up. Now, if you're looking down and to the right, that means supposed to mean that you're looking for an honest answer. But if you're looking up and to the left, that's you going to that. It's the activity that's going on in the brain, and they do the scans and stuff to see what's going on. But it's not an exact science. It's more of a pseudoscience, really.
It's
But
a tool. I mean,
it's a
I think
tool.
it works the same way as a lie detector test, where it's just like a tool that can help you. But I don't know. If somebody asks you to recall something from like a month ago or whatever, I'm
Hmm.
not being deceitful because I'm looking up. I'm just like, that's just what I would do. Like I don't know.
Right.
I use a lot of expressions when I talk. So I was
Hmm.
starting to think like maybe maybe like I think like I would
Well,
just think in an interrogation I'd be in trouble. I'd be
one of the one of the funny things about that is that that's how some of these people get away with a lot of stuff is because some of them know the tales.
Mhm.
One of the old cases that people always bring up is the Gacy stuff, right? And that
Yeah.
guy, like, he knew how to talk to the police. So when they were
Well, he was
investigating,
just he had like that psychopathic charm, that superficial charm, but he made sure that he was
hmm
holding those high positions in the town, and so he
yep,
wanted to be respected, and so he literally just was a con artist. That's all.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly right. It's exactly right. So those stories and all that. So and I'm sure that Mr. Ballin's probably covered some of it too. Some of the older stories, but he's got some pretty awesome stories too. The guy who ended up having to like break his arm off from that movie or the movie that they had made, he got like
Oh,
stuck
the
in the
one that got
crevice.
stuck in the mountain and had
Yeah,
to
so
like
he
cut his own arm off.
Yep. So he
Yeah.
did his storytelling version of that. So he's got a whole slew of different ones,
I
and I
watched
I
that
highly
guy.
recommend him.
I watched that guy go back into that same freaking rock and and go back down in there in that little tight space. And I mean, it gave me anxiety watching it. I couldn't like it makes me feel like I can't breathe right now when I'm thinking of it. It was the tiniest little spot ever that he just slipped down into 2 rocks and then was able to just chew his own arm off or something, or cut it off. I don't know. He was stuck for
Yeah, it was like
days.
it was like completely disintegrated where it was like caught or something, and so he just like snapped it off the rest of the way.
I don't even know. Like that was.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy was a soldier,
That's a
man.
hero right there, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Hero for humanity. But here's another one, and I know he's covered this one, Mr. Ball, but there's a guy who got attacked by a polar bear in Alaska. The camp that he was with, this is a great story to listen to when he's telling it. He was camped with a bunch of friends, and he was just sleeping in his tent. Well, where they camped was a well-known polar bear crossing, and they knew, but they were, thinking that
Were they camping in like a cold weather?
it was Alaska. Oh, I don't think they went in during the winter time, but because obviously, if you're going to go, they're like from the mainland, but they went to Alaska, if I remember correctly. So they went there specifically to do polar bear watching. They knew it was a polar bear crossing, and then they're in the tents asleep that night. He got attacked, like his head. He's like in the mouth of the polar bear.
Oh my god.
His friends come out with the flare gun shooting at the polar bear. He gets dragged like a couple of times, but he survived. And he's got like a broken neck and spine or something like that. Like he's but I
didn't
do
get
believe he
my
walks
baby.
again. So yeah,
These are
wild.
not true crime stories. These are misadventures, though, right?
That and some of the true crime stuff. So he covers a lot, and like I said, the paranormal stuff too. So you can pick and choose, what you're interested in. That's kind of why I like it, because he doesn't cover just like one topic. He's a storyteller. He likes to tell the stories of all the different things, and he's very good at it. Yeah, that's why I highly recommend him.
Brick Jonasy, what is his name? His channel's name?
I'll link it. It's Mr. What did you say it was? It's Mr. What?
Ballin, Ballen.
Okay.
So he started out, I guess, on one of the other platforms as B. Allen, like Barry Allen. And he does tell his story about how he did that. So because his last name is Allen and his first initial, I believe, is B, so he just put it in there as Ballin, and then people started calling him Mr. Ballin, so he just kind of accepted the name.
Okay.
But yeah, Mr. Ballin,
I'm about to link it
Ballen.
for you, honey. I've got
Very
it.
cool.
Let's see here. Right here in the I just put it in chat.
Yeah, man, and I have no problem promoting that guy's channel. He's actually a vet too, by the way, which is really cool. Yeah,
That's probably why he is attracted to all those misadventures and stuff. Those are like adventure stories that are
amazing storyteller.
beast. Yeah, right.
Yep. I'm
I
sure
just
you'll enjoy
found
it.
a whole a brand new lore that I want Flo to cover. But it's so good
and
too.
huge YouTuber too. He's been on the platform for years, So I was surprised when you said you ain't heard of him, and you're in the true crime stuff. It's like, you ever heard of Mr. Ballin?
Because I'm looking
Like,
at his content and I think he's
the
got a lot
misadventure
of
stuff.
adventure, storytelling and stuff like that, where I'm
You like that true crime? I get that. Yeah, you'll find some stuff in there, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I can always find it. I'm for some reason I've got I just have I don't know. I've watched it forever and ever, and I just know endless amounts of useless information about true crime. Like if you can name any story and I know the whole situation.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. There's like so many different stories too. So like there's like feral people that like live in the woods and
Oh,
stuff.
yeah, I don't those kind of, I don't know what that is. Why are they
There's
there?
yeah. Then there's the people who like get stuck in weird places, like
Yeah.
the chimney or in the walls of places.
Oh, there was a kid that got stuck in this chimney. I felt so bad. He snuck out of his house. He was, I think, 14. I think it was somewhere in Ohio. And he um snuck out, and so and they he went missing, right? And the whole town was just accusing his parents, because I think maybe his parents were a little rough around the edges or whatever. But anyway, they finally went and they found him. I think, I don't know, maybe I forget how long, but he was in a chimney. There was a house that was abandoned for the winter, I suppose, and it was like right next door. Well, that's where that kid would sneak out, or would go over to this house and skip school, right? And he would go
Yep.
down the there used to just be like a hide a key, but I guess he thought that he could get down the chimney. And when he went down the chimney, the flute was closed at the bottom and he was stuck in there. And
That's
nobody thought to
terrible.
even look in there, and he was in there and stuck for, I mean, and yeah, it was just awful. Can you imagine how
Yeah, that's terrible.
terrifying that would be? Yeah.
Absolutely terrifying. You know,
Yeah.
and one of the funny things about it, and I've heard a few different chimney stories, and if you watch that, you know, that kind of stuff, you'll find out that when you if I mean, don't look, everybody, don't be trying to sneak into nobody's house, and definitely don't go down the chimney trying to do it, because if you do it, what's going to happen is you're going to get down to the bottom part, and then it's going to get skinny, right? And
Yeah.
then you're gonna get stuck, and then as you like try to, you
Wiggle
know,
out, you get more, yeah, you get more
it,
stuck.
yeah, you get more stuck, and your actually your lungs will start to because your body will get stuck, and then you'll slip further, and then
Hmm.
you'll try to breathe out, right,
Yeah.
and it won't push
It
out,
won't let you
so
give a
you
good breath.
yeah,
Yeah.
and you lose that lung capacity, and you get further and further down, and then you try to scream out, and you can't even scream out.
This
Some, you
kid
know,
was like,
at
went
some
down
point.
head first, I think. Like
Oh
head
my
first. Yeah.
god!
And I think like the police ended up going in and just checking in this house or something, and they found like the glasses, his glasses. But yeah, it was just a terrible situation. But the
Spoiler
whole
alert.
town was hating, what the whole town was just, accusing the parent. I think people are just god awful to the parents of a missing child. I don't know, until somebody is charged with a crime. Want I never would want to treat a mother or father shitty
Well,
until
even
yeah.
the conviction. I think that's what you meant, conviction, right? Because
Well,
you want to
and
see the
well, if they're
evidence.
charged, just if they're charged, but right, true crime has got a really big problem where they will pick a side on things, and even though the police come out and will say like, oh, there's no foul play, or this child's missing, but there's no foul play, we don't see any signs of it. True
Mhm.
crime people will take sides and be like, oh, the parents are guilty,
It's
they've
the
done it,
parents' fault,
when
right?
there's just not. It's just a lot of
That
bullshit.
there's no evidence for it, right? There's no
None.
conviction made.
Right.
Clearly, if there's no conviction made, then you you have to start second guessing the charges, because it's about reasonable doubt, right? So if it's beyond any reasonable doubt, then it's fine. Yes, that person is convicted. We know that person did it because of the evidence. It's too accurate. right? But if it's not accurate, then
Well, when there's not any evidence whatsoever and just a
it's
child
even
goes
more so.
missing,
Yeah,
yeah, it's just wild that people will,
jump on
and
the
these people
bandwagon.
will go to a lot of lengths where they've planted evidence. And I mean, it's just awful.
Hmm.
It's terrible.
Yeah,
It's a really,
and
there's a lot of good creators, but there's a huge group of toxic creators that
oh
are
yeah,
wild and just
that's
mean.
terrible.
And
Yeah,
harassing.
that's
Yeah. I can't imagine just harassing like a family of a missing child. Like you're soulless. Like that's just awful. I also don't think that I would ever go on TV and ever, if my God forbid my child was missing, they tear you apart. They'll look at every single thing you said and every movement you made. And I mean, and they just will go through it a million times and criticize everything these parents say and do. It's just it's just such an awful thing to do to people that are going through a hard time.
yep.
But one thing about true crime is, like, what amazes me is the USA is the most prosperous country on the planet. But when I see all the crimes in True Crime, the documentary channel on crimes, I am amazed that like so many crimes takes place in the US despite it being the most affluent country on the planet. Actually, like that shocks me. Like there's plenty, like, still why commit these crimes? Even I too can't understand actually.
We're a big country, and we also we're not censored over here as well. So
Right.
a
I
lot
was
of our
just gonna
stuff
say
is
that.
on, yeah, a lot of our stuff is televised or whatever, and so you'll see a lot of more things reported over here than you will other places. So even though their crimes are being committed in other countries, oftentimes you all are censored.
Yeah, it's just overlooked because it's
Mm-hmm.
not on TV or on the
Right.
internet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's amazing how censored. I didn't even realize how censored things were, but until just recently. But it's crazy
Well, that
how
is
censored.
one of the interesting things about some of these stories, um, that I'm specifically one of the reasons why I like Mr. Ballin is because he does cover some stuff that aren't in the United States. Some of those stories are about things that happen overseas, right,
Mm-hmm.
and in other countries, and he'll talk about some of these things that are just like, you're like, how does that even happen?
You know what
Uh,
show used to scare me to death? Locked Up Abroad. Have you ever seen that show, Locked Up Abroad?
Locked Up. I know
Locked
Locked
Up
Up.
Abroad. It was like
Oh,
always.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
It
No,
was.
I've never seen that.
Oh my God. It was always like somebody that went to another country and then was talked into being like a drug mule or something, and they would get, I mean,
Oh,
something would
wow.
happen,
Yes. Hmm.
and they would get locked up there, and then you would just be, I mean, the whole thing would be their true stories, and it just would scare you to death.
Well, yeah, because I heard of a girl who got locked up in a Chinese prison, and
Yep.
she was from the U.S. and she had to sleep on the floor and all that because that's just the way it is over there. And she ended up there was a cockroach that crawled into her ear, and she actually like died from that. She like that's
Died
how they
from it.
found out she died. Yeah,
I
like it
know that
crawled in there and caused the
cockroaches go into,
infection.
yeah, they go into people's ears because it's like dark or whatever, and they'll go in their ears and it messes with their equilibrium and stuff. But yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
have to
mean,
go to like the hospital and get them out. But I guess if you're in a prison,
right.
I don't know.
So once when I was in jail, I ended up having an ear infection, and so for the first day or two, I didn't realize what it was, and I just kind of had a little bit of a headache. By the end of the second day, I'm just like, this is absolutely terrible. So I got on the button. Well, it took a whole nother day before they
Yeah.
let me go down to see medical because I'm in jail, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one of them things where it's like you want the medical care, like you can't put a Q-tip in your ear, they don't have all that availability everywhere. So it's a rare thing you find a jail that'll let you have Q-tips. But I went
No.
down to the medical, and they thought that because they're a bunch of jail medical staff, which they don't care about the inmates, the convicts. They don't care, So they think that I'm just playing games, trying to get out myself. I'm like, dude, I've got this and I told him, like, I've been on the button for the last day. And then he looked in my ear finally after, I'm down there talking to him for like 30 minutes, telling him, no, I literally, like, my head is pounding, right?
They give
He
you
finally
eardrops?
yeah. And he's like, wow, why didn't you come down here sooner? I'm like, yeah, sure. Sorry I didn't get down here to you, freaking a whole day later, and so.
That's actually you got there quickly, because most of the time people will report some kind of an infection or whatever. By the time they get in with the doctor, the infection is gone. It's mostly like dental work, I think, is hard, and then what
ear
else?
infection.
Yeah, for some reason it's like impossible to get antibiotics in jail. I understand.
Yeah, because it's all about liability. You give them the wrong antibiotic, and somebody has a reaction, and then they can have some serious problems. So yeah, it's like certain inmates. When you go in there, you're supposed to report all your allergies, and then some inmates won't do it because they want to be able to trade their food because they've been there before and they know what will happen. But you
And they
report
want to
your
trade their
allergies.
food for what?
Well, because if you end up in the wrong jail asking for an allergy tray, your food
Oh.
may be limited compared to if you just get a regular tray. Whereas some jails, you actually ask for a allergy tray, a medical tray, and it might be more. So depending on which jail you're in, it might be beneficial or not beneficial.
I can
So
see that.
it's crazy. Jail is crazy.
Yeah, you're
I
right
bet.
about that. 100%. Over
Yeah.
here, what would happen was that they would send these convicted criminals to prison, and the prison guards were so corrupt. The underworld dons who were in prison, they would pay the prison guards, and then they would allow sex workers inside the cell, and they were even given a TV, all kinds of facilities, because they had a lot of wealth. Then finally, like, this became a big news because the media was able to get the thing covered. They saw photos of sex workers visiting all these underworld dons in the prison, them having a lavish lifestyle in being imprisoned.
Yeah,
Then they
it's
tore the
corrupt.
whole they tore the whole prison down.
Yeah. I watched that
Money.
show, that Locked Up Abroad, and there were so many corrupt law enforcement agencies, and basically you had to like, if you were locked up over there, like in another country and a bunch of other countries, you only got out if you paid the right person, and so
Yeah.
you had to somehow get family to come and bring money and have to offer it a certain way and whatever.
Yeah.
But it was terrifying. Like, and then if you saw these jails, you would die. These
Yeah.
people would be stacked up. I mean, so like just so crowded you couldn't even take a deep breath in there. They would just be packed in these jail cells. I never saw anything like it. It was wild.
The worst thing is, one of my neighbors got kidnapped. So, like,
Oh.
the family tried everything, like, through the legal loophole to get him back. The cops, you know what they said? Just pay us, let no one know, we'll find him for you.
Was it a kidnapping by ransom, or was it did they ask for a ransom, or did the child just go missing?
No, he went missing and he was later on kidnapped. The kidnappers called up the house and all that. The cops, it's their job to find out who kidnapped him. They said, all you have to do is pay us. We'll get him for you, no matter where he
Right.
is. We know who has done it. These people were shocked, actually.
Yeah, that happens. That's really a common thing that happens where these law enforcement agencies are I mean, you have to pay them in order for them to help you in any way, and you won't ever get out of these prisons unless you pay them off.
Yeah. The other thing is they're like the biggest gangsters. You'll think that all these people, like these rowdies, are gangsters. When it comes to bending the law to their advantage, the police are the biggest gangsters in any country. The way they
100.
misuse their
gang.
The way they misuse their authority, it's like incredible actually, what all they're capable of doing. Them and these lawyers also should be careful with the lawyer, otherwise he'll juice every penny out of you.
Yeah, what did the citizens of India, how do they respond to these corrupt people? I mean, are they scared of them, or are they
They are scared
Yeah.
because like India is a very corrupt country. The thing is, like, over here there's a nexus between the politicians, the lawyers, and even the police officers. In my own extension, what happened was that one man, he's a politician, he came to stay in this house as a tenant to pay. Tenants pay rent, right? He started acting cocky with the owner of the house only because he was a politician. He would break the tiles of the first floor. He would litter the whole place. He started telling him, sell me your house. After you sell me your house, actually, like, I'll pay you for it. I need this house. The landlord said,
and
what
who was he? The landlord?
The landlord was a normal person. The tenant was a big politician. The landlord
Oh,
said, "You're supposed to pay rent. You're saying that you're going to buy this house from me. What's gone wrong with you? I'll complain to the police." They went and complained to the police. Also, the police said, "We're not going to do anything. He's a big politician. Sort it out yourself." No one did anything. In the end, like, he had to bow down to his pressure, sell the house to him, and walk out of there.
Is there anybody that is there anybody that these people can report these kinds of powerful people to? Like, is there or they just don't trust the law enforcement to report it, or can they make a police report and not be scared or harmed?
No, the problem is, even if the media reports it, the justice system here is very slow. So if it goes to the first, it will go to the magistrate, the district court. Then after that, it will go to the local court, the high court. Sorry. After that, if you still aren't satisfied with their verdict, you'll have to take it to the Supreme Court. By then, your money would have been drained, and the cases in the Supreme Court, they take forever to get sorted. So even if the media covers it, you'll exhaust your life savings trying to fight some powerful big person over here. So it's the
That's a
worst thing
shame.
it's the worst thing to get involved with the cops or the lawyers. Going over there is like a headache.
Yeah, I mean, our justice system is imperfect, and we've got a lot of problems in our justice system, but it is far better than most people. I mean, most of the places that I have seen, it's just so corrupt, and I mean, we've got our own problems as well, but I don't. I think that all of us are able to find a agency to get help from, though, if something happens, and it's not that way in other countries, and it's a shame. Yeah.
I don't think that you are accurate.
Why?
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, so one of the things is, I mean, I don't want to butt in here, Flo,
No,
but
go
I
ahead.
just
Go
kind of had
ahead.
an opinion
Get it.
about it because the system, it doesn't matter what country you're in, it's going to be corrupt. The fortunate thing about this country is that we have certain documents, the rights that are in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, up to the 10th Amendment before the clauses. Because the 10th Amendment before the clause, actually, the clause is states' powers. That's where they screwed up. But those principles make sense, which means that the people, because they believe in those rights, will stand up for those rights. And so when you go to these other countries, and I'm sure it's the case with India. You know, it's not those rights; it's a different set of rights. The ones that I see make sense, and so
We don't stand up
that's
for our rights. Are you kidding me?
right, and that's the big problem in America is people don't stand up for their rights, and you can't continue to have your rights if you don't stand up for them. If you don't exercise your rights, you will lose them.
The
And
the
we
weird
lose
thing
them
is,
by trying. We try to. We don't. Our political opponents, basically, the other wing, whatever our political position is
Right,
we
not the people.
We the broad we cheer on when their rights are deprived of them.
Yeah.
And that's our big mistake that we keep buying into.
Yep.
But I was shocked to see that in the UK, if you are convicted of a sex crime, they give like against children, you get a new identity, and they hide them because they
That's
don't want.
not
It is true.
soft.
There's a
I
there's
was there. I
like
was there when you got it explained in more detail to you. So I don't know why you're choosing to go with.
because I read the rest of it. I looked
Okay,
into
what's the
that.
rest of it? Who
The
gets?
rest,
Who gets? All pedophiles get.
they're hidden.
All
Hmm.
pedophiles.
Yeah, they hide them.
All of them, or just the high-profile ones?
No, all of them. And then you were not able to find, they've got a new law that came out called Sarah's Law, where you can apply to get this, to try and find out the information, right? But then what I had read is that it takes absolutely forever, and most of the time you're not going to get the information. Though sometimes you'll get a yes or a no that will let you know if they are on the registry or whatever, but they do not publish that in any way, shape, or form.
It's not
So-
like it's not like America.
Well,
Fucking echo's still on. It's not like America in that sense. You don't. They don't have to go around and announce themselves to
Right.
to the community.
Right.
Right. The thing about a gang, right? So when a gang is roaming around, if you've got a bigger gang that's operating by a different set of principles, that gang won't go over there to the other gang. They'll try to do better business with each other because they know in the end, the ultimate price is the end. So here in this country, we've got the Second Amendment. So that's our power. You know, we've got our other rights, but that Second Amendment is so powerful.
Do you
And
think
we've got
that
a
the
press,
police,
too.
the police know the laws of the country? I don't necessarily know
Nope.
if they know.
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, the bobbies, the police on the street. I doubt there's a single police officer that knows all the law.
Yeah.
they
Not,
know
not a
how to
single one.
misuse the law.
Yeah. 007. Where are you? Where?
No, I'm
where
in
are you?
Tenerife. I'm in
Where?
so I'm in Spain. I'm in a Spanish province,
Mhm.
and they're even worse here. They're
Really?
even fucking worse. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
One-
especially here on the island, Tenerife, incest and kiddie fiddling
Mm-hmm.
been pretty run of the mill here. I think.
Wow.
It's a small island, so it's something that they just do.
And did they hide their identities as well?
I don't. Yeah, I don't think the Spanish government hasn't got any sort of alert system or anything. You know. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like an Amber Alert system or
no.
something like that.
No, I don't.
It's almost like they don't care.
Well, it's
Because they
wild that
don't.
they
Gotcha.
protect there's so many privacy laws, I guess, and they protect the privacy of, even when there's like a missing child, that it's never on the news or it's not posted.
I'm not sure that I don't know how I have mixed feelings about the registry entirely. Like,
yeah.
why, if somebody is dangerous enough that they need to be permanently doxxed as a pedo, like if this is a safety thing, why is this person out? You know what I mean? I don't know. It just seems it seems like this is an unjust half solution.
It does seem kind of cruel.
I also believe in being able to do your time and then, not having to live. unless you're sentenced to life, right? Not having something follow you around forever.
Yeah, it seems a little cruel if you're going to let the person out, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, Flo, did you
But also,
see?
on the other hand, why are they getting out?
Exactly. I completely agree with that. If there's still a danger, if they still might be a danger, then why are they being let out?
Well,
They're
I mean,
always going to be a danger
yeah,
because
but
the
anybody,
recidivism is
but
high.
that you can't like. So anybody always might be a danger, right? That's
Mhm.
so it's also kind of impossible to. I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know the solution.
police.
I just don't like what we've got, and I don't.
I know the
Right.
solution.
The conversation seems to treat the registry as like
you do
obviously
the
corruptible,
solution.
and I don't
Money
believe that.
DO7.
You know the solution. The solution is sterilization.
What?
No, it's not.
Oh God!
That's
Don't
not
even
going to work
start. Like
either.
Are
I'm
you
not going to
fucking
get
kidding
into
me?
a
Is he
fight.
kidding? I'm not joking.
Cut their fucking taser off.
Well, we just passed that in Louisiana. Just passed a law for chemical and surgical castration. So,
Well, I'm not completely opposed to Florida's solution. You know what they're
Florida,
doing?
they put them to death in Florida.
Yeah, for the right, it's
Mhm.
12 and under. Yep.
Yeah, well, it's that, and it has to be extremely egregious. Like, not only, I mean, it's
Right. Yeah. I mean,
the
it's
worst of
case
the
by
worst.
case. Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's not a bad solution, right?
I mean, no, it's not. I'm not a big death penalty person. I think that's, honest to God, I think it's an easy way out.
Well,
It's less expensive to keep them in life in prison than it is to put them to death, and it's easy to be put to death rather than have to live in prison the rest of your life.
So my problem with castration, whether it's chemical or physical, is
Mhm.
two things. One is it can be labeled as fascism because that's cruel and unusual punishment in reality. But
It's
number two,
definitely cruel and unusual. It's not fascism.
I
Right.
don't think there's anything wrong with cruel and unusual punishment for people that are messing around with little
well,
children.
see, we have a provision in our Constitution.
Do you have any faith in your criminal justice system to be able to implement? See, this is my whole thing, and this is I can't believe we're getting into this argument again.
I literally cannot.
I know. I have so little faith. I don't. In theory, I'm fine with death penalty and all that shit. And as shit is now, I don't really support the death penalty at all, and I definitely don't support giving government the authority to mutilate people.
Right.
We are so bad at actually getting who's guilty and not getting who's not guilty that it's absurd. And I think it's an emotional knee-jerk reaction people make to go, "Oh yeah, of course we want to castrate pedophiles." Well, think about
Give
who's
them an
actually gonna get
inch,
through the
they
ringer.
take a mile.
If the justice system wasn't as corrupt as it is, and that, if society wasn't as screwed up as it is, then I don't have faith that the people that are passing out the sentences aren't guilty of the crimes themselves. So in
Yep.
that sense, I totally agree with you. If we could clean up the justice system,
but it will never be clean.
But I don't. Yeah, the thing is, I don't think that that's possible, even when you consider the nature of it and how it works and who it will attract.
And this is where I definitely completely agree with you, Flow State, is that you give the government more power, they're going to take it. It's you give them an inch, they take a mile. When you apply cruel and unusual punishment in this place, then they want to apply more cruel and unusual punishment in
I
different
mean,
places.
we'd have to be insane to think that introducing the authority for government to castrate people is a good idea.
Do you know what they
Right.
just started to do in prisons? And it's it's going to be all over, but they've kind of kept it under wraps though. But they have now outfitted these prisoners with little GPS wrist bracelets, right? And so they're somebody just sent one of the creators like a photo of it or whatever. But they are now they know where you are at all times. So that will cut down on all of the violence that's happening in the prisons. They will know where you are at all times.
They don't
And
want to solve the violence, though. That's the
Well,
only way you can have that many inmates with that few guards. That's I think that's
right,
the reason there are prison gangs.
right.
Yep.
But that's like I mean that's a huge issue in prison. I don't think, listen, I think that once you're convicted, I think that I want people to serve their time. However, I don't want anybody to have to serve harder time than what they were sentenced to. I don't think it's right for people to be attacked or sexually assaulted or whatever happens in there. I don't think that's cool at all. Not at all. So I would hope that I see a ton of problems that will happen with those bracelets, but I also see some good things, right? Because maybe people will be less likely to attack each other in
I mean, you
these.
know that they've already got cameras all over these places, right?
Right. I know they've got cameras, but you know how that works, where
Yeah, people do
oftentimes the
shit
cameras,
anyways.
yeah, they do it anyway and they don't really care. But now they're going to be able to, they've got you, they know where you are going to be standing. They will know what cell you're in. They will know where,
The
where
only
you're
thing
not
that this
supposed
is
to
going
be.
to be used for
Yeah, what?
is for violations to prove people went out of bounds, right? Like if you sneak in the
Right.
kitchen to get something when you're not supposed to be in the kitchen, it's just
Right.
going to be used for petty
Shit.
infraction.
Well, I was hoping it would cut down on some of the violence or whatever. Do you not think that people would think twice
Well,
on that?
the problem with that is that the guards, the COs themselves, are part of that. They're not like trying to prevent it. They're getting kickbacks for because they're getting payments from the prisoners. It's a corrupt system in the jail, in the prison. They're literally getting kickback.
Yeah, I had interviewed a bunch of girls from one of these prisons or whatever, and they said that the guards like would make bets all the time to see and like start,
They
for
do that
would
in
you
the young
why
offenders. They do
why
that in
would
the
you
young
send your
offenders.
why would you send
Flow
your cash
State,
cow to the hole?
thank you for having me on your show. I have to go now. If
Thanks for coming up.
yeah, thank you a lot for having me on your show. Bye, everyone.
Thank you for
Take it
coming.
easy.
It was nice
See
to
you,
have
man.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, where I spent the majority of my sentence was also a young offenders institute. So it was supposed to be a category C prison where you got let out during the day, you were allowed to walk around in the grounds and all that. But because the young offenders section was there, it meant that everybody was on 23-hour bang up. If you didn't have education or work, then you were on bang up all day. You just spent all day in the cell.
What it's called, bang up.
They called it bang up, where you're locked behind your cell,
like a shut door.
Lockdown.
And we had a lad come over from he turned 21 and he came over to the adult wing.
You've told me this story before.
Yeah,
It's sad.
he was telling me about what they did, what the guards would do, and it was literally like that. They would start trouble and then they'd have bets on who was going to win.
Yeah. And didn't they like beat the crap out of that 21-year-old? Like, didn't he get that?
Oh
Remember, there
no,
was more to it.
that so right. So yeah, no, there were so we had more than one come over. One lad came over, caused a lot of he was trying to prove himself. He was he was just an absolute dickhead, and he tried intimidating me, so I took him in a cell and gave him a little gave him a little incentive not to bother me again, basically.
Right. No, you got to deal with it while you're in there, man. That's one of them things.
The only trouble I had in there, was from this little lad that thought that he was fucking.
And like he ended up in really bad shape, right? Right. Like, right. If I'm thinking of the right story, maybe I've got a couple of them confused or something. I remember you telling me the story.
I didn't seriously hurt him. No, I
There was someone that got really hurt,
but I didn't seriously hurt him.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I've rarely had to deal with anything too crazy. Here in these American prisons, it's like cakewalk, I'm sure, compared to over there. And then in the county, it's more cakewalk, but you get a whole lot more freedom when you go up the road.
I'd say American prison is way worse than English. Like English was a fucking holiday camp in the end. If you kept your head down.
But
Well,
you
it
were at
depends
you were
where.
at like a young camp though, right? So that was like more of a disciplined school or something, right? Where you were able to work and go to school or whatever.
No, I was in the main prison. So like I was in my 30. No, when was I? That was only 18 months after. I was 24 when I went to prison.
So how old were the people there though?
Oh, everyone over 21.
Oh,
So
I was
there were
thinking.
men in their 50s and 60s there.
Oh,
It
well,
was
what was
where
the
I
youth?
was.
What's the youth one that you just were
That
talking
was a
about?
different wing. That was a whole
Oh,
wing that was the youth, the young offenders section. The rest of the prison, they added it. The rest of the prison, it was just a Cat C prison for men.
isn't that dangerous to have mixed young boys in there with grown men?
That's
Yeah.
why it was a 23-hour bang up all day.
Oh,
They didn't have
yeah.
work, or they didn't want the men anywhere near the young lads.
With good
It was
reason.
right in the middle of the prison, but we weren't allowed anywhere near them.
I
Well,
would
yeah,
lose my mind if my son was in a prison like that. I mean, oh my God, I can't believe they even thought to do something like that.
Even in the reception centers here in the States, well, at least in Florida, I know the 18 to 25-year-olds were completely separated for the most part. Some of the little bit older, maybe, 22, 23, 24,
They didn't
25. But
separate you by crime, like how, like by
oh, they do
by
that too, yeah.
your
Because the
yeah.
reception center, right? You go through reception and then they send you to wherever. So,
Yeah.
they're classifying you the whole time, and you still remain continually classified. You go through this part and then you go through
Well,
that
yeah.
part, and on and on and on. And
They
it
can
never
get in big
ends.
trouble for not putting you in the right
Yep.
classification. Yeah. And if
That's
something
it.
happens to you.
So in the UK, the prisons are so full, you've got category A prisoners going to category D prisons. Open
What's
prisons.
the what are
Open
those
prison.
categories mean?
So I should have gone to an open prison because it was a traffic crime, but because somebody died, they put me in a category C, which is it's like there's no bang up during the day. You're supposed to be allowed out of your cell from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening. And if you don't have work, you can just wander around. You were supposed to be able to just, if you want to go outside and sit by a tree, you can do that.
From 8 until 8, you're allowed to be out and just do
in the grounds. Like you're allowed free roam of the. You were supposed to be allowed free roam of the wing and free roam of the grounds going out.
That sounds like a camp. Yeah.
No, it's semi. It's like it's relaxed security because CCAT is white collar crimes. Driving offences. Tax
So not
evasion.
violent offenders in the C,
No, not
where
not
you were.
no, not it's not supposed to be. The ones like so people that have been in for violent crimes and have done the majority of their sentence, they get their category reduced so that they can go into a less security.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly what they
What
do
do they
here
do
too.
to get in their sentence? What? I missed it.
So
What
if
do
they get sentenced to 15 years
Mhm.
and they serve 10 years without any problems, then they'll get to spend the last 5 years in a CCAT.
Oh, I see.
In a less, in a sort of semi-open. But I was supposed to go into a DCAT, but they didn't categorize me to DCAT until I'd served 6 months, and then I won my appeal and I got a year knocked off my sentence, and so they said, all right, you can be decat now, but you've only got 3 months of your sentence. And they had a wing called the super enhanced wing, which was basically a CCAT. It was you had free roam of the wing. You locked yourself in the cell. You had a private shower.
Oh, wow.
The cell that I had for the last 3 months, literally, I've actually paid for worse in a travel lodge, on the motorway.
Yeah, listen, I had done a whole I did this really like a long video on prisons and jails and years ago or whatever, and I researched so many places, but I was so fascinated by how it all worked and what all of them, I mean, it was just amazing how things were done or whatever. Now when you leave, do you get a probation or a parole or whatever? Do you have to do that or no?
Yeah, I was on probation
Okay.
and on license. So
Yeah. Like for instance, in Canada, they do something that's so strange. They like people can be found with like if they are guilty of a crime, but it's because they have a mental health thing, they will I guess it's called like mental defect or guilty under mental defect. Well, they will put them in like some kind of a hospital, right? They'll do their sentence, and then when they leave, it gets wiped off their freaking record.
that's
They don't,
insane.
so there's no there, yeah, you cannot look it up and be like, okay, like this person has done this or that. No record of it once they do that. That to me is wild. That they get their record expunged or wiped clean after they've committed these heinous acts. But I wonder how many of them get out. It didn't seem like they were very long sentences.
I mean, to be honest, Canada, man,
Yeah.
Canada's messed up now.
Yeah.
Totally fucking destroyed. Don't know what Trudeau's done to it.
It's just so unusual to me to see how many places seem to protect their protect that these people. They hide their identities or wipe their record clean, and I mean,
What
to a
you know?
degree, I think our stuff is too open. Like we have access to everything,
Well,
but
so
no
I
privacy.
don't know if you really understand why it is that they will go to the lengths to make it such minimal punishments.
Yeah.
So one, they don't really, these people don't believe that these crimes are as bad. That's one of the reasons. But number two is if they continue setting the precedent, then if they get caught, those same people won't have such a high standard to be judicially judged on when they end up getting sentenced. So if there's a precedent, if there's a continued precedent, and they know that this precedent has been set, then those judges who are setting those precedents, it's going to be a continual thing.
If it's
And they
if somebody made case law is what you're saying, right?
right, the
But
precedent, yep.
I
And
think
it's not always that way, but
Uh-huh. I
mean,
they go by a statistical analysis typically. They look at it and go, well, what happens usually in this case? And they
well,
go
we
by
don't
that.
have a good place for mental health patients whatsoever. But some of these it's you also, I don't understand why people think that it would be a better sentence to plead insanity. That's a Here in the United States, it's very difficult to get temporary insanity or something like that. It's really hard to prove that, because if you've done anything to clean up the crime or hide the crime, that says that you knew the difference between right and wrong.
Mens
And
rea.
so therefore you cannot say that you were temporarily insane. However, I do think some of these people are insane, but they put them in a jail, and that's really not an appropriate place to put them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well,
There's-
you know, go ahead.
No, go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So it's funny you bring up the mental health issues because in the few places that I've been in, one of them sticks out to my mind more than any. Actually, two of them. One, it was a guy who was literally sleeping on his poo covered blanket, and
Right.
that was just he continually played with his poo, and
that
one
is,
of those
yeah, that's a
weird
mental,
stories,
that's
right?
a common thing that
Right.
happens with people that
But
are mentally ill. But also Flo had people doing that in his prison
yeah,
too.
so that's one common theme that happens a lot, and
Mm-hmm.
then the other one that sticks out in my head is, and these two guys, they were in the same supposed medical wing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in the kitchen delivering the trays, and I'd have to deliver these bagged lunches to these guys, these styrofoam containers to these guys, whatever it was that they got that day for what because they were crazy. They couldn't
Did
get
they
certain
throw
things.
poop on you?
No, I never had to deal with that. The COs, I'd hand the stuff to the CO and they'd take it and put it through the slot.
Yeah.
But the other one would literally, because I would be coming back to pick up the stuff, the tray, whether it's styrofoam or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. One of the guys, I remember, going to grab it, and all of a sudden I see his face in the window, and he had a huge scar on his face, right? And
Oh.
and he said something, wackadoodle to me, and then
Uh-huh.
banged his head on the glass. And the
Yeah.
COs didn't say nothing, didn't do nothing about it at the time. And I just smiled and, nodded because I didn't want to upset the guy, right? And then the next time that I seen him, he's like, "Oh, I remember you. I do remember saying that part, but he was saying some crazy stuff, but he didn't bang his head on the glass that time." So every time I'd seen him from then on, he wouldn't bang his head on the glass at me, but I would be guessing that it was just a knee jerk response to his crazy. That was just something that he probably would do to anybody he probably felt was a threat. That's kind of how I took
Was
it.
he isolated? Was he in an
Yeah, medical.
isolated?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
medical. Yeah, by
That's got to
himself, and
be just the worst, and that
it's
has to
cruel.
suck
Yeah,
your soul to not ever be around any other human beings. I know, like, just when people are
yeah.
in an isolated area for just a few days, they almost. I mean, I think Flo almost lost his
Oh yeah.
shit just being in solitary confinement for a few days. I can't imagine anything being more destructive than that particular punishment. I mean, I don't know why they don't incentivize things when prisoners are doing well. Maybe take away some of their privileges when they're doing badly. I don't understand why we still have solitary confinement, and they will
In
leave people in there forever. You know.
in the UK, we had there are incentive plans. Or when I was when I did time, there were incentive plans. Like
Mm-hmm.
basically, if you did all the courses, if you got a job or you did education, you came out on association and you associated nicely with everybody, and you would just know if you were no problem at all and did
Right.
everything they told you to do, then you got enhanced.
Yeah.
And if you were enhanced, you were allowed. Like I got enhanced so that I could get my guitar. I
Mm-hmm.
really,
Oh
really,
my God.
really
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah,
so.
that's pretty cool.
When I ended up on the last 3 months, that was a super enhanced
Yeah.
status on that wing. I had my PS2, I had my steel strum guitar,
Wow.
and
That's
like I
wild.
said, I had a room. I had a room with a big window, had bars on it, but it had a huge, great big window that looked out onto a little mini forest.
It
It
sounds
was
like you
fucking
lived in a
amazing.
college campus.
Yeah, it actually, that is exactly what it was. It was like
Mm-hmm.
dormitories. It was like college dorms with a
Well,
kitchen, and the kitchen you could go in. So they knew that people were taking drugs,
Yes.
On this super enhanced wing, my PO, my personal officer, came up and he told me, right, I will let you know when you're going to have a piss test. That there's meant to be random piss tests.
Mm-hmm.
But because of that wing, you had a piss test every 2 weeks basically, and he'd let you know when the piss test was going to be, and the kitchen was left open, and that you could get the plastic gloves out of the kitchen,
Yes.
cut a thumb off, put warm tea in there, just dip a
Mm-hmm.
tea bag in some warm water a couple of times, tie it off, and then tie it around your nutsack, and so
Right. Right.
it stays warm. And then what they were supposed to do was strip search you before you
Mm-hmm.
urinated, but they didn't do that. They let you go into a private cubicle, and so you could then put the warm tea in the cup and give it back to them, and they wouldn't test it for what's it called?
For the human.
They'd only test the temperature.
Yeah.
That's all they
Yeah.
test. So
That would not
You
fly
say
anymore.
warm tea.
Yeah, warm tea.
Yeah, warm
That's
tea.
That's what I used when I was on supervised bond. That Lipton
Yes.
green tea in the 20-ounce
Yep.
bottles at the gas station.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, I don't
if
think that works
if they
anymore,
test it
though.
chemically, if they test it like so when
It
I
has,
was
it has to
before
be
I-
the instant result cups, right?
Yeah,
before I went
if you
into
get
that
it sent to the lab, you're in trouble. Yeah.
before I went onto that wing, I had to do I had to do a test. Sorry, before I went onto the drug-free wing, because I asked to go onto the drug-free wing because I thought there'd be less trouble there. I was so wrong, but there were more drugs on the drug-free wing than there were in the fucking.
How do you get the drugs in there?
Oh, they had relationships with the guards and stuff. So I did the test, and I'd been inside for 30 days. So I hadn't smoked for 30 days. And I did the test and I fucking failed it. I was like, yeah, that's bullshit. I haven't smoked. I have not. It's supposed to take 28
Wow.
days to get out of your system. Test me again tomorrow. Test me again tomorrow.
It
So that
depends
they
on
came in
how heavy of a smoker you are.
I
And
was
how,
a
yeah.
heavy smoker. They came in the next day and tested me again, and I passed. I did when I went from the drug-free wing to the super enhanced wing. I panicked and I drank shitloads of water.
Right.
Because the lad that was in my cell had been smoking. I hadn't had any of it. I turned it down, but he'd been smoking. Like only solid, only marijuana, but I was really paranoid about it. So I drank shitloads of water. They tested it and said this has got too much water
Much
in it.
water in it. Right.
You failed it. You're gonna have to do it again. And I said, and they came back the next day at like 6 o'clock in the morning. It was the first piss of the day, and I passed it. I passed and went over.
Yeah, you flushed it through your system. But yeah, ours are the same way. But if you have a diluted urine test, that's an automatic fail.
But they didn't test.
They
the
say
dilution.
that, but I've never seen them actually full fail you.
Oh yeah, that happens here a lot. Mm-hmm.
It I mean, I'm sure it happens here, but not normally. Normally, you take it again.
They warn of cell spins as well. There was a lad. I came back from what I was doing carpentry. I came back from carpentry one afternoon, and they was clearing this lad out, clearing the cell out, and we had the same personal officer. And he said to me, "I don't understand it." I told him, I warned him. He had a cell spin this afternoon, and he had a crack pipe.
Oh my God. Like you guys had everything in there. Like, where do you get the lighters and stuff? Like that's I don't.
You buy a lighter on the canteen.
What?
Like, yeah. Oh man, I was making like cases, wooden cases. I was getting matchsticks and making these wooden cases for the lighters to go in to
Oh,
fit into.
I want one of those wooden cases. You know what? I like Kentucky, I think, and Indiana both sold vapes on their commissary list. If I remember correctly, they were like $15 or whatever. but I remember those two states they had vapes, and there were other states too, but I can't remember.
It's no
Yeah, it's
smoking
wild.
in English prisons now.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
no
it's the same
smoking
in
here.
Florida.
Yeah, there's none in the United States. There's no smoking in the and at any prison in the United States.
If they told me like it was bad enough that I had to stop smoking weed, if they told me I
Mhm.
couldn't smoke fucking tobacco as well, man. When I went, because it wasn't like
Yeah.
that. You weren't allowed to smoke in the prison. You were allowed to smoke in your cell, but
Oh
you
my
weren't
goodness.
you weren't allowed to smoke in the association bits and stuff. You know,
Did
where
people try and set the sprinklers off or like do, some fuck shit with the lighters? I don't know. I would think that would
no,
be a
no, no. Like English prison is completely different to American. Like American prison is so much more fucking real, so much more serious.
well, for the men it
And
is.
jail as well. Jail as well.
Mhm.
Like jail is worse than prison in America.
Mhm.
Jail is worse than prison in the UK and here as well. Like I spent
Wow.
3
It's
months in
worse here
jail
than
in
the
Spain,
jail
and
is.
they,
Yeah.
they gave me a bucket to shit in and no toilet roll.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, there are people here, like I know I had interviewed some people in my area, and I remember thinking that this was the craziest thing I'd ever heard, but these people were the ladies is who I was able to interview, but the ladies were saying that they were locked up in the county jail, right? But they were hoping that their misdemeanors were like thrown out and that they would just and that their felonies would stick or whatever, and that they were all trying to get a felony, and so that they would go and do prison time versus county jail time. So I was so confused by that, because I was thinking I would never in a million years think that anybody would want a felony on their record, but I guess it's easier time at the prison. And then plus I think that all the ladies when they go to prison, they have to either work or go to school. There's no like just, loafing around or whatever. You have to
Well,
do one or the other. I can't
that's
imagine anybody wanting to just lay there and not do anything. I would
I mean,
lose my mind.
prison is the main source of slave labor, isn't it? For
Mhm.
all government, I think because where
Oh
I
yeah.
was, we were doing. I had a short time working on an assembly line, basically I don't know
Mhm.
what it was we were putting together, but I had to just slot these 2 bits in, pass it
Mm.
on, slot 2 bits in, pass it on, and yeah, fucking hell,
The
man,
boys
we
in my
paid like
state
50p a day for it or something. It was
Yeah. The
ridiculous.
the boys in our state they work for the coroner, and they can get a job with the coroner where they pick up dead bodies or whatever off of the road if there's an accident or whatever. It saves the state money, and then they like it because they can like usually get like smoke a cigarette or whatever it is. But all the like anytime I see the prisoners on the road or whatever, I always throw cigarettes out or a lighter out when they're picking up trash and stuff. But that's the only time that they get out, is like to have those. But I would think that would be a really, I would never want to sit around. I would think that you would want a job, right? Like that to
Yeah,
make the time go by faster. And
yeah,
then
exactly.
also like
Yep.
you would get some money, something, right?
But
A little?
that obviously
Don't even care about the
depends,
money.
depends on the mindset. Well, no, you do. If you've got if there's canteen available, then
Well,
and you can.
the prisons here don't really. I mean, I don't know about like outside of the state of Florida, but Florida doesn't pay you anymore
Yeah.
for working.
Florida is wild, but
Yeah.
most of the like our places and like my state and then some of the surrounding areas, yeah, I think that they pay them, they pay people with jobs that like if you work in big laundry
Hmm. The
or like
barbers.
men can only work in the kitchen, not the women cannot, but women work in big laundry or whatever, but they pay them in commissary,
The
so they don't get
barbers.
money, they
The
get like a
barbers
snack.
were like the last ones who were getting paid. from
Who?
if I understood correctly, the barbers,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And so of course that the reason obviously is because you got to pay your barbers, because that's people who are literally dealing with not only like people's scalps, but then you want them to be happy because you don't want them hurting nobody. You don't want them taking sharp objects, things like that. So you gotta pay them, but they don't pay them no more.
But
From what
they
I
also
understand.
don't put them in school. They just like get to cut hair. They don't train them.
We didn't have barbers. We had one guy on the wing that had that was allowed to use the clippers.
Yeah.
And you paid him like a pouch of
Yep.
tobacco or something, and he shaved your head.
Yeah, and I understand that those clippers are like basically like using a dull rock to cut with.
Yeah, they bring the worst set of clippers in, man. And
That
then
every prison had or jail I should say had like these old ass clippers that were that looked like they were the same ones that had been there
They
for
didn't where I
100
was
years.
at.
Really?
If you wanted a haircut, somebody had to pay for a barber to come in. They'd let you go out into like the booking area after, evening and get a haircut. There's like only right before court, basically.
And the barber you get charged double by the barber.
Did you get a razor to shave your face?
I did. Each inmate was allowed one single blade disposable razor a day.
Oh,
but
that's
no
right.
but
Use
no
the
shaving
construction
cream,
paper.
right? So like if you wanted to shave your face, your whole face,
Oh yeah, no shaving
that was a
cream.
multiple day ordeal.
Oh my God! So no shaving
I
cream.
can't dry shave my beard in one day with one single disposable razor.
Well, why wouldn't you use just soap and water, like just soap?
And I did, yeah.
Okay.
Like, yeah, there's the blue coconut liquid soap that you use for everything. It was your shampoo, it was your cleaning.
The Bob
it was your-
Barker.
when they do have
to
lotion too, so you can like
Yeah.
put the lotion on your face. It'll
Put the
clean it up.
lotion on the
lotion
skin.
on its skin.
Uh,
I had to buy because the soaps that you got just dried your skin out, so dried my face
Oh, yeah.
out so
That
bad.
lye-
I had to buy the
that lye
Nivea.
soap.
I'd spend the money on the canteen. Like I only bought one tub of Nivea, just that Nivea.
Nivea is a good brand. Yeah, that's a nice lotion. It's a little bit greasy.
The smell of Nivea just reminds me of prison now.
Oh, I like the smell of that. But I like Curel lotion. I think that is the best lotion in my opinion.
So I will tell you that fortunately for me, I had made good with the barber. So like, I never ever had to ask him, anything. And every time I'd see him pretty regularly. He'd always give me the fade. He was really good. So,
Yeah.
You fucked him.
Yeah. The girls were allowed to just cut each other's hair. Like I don't know what the hell goes on there. Like there's not
he was a
The
Christian
worst-
and I studied with him.
The worst was that fucking pair of toenail clippers.
Oh my God. I would die.
Dude, I didn't clip my toenails the whole time I was in there. By the time I got out, like they're so long.
I would have bitten mine off before I used that
I'd
clipper.
break my teeth if I tried to bite my fucking
Oh
toenails.
Lord.
Yeah.
But
sick.
yeah, I can't imagine. That would gross me out. And then and don't you have those like didn't you have to wear flip-flops with your big long toenails?
There's slides and
Yeah.
that wasn't too bad, but like I had socks too. And socks were uncomfortable to wear with toenails that long.
Yeah.
I bet you probably had a hole in all of your and you know what I saw also like I remember this too that boys would get into a lot of fights, but women were just I mean they were diabolical to one another. They would like throw away like all of they'd get into a fight or something and then throw the person's all their kids like phone numbers and like their kids' photos and shit. They would flush it down the toilet, like all of their contact list. I don't know, just like mean shit like that. Or they did really gross things to one another as a payback. I mean, I went to an all girls school, so I already like knew what that they would be the meanest to one another. But yeah, women are mean to one another for sure. And so yeah, an all girls school, holy shit. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know about like girl prisoners, but I imagine that is another level of mean that I
I
don't
think
know.
it's the same dynamic as in the
Prep
male
school.
well, as in the male prison, like where you've got the top dog
Yeah.
who has her bitches basically.
Yeah, queen bee.
I think also women are a lot, just in general, women are a lot more likely to befriend each other, you know,
Be gay for the state.
being yeah, basically being gay, because women
Yeah.
have always been more intimate with each other than men have been. That's always been the case anyway. So you can imagine that in prison, it's much more likely to be homosexual relations going on. Like we're in UK. In the UK, there's gay shit going on.
There's gay gangs and stuff in like Los Angeles has like a gay gang. What are they called? They're called
Really?
yeah, they're feared, man. They're like a tough gang too, and it's
I bet
like I
that's
think they're called like
terrifying.
the GB something. It's like the gay boy,
The Gay Boy Fun
whatever.
Club.
Yeah, like well, you don't want to piss off the gays. You really don't.
Yeah, Florida doesn't have like a specific gang, but they like team up together. They protect each other, that sort of thing in Florida too.
I can imagine that. I can imagine that gay men are probably
Oh, they're mean to
they're,
each
they're
other
gonna
as well.
be they're gonna be even meaner than fucking women
Oh,
are
they're
to each other.
vicious.
Oh yeah.
So
I
yeah,
don't
but
know
like
how.
one of the ones in California I know, like that it's like GB something, and they are a feared gang, and I mean they are every bit as like dangerous as the Aryan brothers and all of them.
The brothers. The
Yeah,
Aryan
right.
brothers.
Right. Well, like I mean, I think it's like
Brotherhood.
the
Interesting.
Crips and the Bloods are the big ones, and then the ABs, and then what is the something disciples, right? What are
Gangsters
they?
disciples.
Yeah. And then there's a motorcycle one too. I can't remember
Yeah, that's
there's-
what I was thinking of.
Yeah, I was trying to think of that one. There's two of them. One's like an off branch of it.
Banditos, Hell's Angels.
Hells Angels.
Well, no,
That's
not
the
the
one.
Hells Angels. It's
But they have a branch in there. It's
Mhm.
not Hell's Angels, but they have
they have a branch.
guys.
There's a Hell's Angels charter in Portugal, in Albufeira, in Faro. Sorry, in Faro. But I was working with a guy near Albufeira who he used to be one of the he used to be a gang member, and he got done. And he got banged up for gun crimes, and then he went straight. So I met him when he'd gone straight. But I didn't realize. I was like, no fucking way. There's Hell's Angels. There's a Hell's Angels charter in Faro, and they were big as well. They did a lot of amphetamine. They were running
methamphetamines
and stuff. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Another interesting story. So, kind of because we're on the topic about the gangs, in Florida mostly it's blue, right, and then you go up north it's red, right, and so it'll mix, and you'll have some blue and red here and there, but where I was at it was mostly blue, and so in my dorm, a bunch of blue boys, and so there was one kid
blue
in
boys
there.
and blue balls.
Yeah, I probably. Yeah, you're in prison, so.
And it's funny because Florida's a red state. Isn't
that funny how that works? Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
if you go up to where they're red, that's probably a blue
They
state.
become blue. Yeah, New York and all that. Yeah, those are blue states.
Mhm.
Yep.
Mhm.
So there was a red kid. You know, he come in there, and all of a sudden, like I'm in there, and they like put these two jits up to each other, and they had them bang out for like 2 hours. 2 hours just going at it. I don't know if it was like a whole 2 hours, but it was like an hour and a half at least.
Dude, that's so long to fight.
That is fucking long,
Yeah.
mate.
Yeah, like I'm
10
just
minutes
laying in my
is
bunk. They're
long.
like, they like sit them down and rest them up and shit, and they'd feed them, and you
The
know,
amount
and
of
all that.
damage that will get done in 2 hours, man. Bare knuckle.
I bet they were both just too exhausted to do anything but go through the motions.
Bro, they were, and that was one of the craziest things that I'm sitting there watching it, right? You know, because ultimately these are kids. You know, they're not you know 30-year-old veteran fighters. You know, they're jits. You know, 20 years old, whatever they were. You know, but this had to happen. It was just a thing that had to happen. I'm assuming. You know,
Right,
he's at the
that's
main
it.
camp, and you know, it was the dorm I was in, and they brought the one kid in. This was, you know, the one that they found. He just happened to be in that area, and so he come in and they let him bang it out. And I mean, I think by the time it had all ended, I was just like laid over in my bunk, just not even watching it anymore, bro. It was totally just disgusting. And the COs, they don't care, you know, it's just going on and on and
Banging
on.
it out in the UK means something slightly different. So,
Gotcha. Yeah. So
no,
it's
that's banging
a
one out, isn't it? Let's see, banging one out.
yeah. I mean, it could mean a various few different things, but it's a wild place to be, you know. So, you know, you see these things happening in these places, it becomes disgusting, man.
But the thing is, right? It's part of human nature. It's kind of what we're like, but they've capitalized on that. They
Oh, yeah.
know exactly what we're like, and so they encourage it, they inflame it, they magnify it. They, you know, they want it.
Yeah.
It works for them.
This was the worst thing that I heard. I cannot even believe that anybody did this, but it's like, I guess it happens in many different places, but there will be people that will have their friends like tie them up and basically you know, just tie them up and have them all like looking like shit and stuff, and kind of beat up looking or whatever. They take a picture of them and then they send it to somebody's fucking mom or whatever and say like, if you don't send me this amount of money, he's, you know, we're gonna kill him or whatever. And I mean, what a piece of shit to do to people's families. But the person is in on it, right? And then they'll say stuff like, well, and if you report it, you're, you know, we're just gonna kill him. And I thought, like, holy shit, like, that is such a scumbag thing to do. I mean, I can't imagine getting a photo like that. I would be terrified. And certainly, like, you know, clean out my bank account and serve it up. I mean, I don't know. That's just an awful thing
Good
that.
to know.
I mean, there's that
Like,
that
how important
reminds
are
me.
these honey buns, man?
That
Like, that you're
reminds
gonna
me
do
of.
that.
I
I
demand
heard about a woman.
sandwiches.
Oh, Dennis,
Hey, Denizen. How you doing, mate?
how are you?
What's up, big guy?
Where are the white women at?
I'm white.
Hey.
Hey, girl, hey.
What
You
are
can
you?
have the-
What are you sucking on a sweet or something?
Me? You can hear me? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Yeah.
She always has like a butterscotch or something.
No, I don't.
It's a something.
A
Normally it's a
Twizzler.
sniff.
I love these one Twizzlers. They're what are they? They're like cherry and lemon or something. I love them. Or sometimes I eat these dehydrated pineapples.
So you're a bit of a sugar crackhead.
A little bit.
You said dehydrated pineapples? Sounds gross.
No, they're good.
Are they
I
chewy?
hate banana chips. Banana chips are disgusting.
Oh,
Yeah, they're
mate,
real
I
good.
love banana chips.
Do you?
Yeah, except not now. I've been like, I got some a month ago or something. I bought some, and they just taste. They're like, oh, they were shit. They absolutely
Yeah.
shit. But I remember banana. I used to fucking love banana chips.
I used to love them too, but they're not good anymore.
They've changed. They've done something. Obviously,
They
it's something
have.
in the-
Yeah.
It's just like you're eating plastic now. In fact, we probably are. It's probably just
Something.
reconstituted styrofoam.
I like the dried papayas.
Yeah, that's exactly like the dried pineapples. Yeah, they're like yeah, and I like them in
Yeah.
trail mix and stuff like that too.
But I like the orange slices more.
The what?
The actual candy orange slices.
Oh God, I don't like
I'm
those.
terrible with those. Those
Are you?
like they don't last.
Yeah,
I
my
can't-
dad used to love those.
I can't eat candies anymore, man.
Yeah.
My teeth.
Your
it's just
teeth.
too much pain. It causes too much pain in the end.
You know what? Tootsie Rolls do that to me. I can't eat Tootsie Rolls
You got them
anymore.
British teeth, huh?
Yeah. British teeth. No, I
Those
think
Austin
that's a
Powers.
myth, right?
Might
That
be
they say.
overbrushing.
I overbrush.
No, it's overeating. I did too much eat in my 20s, and I've two of my molars have just basically fucking disintegrated.
You have to go to the dentist.
That's
though.
not
Don't
from
be
eating.
afraid.
That's from being a crackhead or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's from taking too
Oh.
much methamphetamine.
Okay,
Ecstasy.
Is that what,
Yeah.
or is that that destroy? Why does that destroy the teeth? Like what? How is that? What's happening there?
It does something. I don't know. It like decalcifies.
It knocks them out.
Talking about the methamphetamines.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll tell you what it is, and this is just from knowing it. I
Not
lived
smoking.
in Florida.
I wasn't smoking. It's not the same methamphetamine. So I'm talking about ecstasy. You're taking ecstasy tablets.
Oh yeah, the pills. Oh, the pills because you're chewing on them.
No, you don't chew on the pills. You just swallow them. But God, I did chew on them. They tasted rank, but fuck me.
Yeah,
Does that have methamphetamine in it?
Yeah, well, the ecstasy.
Well, most of it's just pressed meth, and if you in Molly, that's just meth in a gel cap.
Is it pressed? Is it pressed with it, or is it supposed to have it, or is it just cut with it? Is it supposed to have it in there?
Ecstasy is a magic. There's some magic formula of amphetamine and methamphetamine.
And
the two
Spanish
mixed
fly?
together. The two mixed together in some ratio, and that's ecstasy. But
and that makes your jaw
what
work.
we call Molly is methamphetamine. Is like brown crystal. It's crystal methamphetamine. I don't know if that's the same shit that you guys smoke.
No. Molly's different over here.
What is Molly here? What is
So
it?
Molly could have meth in there, but then there's some other stuff. Molly over here could be it's a
A
cocktail.
hallucinogenic.
I mean,
thought.
every time I've ever seen Molly, it's just been a gel cap of meth.
Like a blue pill, right?
No, I've seen people what they I don't know about other states, but
I haven't
Florida, what I've seen,
done a lot of it though.
What I've seen is people will sprinkle it on their blunt, inside the blunt, and smoke it with the or in their cigarette, and smoke it like that. Now I know you can do. I mean that's a good question. Why
The
would
real
you do
question
these
is
things
why
to
would
yourself?
anybody do a numbie?
Why
Oh
what,
my
Flo?
god!
Why would anybody do a numbie?
Started.
I used to just lick the outside of the
Dude,
joint
I would
with a
hate it.
cigarette.
Like people would be like, "Hey man, let me get a dummy." It's like, no,
What's
you're not
a
sticking your
dummy?
fucking finger in my Coke bag and rubbing it on your gums. And then be like,
Oh, a gum rub.
Oh yeah, gum
Yeah.
rub. That gives you receding gum lines, man.
What's a dummy?
Man, y'all are some heathens.
He's calling it a dummy because it's a dummy
Goddamn
thing
right.
to do.
a numbie, like it makes your mouth numb.
Oh, a nummy.
I hate that, man.
weird.
I thought that was a blowjob after you've had coke on your dick.
Num num.
I stopped doing that when my fucking gums started bleeding.
Oh my god,
it's
you need to
enough
go
of
to the
rubbing that shit.
dentist. I don't want that. If you've got you could have like an infection or something. You should go to the dentist. Don't be.
No, it's already too late. Look at his teeth.
I'm not
Flo,
gonna look at his teeth.
put him on big screen.
No, don't do
Man, look, I've only got
Dennison, that's not
left.
nice.
Terrible. Terrible.
Go to the dentist. I'm gonna make an appointment for you.
Oh yeah, you're gonna pay for it as well, Crispy.
What? How
Yeah,
much is your
exactly.
dentist
How do you
appointment?
go to the dentist when you no?
I thought you guys had free.
Yeah, I thought it was free too.
I'm in Tenerife, not in.
Oh, that's right.
That's
Yeah,
right.
he's.
You're in Spain.
And also,
And when he talks, he's like,
in the UK, you to get on the NHS now for a dentist, they don't really take on NHS clients anymore because they've all gone fucking private.
Well, somebody should be able to help you. I hate that you're having so much trouble with your teeth.
Go back to
That's
prison
gotta
again.
be miserable. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they'll
Yeah,
just
yeah.
pull them
Oh,
out.
yeah.
They'll charge you for it too.
I'll go to prison just to get my teeth pulled. I think
here we have dental schools.
I'm gonna be all right.
Yeah, we do. Dental schools. My
$25 to $60 to get them pulled.
Well, I was gonna say so.
I'm just gonna regrow them. It's all right. It's not an issue.
You can't
With the
regrow teeth.
Yeah, you
with
can.
with the meth, one of the bigger problems. There's two big problems with it. One of it is that some meth is dirty, like really, really bad bathtub brew type dirty. And then the other problem is that a lot of times when people get on it, they get in their mode or whatever, and they forget to take care of themselves. The same reasons why they get the sores, right? The sores and the bad teeth come from people not taking care of their body. And
Yeah,
it's
but they
because of the
also
drug.
pick.
So mine wasn't because of not taking care of them. That's the thing. Like I always clean my teeth
Right.
regularly. Was always a little bit paranoid about having
Self-aware,
halitosis because I was in a relationship most of the time in my 20s. So yeah, I was taking care of my teeth. That's how I know it was the base basically. It was the amphetamine and the ecstasy that destroyed them from the inside out.
Yeah. I didn't know what happens there, but I wasn't sure if it was about like people didn't brush them or
Chemicals.
if it was the actual ingredients. I don't know.
It's a shame because I actually had a decent set of Nashes. Like my parents spent $2,500 on them when I was young. I'm wearing braces and everything for
Right.
nearly 3 years. So it's a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
But actually, it's molars. It's not my front teeth. It's
Mhm.
my molar. It's my two molars. It's the same
Oh,
on either
okay.
side. It's the same molar.
That is fortunate.
Whatever number it is over on the right side, it's the same number on the left side, and it's that.
Well, if you do get them pulled, then it'll be just a little bit tough doing the final chew on your mandible, whatever it's called, like that.
Mate,
that part.
it's already a pain in the ass. I can't eat anything.
Oh, that's awful.
Like crisps and stuff, and all.
But you
Anything
got to get
that's
them pulled
sharp
though if it's
or-
that bad.
Yeah, you do. You really do.
Like because there's
I'll do
nothing,
it
there's
for
no
you.
fix. I mean, short of paying massive amounts of money to quote unquote have them fixed,
Mhm.
and that's a lot of money.
I have dental insurance, but
Well,
it sucks.
One's all broken off at the gum line, so there's nothing to get hold of to pull it out. So it's going to require surgery anyway. So,
Wow.
What do you guys mean you can you can regrow your teeth?
you can regrow your teeth.
How do you regrow them?
I don't know about regrowing an entire tooth, but the cavities and stuff you can actually fix through diet and certain.
The same way bones grow stronger.
Some people get third set and fourth sets of teeth too. It's genetic as well.
I just want to
Yeah.
let you guys know I'm all about making new money and new avenues of money. So when I heard you guys were giving the recipe for Breaking Bad, I came right up.
Nice.
I don't know the recipe. I just was wondering, like, why people's teeth are like. I don't know if they get smoked out or fall out or what, but
Like
I
people that
I used
smoke.
to always think that was crack, but now I think it's like meth.
Right.
Oh
So
I don't
no,
know.
smoking
amphetamine.
crack and smoking meth does destroy the teeth from the outside in as well. That's
It's
not.
acidic.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
acidic on the teeth.
It
So
also dries out your teeth, which is your saliva. Actually, is what keeps your teeth young.
yeah.
Yep.
And what
On
is
top
it?
of that,
And all
you're
of those, like that methamphetamine or like the Molly or whatever, like makes people's
That's tooth
jaws.
grinding.
What
Yeah, and
the
then
hell
you
is
lose even
that?
more teeth that way.
a whole lot of problems. Yep.
Yeah,
It's
that
called like
Staying up,
brustis or something like that.
I don't
staying up
know.
for
It's like a
days.
jaw
Call
twerk.
it gurning.
Bruxing, that's what it's called. Bruxing.
Bruxing.
Yeah.
I know what boofing is. Not
Wow.
You guys got to understand though that that smoked teeth look, it's like it's a country like pastime. Like it's almost like a sign of like endearment for these country folk.
Oh, oh wait, oh, I know what you. Oh,
The
wait.
Ben
Like the
Franklin
more
look.
fucked up your teeth, the more of like an
yeah.
expert meth head you are. You know, like
Oh, I
you're an
see.
artisan at that point.
Well, Franklin
Oh,
was an inventor, you know.
Well,
right.
was it Franklin that had wooden teeth?
Yep. The
George Washington.
supposedly. Well, Washington, Franklin, like a
Yeah.
lot of those guys
I
back
bet
then.
those were
Supposedly.
sexy. Can you imagine wooden teeth?
I have actually tried to imagine how that works or how that would work because
I
they
know.
weren't
How
What
it
happens
would
if
work.
you get a
like
splinter?
How did they
Oh,
get?
well.
How did they get them in there to stay?
Oh mate, that was completely unintentional. That was beautiful.
No
How
pun
did-
intended.
Flop.
Yeah, how did those wood, or how would you get those wood teeth to like stay in?
How much wood
Exactly.
wood?
Did they put it on a plate and then the plate sat on the gums and they glued
Yeah.
the plate to the gums, or they weren't putting pegs in.
I'd
to
hammer
the
them into my
root canal.
gums.
They weren't doing root canal and then yeah, fucking screwing it with a
Yeah.
Nah, they were more like
Right.
dentures.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm
You
just
mean they
saying,
came
man.
in and out?
You're one of the
you think-
founding fathers, and you're sitting there and you're getting some dome, and all of a sudden you feel this fucking like, you feel this
I chip my wood
fucking
tooth.
staple going there. It's like, dude, and then if they start moving around while you're getting dome, like,
Yeah.
that would be even weirder.
Well, you would want to take them out, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess, but I'm kind of scared of the whole gummy bear effect.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you'd be that scared. I think you would probably. I don't know.
You know what? I was not scared enough of braces.
Yeah.
So that's really a nummy right there.
I never had braces, and I also didn't get wisdom teeth for some reason.
I still have all my wisdom teeth.
Oh,
What?
No, I lost all my wisdom teeth. They all.
You need
fucking
to get those outflow. They will like crowd.
They're not
your
bothering
teeth.
me.
Really?
Never have.
Didn't mess up your regular teeth? Like, didn't make them crowded?
So
those didn't, and neither did smoking a lot of dope for a lot of years.
I think the Chinese, right? No,
Genetic jackpot, Flo.
Every single one of your teeth is connected directly to certain organs and everything. Each one of your teeth, like what they do to our teeth is fucking criminal. And this whole thing about removing wisdom teeth and stuff, and giving root canals to people. They're not supposed to do what they're doing to our teeth. Our teeth are way more important than we're like the connection to the rest of the body. When you've got a problem with your tooth, it shows up elsewhere in your body.
In your body, yeah. You can it oftentimes like they can figure out if you have heart disease or something with your by your teeth.
It's one of the open biomes.
What'd you say, Dennison? Open what?
It's an open biome.
I don't know what that means.
You like 99% of your DNA is bacteria.
When you stretch out your asshole.
Maybe it's your Your bacteria, you've got a lot of bacteria. Maybe
The
I don't
colony
have
that
it.
you have in your mouth, and the colony that you have in your gut, and the colony that you have in your colon all matter.
Biomes, yeah.
Yeah, I think
They
you.
also talk to each other.
My
Send
bacteria
signals to
talks.
the
My bacteria is not talking to anybody.
Yeah, the bacteria talks to the other bacteria too.
And when you've got when you've got an entire fucking industry saying shit like, yeah, if you take somebody else's poop and you put it up your own ass,
what?
you can sort out your own biome. Right?
What?
Didn't they do that in America?
No.
They made a.
I don't know what the heck.
That it was
That-
on South Park, man. So it must have been true.
Well,
That literally.
I got
no.
dibs on sharing poop with Crispy.
No,
God,
I'm
I
not
hope
sure.
Americans
No, I
aren't
don't
that
want to
dumb.
share anybody's poop.
I
I'm
mean,
fine.
even if they don't do it here, we can do it.
No, it's okay. I'm in a. No, thank you. But thanks for the offer.
I
I'm
think
in
it
a.
was
We'll do it.
it
It's
was a
fine.
piss take of a real situation where they were talking about biomes in
It's
America.
only.
It was a big thing at one point, talking about the stomach, you know, like your colon, the biome there.
Colon.
You don't have a healthy.
Hello,
you don't
Governor.
have a-
As opposed to a colon.
Parlay. Did you say parlay?
They literally. Bottle water. What is that? That's hilarious.
A bowl of water.
Yeah.
What do you call it then?
A colon. There's vowels in it. But say it again. It's okay. 007.
Colon. It's colonic, right? You have colonic irrigation to irrigate your
Fecal
colon.
transplant lulls.
No, thank you. But I don't know what that is about. But like I don't think that is a good thing. You shouldn't put.
But we can do it,
There's
Crispy.
there's a port here called Puerto Colon, right? And it's a
Mm-hmm.
bit, it's a bit of it's amusing to English people because it's the port of colon.
Port to your ass.
Yeah. But maybe yeah, I don't think that's you're not supposed to have fecal matter on things. You can catch things with that, right? Like you can get sick from it. So I would think that would be problematic.
Do you know? I don't think that you know these people that get locked up because they eat their own shit.
Yes.
I don't think that eating their own shit ever actually causes them any problems, except getting them banged up.
Well,
nah.
There's a. I think there's.
Nah, you eat shit, it's gonna kill you.
It's gonna make you sick.
There are some.
Yeah.
There's bacterias and all sorts of pathogens in your poo.
We have
It's
noses
not
and
a good
gag
idea.
reflexes for a reason. We're not supposed to be eating our own.
But I do think that for some reason, a good drug addict seems to be able to withstand.
Well, the body
all
is
kinds of
extremely
shit.
resilient.
I mean, their bodies are. They literally.
All bodies are.
Actually,
no,
you
but
bring
drug
up
addicts'
a-
bodies are
re-
really resilient. They
you
just
bring
can
up a-
withstand anything.
really
human
valid
body
point,
generally.
Crispy. If you're bringing up a really valid point, which is that if the drug addicts aren't eating their own poo, then why would a sane person do it?
Very well, yeah.
Well, I mean, you're in therapy though.
But maybe I would think that would be a good way to fake mental illness because
That's
if
what I
you're
was gonna
eating a
say.
shit sandwich,
That's what happened. I told you about the
That's
dude
what I
in my
was-
jail who ate his
Yes.
own shit to get to. Yeah, that's.
Yes.
Yeah,
He got the award.
That's the
Right.
best
Yep.
way to do it.
And I seen a
I'm
guy
crazy,
too, bro.
Really? Yeah. Look, I'm gonna sit
It's
here,
not worth
poop
it.
in my hand, and then just eat it.
No, no,
Rolling around
no,
in it, playing in it, building castles
no,
Lipstick, mommy.
all over the blanket.
no.
Like the blanket, literally. I told the CEO, I'm not pulling it out of there, man.
Put on your
And
juggalo
he said, "No,
face
I
paint with that shit.
He went in. The
Not
CO went
Juggalo.
in there, grabbed up the blanket with his gloves on, and put it in the trash can.
Oh,
Start calling
gross.
yourself.
And just like that, we were talking about eating poop.
Right. Like, what happens to this?
I love it when
this
people are like,
panel?
"Hey, what do you talk about on your channel?" I can be
Eating
like,
poo.
Eating poop.
And one of the
Well,
ones that I use regularly is space jizz. What happens when you jizz in zero gravity?
So I was going to
Oh,
say sex or poop.
right. Well, I mean, this stream really went to hell in a handbasket.
Really went to poop.
I got a
Yeah.
question. Totally off topic.
It went to shit, didn't it?
It did
Low
go to
state.
shit.
Did
Pure
you?
shit.
So what happened with your channel?
Right in the
Did
toilet.
they?
You have
did
to watch
they-
the stream for the beginning.
I mean, I'm covering these
No,
questions.
listen,
His
listen,
monetization is paused.
I'm not doing it
listen.
again. I'm gonna
Yeah.
have to answer this question 500 times.
I have never heard anybody like
hang on a
everybody
second.
has asked you this
Hang on a
question.
second. I can't watch any live streams. I can't watch any replays of live streams. I can't watch any premieres. I've
Well,
not
that
been able
can't be
to
true.
watch
How'd you get
anything
here
for
then?
2 weeks. Because
he's been
I
grounded.
can see the chat. I can
Right.
see the chat, but it won't let me see the fuck. It will let me see the first 15 seconds, and then it goes, "There's been an error. Please,
Are you using
That
an
is
ad
something
blocker?
wrong with
please
you.
refresh your stream." I mean, I use
Ad card.
Brave. No, I use Brave.
Yeah, Brave. Yeah, the ad blocker in Brave is doing that.
Oh.
YouTube's trying to combat it, and there's been some updates recently. You may want to try updating Brave.
I don't know how you update Brave because there's no
by
Just go to
downloading
the
browser.
Just to go on a
click
Chrome
on
browser.
the little icon, and then go to Help, About, and then Update.
For some reason, YouTube has gone absolutely batshit with the ads lately. Like people are putting them on their own stream, and then I don't know what it is. Go into Nightish's.
They released an update.
Yeah.
To bypass Brave and other ad blockers.
I don't do an ad blocker, but I do use Chrome, and that takes care of a good amount of them.
For a week, I had to sign into a different account just to watch videos.
Right.
Because even turning off the ad blocker didn't work. When I turn off the ad blocker, I just got nothing but ads. The video would never play; it would just play ads.
If I like the creator, I try not to skip the ads.
So I'm a stubborn motherfucker, and I just watch it on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
So on my phone, I'm only watching it using the YouTube app, so I'd have to skip the ads.
Yeah.
There is no ad blocker on the YouTube app, so I'm not gonna change my browser on my computer. I'm not gonna use a different browser. I'm not letting fucking Chrome on my computer.
Why?
Because I don't know. It's just
boomer
principle.
So why don't you
Just clear your cache and
$12.99
update, and
call it a
eventually it'll
day?
start working.
That's what I do.
Cache every day.
It started working for me.
I pay for premium YouTube because I literally don't want to see any
I refuse to do that.
That's fine. I'm all about piracy and being a pirate, but like when it comes to convenience factor, like if you have to watch an advertisement, it's a waste of your life. So I'd rather pay than not watch it.
Bro, it's like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
20 seconds of my life, I could nut twice in that time.
But it also, I think,
I believe it.
the
That's
creator
skills.
gets money for all of the ads that you watch. Are you not
Like
trying to pay?
honestly, the creator doesn't get a shit for like. I mean,
10
if you have a
cents.
ton of views, I think I was making $15 a month off ads.
Well,
You need
That's
to
right.
be
Pay for
you
your
need to be
premium with
getting 100,000 views to
Yeah, the premium pays for the ads, so that's a good thing. Pay for it, bro. I agree.
Huh.
Out of principle, I'm not going to pay a penny to Google.
I'm not going
Hey,
to
AdSense
either.
have still got my money. They've
Out of
still got the money
principle
from when I-
and
when I
out of
did-
fakeness.
But the
when I-
funny
when I
thing
did-
is you're not going to pay Google, but you're going to give Google content. You're going to give them your time, energy, and attention, and you're giving them way more value than
your
like
data.
$12.99.
Well,
Nah.
I have cut out all.
So
I
why
have to
why
cut
would
out.
I?
Don't let them get
so
away with
why
that.
would I? But that would still be the case, like if I was paying as well. So why would I do? Why would they're already getting everything? Why
They
would I
get
give them more?
30% of the of your super chats and all of that. Yeah, that's all. I mean, you always have to pay the house. I don't mind that they take a percentage, but 30% is kind of high.
30%.
30%.
They're also hosting all of your data. They're hosting gigabytes of your data.
Well,
Like,
they're
that's
hosting
a
their
lot of
data.
money to do that, and they're streaming it. You know what I mean? So
Right.
it
They
takes
don't
a lot of
host any of your data.
But
Well, in all
other
fairness,
streaming
They
platforms.
host 0 megabytes of your data.
my data happens to be very huge and very heavy, so I need someone to help me carry it.
Well, YouTube's not going to be the company for that because anything you do here belongs to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
No argument.
Including your account information, like even your name and your address belongs to them.
I mean,
Yeah, for now.
I don't really care that
They
they
don't
have
have my name.
my stuff. I
That's
really
good
don't
because you
mind.
can't do shit about it.
I know. No, you can. You can actually. There's a service that you can have where I forget the name of it, but then it'll take all of your information out of Google.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
It does.
I've got a beach house here in Kansas for sale.
Really?
Yeah.
I love the beach.
Kansas has beautiful
Hey,
beaches.
I've got a really cool vaccine against advertisements.
Hey, that was cool.
Yeah, that's really cool. But you know what I got?
Way to go, that
I
was
have a
smart.
really nice summer rental for somebody. It's great weather. If you guys like you like it nice and quiet, perfect spot. If you guys want it, just shoot me your info.
Where?
Maine. It's
Oh,
beautiful in the
Maine.
winter. You'll love it. I mean,
Yeah.
absolutely love it. Like you'll fall in love with it, and you might even like not make it out.
And are you are you planning on putting me in the basement or what? What do you mean I won't make
That's
it
what
out?
she's used
I
to. Just
won't
say
be
yes.
there, Crispy. That's the whole thing. You're renting it.
Nobody
and-
puts baby in the corner.
Right. Or the basement.
And if we were going to the basement anyways, there's only one reason to go to the basement, and that's freaky shit. So, I
Oh.
mean, you would enjoy it. So I
I'm
don't
sure.
understand why you're like so apprehensive.
I don't know. It sounds really hot. So
I can't do Maine because I don't want to do snow duty anymore.
you don't want to do what?
Snow duty.
I'll have the
Plus, your
plow take care of
agoraphobia
you.
would flare up.
Mm.
I just want to see if someone will turn into like the dude from The Shining after staying at my house for like 6 months in the winter.
Well,
I really want to live in Monterey,
Now you just blew it.
but I can't
So,
afford it.
how much is it?
To live in Monterey, probably like
rent my house
if
out
you
to
found
you.
like a dump
Anybody
of an
else is
apartment
that.
in Monterey, it'd probably be like 800,000.
No, I'm talking about his rental.
Oh, my bad.
You can negotiate him down because it's more about the experiment than the money. You got this.
Right. Yeah.
And plus it's Moose. Like he can't resist like something that looks fun.
Me neither. I like
He's
fun.
right, dude. He's so right.
I really enjoy fun.
Yeah. No, Moose likes playing with things more than he likes money. So
Oh, I like money a lot.
Oh, you like money?
I do.
We should
like
hang
it,
out.
Right? I mean, I would.
I like money.
I like money.
Yeah.
Money.
oh my god, the manosphere was right.
Oh, right. I know that will be money hungry
People
bitch.
bang me because I'm not 6'5" and don't make
Gold
$1 million
digger.
a year.
I wish a woman would love you for money. That would make it fucking easy. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, I don't.
Then you wouldn't
need-
have to worry about your lackluster dick game, Denizen.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Oh, ouch. Wow. God.
Man, that was really
Denizen, don't
funny.
take that shit.
I have
Why?
to say the timing was impeccable. I had to catch it
The
very
the more he believes that, the less suspicious he'll be.
I wouldn't take that.
I think that
type of
Moose's
abuse.
laugh was the best part of that joke.
Yeah, it was. It was good. So, but I mean, I don't need anyone else's money, but I would like to have more of my own though. So
you do need someone else's money because you don't have any of your own.
well, I have
Someone
my
else
own,
needs to
but
give
it's,
it to you.
I mean, I need some more of it though.
How is your gag reflex?
I mean, it's pretty good. I really
I
don't
could
have
pay you
one.
for sandwiches.
Oh well.
You know what
I
that
mean,
means.
Yeah.
The only thing is
Well,
you have to
there's
wear a
always-
special outfit when you make them.
Of course, duh.
Do you toast your sandwiches?
What do you think? I'm a savage? Of course I am. Like I'm not. I mean, I don't know.
I like untoasted sandwiches sometimes.
Well, whatever you like. I mean, crust
And we've already
or
established that he
non-crust.
puts toothpicks in and cuts diagonal.
Yes, cut diagonally, and then the fancy toothpicks. on a pretty little
Now,
thing.
what kind of jelly is appropriate with strawberry or with peanut butter? Fuck, I just told you the answer.
No, the correct answer is red raspberry preserves. That is
Well,
the only
it may be
kind.
occasionally, but really, like the staple is strawberry. Grape is
Grape
overrated.
jelly.
Grape
I
is
always
fine,
have-
but it's not the primary. The primary is strawberry.
And if you've had blueberry, then you know what it's like to be a true aristocrat.
Well,
So
a real
Or
French
Amish.
gentleman.
And is it crunchy or smooth?
I like
Smooth.
smooth.
Are we
Because the
talking about poop
crunchy-
again?
No, crunchy will like makes like a it rips your bread when you go and spread it. So
You've seen how I make my peanut butter and jellies. I don't fuck with all that spreading around shit.
I like Crustables.
I take one piece of bread and I do a stripe of peanut butter down the middle, and then I slop on 2 blobs of jelly, and then I roll it up and eat it like a peanut butter and jelly taco.
Oh yeah, lazy man peanut butter and jelly, like that. You don't even make corner to corner
Look,
with
spreading peanut butter
yeah.
on bread is bullshit.
I bet
Oh,
it's a lot of
The
work.
proper way to eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich actually requires time and arguably a slight amount of fermentation. Because a peanut butter and jelly sandwich is better when you take it out of your lunchbox after it's been in there all morning.
Oh,
All right,
you like
Hannibal
the
Lecter.
soggy? Do you like it to be like where your bread is all melted in it?
In the middle,
Gross.
but not on the edges.
But not on the edges. Okay.
Yeah, nice
okay.
crispy crust.
Right.
You know what's really
you know,
good?
you guys, the jelly, you know, the grape. I like the grape, but
grape.
I think you're forgetting about the
You
honey.
fucking loser.
Honey, yeah.
Honey.
Peanut butter.
Good
and
call.
honey.
Peanut butter and banana sandwiches are
Uncrustables
good.
With
are
some
really
bananas.
fucking good too.
I love
Yes.
Uncrustables. I always have them.
But they're expensive for like little.
But I do like the strawberry too.
Yeah.
Moose has never
Jam.
had peanut butter and jelly.
What?
It's against his family's religion. When he was growing up, it was considered haram.
What? Moose.
That's why he's not talking this whole time. This is
Apparently.
it's a sensitive subject for him.
What kind of a weird family did you grow up in where you were just abused without having you didn't have peanut butter and jelly? What did you eat for lunch?
Peanut is better.
What is? Pea soup. What?
No, peanut is
Nothing
better.
for lunch except for Lunchables. The
Oh.
same fucking pizza Lunchable every day.
Mm-hmm.
I also liked cafeteria pizza.
I liked cafeteria pizza with mustard on it.
I liked
Mustard.
school
Mhm.
cafeteria pizza, man. That was you get these great big slices.
Oh no, we didn't have great big
No,
slices.
it
We
had
had
little
cafeteria squares.
They were big when I
Squares
was
with
in
the waxy
elementary school.
cheese.
Yes,
Well,
with the
yeah,
waxy
they was-
cheese. Yeah.
Goat
They-
cheese.
Man, what kind of paradise are you from? Where you got like your jails or college?
I know.
They
right?
actually spend money on the people there.
Is like a New York style fucking restaurant.
They actually
Sure.
spend some of the tax money on themselves there. It's crazy.
Something's
They
going
get
on.
time off of work and shit like that too,
Your
like
cops only have
vacation.
whistles,
Yeah,
no
they
gun.
get to stay out of their jail from 8 to 8. Oh God! Like I imagine what a hardship that must be to get locked up.
No,
From the
you
time
don't
that you
stay
go
out
to
of
sleep.
jail. You stay out of your cell.
Your
it's
cell
not
from
that you
8 to
you
8.
stay out of jail. And that didn't. And anyway, I never experienced that because it was treated like an ACAT because of the
Yeah,
independence.
but you had that private room with the big picture window.
In the end, yeah. In the end,
And all the drugs that you could possibly want.
no.
I have to disagree with Teddy in the chat there. He says peanuts should be turned into fuel, not eaten. No, you just have to boil them. Boiled peanuts with the
You're-
Cajun flavor. Oh my goodness.
You're a real weirdo, aren't you? Like, what do you
Totally
mean? You're
nuts.
just boiling peanuts?
You're a real weirdo, aren't you?
Boiled peanuts? Mm.
Yeah. Like,
Right.
wait, I remember what was that? Wait,
I like
chestnuts. Isn't there like boiled? Wait,
Yeah,
those
chestnut.
chestnuts.
No,
warm
those are
chestnuts.
roasted.
They're super gross.
Roasted. Oh my! It is not
Mhm.
that season.
Yeah, I
It
know that
ain't
they
far
serve
off,
them.
mate. It ain't far off.
Yeah, they serve them like when you go ice skating or whatever, and you literally want to spit them out as soon as you put them in your mouth. But I tried. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Hang on, what are we talking about?
But I've never
Well,
boiled a peanut in my life.
The
I don't
the
know
best
what
boiled
happens.
peanuts
Can you bust a
find
grape?
are
Yeah,
in the
I can
convenience
bust a grape
stores.
and bust your ass.
I've never heard of boiling peanuts.
Peanuts.
Oh my
With
god,
the
really?
shell or not shell? Like
You
what
boil them right
happens
in
to
the
them?
in the shell, yeah, and they get soft, right, real soft. You put some salt in
Hey,
there, or
maybe
seasoning.
007 can eat boiled peanuts with his old musky teeth.
Oh, it's so good. Because the thing about when you go in the convenience store and get them is they've probably been sitting in that little crock pot for like a couple of days, just
What? Your
soaking up all of that.
Wait, your peanuts are in a crock pot at the convenience store?
Oh yeah. Well, see, if you get them on, and I know people are talking about on the roadside. Well, they just made. Well, some of the roadsides are good,
Is this in
but then
Florida
some of them.
again?
You got Florida, Georgia,
that's
Mississippi,
why.
Alabama, where the peanuts grow.
What
No,
part of
just
Florida are you
because
from?
Florida's so
Shit.
fucking weird. That's all. Like I've never seen peanuts hanging out in a crock pot at a convenience
How
store in
have
my
you, a
entire
Southern
life.
girl, never had boiled peanuts?
No,
Really?
I haven't.
My goodness,
And
that
I
is just
used to, and
wild.
I lived in
I
Florida
lived in the
before, and I've
South, never had them.
seen that before.
Really?
No. What kind of hood
And
shit is
sweet
this?
tea is gross too.
I
Oh,
like
I love sweet tea. I make
me.
the best.
That's a Southern thing.
The only way to have tea is sweet. I don't get it.
Of course.
Tea is not a strong enough flavor to carry that much fucking sugar. Have you had Southern sweet tea? It's like
Somebody
diabetes.
would make it right
It's
for
like
you.
Men in Black when the guy walks in, he's like sugar and water.
Yeah.
I mean,
You like Kool-Aid?
That
Do you like
it's got
Kool-Aid?
a lot of sugar in it. It's like Kool-Aid,
I like
basically.
black tea, English black tea made
Black
real
tea.
strong.
Yeah.
Real strong and sweet.
I'd rather just have coffee.
Strong.
I mean, I don't drink tea. Since prison, I don't drink tea. I
don't like cornbread since jail either.
Really?
Yes.
Who doesn't like corn? I mean,
They gave
I
us
like
a lot of corn. You know how tired you get of cornbread when every meal you get just like a fucking brick of cornbread?
That sounds delicious.
It's not.
It's
Especially
not.
not when
they
dinner's
serve it
served
all
at
the time.
4:30 and breakfast isn't served till 7. And so you got all night long and you just got this hunk of cornbread
and you're
wrapped in toilet paper that you're saving because
Yep. They just keep serving you more bread and more
keep
bread, and you end
serving
up with like
more fucking cornbread.
5 loaves
they
of bread
said that
underneath your bunk.
They say that men come out of jails or prisons and like in the best shape of their life, and women
Not me.
They gain 70 pounds. That's the average weight. Yeah.
Oh, I definitely
look-
bulked up in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have seen me getting out of the transport when they shipped me to rehab from jail. I had to change back into my street clothes from 4 months earlier.
What?
I was like, and then they like jumping off the transport, out of the transport in shackles and stuff. I look like a big fat Con Air prisoner. Like I look both scary and silly as fuck.
I bet. I have seen people come out of those jails
And
and they are in like the smallest.
And I was wearing a button-up shirt at the time too, right? What do we got going on here, Moose?
Do you know what, Moose? Actually, I thought you were a completely different color.
Moose, are you
I'm at
getting
work.
jamming?
I'm jamming at work. I'm listening to the 80s, the soft rock, the limp dick rock.
Yeah, limp dick. Yeah.
Soft cock.
Yeah, it's terrible, man. It's like
I only heard soft cock.
Nobody is getting moist from this music. Like it's drying up old ladies like prune juice.
I just got dry after you said moist.
Skim
So
picket.
there's that.
Moist.
Yeah, I understand.
And I'm drier than the fiery pits of hell.
Oh God. No, the reason I was quiet is not because I'm disturbed by your conversations. It's because I'm busy jamming out to fucking Janis Joplin and those other bitches from the 80s.
It's because he's sad about the peanut
80s
butter.
bitches. And you do look like you're in the peanut butter aisle.
Yep, see?
Mm-hmm.
Peanut butter aisle? I got nothing.
He's like, I'll show these guys. I'll eat all the peanut butter I want.
He's gonna
I got
call me a
Marlboros,
weirdo.
I got Camels. If you need something to drink,
I wanna hear
I
you
got
singing.
everything.
I wanna hear you singing "Paved Paradise."
What, Pink Paradise? Put up a parking lot. Is that the one? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Morning.
Paradise.
Just kicking around
Oh,
at
right. Do
work.
you know what? I didn't know
What?
where he was working.
Yeah, I have to. I
But
gotta
you
have fun
don't.
somewhere in life.
What is it?
I get home and it's like,
You gone until it's gone.
can't even,
Hey,
can't even take
paradise.
5 minutes in the garage before I get fucking, you know what I mean.
Don't have just to see him.
We're not supposed to break out in song
I
on Flo's
wish.
panel. It's
Oh
a
yeah,
no
you're really
no.
not
I
supposed
know.
to.
I just wish women could like take exactly what you say and understand it and be like, oh, okay, like
What
you
did
need
you
10 minutes
say?
when you get home from work. Okay, no
I
problem.
can't. Like, I'm not sure. Like, what are you counting? Poker chips or
Oh,
what?
He's talking to a man.
I don't know what
Oh,
the. Oh, okay.
I was like, what did he say that I missed? I'm so sorry. I'm
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
wasn't talking about you. He was talking about his wife.
he's
Oh,
starting to sound kind of like manic because I thought he was talking to us. I was like,
yeah,
this moose is losing his mind.
yeah. And he was like,
And he had the balls to do a broadcast with people called Talking with Famous People. He was the famous person. Okay. If you go into these people fucking background, Jack Talcott, and you look at who they've been for the last 5 and 6 years, it's narcissist central. I'm the potentially famous person.
I love that one.
I've got really.
No, I've seen it too.
I love that one. It's so good.
Yeah.
Dennison, I was so disappointed. We reviewed the stream earlier and I nearly lost my mind. I was so disappointed
I
that you
can't
guys
believe.
let Paul get all that bullshit off.
I
And
cannot
nobody
believe.
gave him
I
any
cannot
pushback.
believe that you and well, mostly Cynthia set me up, and I thought I was doing so good, and then just fucking turned on me.
I mean, you obviously saw that you were super into your chicken strips or whatever and forgot all about Paul just getting off all this weird shit and you guys gave him no pushback.
Yeah, I mean,
If I say I feel something, Dennison will fuss at me.
well, but look, there's a reason that Paul
Dennison
doesn't
was
come over to my channel, and that
right.
you do, and Dennison does, right?
Yeah. Well,
And you're the better for it. You're welcome. Me and
yeah.
Dennison will be sending you.
I'm lost.
Yeah. Well, you
So
gave a little
yesterday-
bit of pushback, Dennison, but you know.
Yesterday,
I don't
when we-
understand y'all's like social intricacies. I'm autistic.
Oh,
He's
sorry.
artistic.
Yeah.
Probably
What
painting.
Painting? Yeah,
Yeah.
paint. I would think so.
I
I
can
always
see
wanted to be
only
talented like
there
that.
is only one possible fucking point of ever allowing Paul anywhere near Dennison, and that's
Abuse?
just for potential fucking profit, it's like just for content.
But is
drama,
he really profitable though?
purely for drugs?
I didn't make any money off of it. I thought it was dramatic.
It's very dramatic.
I wouldn't use that word.
He says a bunch of nothing. I don't even understand what he's even like.
I mostly understood what he was saying. He was using like legal terms and common law language.
Yeah, I'd like to
solve citizen
but
language.
he did like kind of hint at exactly what happened in not sovereign citizen terms.
Well, we're going to see about that because I'm going to make a
Was that when
FOIA
he said that he
request.
turned state witness against?
Right. How
himself?
are you going to tell me that you're?
Oh, I mean, well, supposedly that's possible, but you know, I don't know. I don't know anything about the guy.
Probable, not just possible.
Yeah, those charges aren't that big of a deal, honestly.
No.
If you have experience representing yourself.
But you're
deal.
not going. They're not just going to be like, never mind. Just never mind. I don't believe it. I just don't. So
It happens all the time.
Well,
literally happens all the time. The cops always overcharge, make shit up. Some people capitulate. Sometimes the fucking police don't even show up.
Yeah, but they also get when they don't show up, then they get like 3 more times before that 3 more times that they have
all
an
right,
opportunity.
Christy, you're
to
gonna
show
have that for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the FOIA. We'll see. Unless I see receipts, it didn't happen. So, I mean, come on. And then I expected more out of you, Dennison. I'm just saying.
More out of me? Why me? I agree with Paul.
Oh God.
Flo was up there to be the counterbalance to Paul. I'm not the counterbalance to
Flo
Paul.
zoned out on his chicken
Look,
tenders.
I'm a
and then-
fucking sob sit.
I mean, I don't know what was
Flo
going
is
on up there.
Flo is doing his new peaceful vibe. You
Yeah.
and Cynthia can
It sounds.
go.
Listen, you know who he sounds like? He sounds like Uncle Fatty. A bunch of like word salad that I don't know what
I
what
kind
it
of
all
agree.
means.
Actually, I'd never noticed that before, but I kind of agree.
Yeah. Right.
I haven't seen Uncle Fatty for ages.
He's
Well,
in the
he's
chat. Right?
around. Yep. He's
I you know, if you
Yep,
don't know what
he's
somebody's
around.
talking about, that's what it sounds like.
And when you do know what somebody's talking about, you realize that's what it is. It's a lot.
Mhm. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because and I was trying to give my little opinion of him because I've seen him.
Give us your
I
little
get
opinion.
Let me hear your little opinion. I like
Just a
to
little
hear
one.
little cute opinions.
The guy's not wrong on a lot of things, most things, but he's on a mission and he won't just STFU for about 2 seconds for somebody else to throw something in there, and that's just
Right,
that's who he is.
Rick, you really are.
I noticed that.
Person.
Huh?
You really are tragically gullible.
That was adorable. That cute little statement you
Who
just
is?
made.
Brick.
Yeah,
Whoever
I'm
wanted
like,
to make that cute little.
he's
statement.
not wrong on a lot of things, but I will tell you this. He's wrong on the foundation of the law because he doesn't understand that it's natural law is the foundation. And I know I kind of mentioned this before. And it's wild that he doesn't know that because he knows a lot about some of these other
And
things.
you two philosophers could go have a very
weird.
interesting conversation in a library
just
somewhere.
weird.
But
The narrative is irrelevant. That's where I would say
Hippy
you and
shit.
Paul are wrong. The narrative is irrelevant. The administration of law is all that matters.
Thank
Look
you,
at-
Denizen.
look
That's
at
where
who
me
has
and
the
Denizen are
I'm not
right.
disagreeing with you
now.
on that. I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Get him, Dennison.
The
Go.
issue is that
And you're lucky at the end of the day if you get away with anything in this country.
Right. Because we got ridiculous, unscrupulous men and women in charge.
Right,
True.
This is the trouble. You've got corrupt individuals in charge that don't.
True.
So
And they don't follow their own rules.
Exactly. So that's why I say fuck it.
And here's the thing, like obviously I'm a strong anti-theist. So when Paul talks about having God in the room with him, I know exactly what he means and I get it and I don't necessarily disagree. I just obviously I don't believe what he believes.
Right.
But
That's kind of where
but I know what he means though. I know what he means when you have
I know what he
righteousness on your
means,
side.
too.
And corrupt men do sometimes because they're not used to people throwing it in their face. They're used to just
it's a pitch to emotion.
Yeah, I know what he means. I don't.
which doesn't have zero value. You know, sometimes that works.
I don't.
He's selling hope,
I mean,
and
it's
you're
very
not wrong about
effective on
that,
people.
Flo. Sorry.
I think personally, I think that Paul. I agree with actually a lot of what Paul says. I think he's definitely got some stuff, that I've looked at as well, and so I think I've been thinking along the same lines. It's just him as a person. I fucking stand the guy.
Well, that's a you thing, I would argue.
Well,
Yeah,
no, he's
maybe it is.
insufferable. Yeah.
Maybe it is, but basically, yeah.
There's like something in yourself that you're seeing a reflection of. I would be curious.
Citizen Freud.
No, he just won't STFU.
You're probably right. There's a side that
Oh no, I don't
the
see
way
any similarities.
Well, I mean,
don't concede that ground, Richie.
The shadow. What level of shadow work have you achieved?
Used to be a lot,
Crispy.
I
Honestly,
used to be a lot more like.
I don't.
Like I used to be more like Paul.
But if you can see no similarities, you're kind of telling me. Go ahead.
I'm
Sorry.
not. That's a very personal question, and I don't have to answer it. But thanks for asking.
What was the
Good,
question?
I forget, but something.
Yeah, no, she just wanted to. Yeah.
Is she derailing?
No.
It's a power move.
It's a filibuster.
It's a complete power move. I'm just. It's
Everybody
my
knows
big,
girls don't
my
have any
big D energy. just all over this panel.
You're the one with the big D between the two of us, I would argue.
I
I would
mean,
agree.
Oh, thank you,
Oh,
Denizen. I
See?
appreciate you speaking highly of me. And I just have to throw it out there how Flo is like a
All too
well-behaved
easy.
person.
her flow's
That-
like what?
like what? I don't know, Flo.
Repeat
He's
that,
gone.
Moose. Moose,
Moose
come
comes in and out of the void. That's it. It's over.
What happens to Moose when he?
You can have NASA try to analyze the tapes and see if you can figure out what it was,
Wow.
but until the next transmission, that's it.
Moose has been talking for the last 5 minutes, but he's forgotten that he muted himself while he was talking
Oh,
to the customer.
bless
so-
his heart.
Bless his heart. And Moose, if you don't know what that means,
It means you're retarded.
Oh, I understand. I know what it means. I'm not afraid of you guys. I'll talk to you guys while I have customers here. I'm not afraid.
Moose,
Shit,
you just
I'm
said
not
some-
afraid.
you just said
I'm not
something about my
afraid.
name, but
Moose, I don't want you to be afraid.
I kind of wouldn't mind Moose being afraid.
I don't want him to be afraid.
They just want you to be a little intimidated.
I'll be nice and sweet.
Just so that he's
We got cussed out though earlier, or like something.
Oh, by Mad
what was
Mystic.
that? Yeah, what was her name again?
Mad Mystic.
Mad Mystic.
You know, I gotta be honest, I would pay to hear somebody cuss you out.
Really?
Yeah. Crispy.
That makes I would.
It was
it
really
happened
sweet.
earlier.
I would love to cuss you out, Dennison. So we
Good,
got
do
something
it.
in common.
Do it.
Denizen was being really mean to a chick the other night.
I
Who was
know.
that chick that you were abusing?
Was it being really mean to her?
You were like, "Shut up, bitch."
Yeah.
I don't think I said it like that.
There's a difference between being mean and being honest, and I think Denizen is a very honest person, and I appreciate it.
Well, listen. Sometimes
I think she complained that I called her out of her name, which I don't even know what that means. So I just started saying "bitch" like
Yeah,
you
that
would
means-
to a drill instructor. You know, like sir, no sir. It was just
is
like
it Izzy? Did you? That's right. You got into a
No,
fight
it wasn't
with
Izzy. It was Mela.
Or who?
Mela.
it was some random lady. I can't even
Oh,
remember
I
her name.
don't know.
Who's Izzy?
And you guys are all sitting here white knighting for her. She
Mine's
probably
girlfriend.
digged it. She was probably walking away
Oh,
from
yeah.
there all moist.
Oh, again,
All moist, lol.
I'm puckered up.
Well, I mean, you know, she kept coming back for more, so there's that.
She did stick around.
Moist.
Please,
She
can
was
I
like
have
spitting my
another?
mouth.
There's like a small part of you, Crispy, that wants to be, I think, told what to do. You know, it's
listen.
like laid. It's way deep down inside, underneath all the feminism from the '80s throughout.
For the last
You
time,
can
I'm not
tell.
a feminist. I don't know why you keep getting me confused. I do like to.
That's
I do
exactly
like
what a
somebody to
feminist
talk
would
to.
say.
You're not a
Yeah.
feminist. You like
It's
it in the
because
base.
it's all the masculine energy. You're so combative all the time.
I do
Women don't
have
want men to lead
masculine
anymore.
energy.
You're always trying to undermine my manhood too in these weird public ways. It's like
One fighting boom, you're gonna get.
if we were alone, it'd be kind of kinky. Sorry, Flo.
Right.
I've never got feminism from Crispy. I've always
Not
thought
at
that
all.
Crispy would be the sort of girl that would cook for you and do your work.
Oh Jesus Christ! This guy's a simp.
No, I'm not.
She sees an opportunity to get himself a
I'm
good
not
housewife, and he
simping.
takes
I'm
it.
just
Yeah,
saying.
here it comes now.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
he's gonna be eating all my sandwiches, isn't he, Crispy?
Well, he's gonna.
Like,
I'm gonna make him
making
extras.
cookies and
Yeah.
that. Like, I think that she's probably really nurturing. She's a nurturing.
I am
Oh,
nurturing.
seven.
See, I cared about his
Seven.
teeth.
You
Dude,
disappoint me,
don't
buddy.
No,
I
don't-
still
don't-
love you, but I'm
don't
disappointed.
Don't confuse what I'm saying with simping. Like,
Right.
I don't fit into your.
What
these-
world? What
I mean,
word
you
would
did-
you like to use for what you were doing?
I don't even know what.
You're getting played then, either way. Take your pick.
No,
maybe,
what?
maybe. I'm just saying that's the impression that I get from Crispy.
Yeah,
That's-
that's the right impression. I do. Like, I
Yes,
really enjoy-
of course, that's the right one she wants you to have.
No,
Right.
it really is. Like, I do that. Like, I do.
I'm not.
I do
I'm
all
not
that stuff.
Dennis,
I'm
not
sure you
saying-
do as much of that
Denizen,
stuff as you
Denizen,
possibly can.
Denizen, I'm
Yeah.
not saying that is like that. That's a really good thing. I'm not saying that shit that wouldn't come with some hidden cost.
Richie,
be...
vaginas are not kindness, or not vending machines that you put kindness coins into. All right,
my vagina takes credit cards or cash.
I run my dick through like it's a Visa.
Right.
Listen, my ex-girlfriend, right?
I put it in and money comes out.
If I did little things, if I did little things like when she'd go for work, leave for work before me. If before I left for work, I just tidied the kitchen up and left a little note.
My God.
Left a little note saying, left a little note for us saying,
Jesus Christ.
The cheeky monkeys.
My breasts are starting to hurt.
The fairy came and did it for you, whatever, right? But that would get me treats.
Oh my God.
My ovaries.
Do you know some women it dries them up when you do little nice things like that?
My ex, man, she'd give me little surprise blowjobs and all kinds.
Yeah, see?
She was great. It was like I did little things.
These stories brought to you by virginity.
It's not my fault. It's not
anytime
my
you clean
fault
up
that
the
you guys have
kitchen,
never
Stay
experienced.
pure.
Yeah.
Stay pure,
not my
Richie.
fault, man.
Clean up the kitchen, and then you wrote a little cheeky note that said that a little cute little
Hey,
fairy
babe,
came in and cleaned
thank
it
you
up.
for being my girlfriend. I wake up every day, and I'm just so happy that I got a girlfriend like you.
Well,
You know who
That's
OTW
sweet.
reminds me of? The guy who never gets invited to the party, but always seems to like sneak in the back door and watch
that,
everybody
me?
else.
I
make out with
mean,
hot chicks.
he's just not allowed.
That sounds like me.
It sounds like a cup.
because he doesn't want to get caught over here.
Right. What's he doing through the back door, and what's he watching?
He
What's
doesn't want his
happening?
daddy to spank him.
Oh,
Isn't that terrible?
terrible. Wild. Bunch of.
I don't know who we're dogging on.
I never saw that guy.
I think you're
I'm not
dogging
dogging on 007. That's who I'm not dogging on.
Yeah, but Dennis is going to be dog-eaing you later because let's face it, the simp is never the one that you're into.
No, listen. Yeah, Dennis.
See how she doth protest, Flo? This is my thing.
Richie, hold her purse while she comes and pays attention to us.
Right.
This particular girlfriend, she was a ballet dancer. She's the one that became the pole dancer when we moved to Portugal.
Private dancer.
Mate, it was the first relationship that I'd had after my marriage, which was 6 years of fucking hell.
Well, that's why it was so exciting.
This girl, she was fucking a goddess to me compared to my ex-wife.
That's where you went wrong.
It was some strange.
So you went from
I was
hell
living
to
in her
straight
house.
simping.
I was living in her house.
straight simping.
She had a 3-bedroom house and shit. So fuck yeah, I did shit.
Brown, 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 brown.
Whatever simping is, I don't know. I don't
It's
even
just
know.
being nice and
It's an
having
American
nice
thing.
manners.
It's a very
That's all.
American thing, I think.
We have a moment of
enjoy
silence for Richie's dignity.
My favorite thing on the internet is when women call simping being nice and respectful to females.
That's only me that says that, I think.
No, it's not.
Well, it must have caught on.
It's what it is it's all feminazis on the internet.
I'm not a feminazi. Why
You're
would you
a
say
raging
such
feminist.
a thing?
Now,
I mean, I'm not even in a position of judgment when I say it. I'm just trying to be real with you. Like,
I think they're very judgy.
but no, we're not in a relationship. You can be whatever you want to be.
You need a
You
dominant.
can get an edge on life in the army.
But Flo,
you
you a small percentage of the white renegades, man. You a white renegade, bro. You a white negro or nigga. Man, you the white renegades.
Why are people not wearing shirts on the internet? What is that?
Shirts are kind of gay.
Let me just clear something up, right? I admit that I was
simping.
doing it wrong. I was doing it wrong, man. I was doing it fucking
Yeah, you
wrong.
were.
That's why I've been single now for.
That's why you talk to Crispy now. This way.
I've been single now for 6 years. So if I do ever go back into the dating pool, it's not the same. It's not the same boy that was fucking
This
around.
is what Richie is like every time
Basically.
he saw his ex.
You're breaking my heart, baby. You make a mess of me.
I used to be like that.
I'm
I
dead.
used to be like that. That's why I stopped writing songs.
Oh my god. Oh god. Oh.
Yeah, you gotta move into the Phil Collins phase, you know?
I've been so listen, I was so mean all
Go ahead,
night
Crispy.
tonight. But okay, go ahead. Tell me about Phil Collins again.
No, it's okay. You had something better.
I do. But anyway, I was really mean this whole stream. But now I feel like
it's about her. Awesome.
Yeah, it is. But now I feel like I've gotten that out of my system and I'm all back to normal again.
Yeah, I know you're kind.
Denison's starting to piss me off.
Starting. I've been pissing you off for weeks.
Oh God, Denison, bless your little heart.
Starting to stream.
Huh?
Do you like to be tied up, Crispy?
I love it.
Yeah, I can tell.
If you can't put up with the stigma, then don't be a freak.
Yeah, exactly.
That's for you, Feral Hillbilly.
Yeah.
Or Nubs, or whoever the fuck you are.
I actually have got a little bit of claustrophobia, so I don't necessarily know if I want to want my arms all tied up like that. I think that would get me.
So no ball gag for you.
Hands bound in the front, and legs and rest of your body free is what I'm thinking you'd like.
Actually, hands bound above the head.
Well, you work on that over time. You gotta baby steps, Seven.
Baby
you know?
steps, yeah.
You gotta ease her
go back
into
to
it.
I dive right into what happened at the very beginning of this stream.
I mean, Puck Elf had an entire murder bag with him. He had rope, he had a knife. Did you see all the shit he had in that bag? A compass. He had everything.
A compass? Not a compass.
Yeah. So he can find the body. Like
yeah, you know.
Your children will be taught combat skills early as age 5 in order to crush the competition when they fully mature. Little Deborah and Jesse need to fire a pistol with precision accuracy while drowning out the screams of the non-believers. Good job.
Flo, tell us about your karate skills. What was that? What did you do to him? He really thinks that you told him about that you were a master karate expert. That what's his name? Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
I went to one karate class in my entire life when I was like 7 with a friend.
So did I. That's funny.
I bet you said that like as just joking.
I think I went to 4.
Yeah, I went to a few with like a friend.
I do say some random ass shit sometimes. It is possible I did say that, but
I was thinking maybe. But he just kind of pops up out of nowhere. I don't know where he comes from. He's just.
I have a brown belt in crazy though.
Karate doesn't help you in a street fight. I can tell you that much.
I mean, if you fucking kick somebody in the throat hard enough, it will.
What is? I can flip somebody. I can do that. But what is the deal with the wood thing? Like, how do you break those wood? Or is that trick wood? What's going on with that wood?
Trick wood?
Yeah,
no.
I think it has to be like cut in the middle.
No,
or
it's
something.
not.
It's like magic.
You just swing through it.
It's transfer of energy. So
I don't have that much energy. It would break my little hand.
You break.
Are you lazy, Crispy?
No,
I gotta ask. Do you like participate? You know what I mean? Do you like to add to the fun, or do you just like to lay back and just
lay there?
No,
Do you like to suck all the air out of the room all the time, or do you?
Most of the time, Denison. But no, I'm not lazy at all. I'm constantly doing something and always, I'm always moving around. Always.
There's people who think she does the
my nunchuck skills, my ninja star skills.
Yeah.
How to wear black Spanx at night.
That's a hard. Yeah, that takes a lot of work. The black Spanx. Not everybody can pull them off.
I call him Captain Master Splinter. Really?
Yeah. But I think that wood thing. I always wondered about the cut, like that chopping of that wood with your hand.
Spend a
or
lot of time
whatever.
thinking about wood, huh?
I do.
Mm.
I always wondered about it. I think it's a trick. I would never be able to do that. I think they would break my little hand.
You wouldn't. I don't think you would.
So
Agree.
obviously it must be a trick.
It would.
If you
It's a
can't
trick.
do it, if you can't do it, it can't be done.
Right. Because I would give a lot of effort, and I don't think I could do it. Maybe with my foot, maybe. I think I can kick pretty
Kung
hard.
Fu masters, right?
Yeah.
And the kickboxing champions and that. Have you seen what they do when they kick trees and poles and stuff, and they hit their shins, and they like mess up their shins, like smashing them with planks of wood and shit. The amount of pain that they go through to condition their body, to condition the skin, to deaden the nerves, to be able to do
Well,
that.
that's what it is. They're deadening the nerves. They're toughening the skin. They're toughening the bones.
Exactly.
I didn't even know.
So punching your way through a load of wood is, you're only going to be able to do it if you've trained to do it, and that
Sort of like how
your wrist, your muscles, your hand, your knuckles, everything, your skin is all conditioned to. You're not going to be able to just go up and punch a fucking.
I've been conditioning my skin to make it baby smooth and soft for all these years. I'm not going to damage it.
Amazing.
Cornea to fall out of your eyeball.
Yeah.
That's the cocaine.
So I never noticed.
You're not
that
supposed to
people's-
put cocaine in your eyes.
Oh, that's right.
You're doing it wrong, Crispy.
Note to self. Thanks. I didn't know that. Damn it. I've been doing it all wrong all these years.
Oh, it's interesting, man. Who would do that?
Who would do what?
Put cocaine in their eyes.
Probably the same people that would boof a shard.
No, but people put
Boofing a shard,
toxins
for
in their
fuck's sake.
eyeballs, though. They put those in their
What
eyes.
is boofing a shard?
That's like putting it in your
That's when you burn up some meth and then you blow the smoke directly up your asshole.
No, it's when you just shove the shard up there.
You shove it up there. That's what it is.
Oh, that's just a waste of meth.
I would think it would burn.
Well, there's a lot of blood vessels down there in your ass, and that. So
Yeah, there's more. You skip the metabolic process and it goes straight into your
How
bloodstream.
high
That's the
does your
point.
tolerance have to be when you're at this point?
Well, I think though I remember this from intervention, that people that would use that used needles, if they if they had bad veins or whatever, they would use their bunghole for to do, I don't know, whatever they did to shoot whatever it was up there. Yeah. And I learned this one time from this one girl that was like, she had a sugar daddy, and she said that she used to put Benadryl in her booty. So and yeah,
In her booty?
Why?
Wow.
Yeah.
Why?
I guess because I think it numbed it, maybe. And she was dating some old man. I
That
don't
wanted
know.
to fuck her in the ass a lot?
Yeah. And I don't think she wanted to face him.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
Don't do drugs, kids.
Mm-hmm.
Don't sell your ass to old men.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I didn't even know that was that people did that, or how you even figured that out. But I guess she said that.
Yeah, how would you figure that out? How would you be
I
like,
don't
you know
know,
what? Benadryl.
I don't know. I've not ever tried anything like that.
Try it.
Well, I'll let you know.
I think some people snort Benedicts, don't they?
I mean, she was putting it in her butt.
I've never seen it.
So if you snort bennies, then make your face go numb, and then you might put it in your butt.
And some people
Jesus,
snort
man.
bennies, don't they? Like
Yeah.
he doesn't know that he's the one that snorts them.
So
I'm allergic to Benadryl, actually.
over the side of the pond, over the side.
Yeah. I went blind when they gave it to me at the hospital. It was pretty awesome.
God.
Benadryl.
That was one of the most interesting experiences of my life.
That you went blind?
Yeah, while I was walking.
Oh my God, that's terrible. You better
Benadryl?
like have an in case of an emergency card on, or like a meta bracelet on or something.
I
That's-
broke out in hives and went to the hospital, and they
Yeah.
gave me Benadryl as an antihistamine. I guess.
Yeah.
That's what it is, isn't it?
That
right,
is
I was
what
going
it
to
is.
say Benadryl
Yeah.
is antihistamine. You buy it as an
And
antihistamine.
I was leaving the room, the OR room, not OR, but like the little where they see you.
Yeah, the
There's like way too much equipment around, but it's still not like a total surgical room.
yeah, like a little. We were in the ER, right? So just in the little, like curtained off area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my mother was in front of me, and everything turned red, and all I could see was her outline.
God.
And then it just went completely red and then black.
Oh, how scary! How long did it take?
Like I don't know, like maybe 40 seconds to a minute and a half. It seemed like it was a really, really, really long time. I got back to the chair before I could see. Like I told her, I was like, I can't see anything, and she was like, "What does that mean? What do you mean you can't see anything?" And I'm like, "No, like I'm blind. Like I actually can't see."
Oh, it didn't go right. It didn't go away. I was thinking you stood up too fast. Like if you stand up too fast, sometimes yeah.
By the time I got back to the chair where I was at before, it started to come back.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's from standing up too fast, honey.
Just like extended, like really, yeah. Because that normally you only need a second.
Yeah, and it'll start to come back. But that happens to me also when I don't have enough blood.
That's crazy when it's low blood pressure as well can cause that.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
Well, I felt perfectly normal except for the blindness.
Yeah. But you went black. It went black, and then did your head feel spinny?
No.
No.
Then
you didn't lose your equilibrium, so it was just
no, but I couldn't see, so my mother had to like handicap me back to the room.
Wow, I bet you scared her.
I don't know if she believed me or not.
Yeah, she probably.
I was fucking terrified.
Did you?
I
Tell
bet
the
you're
doctor?
an asshole when you're angry or scared. I mean, when you're scared.
Scared?
No, I was cool about it.
Oh wow! You didn't be dramatic about it. I would have.
No, I'm the opposite.
Yeah.
Like that, and that's what like a lot of times doctors won't listen to me because I get super calm and I'm honest about the 1 to 10 stuff.
Denizens just really stoic, man.
I've got like a really high tolerance for pain, and so I just.
She does.
Yeah.
I can't beat her hard enough.
I won't go to the hospital until
in which case,
critical
Crispy,
unit.
in which
Yeah.
case, I would say that you'd have no problem punching your way through a brick wall. Eventually.
I don't know, man, but I always think that I can just like get
Please don't
through
punch
being
me.
sick or something, or just.
I mean,
like,
why are you firing
push
her
through
up
it.
like she's like the Hulk or something? Let's be realistic.
Straight simping.
Well,
It's the best strategy for getting China.
I think
Bro,
like
let's be honest.
It really, it's not in my experience.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's not.
what vagina.
The more you ignore a chick, the easier it is to get her into bed.
Shut up, Chris. So you were ignoring you.
All right. Damn it. I mean, so
all that
all right,
lame ass pickup shit,
I'm ready to
which
get to
I
bed.
agree is fucking lame. It works on getting dumb girls to sleep with you. It really does.
Yeah.
So what are you supposed to do? with
People
them
give
chickens
their
there?
bodies away too fast. You shouldn't be doing that. You should hold out for longer. It's better when you hold out, and it's the most exciting time. So you should just really get to know one another before you sleep with somebody.
I'm a sexual camel.
Oh, yeah. What does that mean?
Did you say you're a sexual camel?
Yeah,
Correct.
that's what he said.
I mean,
you store up your humps.
Yeah.
I go long periods of time with like just wanting to have nothing to do with women.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, two humps.
and then it's then it's sexcapades. It's like
I mean, let's be honest. Like most women are annoying as shit, and so that's why.
Yeah.
They're logical creatures for the most part, and they don't understand. I want to sit down and drink a beer and not have to do a fucking chore every 5 minutes.
I haven't really met one like so. There's women that I have as friends that I like being around, but no, I don't have any romantic interest. And it's usually like it's not a woman whose company I enjoy that can seduce me. It's just a woman that's really good at seduction, and then that turns into you gotta
Wait, repeat that again. You said what?
like 7 years in Tibet,
Oh, okay. But you said
Repeat
that
what?
you said it's not a woman that can seduce me, it's a woman that
It's a
was that part?
man. Denizen said he likes
It's a man.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My hump.
Paul will probably let you borrow OTW if you ask nicely.
What's that?
I can get OTW without Paul's help, I think.
I don't know. I think that he's more interested in Paul than you.
No. Maybe.
No, I think Crispy could wrap OTW around her finger, I think.
I don't know. I mean, that first time that I met him, he was really mad. We had that big
But that was before he saw your crispy treats.
Well, no. He saw me. He knew
Before
I
he knew about the crispy monster.
Oh yeah.
What's that?
Nobody knows about that. Except for
Crispy was wilding out at
Was that your penis?
I just was upset. I just had a hard day. I've got to go to, and speaking of which, I've got to I have to start getting ready. I got to go to work.
Yeah, who wants to take the stream over? Rich, Moose, Denizen. Who's firing up?
Nope.
Let's open up shop, Dan.
Moose, you go and have a beer. Take some time off.
I mean, if by let's you mean mostly.
I can't have a beer. I'm working.
Can't have a beer.
That's the best time to have one.
Yeah.
At work?
Agreed. True.
Mm-hmm. It looked like you were in a area where you could drink all the beer you could possibly want. It looks like you're in a store.
Right? There's beer right there.
Right.
Beer right there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you punch a hole in the can and then shotgun it, you can drink it fast so nobody notices.
I have a tequila tasting today. Early. Which that's gonna suck.
Is that before or after our sausage tasting?
Before hours. Like early in the morning.
Sausage tasting.
Yeah, she's
Tequila.
gonna come taste some sausage.
Wow.
Oh God. Way too early for that.
What does Mrs. Flo have to say about that?
So she'll be
Yum.
she'll be like, good, he's not poking me with that thing while I'm sleeping.
Yeah, that is something else, man. It's like, oh.
Did you see her comment earlier when I played the montage? She wants to hawk Tua and spit on Flo's thing. That was pretty funny.
Oh God. Oh yeah. We had this lady that came up today and just in little tiny spurts.
Oh, Mad Mystic.
Yeah, Mad Mystic. She was like,
Bitch,
"You're from True Crime, you fucking whore." What did she say? What did she say, Flo? She said the funniest
At first, she was
shit.
like, "You're married and you're trying to get nudes from women like Lindsay and put them on the dark web." And
dark web, lol.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Well, not really, but my email. I basically I hit her up for nudes, so we'll see if she emails me."
Where is Lindsay? I haven't seen her for fucking ages.
She's around. She's probably
She's probably just right here, just waiting to come right up. But yeah, this lady was so funny. You should clip that lady. That lady was good. She was really. She thought I was Barbie too.
Lauren likes to taste the sausage in the morning.
Lauren, that's because
breakfast sausage isn't good.
Yeah, Lauren is a cool girl. That's why
the Italian sausage is the best.
Italian sausage is money.
Yeah,
there you go.
It is for sure. I make my lasagna with Italian sausage, and it's really good with Italian sausage.
I make babies with Italian sausage.
You do? Oh.
How do you get them to stay
Cute
together?
little Dago babies.
Little Dago babies.
Mm-hmm.
Cute little wop wops.
Yes. I wish all my ovaries.
I kind of like the scrambled eggs myself.
Oh, wow.
That sounds like a sex position.
Yeah, I don't know.
Denizen, do you got it in you?
Sometimes fried.
Fuck no.
He's got a hump, like
Okay.
a camel hump or something.
Well, I wasn't asking about dick. I was asking if we were gonna like take over the stream because Flo's gonna go to sleep.
Oh, okay. I
I'm
was
getting out of
asking
here.
about dick.
So you guys can jump on it.
I can
Captain
start
Kurt.
the StreamYard, but I
I
can't
don't care.
like.
I mean,
run
I
it
can
while
find
I'm
somebody
in
else,
Red
but if anybody
Stream.
wants it, they need to jump on that thing.
Yeah, I gotta
All
get.
right, I'm
Thank
doing
you.
it.
Bye, you
I want
guys.
it. I'm jumping
Okay.
on it. I'm gonna start this. I'll be right back.
Jump on it.
Yeah.
Jump
Make
on
sure
it.
you turn on your
Oh, Crispy, he knows.
Okay. All right.
Come on, Crispy.
He might not know. Maybe. I don't know. It seems like there's
You
a
were
lot of
pretty-
people
I
that
think
don't
that
have
they-
them turned on.
Look, Crispy, I think this stream was the meanest you've ever been to me.
I know. What the hell? You should private it.
It's all part of my plan.
Yeah, it's Denizen. made
Crispy,
me-
where are you from?
Where am I from?
All right,
I think that's like
I
the
set it
third
up,
time.
Flo, but I can't link it because I only have a phone right now, so I can't
I
send you
got
the
you.
link.
I got you. I'll find it.
I mean, besides from my dreams.
Oh, I'm from Tennessee.
Oh,
Damn,
really?
Dennis,
You know that.
Southern girl.
Riz.
Nashville.
Thank you for everything,
Simping.
Crispy. I think that we're much
Nashville.
closer now, even though that these guys are simping on you. I think that you like a real man, and me and you, we have something going on. I'll see you in the next stream. Thanks, Flo. Thanks, Denizen. Thanks.
I agree with Moose.
Okay.
And Brick.
You should definitely pick him over me.
All right. That was.
But when he's not around and you're feeling a little hot and bothered,
All
that's
right.
what Denizen's for.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll keep that in mind. Sounds like a great offer.
It sounds like some very average sex.
I install air conditioning units, actually.
Oh, well, that's nice.
So I can, you're hot. I can.
Cool me off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jesus.
No, I should say my lady.
This has got.
What did you think I was talking about? I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, I know. People
Uncle
have got
Fatty.
different minds.
Uncle
I
Fatty.
wouldn't have sex with Moose's.
Uncle
Crispy got
Fatty's
the
camped out in the chat for 2 hours and then finally comes up right at the last moment.
Right when we're leaving.
Right when we're
Fatty, have you
Well, I
ever
got
been on
to
a stream with Jack or Paul?
with Paul. Yeah, a couple times.
Oh, I feel like you and Paul speak the same language.
Thank
On
you. Thank
Jack's
you. One
platform.
big pond.
Yeah, he's not anybody I'd prefer.
He's not
to
as
talk to.
he's not as gentle as you are, but I think you guys have.
What's
like-
everybody's problem with Paul?
I don't know. I'm not.
He
No, I'm
speaks
not.
from a place of authority where he has
Yeah.
none.
Oh, yeah. That pisses people off a lot.
Yeah, it rubs people wrong, definitely. But if I'm gonna cuss out Crispy, what are the terms here? We gotta define some expectations here.
Oh well, you're a little late to cut.
Why don't
me
you just
out.
manage your
Hard
expectations?
R or no?
How does it pay?
No
You know,
hard
R.
if I'm getting paid for this adventure, is it like by the word? Is it time allotted or by damage done?
Apparently, she likes belts.
Yeah, for sure.
And ropes.
Yeah.
Whip
Uh,
chains, candle wax.
Oh yeah.
Fatty's getting paid to
Before we
cuss me
go,
out.
Fatty's
Yeah.
presence has reminded me.
If Denny's paying, I know we pay as well. So
This is what it's like arguing with Fatty.
You don't know shit except for what you're told on TV. I have more reason to question what I'm being told by news sources than you do to believe them.
we have faith.
In what?
We have faith. The information we've been provided with is truth.
I know we
It's
don't.
truth.
No, no,
It's
no, no, no.
faith-based.
No, no.
Truth is
I don't.
faith.
Okay, I do not have that faith. I do
We
not
have
have faith. No, you have faith.
Everybody,
It's-
whether we know
what?
it or not.
I don't have faith in that shit. That's what I'm telling you.
Anybody who still believes what the media is telling you is an absolute fucking moron.
And he knows that. And Fatty, you know that.
I do.
See how your argument doesn't make any sense? That's correct. But it doesn't have to make sense because that's where the faith comes in, right? I have faith that what I'm saying makes sense. Okay, so even if it doesn't make sense, your faith makes it make sense. Correct. Got it. Okay, so there's no way to have a rational conversation with you. No.
You don't.
Classic
That's
old
perfect.
school.
That
Classic
is
shit.
perfect.
Classic shit.
Always Sunny in Philadelphia is fucking hilarious. And I
mean,
won't change my mind. What's that?
You don't get
other
that
one?
shit in real life, right? I mean, you only get that shit right here on the Flow State program.
That is correct. I was super happy when I found that clip and it like lined out so perfectly.
Is this the real life or is this just fantasy?
Caught in a
We're all
landslide.
caught in a landslide. So
No, escape from reality.
Where is Moose?
what? Did Crispy run away from her cussing? Damn,
Was that a Jetsons modification? Like instead of "Where's George Jetson," "Where is Moose"? No,
it was not a George Jetson modification, but I could see how that
I picked up like a little tinge of it. Where's George Jetson?
I didn't.
that was The Simpsons with the wrong words.
Yeah.
Well, that's The Simpsons.
Meet George Jetson.
There you go.
His boy Elroy.
Where's
There you go. See?
fucking stream?
That was
Daughter
it right there.
Judy.
It's quack-a-lacking, eh? What's going
Thank you
down
for
in
the
downtown?
reminder, Rocky. Yes, I did get demonetized. I explained at the very beginning, very beginning of this stream. I go into some detail about what happened.
You resolved it. That's
Cash
the important
App
thing.
and PayPal's are both still open. It is more critical now than ever during our trying time of darkness to support Flow State directly and send me your money. Okay, now where the fuck is Moose's stream, Moose? Little bitch ass. I hope the silence is because everybody's going to their Cash App or PayPal to get me some money.
It won't let me log in. What the fuck?
Likely story. Oh, here it is. Oh, okay, so Moose wants me to send you guys over to a channel called The Optics Are High. All right, I'll do it. Who's got final words?
What's the duck?
Grid one to you, my friend.
You know, I honestly can't top Flow State. He has said so much this panel that I'm in awe. I'm in awe of his ability to continuously talk over and over again. He even beat Nave, whatever. But Flow State has conquered all, and
I colonized it.
He's good. He is good.
He just did not shut his moneymaker for 2 full seconds. I just don't know what else to say.
I've never seen someone do 12-hour live streams like Flo.
Flow State, shut up. That's my internet crush, dude.
And when they're talking about coming with banter, why disrespect Flow State when you know he's the people's champ?
But Flo, you a small percentage of the white renegades, man. You a white renegade, bro. You a white Negro or nigga. Man, you, the white renegades.
Flow State's gonna lose his ability to walk normal if he doesn't avoid me in life.